It doesn't matter what day you're joining us. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta, Georgia, 2026. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. You play video games, man? So violent for no reason. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all know anything about Counter-Strike video games? You know about Counter-Strike?
I'm on the Georgia Tech fencing team.
Tell me what crossroads there might be between Counter-Strike and fencing.
You know, Counter-Strike, you're in a clutch situation. It's kind of like the 1v1 situation of you and your opponent in fencing, just going in for the last stab or that last quick scope op.
All right, bet. that was good. What do y'all think about people playing video games against each other competitively?
Oh, I love it. I like the smack talking they do.
Who are your favorite Counter-Strike players?
I gotta go with an OG, Kenny S.
What would you say to Kenny S if he was watching right now?
You're my inspiration. I think about you every match when I'm fencing.
What do you think about that?
Kenny S was never my favorite, if that's what you're thinking.
Y'all play video games by any chance? Oh, he didn't even realize it. I mean, Jacob, when you rolled up here and you saw this mic flag, you said, oh, I'm going to bike a little bit faster now, or what did you think?
I thought I may as well get as far away as possible from you, as fast as I can.
Did you have fun at Media Day?
I had a blast at Media Day. Media Days,
You did what? You had blast at Media Day? Just kidding. No? All right.
Bye. Essential, standing next to you, coming into IEM Atlanta. How do you feel?
I feel jet lag.
You feel jet lag, yeah? It's been a long travel?
Yes.
When did you get in?
Yesterday.
And you haven't slept much?
No, 5 hours.
5 hours, and 5 hours is not enough. How many hours do you need?
I think 9.
9 at least. Are you going to get 9 hours for tomorrow then, or you're still going to be jet lagged?
We will see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
How do you, on a serious note, as a player, feeling jet lag, being a little bit tired, is there anything you can do to sort of help with that, or is it just part of the game?
No, it's just part of the game. You cannot do nothing with this, I guess.
Okay. So it's tough to manage, but it is what it is. In terms of expectations for this tournament, what is the goal for Bait heading into this one?
Yes, we win Bad Boom. After we win Vitality, and after this we take top 1.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's VRS rating.
Easy. Sounds pretty good to go, man. Best of luck with it. NPL, bro, you and I, we have history. We're good friends. Yeah. Heading into this tournament, there's a bit of pressure on Bait. You haven't had the best start, but you've been showing better signs as of late. Is that the feeling as well for you?
You mean about our season?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a rough start, but obviously that's because we had 2 new oppers and it was very hard for us to find our game. But we trained a lot for this tournament and the next one in Shanghai, and we'll try to show.
It's an important tournament, heading into the Cologne Major, getting some VRS points as well. You're facing Bedboom in the first game. How important is it to get off to a good start and beat them?
I mean, they're a good team, obviously, and I think that it can be a hard match because they have a new team, they have that drive of new players, and but I don't know, we just need to win, and that's it.
That's it. It sounds easy to some degree. If there's one thing that you can tell me that you said you've been practicing, you've been playing a lot, and you feel like it's getting better, what is one area where you feel your team has improved as of late?
I think being more like a team, I feel that before everyone was alone, I don't know how it's right to say, but everyone was alone. But right now we are moving a whole team together, and I think that's it.
As a unit, yeah?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Cool. Well, best of luck with it, man.
Thank you.
It's going to be a tough tournament.
I have been able to grab Skrunk, who is stepping in for BC.Game. Can you tell me about the process right now? Because it seems like there's a lot of things happening in your camp right now, and it's maybe hard to follow for some people at home.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happening. I mean, obviously we benched Motius and Argon, so there was 2 spots to fill in the roster. Then we managed to get Senzu, which is great. And I feel like just the management decided for IGL, they just want to wait out of this decision. And I have played 1 year ago, and I've been, I guess, pretty decent tier 2, tier 3 IGL, and like, so it's like was a natural step for me to maybe step in before making a rush decision, because we want to like have a proper roster long term. So yeah, for me personally, it's like unbelievable. Like somebody like told me 3 years ago I play with Simple and Electronic on LAN. Like it's a fever dream, I always say, but also I take it serious. Like it's not just I'm here for the rules, just to enjoy. Like we want to get far, we want to get some wins, and I've been grinding a lot. So ever since I heard it's maybe a possibility, like which was like a couple of weeks ago, I've been playing non-stop deathmatch every day and playing the game a lot. So I can be as much ready as I can be. If I'm ready, we'll see on the server. But it's interesting, but I'm excited actually. Like I'm really excited to play.
Yeah, so because for people that don't know, you called before, right? This was you were able to sort of bring together some younger guys, and you actually played, I think, quite aggressive Counter-Strike. Do you think that will translate well? I mean, I understand this may not be a full-time solution, but it feels like that's a good compatibility fit with the people you have on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I've played in like, let's just say, weird international mixes before, like with Sangal, where I had like Turkish, German, Austrian, Swedish, Hungarian, like lots of different nationalities. So that's definitely helpful. And yeah, I've played in many styles in my career, so I can try to implement it in this team. But for me, the only thing I need to do is making like Sensu, Simple, Electronic, and even Crazy, just make them able to perform, because if they're all shooting hard, it's hard to beat us. And that's my main goal. And whether it's fast plays or slow plays, it's always on how you want to approach the game. Every game can be different, but yeah, for me, it's just I kind of do what I did before with my past teams, but here I need to less micromanage and stuff. I don't need to tell them, okay, don't peek here. They know, they know how to play the situations out and win the rounds. So it's easy on me actually than was before. But yeah, my goal is just making them shine, honestly.
Do you think they might even micromanage you a little bit if it really comes down to it?
Yeah, they've been doing like we've practiced a couple of days definitely, and I'm learning a lot as well. Like before, right, we had like a team already with setups and strats and rounds, and I know them of course from coaching, but playing is always something different, because when you play, you have like your own idea in mind, and they are definitely helping. They're like telling me, okay, go here, play this, and it's also helping. But yeah. I try to be really like a captain in IGL, and they're also accepting it and open to it. Like it's not like, oh, you're standing, we're not taking it this serious. No, we're really trying to be a real team and just making the best out of it.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome into IEM Atlanta once again. We are continuing on with the tournament here and some banger games coming up on the B stream. I'm going to be honest, I think when you get started as a commentator, there's a few names that you want to have the chance to cast over, and we've got a couple of them in this particular matchup to kick things off. But yeah, very much looking forward getting into things. It is going to be myself, Scriven, Neokai, to walk you through these first couple of BO3s. And yeah, I mean, we got it up on the screen. I'm just so chomping at the bit to get into things. But yeah, been a great opening day, of course, to IEM Atlanta. I think things making sense to kick off. Not too many upsets just yet. All eyes on Vitality, this run up into the major. Are they going to be vulnerable? They've kind of taken a little mini holiday everybody knows about in between the previous event and this one. So, you know, they maybe look vulnerable, but are they? We're going to find out. That's sort of the running theme throughout this one, of course. I don't think we're going to get too much chance to catch them on the B stream, but everyone will be paying attention to that Vitality story.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, here on the B stream, we've got some really spicy games as well. And this is kind of where these underdogs start to really make a bit of a name for themselves. And we've already seen some, less from yesterday, some kind of interesting storylines, like NRG with, unfortunately, one of the absolute chokes of all time. They go 9-3 up at the half, they go 10-3 up to get in the second pistol, they get both pistols in that Ancient, and then they choke a 10-3, lose an OT, and then lose the series 2-0, and that's an absolute heartbreaker of a way to start as well. Pain got the win over FaZe, no real shocker there. Bet Boom of win over Bait, who sort of fizzled out towards that tail end, and no surprises that Vitality took down BC.Game. There was a nice showing from Simple Dog, I'll give them that credit, but the rest of the BC.Game side couldn't really keep up, finding them now in that lower bracket against Bait, which of course is going to be our opening game here on that B stream. FaZe NRG, kind of an interesting game there as well, because, you know, NRG actually looked pretty decent against FUT. Yes, there was that choke, but their T-sides, there was a lot to like there. There were some nice moments here and there, so definitely worth keeping an eye out for. It was Group B, similar sort of vibe. Na'Vi, simple win over Passion UA as expected. Game Elite just a bounce back in a reverse sweep over Sinners, but I really thought Sinners, the little team that might bring out something. Legacy won that America's Derby against M80, and Charlotte took down Team Liquid. Bad day out for North American Counter-Strike, I think, is kind of the real run of things. Passion UA, M80, Team Liquid, NRG.
It continues here because, you know, they're going to knock each other out. So that's not the best. You know, they couldn't fudge the numbers, unfortunately, on the IEM Atlanta bracket. So, yeah, that's going to be a little bit heartbreaking for North American Counter-Strike. Certainly losing, I think, all around, unfortunately. But, yeah, I mean, as you say, there's little bits of hope. There's little moments, maybe. Liquid, we'll see. I really don't know what to make of this project anymore, right? I think it's been, for a long time, people calling for sort of changes, but what do you change? Is the whole thing cursed? It's tough to say. It's tough to say. And I mean, we'll kind of find out. Like, if M80 could knock them out cleanly, it'd be a very one-sided affair. Of course, this is your B schedule, as Neo's mentioned, but just to sort of get it on paper for you guys, we'll be covering those first two games. I think we've kind of been treated a little bit, to be fair. Yes. You get the NA boys later covering the NA game. That makes a lot of sense, I suppose. Yeah,
exactly that. But I'm actually really looking forward to playing FUT. And obviously, this first game, a lot of names here with Bait taking on BC.Game. But honestly, for me, I really feel like that Pain FUT game could even end up being a bit of a game of the day. This is two incredibly puggy sides, two very, very aggressive teams. FUT play an elite level of Counter-Strike when they're on their game. And as we saw yesterday, when they were playing well, they're, for me, one of the most enjoyable teams to watch in Counter-Strike at the moment. And that's kind of like bar very, very few. Vitality obviously up there, how clean they are, but FUT are so exciting. So I'm looking forward to what we get in that one, but that is for later down the line. We've got Bait taking on BC.Game, and, you know, our attention drawn to Bait to see whether they can pull off a win here, of course. And they are technically the favorites coming in towards this game. Now, of course, name value-wise, BC.Game win, but as a whole, Bait are a better team. Like, it's not that much of a debate. BC.Game have not gone as deep as Bait have in a lot of tournaments, but is the man on your screen right now, Sipple, and off the back of yesterday's performance, can he pull them over the line here?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, the other men on your screen as well. We get Electronic in. We know that he's got quite the ceiling, but maybe as that IGL, he's lost a lot of his stock from, God, half a decade ago now, to be fair. But it is Sensu that is also joining this roster, turning a few heads, and maybe can help out in the firepower department in theory. But I'll be honest, you know, he was there for Passion UA as well. He's just not really looked up to scratch compared to where he was at in the Mongols. Little bit of, and I keep referring to it every time we maybe talk about his moves, kind of some cryptic tweets when he was leaving the Mongols. On paper, you know, when you watch the games and whatnot, didn't really feel like he needed to go or anything. So there's definitely something a bit more behind the scenes that comes in there. And perhaps there's potential that he's not quite over that as a concept. You know, I don't want to really get into that and start conjecturing about that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, he's just not really delivered as much on the server compared to how he was with the Mongols. But then they know how to use him as a piece. A guy that has been delivering, though, at least at this tournament, something to step up to against Vitality, you know, and against ZywOo in particular. Everyone's saying, well, maybe now ZywOo's the GOAT, you know, and we have to kind of change the title for Simple. It's the GOAT of CSGO, you know, and not quite as impressive. He obviously heard that, and he tries his best to pull his team through. They did get a bit close on Dust 2 as well because of it.
Yeah, but the only, you know, the problem, and this might even be something that we kind of see throughout this tournament, he was the only one who really stepped up, and that it feels like it is the issue with BC.Game at the moment. It's a bit of a one-man army in terms of getting consistent firepower. You're looking at somebody like Electronic, and we just need more out of him, and he doesn't even have that sort of, I guess, argument to fall back on of, oh, he's calling anymore, because he's not, right? He is just a rifler in this team, and he's just got nothing left in the tank. You know, people like Scrung, who is, of course, calling in this side now, like for him, he's obviously been out playing as an active player in kind of the tier 2. He was dotted around a variety of different tier 2 teams for a while, but he hasn't played individually, you know, and in Yumi's interview, he was kind of touching on it, like he's only recently started hitting the DM servers when he knew it was a possibility of him coming in towards this lineup. It's a little last minute. They're waiting for an IGL to come through, and, well, now we have to look towards Taz to try and pull this team through. We got an interview with him as well, so check it out.
Taz, I don't even have to introduce you, man. The whole world knows exactly who you are, legend of the game, coach at BC.Game at that. How's that going for you?
Well, it's an interesting situation. Like, we do struggle quite a bit lately, but I think that the project has ambitions, and the aim is to reach tier 1, and we will not stop until we go there.
What do you think some of the hurdles are for you guys when you're looking at the big group, with the big team here? Like, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges?
I think the biggest challenge is that we are still struggling, or we struggle to get the team together just to become a group. And I think that now we are one step closer, but still there's a long road to go. And as you know, we are playing with Robin, who's our assistant coach. So it's not perfect scenario, but I'm very happy of how we performed yesterday, looking at the circumstances.
Speaking of the circumstances, you guys jump into the server, or you're doing practice prep. Where do the tactics come from? Like the tactical prowess of BC.Game. Who's in charge of all that?
I mean, definitely I try to chime in, but I really like to work with a group. I really think that IGL should provide his ideas, and I try to align with it and support him. Like, I don't like to put my full tactical ideas on the team, because I feel like it's the 5 guys who are going to play on the server. And if I can get like players like Electronic, Simple, chime in what they like to do, what they like to, how they like to create space, and then have IGL who works with me closely, I think it's the best combination you can have.
It's the proper combination, especially when you have to go into the server again today. You've got a B8 in front of you. Nipple and company over there. What is it about this BA lineup? What are you expecting?
I think they're young and hungry, and they are a very explosive team. They can change up tempo depending on what's their mood and what's their approach towards the opponent. The good thing is they don't really know what to expect from us. So if I'm them, I probably want to research a little bit during the game. I wouldn't go all hurrah from the beginning, but we are ready for everything.
I think the statistics show that they have one of the worst flash assist and sort of team play mechanics over there. Is that something you guys can exploit today?
No, but thank you.
No problem. Anything you want to say, Taz?
I mean, thank you for supporting, guys, and hopefully you'll keep supporting us, and we will break through.
Thank you very much.
That's a little tough to keep it together from Taz. Yeah, no, but that was absolutely hilarious. Yeah, always a character. And what a stat coming in for him, man. You know, first and 100th IEM. Just absolutely crazy stuff. But yeah, a legend of the game, as was said. And I think certainly a nice little addition to BC.Game to maybe just kind of steer the ship in the right direction. We do have this veto to come through. Certainly an area I think that's going to be a bit tough for BC.Game in particular. Yep. They don't really have the deepest of pools. They've got a decent overpass, which I think is quite nice in this matchup. That is what they will go towards, but beyond that, it's a little hard for them, I think, to really feel comfortable.
Technically, both sides play 7 maps, though. It is kind of the interesting thing. So we get this kind of change up in the veto process. It's even slightly different from BC.Game, what they brought up against Vitality. An Ancient coming through as the ban, but Overpass, Mirage are the picks to come through. Mirage is completely expected from Bait. This is a map they lean into so often. We always say it's a very big risk leaning in towards that. And we got Dust 2 as a decider. Again, we saw yesterday against Vitality just how good individually Simple can look, but BC.Game maybe as a whole can start to play on that map. So we'll see whether that is the case. I'm looking forward to seeing what we get in this matchup. We're still looking for a little bit more at Electronic, a little bit more at Senzu, but on that flip side, Bait have some heavy hitters of their own. If we can get Kentazor playing to the level that we know he can play at, MPL getting comfortable, I think there is a potential for a really decent game here. On paper, Bait are the favorites, and I think just if we're going across the 5, I might back them.
I think it's winnable though for BC.Game. I'm not gonna lie. You know, when you look at these players and kind of what that 3-man core, lightly termed a core, I think at this point, because Sensu's only just joined. How long is he gonna hang around? You know, there's a lot of headline signings, I think, by BC.Game, the organization. But I think it is certainly winnable. We'll find out. They've got a lot of control up Banana here, which feels kind of crazy. MPL will find that first head though. Bomb going to get planted swiftly. It's man advantage to the CT side, but can of course swing quite fast. Simple trying to take his first fight. It's a bit of work, but he does get it. The Julies that go down that will maybe keep an eye on. Bit of team damage, but generally all good. Electronic will fall, but they keep the kills coming here on the T side. It is Sizzy all alone. Man, what a daunting game for a young kid like this, you know, just quite fresh into that tier 1 scene. Against some true legends, will take off Senzu. Looking for a bit more, but not going to have time to win the round out here. Drops Simple, lets him know who he is, puts some respect on the Sizzy name, and he nearly takes them all, but not quite. However, still a pistol for that T-side.
Let's be frank as well for Sizzy, you know, like most players, but I think, you know, obviously in particular for him, Simple is probably his idol, kind of coming up through the scene, you know, both being Ukrainian AWPers, right? Without a shadow of doubt, for Simple, he is always the idol of any Ukrainian player coming through, but in particular, a young AWPer like himself. So I think this is a really, really cool matchup. Of course, for MPL, it's a bit of a clash of fates in a sense, because these two play together on that Na'Vi side, and obviously it wasn't exactly very fun for MPL. It was a big talking point at the time that he was sort of the brunt of a lot of the criticisms from within the team itself, as we saw within a lot of the cams, and well, unfortunately from Simple a lot of the time as well. So you would love a bit of revenge, I think, MPL. But a really interesting game. Odds favour Bait. I'm agreeing with them for now. I do think as a 5, I think there's more on offer here, but I do think the individual skill ceiling of BC.Game obviously is what makes it kind of exciting. So we'll see. Kentazor opens up proceedings, looks for another as he turns, and it's Essentiali will help him out. The nade should see him off, and he does with the support of Electronic. But that short water control, that's Bait putting the pressure on in the force buy.
Just for now, still possible to break in towards this B bomb site. A lot of players around here, but that slightly stronger weaponry, you know, makes you excited. Simple on that AK in particular, full belt of utility for him to boot. They're taking it a bit slow here, yeah, and the fact that they are going slow, I think, makes us worry slightly. MPL has managed to work his way in behind, so timing going to be everything. Simple takes a tag, and, well, they're going to finish them all off, and it is that flank that comes in to get it done. And this is one of the things, I think BC.Game ceiling might be there. Where's the plan? You know, like, you're 4 versus 3, you've still got plenty of utility. None of it comes out. They just fully try and contact their way in. Quite obvious that they're hanging around in short, maybe outside Monster, but, you know, towards B, they've not shown presence anywhere else. So, not even like a flash for the Monster guy, even though you're positioned at short, feels like the perfect move and not all that deep. So it's things like that that I think are going to be missing from the BC.Game game, and also a crop of players that, let's just say, have maybe been allowed to approach the game how they want, which is not always the best idea. You know, Electronic's probably thinking about how he's going to farm Dota 2 MMR while he's over in NA. Things like that. No, I kid. But, you know, things like that when it comes to, like, the deeper practice and whatnot. I don't know whether they are fully pracking, fully scrimming, or just spam and face it and, you know, feeling good mechanically, but there's not a lot of depth in the game itself, which Bait start there, but have grown this team into something that is a little more tactical.
I mean, I'll definitely counter that. They are definitely pracking all the time.
I know.
Like,
it's hard to...
You know, I know you're saying good tongue-in-cheek, but these guys are, I know for a fact, are working very hard. The issue is, though, it's difficult when you don't actually have a fully fledged IGL. Like, Skrunk, of course, is a former IGL in the Tier 2, but he knows he's temporary here. And he even touched on that in that interview. Sential, oh, he lines them up as well. Brilliant from him. Fantastic shutdown of a monster play. And Ascential, who often gets called upon in these anchor positions, does very well. He can get overlooked quite a lot. It's a little laugh, but very early doors, head in hands for Simple. Don't get too tilted just yet. It is still the early portion of this game, but the flash was completely ineffective there. Too simple for Ascential to really shut it down, and he just goes for a double pump in towards that monster play. Brilliant work. It'll break the econ of BC Game. And this is kind of, I think, where I think maybe it's our job to kind of rein in the viewers a little bit. Of course, this BC Game's are really quite cool because of like the individuals, but within the last 12 months, like Bait's ceiling is definitely higher. Like it's not really a debate. Like Simple individually, best player on the server, and that's still proven by yesterday's Dust 2. But as of 5, Bait have done really, really good work to be where they're at. And I think they sort of deserve a bit of respect there because I think everybody seems to just assume BC Game are going to win this.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's also one of those things where I think Bait, younger team, they're maybe just sharper, warmer, you know, playing in these kinds of environments, a lot more trust. BC Game might have the parts, but putting them all together, you know, is the tough thing. A few different cultures and, you know, trying to make everything work. And also it's kind of a difficult tournament for them, as we're mentioning, with like Skrunk in here, which is not really ideal when they are trying to play their best sort of Counter-Strike, but
yeah, that into Yumi was really good, actually.
Yeah,
like,
quite eye-opening.
A lot of insight into kind of really, I think, what this side are looking for. But, you know, he kind of understands sort of his job here is really to make everyone else shine. He knows that he's not really here to kind of try and take over or change the way in which the identity of this BC Game side plays. Like, for him, it's just try and glue it all together. And it's something that BC Game have really struggled with, finding synergy as a team. Like, getting all these superstars online together at the same time and playing to the level that the name value should live up to.
A few contact flashes here, not quite effective enough. In towards long, but a nice pickup from Simple. We'll move up to the AK here as well. Sizzy with that AWP, confident to stick around and drops him. So, a small changing of the guard in a sense.
Yeah.
Sizzy actually looking good and stepping up to the challenge, which
he was great yesterday as well.
Really quite cool. Yeah,
Some cool moments.
Bit inconsistent within maps, but I think he's just finding his feet still. And this could be a great game for it. You know what I mean? Like if they play well here, he plays well here, I think it'll give him a lot of confidence to look at. Yeah, probably one of those teams, you know, they win the 2021 major. The timeline on that would be good for Sizzy, someone like Sizzy to turn around and be like, okay, I'm good at this game, but I'm still quite young. Do I focus on school? Do I focus on becoming a pro? You know, and you get inspired. I want to say, we're going to look it up here. 13. Oh, wow, he was 11.
He's 11, yeah. He's 16 now.
Can't be serious.
He would have been playing, I'm sure.
He'd be at least 18.
No, 16. Yeah, same for him and both of him and Sagakawa, same age. And there he is, Sizzy. It's a quad kill to his name, and he starts really, really well. This is something we highlighted yesterday as well when we kind of saw Sizzy. He really does get hot streaks. Like, he's one of the few players that starts really, really well, which is normally something we critique youngsters on LAN, is that we always talk about, like, you know, it can take them a bit of time to get comfortable. If anything, it's kind of the other side for Sizzy. Like, he starts really well, and then he loses track of it in the midway through the game, and then has to sort of rein himself back in. But really, really good start for him. 9-2 out the gates. Who would have thought that we'd be in this series talking about the best Ukrainian AWPer in the server is Sizzy, but right now, that is the case. BC Game again down to a lesser buy. So unfortunate for Simple in that round. He gets stuck because he tries to support that kind of rush out in towards long. Crazy goes for first contact. And when he falls, he's stuck at rock. He can't really fall away, and Sizzy, he's always going to win that fight. I think if he maybe had a bit of a flash to support him to get out, they could have reset that round, but unfortunately they didn't. So 4-1. CT side starting well for Bait. So far for BC Game. There's a few kind of boxes we want to tick before we start to feel comfortable, but let's start with a bomb plant, I think.
Utility out here. Indeed, they have a plan. They are looking to try and get that bomb plant. Sizzy Couple of angles for him, certainly going to be tough. He does manage to chime into one, but yeah, overswings on the other.
Double scope.
And the Tech 9s have maybe created space to get this done. The bomb has hit the deck. That's going to buy some time and split them up ever so slightly. Trade onto Kenzie. Bomb's still not comfortable enough to get planted just yet. They will indeed now try it. Just 2 remaining. There is a gap. They try and come together here. Alex with a nice find as Electronic caught unaware. Senzu up close and personal, able to get one, but not the second. It's all down to the one-on-one. Simple on the AWP, misses the shot. And Ascenthial looking to track him here if he can, and he will. Ascenthial's also looked pretty sharp, you have to say. So fast with it. And it is. It's a small, smug smile. Taking, I suppose, the godfather of modern Ukrainian Counter-Strike. That might go to Markelov, to be fair, but all the same, taking out Simple feels pretty good.
I mean, technically, I think you're right, because would we not say Markelov is maybe the older guard of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, yeah, of course, but
so
he played a bit ago.
Yeah.
We don't have Simple without him. I don't know. Simple's a bit more like Al Pacino.
Yeah.
In the, you know...
in the hierarchy.
The new godfather or whatever.
Yeah. Pretty early timeout taken as they get Taz on the mic, but... I mean, pretty understandably so. I feel, you know, kind of where we're at right now, Bait, everything's going their way. At least there's that first kind of check box that I was talking about. Let's get a bomb plant, let's get into a post plant on a kind of a Tech 9 buy. It's actually a nice little thing to have. It will alleviate the finances. Heading forward here towards round number 7 makes the buy even stronger as you can shore up, of course, all that util. AKs across the board. But huge round to take. Ascenthial looking so good to begin here. Alongside Sizzy. Both have an immense amount of impact. And, you know, it's inevitable at some point, MPL will wake up and he will really start to put on a lot of pressure. MPL, mechanically, but I think in sort of every single way, the best player on this Bait side and has been for a while, hence why he's no longer calling for this team, because they don't want to sort of waste his time and effort micromanaging everybody else. They want to leave him to his own devices. But when he starts to get in towards the server, if Sizzy and Ascenthial can keep up this form, BC.Game are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it is true.
That's worth mentioning. It will happen at some point in this tournament. We will get like a Kansas or 25 kill map. It's going to happen at some point. He always has one.
Oh, adjusting his headset. I mean, he's so calm, you know? I really like his energy as a player. See him in the interviews and stuff. He's just so, like, sure of himself.
Yeah.
But in quite a nice, quiet, confidence kind of way. You know, it's not too full of himself. And I think every team needs a player like that.
Yeah.
You lose that force buy, and he's like, it's good, man. Don't worry about it. You know, that one guy getting annoyed at himself. He's like, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Buy up. What are we doing next round, you know?
And they come.
Yeah, ready for this B hit. 3 players on the site itself. Feels really, really good at this point. MPL to take out Electronic and reveals himself in a massive way, but it's Ascenthial again for multi-frag moments, and Kenzie is the extra man that they're not expecting. Shutting it down. Simple B execute. Does not get off the ground. So it looks absolutely incredible here as Bait are really taking them to town on a map that generally does not do well for Bait. And I think it's one of the curious things. I maybe wanted to comment on the veto that it's like, oh, it's a bit annoying that you don't, you know, float the Anubis and leave it there as something that could happen and, you know, force the veto in a different direction. The Overpass, I think, is one of these predictable maps that we talk about. Very winnable game for Bait. Good bit of practice for them. And indeed, maybe the map that they are most prepared for in the past sort of 24, 48 hours for this particular matchup.
Yeah, exactly. They would have had a lot of time to kind of get their prep going for this first fight. MPL will come out on top. Does take a lot of damage, but he falls away alive. Generally, I think you'd want to abide by Bogdan's law here, but I think with Sizzy being so hard-handed at the moment, keep him on the AWP. You know, I think MPL is more than happy to sort of be a little bit of cannon fodder as long as he plays as well as he's been playing so far. It's a really, really good start. And it's also pretty damning. I will say with this veto, though, there's kind of that flip side that I'm going to assume BC.Game are going to be very solid on Mirage. Like, it's a map that obviously everybody knows, but it was probably one of the first maps they started looking into as a team when they were coming together as a 5. And played, as we always know, all the time in the Pogs. Looks like they want to finish towards B once again. And they come. There's going to be a molly down and a nade behind it. Could be huge. Deep in towards Sandbags. There's so much damage on towards Simple. Alex forced out by the flames, but he swings in towards the fight and finds success. Can't get two. A Simple will deliver, but numbers still favor Bait here with 35 seconds.
Scrunk gets a frag. We're going to need him to here. Oh, he can't even get the bomb down. Yeah, he won't. Simple falling. They had a sliver of a chance in that one, but not getting off the ground. It's really not looking good here as Bait are starting to absolutely demolish them. Even the mighty Simple is looking a little dejected.
Yeah, and I don't mean to reiterate the point, but I know as fans of Counter-Strike, a lot of people coming towards this and just see on paper, Simple, Electronic, Senzu, oh, this is an easy win. It's just far from. Like, Bait, I think, are very often overlooked as a team. Like, the run that they had to make throughout the Tier 2 to get up in towards Tier 1 was incredibly commendable. And the fact that they've kept their position here, sure, they're not a side that are going super deep at the moment, but for the last, basically the entirety of BC.Game being a thing, like, Bait's ceiling is considerably higher as a team, and this is exactly what they can do. They play so well off each other. Their synergy, cohesion's fantastic, and we're seeing it. There's very few gaps, very few errors. Right now, you hate to say it, but this is expected. This is the favorites playing like the favorites.
Yeah. And I think what we're really looking for is like vintage performances. We had vintage Simple yesterday. Whether we're going to get that
we need vintage Electronic and Senzu, don't we, really?
Well, yeah, and vintage Electronic.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. I don't want to bash him too much. Senzu, I really don't know what's going on. I think there's a player that it would be very interesting to put under the microscope.
Yeah.
Post Mongols. And maybe it does just go to show that like Blitz had the head of the spear, knew how to wield it, but without that kind of control and mentorship or whatever, Senzu's not quite as wise. Kind of a Freiburg situation, I think, in NIP back in the day.
Yeah.
Didn't really know what. Well, I need to word this carefully. He was just very much like a weapon to be utilized, but not quite his, as it were.
Yeah.
In the same way that, say, Get Right would have been on that particular roster. Either way, they're back onto a pretty decent buy here, lacking some utility. But then we've not really seen them go too advanced with all their util. Just trying to work those individuals. Electronic gets the timing.
How's he not tagged?
Yeah, kind of wild. Paint a wall behind him. MPL nice and close to the action here. Going to hear some footsteps. This could get messy.
He's not moving either. But he's drawn rotations over. This is fantastic. They might completely overlook this because he's not made any steps. Kenzazor as well. He might even just draw them in. This body's here. One and nearly the two. He's holding down Miles One desperately, but he can't find Simple. But on the site, Ascentiel's here for cleanup. The last man with low HP, and it's Ascentiel with another multi-kill round. He's 14-2. Wow, what a start. And I think Simple's expression sort of sums up the vibes right now in BC.Game. This is cruise control for Bait, and BC.Game are in serious trouble.
He looks genuinely quite upset.
Yeah.
To be honest. He really does. I mean,
can't blame him, to be honest.
Penny for the thoughts, in all honesty. It's kind of a tough one here. Problem is, right, this is a bit mean, what's just popped into my head. Scrunk said he wanted to let them shine. I don't think this is the way to do it. Yeah. I don't think by tanking the scoreboard, and then it's like, wow, everyone else looks so good compared to me.
I'm going to give him a bit. Rough. He literally got like 2 weeks notice.
No, it's true.
Not being a player for like a year and a half.
I did preface
don't be,
I am being mean.
Yeah.
Which usually is your job.
He got like 2 weeks notice. I want to give him a little bit of space. I mean, obviously, granted, 0-9 is tough, but like he has been a coach now for a good year.
For sure.
And then
trying to get into the mind of like Simple and Electronic, I don't know if they will necessarily see it that way. You know what I mean? I think that they would at the very least hope and expect something from Scrunk. And there's a number of rounds. There are a number of rounds, realistically, where 1 kill, 2 kills could make a big difference. Or even just Scrunk still being alive to be like cannon fodder for someone to trade from. And that's just the realistic nature of it. If he was like 0-5, fair, but he's 0-10.
Yes.
I think there is a level of acceptability.
Let's see, what ADL
in
8.4.
I mean, come on. You got to point that out.
Yeah.
That's really...
It's poor, yeah.
Really, really rough.
But not being a player for like a year and a bit, and then 2 weeks notice.
Yeah.
S-tier tournament. IEM Atlanta, we'll see you there, pal. You're calling.
You got Vitality, first game, and then you've got like the Ukrainian regens that are just like rabid dogs at a fight like this. They're just really, really wanting to
insanely
clap
cracked
them here. Yeah. And just probably this is like their major final.
Yeah.
To be honest, with some of the names on the other team. So we can sympathize, but also objectively, you have to point it out because it's making a big difference.
100%. Yeah.
Could have been 3 at least, maybe 4 rounds if we just had in places. Look, we're being super picky, but in places, if he finds the right kill or just a kill in the middle of one of these rounds where it comes down to like a 2 versus 1, they would have had more for sure, but not the reality in which we live. And unfortunately, it looks like Bait are just going to continue this on their opponent's map pick. Might be a swift series here.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you hate to point it out, we have to point it out. It's our job, but it's just really making quite a stark difference here. 9-1. This half's all but a write-off anyway. We generally like to say, if you can get 4 rounds T-side overpass, I feel like it's okay. 5's pretty good. That's where you're putting yourself into a nice position. That's impossible for BC.Game and Electronic. His eyes were trained on that jump peak, and Ascential just goes for contact. 16-2 will keep pointing it out. He can go missing at times for Bait, but absolutely not here. And MPL will come alive for one of his own. Down goes Senzu. There was information gathered towards Long as well, so they know exactly where this bomb wants to head.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty textbook at this point. Nice little flash, though, as Kenz's not going to be left behind. Another contact onto Alex. They have quickly evened it up into a 3 versus 3, and panicked attempts at trying to get back in. NPL, though, he is nice and calm.
Here it is.
Skunk eats the nade. He's going to tap that bomb. He's going to try and get down below. He's not pulling any punches here. Yeah.
Oh, they heard him stop.
Looking for a frag.
They heard him jump out.
They know. It's unfortunate for Skunk. We like the idea, but low HP there as well is a bit rough for him.
That's really smart from MPL, though. He hears he doesn't drop down, so he's not gone. He's still up there. And then he doesn't fight. He waits for him to sort of overextend and wrap the corner. It's tough. Couple of 1,000-yard stairs, and that's one of them from Simple. My, oh my. Crazy, I think, does really well. Like, this triple entry is really solid, especially this 3rd kill, but unfortunately it was all 4-0. He took a lot of damage in getting on towards the site. So all it took was that double from MPL, the HG, and then a little spray, and before they knew it, they flipped the script in the round. Double digits for Bait in the first half. A statement here by the Ukrainian side against their idol, their hero from the region, but they are putting it to bed nice and quickly. Electronic for 1. Senzu a farm of his own. Skunk will go down to the flames. Electronic trying to keep them in the flow here, but Kenzazor diving around bridge. Senzu, where are we going? Kenzazor giving a freebie, and he gets more behind it, all on the shoulders of Simple, and it's Sizzy who sees it off. What a half. 11-1 by Bait. A statement. We'll see after the break.
sad times here in Atlanta. I mean, making me a little bit emotional, to be honest. Simple on the verge of tears, it feels like, in
really
some
does.
of these rounds, to be honest with you. So a bit, well, is he not crying? That looks like he's crying. Okay, now he's laughing. You know, it's just all the
If you don't laugh,
emotions.
you'll cry,
yeah,
really.
It's just all the emotions of Simple,
And then
indifferent.
That 1,000-yard stare is a memorable
Yeah.
one. Might have to be a new Steam
Disappointed in
profile for me, I
himself.
think.
Yeah, that is pretty good. The 1,000-yard Simple stare. Kind of fair enough, because BC.Game picked this one. They're supposed to suck, man. How have they got 11 rounds? You know, like, they unfortunately have, I think, prepared for this, and just not much of a game for BC.Game. We're kind of debating about why that might be, you know, something in the locker room, as it were, with the mentality. Seems to be the best guess, especially when you're only getting the one round. And it was the pistol, which, you know, say it with me, is often a bit random when it comes to the rifles and things. It's been all about bait, and quite one-sidedly so. We did point out Skrunk. We kind of have to do that a little bit again, as he goes an entire half without finding a kill, and dying in every single round. So that's not good, to say the least. Oh! I don't believe it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Good start. New year, new me.
Yeah,
new half, new Skrunk.
This could be it. I mean, Simple's in behind. He can't deny the bomb plant, but he's managed to find 3, and that's a hell of a flick onto the 3rd. Alex is all alone. The bomb has indeed been planted, not for him, and they do find yet another pistol. So something to lean on, a small silver lining, olive branch, all that kind of stuff. And hey, they get around because Skrunk got a kill.
There we
Taz
go.
is like, nice, my boy. You know, I've been there too. You know what I mean?
It's very true.
As a guy who played for a while, past his prime, in the lower depths of the tier 2 for quite a while, I'm sure Taz has been there too.
Full blind through a smoke, but, you know, we take what we'll get.
That's just pure feeling.
Yeah.
You know?
Instincts.
Letting the muscle memory take over. Maybe try that in a few other rounds. Just close your eyes and
hope for the best.
Shoot, when you hear footsteps or something.
11-2 though. Both pistols going the way of BC.Game, which, you know, in a sense could be even more damning, right? If they end up losing, for example, 13-2, but you win both pistols, like, that is kind of as bad as it gets. And for the brigade of people that claim pistols are RNG, they'd be loving that one. The force buy back out for bait, and you can't blame them for going for it. They won it in the first half, so why wouldn't you go for it again, especially with the bomb plant to work with here. 2 Galils, 2 Tech-9s, and a Deagle, but it's Senzu who will find the first. It's NTL. He just turned away for half a second, but it was enough.
Yeah, nice find. So it might be onto something here for BC.Game, a slight recovery. Perhaps some belief in their CT side, right? And they will be starting CT side Mirage.
I mean, I'd hope
just pick up
so.
some steam.
Just for this map specifically, like, the most seats at a map in the pool, like, we've got to have
this
something.
is kind of what you were banking on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would indeed hope. But we immediately see Bait have got a nice little execute lined up here, an idea to try and break in towards that B bomb site. Ready and raring to go after this monster smoke goes down. They will indeed start the charge. It's a little delayed. The flashes are good. Going to buy them a lot of space here. I mean, look how uncomfortable and blind they are. The contact back. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Alex for the double. Electronic, I mean, he was in the right place at the wrong time, though, and that is the first domino that falls. 4-on-2. It just has to be a save here for these guys, and
shoot.
Well, unfortunately, might be a rinse and repeat of that first half. 12 going to be hit way sooner than BC.Game would have wanted. I think this game will be over in just a few moments, to be honest with you.
And the fact that it's not only kind of 12 being hit here on force by back in and all of these parameters that we talk about, but it was an opening kill for Senzu, and they can't capitalize upon it, and it goes flawless from there on out. I mean, that in itself, pretty damning. And Sizzy, just insult to injury. Down goes Senzu. The last man is Simple. He sort of thread the needle a little bit. He potentially might get a consolation kill. Maybe. He also might potentially die as well. Sizzy gonna see him off. So from bad to worse for BC.Game, nothing saved, nothing gained. And map point Bait on their opponent's map pick. And yes, Bait were the favorites coming in towards this. You know, the odds had them, I had them down. I think, you know, ranking-wise, of course, they're there, but it's just one of the things. The favorites is a different thing. This scoreline is crazy. No one expects it to this level. I was thinking maybe like a 13-8, 13-9. Bait see it off, couple of uncomfortable moments here or there, but still okay all the same. This is ridiculous.
Can they give us a bit more? 5-7 of Simple. Get an advance. Take Maz into my own hands, he says. He will go down easily, though. Shadow spotted, I think, quite early into that movement. Bit of information traded. So the rest of the boys going to try and get in. Quick trades, but double spray down for a Cynthia, man. He has looked so good.
19-6.
Yeah, him and Sizzy. We got Kenzazor up there as well. We mentioned him having the odd decent performance. So a lot of players that have done well. Senzu, lovely bit of timing, will be left alone. He's left low, down he goes. 13-2-2. It paints his own picture. I don't really need to add too much to it, in all honesty. Bait have absolutely played them off of the server on a map that, they are 1 in 5 in terms of wins. Really not a good map for them. BC.Game tried to pull it as a punish. A decent one for BC.Game on their very small sample size, but it does not translate here, and Bait, have absolutely destroyed them in a lot of different ways. Very dominant rounds. A few that come close on that T side, but just never able to get it over the line. They do get both the pistols, BC.Game. That's about all they can really take away from them.
And that's the more damning thing about it, is the fact that they get both the pistols, right? It really is that sort of extra insult to injury, but really, what a game we've just seen there. And for Bay, absolute credit to them. Like, this is a side, of course, that sort of want to prove something here. You're playing against, the greatest player from your region and arguably one of the greatest players of all time, right? And on top of that, it's MPL playing against a former teammate. It's Sizzy playing against probably his inspiration as a player, being a young Orpus, 16 years of age, and kind of wanting to follow in the same sort of footsteps. And what a way to kickstart a series for them. We got Mirage coming up next. It's obviously one in which BC.Game will have some sort of understanding on, as with every team in the any sort of higher level Counter-Strike. But this is a big ask. How do you bounce back from 13-2? We're going to have to find out. We're going to throw it to a break. When we are back, we're going to see whether BC.Game can bounce back at all, or Bait are going to take this 2-0.
Map point for FaZe.
Well, that happened fast. Very, very fast. One chance. Yeah, I don't know. The NRG thing is hard. I know a lot of especially in NA, we like to get excited about any team that's showing us something at the moment, because we're trying to latch on to any team that can compete internationally. And there was, it felt like a lot of promise from NRG in the start. Like the start of the year, again, strong in those regional events. Won for Philadelphia, Miami back in January. Second place at the Flomland. OC was popping off at both of those. And then you go to Krakow. They get through stage 1. Not able to really do a whole lot in the stage 2 itself, going out 13th to 16th. There was ESL Pro League. They go out in stage 1, 15th to 16th. Blast Rotterdam. They're going out 9th to 12th. So like you get to this point where it's like, now that we've gone to the international, they haven't been able to make that leap to be competitive against international teams.
Yeah, and you think the move for Grim obviously is the one that, okay, that's the step in the direction that will increase their competitive nature against some of these better teams, but they haven't quite figured out how to get the most out of Grim yet. And I think that was the move that made everybody more positive about NRG. FaZe, they don't really care right now. Charging out middle, destroying them. Jacob gets the one, gets traded out by Sonic at least. So 4v4 for the time being. Frozen. Sprays away and gets both kills on the B-bomb site. So it's looking like FaZe is going to close it here and now. Sonic and Nitro separated, severed off. Here comes Twist out through red. Sonic's been waiting for it, still loses the fight, and now it's just Nitro left.
Yeah, they've just been knocked out of rhythm so hardcore that even some of these fights they're losing now, it's just like you can tell mentally just kind of knocked out on their feet at the moment. So Nitro's going to make his final play, his final heroic push to try and get this defuse going, jumping around the corner, 1 for 1, 13-3. FaZe wreck NRG in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strong start to the map. FaZe never really slowed down. Great display of dominance from them. Individual skill on point. Twist with his 4K, Brokey with his clutch, Nature holding down the A site, and Frozen just running all over the place with Jacob being the god of the pistols. Everybody had the moments. Everybody showing up for FaZe. And a sigh of relief when we've seen in Fort Worth.
you can call it whatever you want. What we've actually come here to do today is to keep playing and see what happens. The great Peach State. It is Atlanta, Georgia, but mostly a lot of historical... The hunt continues. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about video games. You play video games, man? No. All right, man, me either. That's what I was saying. He playing video games. You play Counter-Strike? Deep into the depths of the Ponce City market. Hey, man, you play video games?
I'm 45, so.
How old do you think I am?
32.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair, but I'm 36. We'll take that. Nice shirt, man. Thank you, man. What do you think about two teams or players playing against each other in tournaments and video games?
I mainly play like Rainbow, Apex.
Is it something where we can kind of mutually agree that there are games that shouldn't be considered respectable? Perhaps maybe like, I don't want to just put words in your mouth, but Valorant?
I was going to say the same thing.
What you see now?
Yes.
You guys know anything about video games at all? Counter-Strike?
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires?
Yes.
My team right now is #1 in the state on Marvel.
Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, my school.
What school you go to?
Carrollton.
Where can we find some Counter-Strike players? I mean, Age of Empires is cool, but I'm looking for Counter-Strikers.
Brother, go to the hamburger place, maybe, you know, in the corner, H&F.
Thanks for the guidance. Well, you want to say something to him?
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? This
Poverty.
What is it?
Poverty. P-O-V-E-R-T.
Bro, I was about to say, that's the wildest sign-off I think I've ever experienced on the show here is poverty.
Tough tournament indeed. Are you ready to move as a unit and produce a good result here?
We will try.
You'll try. I spoke to Team Liquid. They said they're going to win the tournament, and if that's the case, then you can't win. Do you think that's plausible, or are they just talking?
I think it's just talking because you just need to show like by your game, so people will see. But if you're saying before the start of the tournament and then you probably lose 0-2, so it will be not that good.
Sounds like something Liquid would do, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know. For you guys, you're facing Bedboom in the first game, and let's be realistic then. For a second, winning is maybe not the first goal for you, but making the playoff and having a good showing. How important is it to get off to a good start here?
I think it's very important because if you lose, so you have already lower bracket, so it's do or die. So we just, I think, always need to win the first game, so the team will feel like the potential of like winning some games. So yeah, we just need to be so focused and to win this first game.
Spoke a bit about jet lag over here. Is there something you're struggling with as well, or is it all right?
I think it's all right. Maybe in USA it's good, but if you compare it to China, it's much harder. So I mean, in China it's much harder. So I think it's still normal. I think for us. Yeah, and we have game tomorrow at 11 a.m. So it will be nice.
It'll be nice. All right, best of luck with it, man. New player, sort of. How do you feel now that you've been playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike for a couple of months? Are you getting used to it? Huh?
It's amazing, yeah.
It's amazing, yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it a lot? What do you like it about it?
I don't know, just some new countries, good CS players.
Is it the first time you're in America?
Yeah, it's the first time.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
How do you like it so far?
It's an amazing country.
Why?
I don't know. Just like it.
One thing I notice is that everything is just big, you know? Yeah, it's like big cities. I live on floor 56 or something.
It's good people around there.
Yeah?
They're talking a lot. I like it.
They're talking a lot, yeah.
Positive people.
Liquid, speaking of Americans, they said that, hey, we can maybe win this tournament. Can you win this tournament?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, we will.
You will win this tournament.
Yeah.
I like that confidence.
Thank you.
You're warming up? You're getting ready?
Yeah.
Ready to win the tournament?
Maybe.
Maybe?
CJ. You ready?
Yeah. He's ready.
Yeah. So is he ready? Is it important that he's ready? Yeah? Is he like is he a star player? Or is it just like why is it important he's ready?
Because he young killer. He destroy everyone.
A young killer, yeah?
Yeah.
You have had to go through a few changes recently. How are you finding the new system, I guess, that's being worked on?
I think we are just trying to get more chemistry together because we have like 5 days together practicing. So I don't know. Let's see.
You don't have to go into detail, but are the pracs feeling good from the start?
Yeah, I think Senzo brings us a lot of firepower and openings. So yeah.
You're quite the firepower guy yourself. I feel like you maybe can sometimes underplay that a bit. How has it been finding space between all of the stars that you have on the roster as well?
I mean, in my new roles now, I mean, I just have to do my job. They'll probably carry me a lot of times, but if they come to my bomb site, I have to kill them. So
it's always a good feeling when you get carried a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know you've done some carrying it your own. How is it sort of separating from the? I mean, you worked with the Portuguese core for quite some time. How's it been separating the different styles, I guess, that you're going to be playing?
I didn't understand.
So the style of Saw or Mutarus is very like, it felt more organized perhaps. How are you adjusting to the, I guess it's only 5 days practice, but how are you adjusting to the new style?
I mean, it's a bit different because on Saw it was more like on flow, how the games will happen. And here is more, I will say, more structure. So it's a bit different, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for your time, Crazy. Thank you for taking the moment.
Welcome back in. Getting a bit more insight there as there was a lot of conjecture from Neo and I in terms of, you know, what things have looked like behind the scenes for BC.Game. Not a lot of practice. Also a bit of a change up maybe in the way that they are deciding to approach things. Might go back to that old style coming into map number 2 because, well, map 1 did not quite work out. You can blame their opening game against Vitality on the fact that you're playing Vitality. Here against Bait, I think they would have liked to put up more of a competition, and you can't use that same kind of excuse. If anything, they look a little weaker there on Overpass, despite it being their pick, despite it being a quote-unquote punish. So now we move on to Mirage, and things are going to have to change for BC.Game, otherwise it will be another quick affair.
Yeah, we said keep an eye out for the all kind of elusive Kenzazor pop-off map, and we get a 1.97 rating from him, but it was a Cynthia that we were really kind of lumping on the praise for. Yeah. He was incredible. Kenzazor was just consistent, but Cynthia, some of the moments he had, that quad kill that he had towards Monster in particular was fantastic. Sizzy was on a heater all the way throughout too, which is really, really great to see. There's nothing to complain about at Overpass, and of course that's expected when you win 13-2. It's expected that they win this series, and I think you'd even make the argument expected 2-0, but not in that fashion. That was a massive underperformance by BC.Game, really not stepping up to the level that they should be playing at. They should at least make a map like that competitive. Yes, as kind of Crazy was touching on, they've only had 5 days of prac, and it's obviously kind of playing with a slight sort of stand-in IGL situation for Scrunk. He touched on an interview earlier saying, you know, he was obviously the assistant coach. He used to be an IGL in the kind of the tier 2. He's just going to fill the gap until they find the right person to take over, but you can see the odds are getting pretty damning already. Before we get underway in towards Mirage, it's where Bait always like to lean in these vetoes. They love a Mirage pick. We always think it's risky, but they're big fans of it. And they play anything like they did in towards Overpass, this will be a very comfortable and clean 2-0. So let's see how this one pans out. Bait starting on that C side, and they're looking towards the A side. There is only Scrunk there. Gulp.
Yeah, not the best when you look at it, but he recognizes that he's going to give them the space. That was maybe the idea behind this round, going for the full retake if it is required, and it indeed is. We look to the Jewelies of Senzu here to try and pop off. Simple going to get caught by MPL.
How is he not punished?
Thinking twice. Yeah, MPL somehow still alive. Flash comes in. It's kind of your only Hail Mary here. Julie's ready. Those trigger fingers are indeed raring to go, but not going to find anything. The Glock's looking very good for the most part here. Electronic on that backside. He's got so many to find. Not going to happen. And well, the one saving grace for BC.Game on Overpass was that they found both pistols. Mirage does not start in that same way.
Yikes. Not what you want to see as well. Really, really nicely done. I can't believe MPL doesn't get tagged by Senzu. I'm not even too sure where those bullets went, but he was sort of diving around and then sticking around too long, but somehow it's fine. Like he's sort of toying with them a bit, but that move on towards Simple is really nice, and then they just overwhelm with pure numbers. They make sure that they play that trade game. They are taking fights together, and this is what Bait do well, and it's the kind of the thing that we look at when we saw that map number 1. It was all of individual fights for BC.Game, and yes, the individuals are very good on their day, but Bait players are fine. Their synergy, their cohesion is what makes this side really tick, and it's why they were able to really overcome that Overpass so comfortably. Do get a force bite out for BC.Game. Let's see what they got for us. Doesn't start well as NPL dive around that corner for one. Essential, Sizzy, all getting in on the action. Electronic will find one, but it's only one before he's then shut down. Crazy. All that's left here in a 1 versus 4. And there's a bit of damage, don't get me wrong. Essential, Alex, they're both pretty low, but this still should be an absolutely impossible round. As long as Alex gets out, he does have the bomb here, so keep an eye on this. The bomb isn't going with the group, but he is holding the flank. It's also a pretty good angle to hold from, but he is very low.
Yeah, they seem pretty sure of the flank then. But as they get more advanced towards the A bomb site, towards Con, he's just going to go and join with them.
Yeah, they're taking no chances here, really, are they?
Of course, would be the time that Crazy actually decides to push, so he was right. Timing slightly off, but it doesn't really matter. 1 versus 4, surely just not going to happen at this point.
He's going Palace, though. It's going to still be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Money-making scheme for Crazy.
They've got Molly in the smoke, one of which goes in towards Palace. It's denied any chance of anything happening.
There you go. Healthier player taken down. Fakes the runaway. Might be able to do a bit more. I don't know about winning the round. You know, you feel like you can just fall into this if you are bait. And they do give full respect, actually. Molly and Palace. Rotation around. One going all the way, maybe, for the Con play. No, they're thinking about some kind of a hunt. So they've bought the fact that he's run away, which he hasn't. But he's also not really getting involved, I think it's safe to say. We thought maybe go flying out. A lot of unconfirmed damage, maybe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, little bit of a shame that he doesn't make more money there. But Bait will get the second round. It's kind of carnage to begin with. Very, very chaotic.
Bait can play that, right? And that's what they do really well. You know, of course, they've got these moments where they can be, you know, as you spoke about, kind of synergy where they can play off each other really well. But if they want, they can fly into fights and just back their individuals. And we saw how sharp they looked. And, you know, no shocker that they're going to be full of confidence after a 13-2. They started quite well here. So all we've got to work with is that MP9. They've over. Sentu's got the half armor with his USP. We'll see how that's utilized. And the Simple's got himself a Eagle. So still can be a little bit precarious, but generally should be shooting pretty simple. This is a good move, though. Crazy's got a really advanced angle in towards B-ups, where essentially they can rotate everybody off. They can leave him alone here, because even if he dies, there's still going to be enough time where they're sort of figuring out, is there anyone else around apartments? Is there anyone on balcony? This, that, and the other, where they can rotate back over towards the B site. It's very rare that there was someone with... Oh, no, I was going to say, it's very rare that you get the kill and immediately dive through, but now, Crazy goes aggro. That feels so unnecessary, and Senzu, what can this USP do? He's got half armor like we spoke of, but he's also got a nade right in his face, and MPL will find him with the MP9. It's crumbling. I just don't think Crazy needs to move there. It's such a strong angle to hold, being so unchecked. He makes that move for nothing.
It is true. I mean, they've done a lot with the information. Simple, unfortunately, goes down a bit too quick.
I just think for me there, though,
I thought they might be able to do a bit more.
You leave him alone, you play quad A. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, it is true, but then I think there maybe there is a call that comes in that's like, oh, they could be going A here. You should try and push the flank. But unfortunately, not the case. It's a small round, you know, not expecting big things out of it on paper. And that also can lean into some of the looser decision-making, less scrutiny into their thoughts. This is the big one. BC.Game in with the buy. We got Simple on that AWP. We do only have the one kit. Electronic holding on to a bit of cash here is always slightly a pain point, I think, as a pundit, but we'll see what they can do with the guns.
Yeah, interesting. But a bit more YouTube does, and they're going quick in towards B here, and Crazy could be tested. Doesn't sends him in towards short, but a smoke in his face will make life uncomfortable. He just can't confirm that kill. So B site taken pretty quickly here. Oh, can't deliver by Simple. Close, but not to be. Bomb will go down, and I think BC.Game have got a call for an early save already. Senzu's 1 foot in the grave. Crazy's dead. Simple's been tagged. I think you just say this is a wrap. We are not getting back in towards that B site. And the third turns to a 4th round. Bait just aren't slowing down at all. And BC.Game are still yet to really scratch the surface.
Very true, man. Very, very true. I think they'll be pretty disappointed in the way that things are going in the early rounds. Just
agreed. Not
having any presence, to be honest with you. And again, you need that early competition. Too much to ask at the moment. But a 5 versus 4 save, I would say, is kind of a positive move in the right direction. I don't think they would have done that on Overpass.
Yeah.
I think they would have gotten annoyed and tried to brute force it and just throw yourself at it, whatever. It might work, but probably won't. But they immediately lose control of B and they go, okay, round's not happening, let's take the save. So there's a bit more thought behind this, and really a very simple thing you could have talked about in between the maps is just like, we need a bit more saves, we need a bit more discipline, like as a team, rather than just 5 skilled players approaching it like a pug, right? Let's move back and apply some of that discipline.
Yeah, I agree. You know, kind of stick to the meta in a way. So, of course, they get to reuse that buy once again. And because it was 4 save, they've got at least a decent amount of residual cash that even if this round falls south, they can buy back in towards the next. But the fact that that's really the only positive that we can talk about for BC.Game is still a worry. I just want to see something. Mirage is a... You know, it's a completed map. It's solved. There's nothing new. We should be able to have a couple of pocket rounds to find success here in some way for BC.Game. But thus far, it's been pretty defaulty in the way they're setting up. They're also quite happy to give up mid control, and that worries me. Scrunk goes looking for information, and down he goes. Sizzy was waiting for that. Electronic, you need to keep eyes straight on mid. This is the issue, because they're not playing mid control. They're so prone to a flank if their timing is off. And Bait seems to have a way with the clock a little bit, just catching people off guard. Barrel.
Yeah, sees the barrel. Oh, wow, and they move together as well. Electronic going to find his. 3 versus 3 with a compromised A bomb site. Certainly is doable here for BC.Game. They've got a quick move on the flank as Sensu is going to try and pull that off. They have to be wary. Smoke recovered. Honestly, that's going to just slow the whole thing down. Sensu on this flank. It is being watched for, though.
It's being heard as well.
I'd imagine so.
Sizzy can definitely hear that.
Oh, didn't hear that he went up. Didn't hear that he went up, and Sensu does well to perhaps bait things out with the sound. It's all going to be down to Alex here. Molotov forces him out, and BC.Game, a nice complete round. They will get on the board, and probably their best looking round of the entire series.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a lot of competition for that, but yeah, you're right. Finally, a gun round to talk
But we didn't
of.
even have any rounds that like come a bit close and like, oh damn, they lost to this crazy 1 versus 3, or that could have occurred here. I don't even know that we had any rounds on map 1 where they were in control and then they let it slip. It was like always an uphill battle. There might have been that one I remember Crazy got like 3 entries out onto A.
Yeah,
that was about the only one.
So Ascenthiel with a 1v2 against Simple, right at the end.
But even then, it was never stable. It was constantly on the move. So that was a good round for them and well played in the end.
It was, and I really like that move from Electronic and Sensu. That combination to kind of crunch back in towards mid-late round. Really, really nicely done. Sensu will get one. And then gets immediately traded. Simple is here. He missed an opportunity. He had a bit of a stitter, to be honest. Second time of asking, same result. Ascenthiel comes out on top, who really continues to have a bit of a storm over a series. Was so impactful in towards map number 1. And we're seeing more of the same here on Mirage. B site is open. Crazy's pulling away, and well, for lack of a better term, it's a bit of a crazy move. I don't know why you would pull away from B. They've taken mid control. They're moving short. Surely you'd assume that they naturally want to finish there, but he's going to try and group up. And I think as we move in towards B, unfortunately, you might just get another BC.Game save.
Yeah, not ideal here, but that is the way it's going to have to go by the looks of things. And it seems we are sort of delaying the inevitable as this bomb is set to go down, but BC.Game not really moving.
Look at this contingency plan, little insurance policy by Ascenthiel. Like, no stone unturned by Bay.
Yeah.
I got to respect it. Ascenthiel holding for that deep flank. Tazzy misses opportunity, takes a big tag. So
they're halfway thinking about it, though. They've got 2 players up short.
Yeah, but then Skrunk's not here. It's kind of weird. It feels like, is it a proactive exit more than anything? I mean, they scoop up Simple's AWP.
I think that was the idea. Scrunk goes down, though. It's important to save if you are saving. A little bit difficult there, as you mentioned. Ascenthiel was on the hunt for that one way ahead of time.
Yeah.
maybe even before the bomb was going down. So
yeah, he never joined them really, which is, you know, kind of sick. I like this. It's these small little added details that are making a big difference. Those are like that AK and the AWP will save, and they do have a bit of cash to fall back on, but it is important. We'll get that first BC game timeout. Taz and enter onto the mic, and unfortunately we did see in that kind of, you know, first game, unfortunately he called all 3 timeouts. They made no difference, right? So the hope here is that they can kind of build off the back of this. They can buy around it, as you can see. Technically, we could double AWP as well. You know, we've spoken about Senzu and his ability to secondary AWP. It's something he loved doing on the Mongols. And he has 6.1 AK, so it could be a temptation, but he opt for the rifle. Simple gets dropped back over. Let's see what we've got for us here in towards the next. But so far, it still remains to be a very uninspiring BC game here in this series.
Yeah, it's still early doors on the Mirage. The timeout feels like it comes at a good time, you know, ahead of an important rifle round and after some shakiness, to say the least. So we'll see if they are able to create any more rounds. Hopefully a little bit more competition, but it is just, again, looking dangerously close to the one-way traffic. You know, Bait not quite cracking the nut, but they're very, very close. Good nade damage to kick things off, but it's going to be a quick execute here. They keep it classic after a timeout. Going fast, finding the first. Skrunk will go down. And that is a retake going to be required from BC.Game. They indeed have the utility, have the kits, all the pieces. But it's not happening. They move for another save. So I think, look,
at some point we've got to start giving these
playing a little bit of a money ball style, though. You know, that it's like, okay, if you don't have the advantage, concede the round. If you don't have the advantage, concede the round. This is one where we might argue, yeah, they could get in. A lot of low HP bars. They don't rightly know that, but they are just playing like, get on base. No running. No being greedy. No being a hero.
Yeah.
Whether it's going to work or not,
it's not.
Obviously, like, remains to be seen.
You just can't win Counter-Strike by saving every time you lose 1 kill. Like you're never going to win. It's very scared Counter-Strike, and if anything, it kind of maybe proves to me the mental state that BC.Game just do not back themselves. Like every other top team in a situation like that would at least give it a look in.
You got
to hang. 4 guys who are full HP. You have a bit of util, you have kits. I mean, like, the fact that no one gives that a look in is absolutely insane. You lose 1 opening kill and you just call it a day.
Yeah.
You're just going to lose playing like this. It's scared. Like, it really is kind of not the way you want to approach this. I'm sure, you know, one of the big issues is not having any kind of CT presence. Obviously, that makes retakes considerably harder, but you still have plenty of time.
I mean, you say that, they had a guy stairs. I think you flash Electronic in, see what he can do. If he goes down immediately, then you save.
Yeah,
but, you know, he might be able to find a kill or two.
You've got to look in.
Yeah.
And it's for me, that is more damning than any other kind of lost round I've seen for BC.Game. They have 0 confidence in themselves. There's no teamwork here. They're not playing together. And this actually looks so different to what we saw against Vitality. There was actually moments of brilliance and, you know, these pocket individual moments, but it's just not been the case. 6 rounds already T-side. It's a pretty good scoreline on what is, statistically the 3rd most T-side map in the pool. Like, we're at a point now of kind of slightly no return. You have to be giving those a go. From here on out, you cannot afford to just soft save every single round.
But they're hoping to make this one work, I suppose, is the case. A slight bolster up, but Simple's going to lose out to an AK. You know, it's really not looking good for him as he is yet to frag. Skrunk hidden away. Oh, the Molotov spreads to him. That is difficult, to say the least. Senzu flies in. It's the opposite end of the spectrum here for this round. And the same result, unfortunately. So, you know, nothing is sticking. It's difficult, man. I think BC.Game get in their own heads. They probably think they are better here because of the name value. And unfortunately, Bait are teaching them a big, big lesson. Very one-sided stuff. Will be an active exit, maybe a late attempt to the defuse because they do have kits. Conditioning them that, they must be saving. They've loved to save.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance.
This is actually kind of wild.
But
Go on.
Kenzazor is here. Molotov comes in and he gets them both. Bit of help from MPL as well.
I love the idea. Why not? You got nothing to lose at this point. You're 7-1 down.
Yeah, right.
I can get behind it. Pretty damning, though. We're yet to see Simple get on the board. He's getting out-fragged by Skrunk at the moment. So a bit of a tough predicament, I think it's safe to say. He's really yet to get going. Off the back of, obviously, Skrunk could really struggle map number 1. That might even be slightly more damning. Tal's getting very vocal here. Coach on the other side, for those who may be unawares, maybe didn't tune in with the game yesterday, Arch is the CEO over towards Bait. Obviously, Madden is normally the coach, but unfortunately he had visa issues. But Arch is ex-pro himself. You know, we did a bit of research into it. Before my time, I will say, is when I was watching Counter-Strike. But he's played in a couple of decent teams.
Might have made it to like the dream hack level. They might have made like a major.
Played a couple of CIS minors.
QB Fire were like one of those classic minor run.
Yeah, he made it with teams. QB Fire. I looked yesterday.
That is the team where Boomich started. I don't know if it was around the same time.
They're the first team I ever commentated.
There you go.
My first ever game I commentated was Navi Junior Academy, which had who was it? It was Bit, Monacy, Onkia,
Topa maybe.
I think so. And there was another guy now, which I'm forgetting, but it was a good one against Quantifiable Fire. First ever game.
Yeah. So yeah, a little bit of knowledge in there, but it seemed he was kind of like a super sub and maybe a bit of a pug star, but didn't quite break into the notable levels. But in those days, tough to do. You know, you got to get the permission of like Zeus and Flamey and Edward and, you know, all these kind of seized, you know, all these like big legendary names to really push into the higher leagues, as it were.
Yeah, but essentially what we're saying with Arch is that he does have a bit of value to add in here, but I think generally you can leave it up towards Alex. And let's be real, not a lot of coach needed for Bait in this one.
No, this is true. He's probably, keep doing that.
Oh, says he knows it. Yeah, knows there's two here. Howley deal. He can't. Tries to find Crazy, but cannot deliver. Down to Alex and Essential in this one. Make that just Essential. He's had some fantastic moments, but a 1 versus 4 is surely a task too tall. A swing and a fine, but a tag leaves him so low. And he's seen off in the end there. Finally, something to fall back on. An immediate success by BC.Game off the back of their pause, which is a positive, but still a pretty long road to recovery. For me to even feel confident that they have any sort of chance in Mirage, I need to see them get 5 at the half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the change up into this round, of course, is that double AWP, and I think it's something that catches Bait off guard ever so slightly. But now the jig is up. You know, you can't use the same tricks. In theory, double AWP can still be a bit hard to get through. But yeah, we'll see here. 2 rounds still not enough, of course.
Interesting that it's Crazy using it. Right? Because, you know, Senzu likes to double up. He did it so much on towards the Mongols, and Crazy the one to wield at the moment.
Yeah, and it seems like it might be therefore a moment of him like stepping up and being like, can I double up? I'm feeling like this could be a good idea. Oh my, Alex on the AK demolishes 2. Making it look so damn easy in towards middle. Simple hanging around here, contemplating, thinking about taking a fight, and he would be on the right lines. He's been spotted here. Does not fancy that fight, so you can see a shift, as we said, in that confidence. Again, I think in the opening fights on Overpass, he probably would have gone for it. He probably would have lost it, to be fair. So they've definitely changed things up ever so slightly in terms of their attitude, I think.
Yeah, they're trying to rein themselves in, I think, a little bit, not to give freebies over towards Bait, but it's still a really difficult spot for them in right now. 3 versus 5. They're scaling up short. Crazy's here. Got a kill on towards Sizzy in the previous spot. A cross by Alex will force Crazy away, and now he's in trouble. He's going to get suffocated in, whether it's apartments or whether it's from short. He's dead nonetheless. He gets his 1 before he drops, but it's not going to make a difference. The molly may miss, but it will not affect how this round's going to end. An 8th on the board for Bait. And the remaining 2 of Simple and Scrunk will just save, and we're still yet to see Simple get a kill. 0-6 for him.
Been a while since he's died, I suppose, so, you know, a lot of rounds where maybe he's not quite needed and they have been saving, but yeah, the 0-6 is not a good sign. This is the guy that you need to be rallying behind.
Yeah, especially on the back of, what, 28 kills yesterday on that D2. Pretty mental.
Feels like it is unfortunately going to be another non-starter here. Very, very challenging. For the side of BC.Game. I think it is set to continue. 2 rounds, just not enough. You need that 8-4 at the very least, even a 9-3, but you know, if you let it go to that 10-2, I think you lose us as like the impartial commentators and whatnot to try and find ways to big you up and build a narrative. If it goes like that, it is just going to be over, unfortunately. And yeah, no competition, getting knocked out of Atlanta, it's a little heartbreaking for a BC game that I think are trying to really prove to people that they can do it, that it's not just headline signings and everybody getting paid a bit too much and, you know, simple on the team or whatever. They are trying to prove that they can be a competitive team. Simple on the board, but unfortunately,
off the board quite quickly afterwards.
For sure. But also just the fact that they've lost another player here. Man advantage, solidly locked in.
They're just fighting dry, right? Electronic peaks.
But Bait do that, man. A lot of these like tier 2 heavy fragging teams, you know, that are kind of knocking on the door. Bet Boom, they'll do that.
Yeah.
So I think that BC.Game are maybe like, oh, we sort of like that style, but you're not.
You can't go toe-to-toe with them, though.
You're not as used to the game. You don't have that extra kind of in your blood, in your DNA, and it does make a difference. Crazy might be one of them. Oh, he certainly is. He's dropped that bomb. This is now around. This is now most certainly back on.
Yeah, there's legs behind this. Really kind of look towards Kent as well, I think in particular, to try and bail them out. Skrunk's gonna get him behind the swing, but the last Crazy's keeping them afloat here. He's having a nice round. And a hero moment, City's just gonna completely walk past Skrunk. And down he goes. So at the very least, a third put on the board to try and save face there in this first half. 4 is technically, it's workable. It's gonna be still very difficult. You need a pistol, you need a force fight, your first gun round for us to feel confident about it. But nice recovery there. It's a 2 versus 4, and it's all off the back of Crazy. He's done so well.
No, I mean, especially when you, at the start of that round, as it kind of develops, it looks more likely that you're going to lose it, then the 10-2 is still in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
That's now been written off. Yeah, I think 8-4 you would absolutely take. About 30 seconds or so there. 10-2 was your only chance. Lovely little move from Electronic. He's able to make it away. Nearly finds 2 kills, in fact. So
it's unfortunate to get it, to be honest.
Yeah, great way to kick things off. The nade could do it if placed well enough. Oh, bang.
That's fine. Of course, with that angle for Senzu, there's a bit of a gap in the wood that he can see that Senthio just doesn't capitalize upon. So, down to 3, but with Alex so low, what do we do from a spot like this? We're going to group up, move towards short, and it potentially feels like a B hit. If they can find Skrunk, he looks tempted to just check Con for information. And moving forward, Sissy up and towards ladder, the boost up will send up the orb. Can Simple find the flick? Yes, yes he can. Alex gets caught as Simple looks for more. And finally we're getting the moments from the man himself as Simple goes for 3. Long time coming and a slow start, but he at least ends on a high note. 8-4, still a lot more to do for BC.Game, but we'll see if they can in the second half. slightly uninspiring from BC Game, but at least there's a little bit more on offer than what we saw on that Overpass. 8-4 at the half. Bay still looking pretty comfortable, pretty calm and collected throughout the majority of their T side. And now they move on towards the CT to see whether they can close out this series 2-0. It was a very slow start, unfortunately, for the big man Simple himself, but a nice ending with a little 3-piece.
Yeah, I mean, where there's fire, there's smoke, really. We'll see if there's any chance for this BC Game side to really come back into things. I do just feel there might be a quick reset, you know what I mean? Like, you lose out the pistol, and Bait are able to just brush it off. But we'll see. Execute coming in, they're not messing around. A lot of chatter around what to do in this pistol, I am sure. Let's absolutely get it in that bag. Trying to take some long-range fights here. Certainly ill-advised at times. The closer ones are better. We will get the bomb down, so an advantage for BC Game. Going to be a tough one. There is a kit available for Alex. Not something you see all too often in the pistols these days, but they obviously want to try and mount a bit of a retake, try and get him in towards the site and force out that defuse, which the CT players might be able to do. Still down by a man. Taking another, though. Now there's a smoke on top of the bomb, and get that kit in there. Alex is trying to find the bomb. It's a little messy, and, well, they're a bit all over the place. They're on top of each other. Senthial trying to do the same thing. The knife is out, and he does not fancy his chances. And they have swarmed him, eaten him alive. BC Game will take the pistol, and perhaps the dream of the gap closed, the third map, is starting to become a reality.
Yeah, Senzu as well. 4 kills to his name and a knife in there too. And you could second round up with that. Granted, not sure if you really want to be doing that on the T side, but it is obviously still at least a possibility. He does really well. And I love this as well. They tap on towards the bomb. They know it's a 1 round, so they dive on in. Senzu got an AK for him, full better utility. Flash down. Doesn't affect Kenzazor and Sizzy, who are both here and looking for more. Down goes Senzu, the MP7 looks for a double, and Crazy will get both. So the response is there. We'll level the playing field back in a 3 versus 3. But even still, there's no real information for BC Game to work with of what this setup actually is.
Super important trades, though, man. Like, even if he only gets 1 there, it's still not a good-looking round. But the 3 versus 3 makes it much more doable. Simple up in the window.
I think he knows.
Oh, and it's a scout as well. Any other weapon for MPL, I think he just gets that kill. It was gifted to him, but he panics with the scout as you would at that sort of range.
It's a little tag as well, like just through the corner of the wall or something.
So might call that he's more tagged.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's going to have too much of an effect. I just think that with that kill, they've got enough control. The stronger weapon really starts to sing. Oh my god. Messy from both. Skrunk's like, come on guys, see it off. Let's get it done. Alex going to reveal himself and clean up from Simple, as I think he was just pulling off a reload. So for a moment, scary. BC Game, it's kind of good signs that they're able to recover a round like that. That, again, happened on Overpass. I think it would have been a done deal, 5 versus 3, maybe even 2. And they just completely fluffed the round. But players like Crazy looking quite decisive in important moments.
Final puller there as well for Simple, in fact. It worked, but 8-6, and being that as it was a force bite, nothing ready to work with in terms of a full buy here, but it is a deco, so keep an eye on this. Unfortunately, the main guy I look towards in decos for Bait is MPL, and he's the first to fall, so that'll change things. Sizzy's really good on pistols. We even saw it in this pistol here, got a couple of kills, but Simple, nice shot from him at range, will catch the head of Alex. Senthial wants to take the next fight, and he'll lose his life as well. Simple is warming up. It's taken a while. He was 0-6 at one point, then 1-7. It was tough, but he's kind of frying at the moment. Skrunk looking for something. He'll get one with a Mac 10 to see it off. Potentially could have even knifed there if he wanted to. But the deco, seen off very simply. This next gun round is pretty important. This is for Bait to stay in control.
Trying to catch the chatter, but it's a little quiet, you know, a little more calculated. At this time, I think the mental is the key thing. They look a bit more head in the game than they were on map number 1. Complete capitulation. You could feel it by what they were doing on the server.
Yeah.
In all honesty, you didn't need too much, but, you know, Simple head in hands and all the emotion. Senzu to drop Sizzy, and now they will indeed unleash in towards this A bomb site. Maybe a bit too quick though. Alex has finished off one with the HE. MPL holds them at bay. Lots of damage actually taken onto these remaining players. Crazy gonna fall. Electronic
he's open.
lurking around. Still though, it looks quite good, even though they do need to retake. They do need to be wary of how deep Electronic has gotten. Could cut Simple off actually. MPL, a very good spot to do that, but he's not going to commit. Doesn't want to go down. It's all about this one, isn't it? And Electronic just spotted. That starts to unravel the round, and the wool has been pulled off of the eyes of Bait. They know what's up now. It's going to be that B hit and a retake required.
A formidable, famous duo in their prime and looking to roll back the years a little bit. Simple and Electronic need something special in this 2 versus 3. Especially with how low Simple is. He's parked up towards bench. Electronic boosted on the site, often overlooked in moments like this. But a drive-by for a Senthiel will find Simple. So Electronic has got to bail them out. Time is his best friend. A tap, but he maybe even goes a little bit early. And now an own quantity should be unwinnable, and is. Honestly, it's a nice idea, but Electronic, when he sees that he's not sticking it, I think he has to actually just try and stay hidden.
Yeah.
Try not to show that presence. Wait as long as possible, but in the end, not to be. It's a really good retake for Bait, and a pretty decent first gun round as well. Doesn't start well, but they recover it. Pretty important.
It's tough. The unknown variable there is that they don't have kits. I think if he'd known that, and he rolls the clock down just another couple of seconds, it could have been a completely different story.
Yeah,
so it's tough. I think if you consider kits in the equation, you do maybe have to jump, you do maybe have to go early. But unfortunately, he kind of goes left when he should have gone right. Very tough call.
Yeah.
But
I always like that saying. It's kind of spot on though.
It's like you've got 2 options, you chose the wrong one.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want me to do? Like, roll back time or whatever and you go the other way? It just doesn't work like that in a game of Counter-Strike, especially Counter-Strike. I think that's what makes it a lot of fun. Like MOBAs and things, you can kind of crunch the numbers a lot better in your head, and there are often decisions that are objectively the right one to make.
Yeah.
But it's just not quite the same in like FPS games in particular.
Yeah, the beauty of it is, you know, can you essentially split second, even arguably like kind of subconsciously make the right call at the right time for this right situation.
And it might just be the type of player that you are.
Yeah.
You know, Electronic goes early, backs himself, and in the past wins a 1v3. There, he just didn't quite land the shots to do that. Whereas someone a bit more, you know, cerebral, like an IGL type, might indeed play the long game.
Yeah, and it's not something that we can kind of like essentially quantitate in a way, like game sense. It is just, you know, you have it, you don't, really. Sizzy on the angle should get tested. They've got a double stack con, which is kind of interesting and has the potential to be maybe slightly overlooked that second player. Now definitely not with that damage coming through. But Sizzy is tunnel visioned in here. He needs to be very careful. He knows about a ladder player. MPL will find one, but there is that tunnel vision really costing Sizzy, but it might not make a difference. The last man is Electronic, a 1 versus 3. MPL barely alive. Senthiel not super healthy, but still should be an unlosable round for Bait. They should be getting double digits here. And it's just mainly by virtue of them having the C4.
Yeah, no time for the big man, so he will take that AK into the next round. Not the end of the world on the minimal loss bonus. He'll still be able to buy utility and whatnot. They may well buy around it. Might also hold on to his money, and then again, it's not a bad economic decision. We now have another task for BC.Game. They've managed to remain a bit more competitive, keep it together, more composure into map number 2. Can they dig deep and find those big moments, you know, that you really need in the high pressure situations? It is very, very tough to be able to pull it out, but this is where you roll back the years and just remember that one time you lifted that one trophy. Simple finds nice opener and Skrunk to join him.
Yeah, that's a really, really good shot from Simple. He has seriously come alive here in the second half. He had 4 kills at the half. He had 1 kill up until the final round of the half. Pick this moment and crazy jumping up on towards that bench will catch Alex. So all the kills are coming into place here for BC.Game. Like you said, they have dug deep. Electronic's got in the back lines. An easy one for him as MPL caught, locked in towards Connector, and it's flawless for this T side. They put up an 8th on the board, and once again keep themselves within arm's reach. There is a little bit of leftover money for Bay. I think they probably can buy. It was only really Kentazor who's completely got nothing. Everyone else can probably squeeze out an investment, but it's kind of a call to make. Do you want to risk it?
Yeah. It's a key round, though. Could not have come any sooner.
Yeah,
and now it does get interesting, as I called them out. You know, can you deliver when it matters most? Crunch time, we sometimes call it. I think the idea of that is that it's quite painful. Takes a lot of resilience to get through. Well, BC.Game, the first step complete. Still got a comeback to mount. We may well see Bait take a timeout, cool it off, and talk over a really complex round that they might have, or some coordinated aggression to try and just net number 11 in the nick of time.
Like this move. Doesn't work though. And that is your hero rifle. Dead already. Then she might get commed over towards Crazy that there is a rifle in play. I don't know if that's going to change up how BC.Game want to approach the round, maybe assuming that there might be more of an investment than there actually is. There we go. Alex will find his. He pushes ramp. It's a nice move. Ollie over towards balcony. Shouldn't have that much of an effect there. MPL takes another bit of a tag from an HE. He's very low. He's basically all but dead to rights, now seen off. So this round was always going to feel kind of simple. There is a player unaccounted for, and he won't get his kill. Again, consolation kill, but at least keeping that seaside econ in check for Alex. Either decision isn't bad here, whether he gives it a go or tries to save. It's whether he can win the fight, and what a terrible time to unscope for Simple. You hate to see it.
You do indeed, but the info comes through and they take him down, so the end of the world.
What are those celebrations?
Yeah, I think that's over on the other snooker table.
This is,
as it were,
what, FaZe NRG, right? Currently, 10-7 in favor of NRG. Lost first map, their pick of Ancient again. God, that map is not looking good for NRG.
I mean, maybe put it to bed.
Yeah, but 10-7
like
up on that nuke.
You know, guttural, could be brokey, potentially. It's not Friday, is it? I'll be frank. Not 100%. Is it Tuesday today?
What day is it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. We've been.
It is Tuesday.
Literally eat, sleep, cast, repeat. Like, not
yeah,
even,
brokey.
Not even joking.
Brokey clutch on Grim.
Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Brokey Tuesday.
Maybe. Maybe. Either way, rolling their way forwards here as BC.Game. Huge round on the cards. A potential backbreaker. A third map maker, maybe. We're going to find out. Sizzy on this orb. Trained and ready. Simple, take him down. Oh, Alex a little stuck there as he tries to get down the ladder. So it's going to be man advantage. A control seemingly. Look where that bomb is, though.
Yeah.
Maybe an oversight as they rolled into the A side of things here. I think you just bought a lot of time for Bait to get in position and get ready for this one.
Yeah, it's really... How does Ken still want to play this? He still seems unsure. Now the bomb will go down, so... You know what's up. One molly, one smoke, one flash. No kits.
I think it's a light save, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you can already see Essentials pulling off. They're leaving MPL around. Potentially, it might even just be a case of actually him recovering the orb. If he sticks around long enough, they might keep eyes trained off the CT angle and he might dip over. But I mean, I'm kind of assuming with that bomb radius, it should sort of come his way towards where he's saving. Potentially he could recover at that tail end.
This is scary.
Yeah, we're tied.
We've not brought it up, but the Mirage pick.
Yep. Again.
Always a risk. Seen it many a time. Great find from Simple. Good to know that he has that confidence. Alex, I think, could have stood and delivered, as it were.
Yeah.
But does get caught. Timeout coming in here. Try and talk things over. This is one of the things you're missing your coach. I think he would have preferred to potentially call a timeout slightly earlier.
Yeah.
In all honesty.
I mean, I'm assuming Alex is calling them, to be honest. Like, it's kind of one of those things, like, I don't really think they need to call them in a sense because they can just obviously calm all the time.
Well,
like, Arch is never talking in any of these timeouts. He's just there as a vibes guy, to be honest.
There's a little bit of a fist bump afterwards. But even then, I think he's just really letting them play this one out.
Yeah, he's not going to get involved. He's not going to mess it up. He doesn't work with the team actively. He's just sort of there as, again, a bit of a placement holder because Madden couldn't get his visa. So I guess it's kind of one of those things. I'm not actually going to critique the lack of timeouts that much because they can just come in the 20 seconds in between rounds rather than the 30 seconds. This time, though, it's just taking a bit more of a breather, and that's where we talk about icing out your opponents. But
maybe take a little feel of the team as well.
Yeah.
Are we wanting to full buy here? Are we wanting to half buy? What are we thinking? You know, so just taking a little more time to work things out and make sure that they get it right, you know, and don't overspend. That is a shame. It's a great flip from Senzu.
10s all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic pirouette.
Sticks the landing, arms out.
What would you call that? Like triple front?
Axel.
Yeah, something like that. They have all different names, don't they? Somersault is backwards?
No, forwards, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. But they were, maybe it's both, front and back. Alex. Oh, okay.
That's big.
Clean. It's simple and electronic that he takes down.
Yeah.
4 versus 2, now 4 bait. Really big round here, though, as we kind of joke around it a little bit. They've actually defied the odds and come close to picking up crazy, but...
Thank God he's not actually tucked in that corner. MPL obviously has some sort of lineup.
Timeout's worked out brilliantly, though, hasn't it? They talk over the econ for sure, but also I think they had an approach here that it's like, right, we're creating some fights in X, Y, and Z locations. Very, very well done thus far. I think they should be able to convert this over the line. Skrunk and Crazy. Crazy has looked absolutely brilliant on this second map. Whether that continues is, of course, another question. Trade will be there, but it's Skrunk in the 1 versus 2. A big clutch up available. He's got time to get the bomb down. Goes for the fake. Confident for the fight. They might not expect that. Doesn't have time to go in towards B. Wins the fight on the first. And Skrunk trying his best. He will meet the business end of the hand cannon. The youngster taking out the old guard. Unfortunately for BC.Game, things might just be slipping away before their very eyes.
Yeah, exactly that. That's such a big round to be taken for bait. It was a half investment for them. And it starts badly. They lose the initial kill, but it's just diving towards ramp, which does everything. It's such a good re-aggress after the first sort of 30 seconds of play. They go for an information hunt. And there's 2 ways it goes about it. You know, they either go in towards that no one's there. That's information unto itself, and you can early rotate those deeper A players and that deep mid player. Or what happens there, they get the kills, they drop the bomb. So really, really well done by bait. They take back the lead, and they put the pressure back on towards BC.Game. Advantage bait 2 away from the map and series. Early fight again. Sizzy struggling in these early engagements. On the CT side, he's been caught off guard in the early fights a lot. And generally it's been to simple, but this time, this Senzu, who opens up proceedings, needs to be very careful. Kenzasaur will re-aggress. He'll catch simple, and he'll dip back towards ladder.
Yeah, big find. Great little Molotov. Confirms a bit of location. So they know that there's still presence towards middle. Maybe even heavy presence. Taking it slow here as they try and capitalize on what they've found. 55 seconds left on the clock. Potential double swing. A bit of confidence for both these CT players to indeed go for it, but very isolated fights in the moment. It's not like they're able to help each other out.
Oh, that's so
smart.
smart.
Doesn't quite matter. Crazy will find himself all alone.
Didn't go silent there, did he?
What's the point? Alex would have had him anyway, I think. Either way, it's looking pretty difficult. And this is what I was talking about. Crunch moments, big, high-octane, difficult calls. And BC.Game are failing them, unfortunately. So what's more heartbreaking? I guess they get to, you know, find out the answer. Super one-sided or something a bit close that potentially could have worked for you.
Yeah, Kenzasaur is at a huge round there. Like, the value of the kills that he's got is mammoth. And even the small things are the bits of utility too. But that re-aggression towards shore to level the playing field, catching simple, is absolutely massive. And then on top of that, that swing just as his own smoke is pluming. A lot of credit. Really, really, really cool to see. And, you know, we had a fantastic map number 1. We spoke about it. You get these maps here and there from Kenzasaur where he lights up the server, and this is another one of this. But there it is, that move. Absolutely brilliant. Shoring up the mid control. 12-10. Map and series point to bait. Now a question of, is there anything left in the tank? Skrunk has got himself a Mach 10. Simple on a Galil. And the util isn't exactly in abundance for this seaside.
Yeah, let's see. What have they got left for us?
Ace
Looking
flip.
to keep it easy here. MPL going to find the first. Alex in a good spot. but bested. MPL for another. He will get it. Look at that. Smooth on those skates around that corner. Still a 3 versus 3, though. Definitely not out of the question. Sizzy, who we feel has struggled somewhat, might be a key player here. Electronic up on the bin. Needs checking, needs finding, and he's jiggling about. Will take down Sizzy. So the one thing that they maybe have for them is the fact that Essential is on a relatively speedy flank, but it's not looking too likely, is it? You do have to hand it back to BC.Game here. They have the upper hand. Utility could be key.
A good nade here.
Yeah, they'll push him out. Only briefly, and there's nobody to really capitalize. Nobody to, you know, take the fight. Essential taken down to 10 HP and will be dealt with. Not a lot of time left. So I think that remaining player of Electronic can just play this safe. Should be able to get it done, my goodness.
Oh, he's sharp.
He is, but the round's over. BC.Game live to fight another day. Overtime looming.
Yeah, and Kenzor doesn't live. He goes down to that blast radius on the C4. So the full 24 in this one, but we shall see. This is a really important kill. Unfortunately, as this game's progressed, Sizzy has really struggled. He's not looking that kind of confident. He started quite well. We always speak about him going on a heater in the early games, but he's not finding as much of that form. Open play for him again. And P9 for Kenzor. And Alex on towards a FAMAS. Another one of those timeouts, of course, where that you generally, it's Alex, of course, who is kind of the vocal man, caller of towards this team. We know that MPL still does a bit of secondary, but from my understanding, it's mainly on the T side that he's sort of getting involved, so didn't see him really talking that much there. But Sizzy, good to see him getting vocal. The youngster wants to maybe do something, and Kenzor himself, a man with a decent amount of experience in this side. Full 24. Overtime is looming, especially considering the buy. There's still that couple of Galils in play and the MAC-10 because of how expensive that previous round was. So you make the argument that the buy is pretty even. A FAMAS MP9 on one side, Galils and a MAC-10.
All to play for here. Tournament life on the line for BC.Game. They have brought it all the way down to as close as, damn it. I think it would be real heartbreak for them. They were to go out at 13-11.
One thing to keep an eye out here, very limited util for Bait, no kids.
Looking to just take some early fights. Contact flashes on both sides.
Great nade.
Kenzor in for one, able to trade it up though. A lot of damage done to these remaining players. They look to charge out on towards A. Quick rotations, Bait not pulling any punches. As BC.Game, they tried this before, you know. Kept it really easy, kept it really simple. And it was indeed successful. They maintain CT control here. Sensu gonna go down, a pretty big name to be dropping. Oh my goodness, damage over the top, and it's just too much. Unfortunately, the second time of asking that same kind of execute does not work out. Adjustments made by Bait. And an A will knock them out. That one's difficult. That one is indeed heartbreaking. Completely fair enough. As BC.Game will be amongst the first to be knocked out here at IEM Atlanta in heartbreaking fashion. As I say, what's worse, just never really getting going, or knowing that if only we'd found that round, if only I'd found that kill, we may well be going into a third map, and at the very least, leaving a part of ourselves on the server.
That's it.
Look at this though, they're a little bit nervous to go in for the handshakes, making sure they're all kind of ready and ordered. Beautiful kind of moment. Maybe a changing off the guard in a sense. Not many words exchanged at this point though.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, that's a bit more of the expected result. Like, Bait were always the favorites in this game. That overpass was just such a spanner in the works that we didn't expect. But that was a little bit more like you get to see some of what BC.Game could bring to the table, but there's still a lot to be wanted with this side. It's still very early doors in the project. We've already spoke about it. Scrunk, the analyst who's stepping into IGL temporarily, a stand-in for this side. They've only had 5 days of practice, as Crazy mentioned. So not exactly the tournament that they would have wanted. Also, they got a really rough, you know, draw in terms of starting with not only the best team in the world, but I think to many people, myself included, the best team of all time with Vitality. And they make a bit of a competition out of that, but still not to be. And they get it so close on Mirage. And it is, again, that risk of picking in towards Mirage, that all it takes is a couple of people to go on a heater, and Simple warmed up in that second half. but it wasn't to be in the end. I mean, real credit coming through. I think, you know, we need to kind of credit, I think, Alex, not only in terms of like a numbers department, but I think he called really well. He had good understanding of how to draw them back into rounds. I think he kept them quite level-headed, and he's sort of doing two jobs here. Without Madden around, he is the IGL and the coach, and you know, Madden is so important for this bait side. We generally always kind of looked at him as a bit of like a father figure for the team. For sure. It's a very young team, right? You know, MPL's your vet at like what, 21 years of age. Like, it's not exactly an easy job. And Alex, who's only recently taken over the IGL roles within this side, has to do a lot to kind of keep the mental in check, keep these youngsters, don't let them get too giddy. And there's a real world, I guess, when you're playing against your hero, in a sense, that you will sort of maybe, I think, overplay the situation and make it get in your head.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw a couple of late timeouts, I think it's safe to say, and you know, someone like Madden might have been able to jump in and again just catch the emotional issues that might have been jumping up. It's not really something that players notice as much. You know, they're like, I need to shoot better, I need to maybe listen to the call better or comm better, you know, things like this that are a bit more practical. But you know, Madden might have come in and at like 10-7 been like, okay, we just need to relax it. They're getting a little bit close here. Let's try and keep it together. But unfortunately, not the case. But they still do manage to, of course, take it. It's very stressful, and thankfully the call worked. You know, BC.Game go for 2 A hits in a row. They obviously don't have as much in the repertoire. If it's broke, don't fix it. But ultimately, you know, things are in need of a fix. And as you saw, they kept control of CT, and really as simple as that. And then, unfortunately, BC.Game were just not really able to overcome, you know, and to adapt on the fly themselves. So Bait showing that slightly deeper game, a bit of a better fight for sure, which is great. But unfortunately for BC.Game, they will be checking out here of IEM Atlanta. We have got a losers interview in with Skrunk, I do believe, to just kind of check in and get a little bit of a feel of how things look after that one. Kind of a tough one, man. Your own map pick, you know, doesn't go so well, but you obviously fight back really well on Mirage, but just pipped to the post in the end. Talk me through how you're feeling, how the rest of the team might be feeling here.
I mean, feel like shit, of course. Like, we just got eliminated from the tournament. Doesn't feel good. Like, yes, we have like me standing in and stuff, but we still had expectation for ourselves to do better, because we know we can do better. Like, I think that Overpass game, apart from the map, like, it was like probably the worst game we've played ever since we're in this constellation, even in practice. Like, not being connected at all. And yeah, I mean, with Mirage, we almost bounced back, but also there we had some really bad rounds and we didn't play like we usually can play.
Yeah, super valid. And talk to me about kind of coming in towards this tournament. I think, you know, just to kind of paint the picture, I think for those at home, you got yourself standing in. We saw an interview with Crazy we spoke about. You had about 5 days practice. Obviously, there's a lot of things that can come in towards us. So talk to me for those at home to kind of get a bit of an understanding of this, maybe summing up this tournament, all the different changes that have come through for BC.Game.
I mean, yeah, we brought in Senzo, who's like an amazing piece. Like, he's an insane rifler, and also he just fits that in perfectly, also like on the human side. Then it's me as in standing in for an IGL, which also it has been kind of okay. But like, as an IGL, I can tell you with 5 days of practice, especially after not having called for 1 year, it's kind of rough sometimes. And yeah, I mean, we have like all the pieces to make it work. Maybe, okay, I'm not that up to the level yet. Maybe I can be in our next tournament that I play with them. But other than that, like, we have insane pieces to win every team if we make it happen. Like, if we make it that we perform as a team. But right now we couldn't do it. And yeah, we just gotta work harder for our next event.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, man, thank you so much for joining us. I know losers interviews are never that easy, so I really appreciate you taking the time. It's always a very difficult thing, but really appreciate you joining us. Commiserations on the tournament, but we're really hoping that we get to see you at some point in the future and we can have a bit more of a happier one with a winners interview. Thank you for joining us, man.
No worries. You're welcome.
Always quite difficult, but honestly, really appreciate him taking the time. Like, it's never easy for him and for us, to be perfectly honest. You have to tread a bit of a thin line, but you know, it's always good to check in. And I think, you know, like we were saying, you know, painting the picture of BC.Game, it's 5 days prac, it's a stand-in IGL. There's a lot of things there, and I know it's cool as, you know, lovers of Counter-Strike to talk about this dynamic duo of Electronic and Simple, even of course Senzu as well. Last year, top 20 player, and have all these sort of things, but it still is a really difficult situation they come into here for IEM Atlanta, and unfortunately not the tournament to be for them. However, we have probably a little bit of a happier interview on the other side. We've got MPL ready to join us for a winner's interview off the back of that one. MPL, thank you very much for joining us, brother. It's a pleasure to have you on. First and foremost, congratulations, big win. And let's start by talking about that first map. That is one of the most dominant maps I've seen in a long time. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thank you. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? It's a pretty big game in a sense. You know, might be a lot of your inspirations. I think we were kind of leaning on, especially for like a player like Sizzy. Surely has to be watching Simple on the come up, you know, while he's playing and whatnot. I guess, yeah, maybe delve into that a little bit more. What is it like playing against, you know, some of the legends of the game, but also of your scene and maybe someone that you guys looked up to a little bit, and also being able to like beat him? You know what I mean? Like, how does that feel?
I don't know. We didn't think about that, like winning them because they're legends. We was thinking we have to win them because they're weaker than us, and we trained more. They have two new players, so we have to win. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about the Mirage as well, started quite well, but was made a little bit closer towards that tail end. Of course, able to close it in regulation, but what were kind of the conversations you guys had? We saw a couple of timeouts called right towards that tail end of the second half. Alex was getting very vocal. We could see that Sizzy and Kenzazor were getting involved as well. So what were the kind of the conversations you had as a team to find that form and find that fire to close out the map?
I think sometimes we have problems with closing games because at score 8-2 we had easy situation, but we wanted, I don't know, to play faster, where we had to play slower, you know, I don't know. And that's why the game was so close, because if we won that round, the half would be, I think, 10-2, and we would easily win. But it is what it is, you know. And we just that timeouts we said that let's just focus and close this game, so we will not play third map, and that's it.
Yeah, I want to take it back a little bit to yesterday. How do you feel things went against BetBoom? You know, you obviously had a hard-fought map in there, but these guys are feeling like your main competition, really. You know, as sort of the like tier 1.5 CIS sort of team coming into this tournament. And unfortunately, it just didn't quite go well onto map 2 and map 3. So, you know, what is it about BetBoom that maybe you guys found difficult? Their like timings are a little bit offbeat. We noticed. Like, what kind of insight have you got into them?
I'd say, yeah, probably timings, or like when they played one round, next round we try to do anti-strat for that round, they're doing another one, then we do anti-strat for another one round, for that round, you know, and we just had bad timings to counter them, and maybe sometimes like just unlucky timings on map. But still, they're a good team, and as I said before, in a pre-match interview before that match, that probably it's going to be tough, and yeah, they're a good team still. So yeah, they're playing good, but obviously, from my point of view, we had like unlucky game, I'd say.
Yeah, fair enough. Final question from me as well. I just want to touch on, of course, the team at the moment not having Madden with you, right? Obviously, it's quite a big thing not having your coach. He's normally very, very important, I think, for your side, for just keeping you guys in check, helping you close out maps as you're talking about. You've got Arch behind you at the moment, but how big of a difference is it not having the coach with you, and obviously because of his visa issues?
It's always hard because, you know, like, we are a young team, and all tournaments we play without coach, we play very bad. Because for Alex, it's very hard to call pauses, because he have to call in game, he have to think about next round, to think about economy, and etc. And he don't have coach, he have to do all coach work, and it's very hard, obviously, and everyone have to. You know, it's very easy to play with coach, because if you have one guy who's standing behind you and looking from top, he has another view of the map, you know, because sometimes in game you cannot see like some things, you know, and if you have that one guy who always like can say from one side, you know, like, yeah, it's easier to play.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory here as well and staying alive in Atlanta. It's always a pleasure to check in with you, and best of luck into your next game.
Thank you.
Amazing. Always good to check in as well, and I think, some really good answers there. I think, he's absolutely spot on, and he's kind of reiterating the points that we brought up. They're a young team, and not having your coach, who is kind of a bit of a father figure for this side, can make it very difficult. And it sort of attests to the point that I brought up as well, that, you kind of don't need to call pauses when you don't have the coach, because for Alex, he's got other things to think of, and he can kind of talk in between. But when they did call pauses, it obviously made a bit of a difference to find that fire again to close out the map. So Bait move on forward through the lower bracket. They'll be taking on the loser of Pain versus FUT, which is not an easy one. It's safe to say. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. But we've got plenty more Counter-Strike on your screens, and it is this Pain FUT match. This has the makings to be an absolute barn burner of a game. It's two of the most aggressive teams in this top level of Counter-Strike. They play some of the most fun Counter-Strike we can get as well. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it will be a great game, honestly. Just going to shape up to be a bit of a fast one, a bit of an unpredictable one. Who has a bit more firepower? Difficult to say, maybe that FUT side of things, but Pain, so much trust, and the ball of death I think they like employing is going to be difficult to get through. We are, of course, going to have to take a break before we get there. A little bit extended, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back! He's gonna fall down again. Where did it come from? Simple, are you serious? What is that?
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby?
can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. Just make a move and break the tension. Never let me go. I can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. This is the end, will it begin? Is there a way to live again? How can I dream if I was never awakened? How can it still hurt when I can feel the pain? We're not born to feel the pain. How can I dream if I am never awake? As I step outside and breathe the night air, a passing thought takes me there, a place where all my dreams live on, a place so far away, a place where the lost memories of all the dreams I once had still live on, and I must find a way to fight in my own way. In spite of all the severity, scoring endlessly, I can wait things out, it's affecting me. I will find a way to break my pain. It's like the voice inside my head now is always screaming, a soundtrack for the words and how the life has lost all the meaning. In spite of all the severity, I wait for you to save me, and I still believe the love will set me free. It will set me free from the pain that flows in me. In the darkest corner where I reside, where my mind will feed me all this love, are these memory shapings of divine? The silence is breaking my sanity. How can I dream if I was never awakened? Tell me when it begins, if this is the end. How can I break when I go on to be broken? Why can't I break? I only want to be broken. I'm very full of things that are meaningless. I pull out
In 2017, Atlanta became the center of the Counter-Strike world when the E-League Major packed out the Fox Theater with fans from across the globe. It was the first CSGO Major ever held in North America, proving esports could fill iconic venues just like traditional sports. And guess what? Nearly a decade later, we are right back here in Atlanta. But we're in CS2 now, and we're back in Atlanta, and it is an IEM. Yeah, let's keep the show going, shall we? Y'all know anything about video games? Any video gamers? That man's a video gamer. I can smell it. I know it. Hey, man, I'm curious. See, if I keep doing this, I'm dodging my camera guy. Y'all play video games? No? I like your flowers. Oh! Oh! For some reason, Atlanta seemed a little reluctant to talk to me about video games in some regards. Talking to Atlanta's kind of like this. There's not a whole lot going on here right now. If you play 10 games in one night, how many games out of 10 do you win?
5.
What does Atlanta know about video games?
I go up a little farther back, so I like arcades.
Would you play with teammates or do you always play by yourself?
Play by myself.
Have you ever heard of a game called Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike, yeah, I heard of it before. I never played it though.
Have you ever considered team sports?
Yes.
What do you think about people getting paid money to play video games?
That's pretty cool.
Is there anything you want to say on your own behalf?
No.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome back into IEM Atlanta. We are moving swiftly on to that next game. Payne up against FUT here. Payne a little camera shy, it would seem, but ultimately looking forward to this one. Two very aggressive teams, loud teams from different regions, from different places, and certainly might, learn from each other after this matchup. We'll see. I think FUT, as we see them entering into the arena, for me, a slightly stronger, firepower-heavy side as compared to Payne. There's a couple names on that Payne side that can definitely take over a game. It's just a question as to whether or not they are capable here. As now FUT, we start to call them a top 10 team.
Yeah, absolutely. You got some really cool head-to-heads in towards this. Different players you can step up with their own kind of key moments. You got like Pariah versus Demon, or Snow versus Jugs, Longs versus VSM. It's kind of, it has all the makings to be a really, really exciting game, and it really can start to deliver. And I look towards this now and really ask kind of questions with these slightly varied types of play styles. Obviously, you've got kind of similar in terms of the levels of aggression, but different in terms of how they approach it. And obviously, that comes regionally, how this will now play out. We've got the top 10 players from Atlanta so far. And of course, Jugs, number 3 there, which is pretty sick. We've got Snow in at number 6, Pariah at number 8, and Demon at number 5 at 1.48. So, I mean, what we're saying here, we've got a lot of firepower in the server. Jugs, Demon, Snow, and Pariah. This, again, all the makings to be an insane game. And I now wonder for the IGLs on the respective side, because Aaron Krabeni, how do they then facilitate their stars to shine in this matchup?
Yeah, well, this is a very good question, of course, and we do get to check in a little bit with Krabeni to see what he's feeling about this upcoming matchup.
We're here with Krabeni, and obviously for FUT, another day in the server. How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great.
Thank you, even.
Yes.
Outstanding. Let's talk about this game in front of us with Payne. How do you anticipate the match to start today?
I think today we will start better than yesterday, since at least we played one game yesterday with Longs. We are a bit used, also we prac a bit, so I think we will start better than yesterday.
Is being on FUT kind of like a roller coaster? You guys are hitting new heights, you surprise teams, you're keeping it interesting. Is it fun?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, but for me, it's more fun if we win events like we win in Bucharest, but yeah.
So for Atlanta, how do you plan to win Atlanta?
I don't know how we're gonna plan. We just go game by game, and hopefully we will meet in final somehow.
Somehow, some way. Who would you want to play in the final, ideally, if you had to pick, and why is it Vitality?
Yeah, it can be Vitality since they are winning, but I would prefer to play against Makaze.
Yeah, fair. Anything you want to say to Makaze since he's not in this game? We can.
Best of luck to him today. I hope he plays better than yesterday.
Good luck with that, Makaze. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, man. I mean, they're delivering these personalities, man.
Yeah.
We had a pretty funny one from Taz earlier. Grubeni, you know, very, very soft-spoken guy, but he is absolutely a killer on the server, and of course, a real good mind for the game. I think the way that he's able to see things. So, yeah, going to be interesting how that sort of head-to-head, because Big Uzera, of course, known as a fragging IGL, the way that he approaches things as well. So, yeah, looking forward to this particular head-to-head.
Yeah, of course, and a really interesting map pool, of course, of where we head in this veto. Now, of course, we have the kind of the permas on each side. Inferno going to get banned out here by FUT. Ancient one come through, banned by Pain. So then we have the decisions of where we want to lean. Nuke, basically a guarantee, I feel like, for me in this series. FUT don't mind it, but Pain are fantastic on that map. It's actually the flip side. I feel like for FUT, there's a decent punish there with Overpass. That feels like quite a good one. It's obviously just been a struggling map for Pain. You've got the Mirage, in which they like, sort of Pain, but we do get that Overpass. That's the right call for me. What is our decider? It is going to be that Dust 2.
Yeah.
That's bold, though.
Second round ban.
Very, very bold to get that Dust 2 coming through, just because Pain aren't very good on that map. They ban out the Mirage. Of course, they know that FUT like this map, but they've been struggling on Dust 2, and FUT have looked very, very strong. You know, you even argue statistically a little bit stronger there on that D2. So keep an eye on this. If it does go towards 3, we would say it sort of swings pretty heavily in favor of FUT. And to be honest, the way this veto sort of sets up, I think it should go 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly feels that way. I still do feel quite confident around FUT, to be honest with you. I think that they look like a very, very strong team. In most of the matchups, they are really looking to push things to the higher level, you know, the bigger teams and whatnot. But you have to be careful. Games like Pain, they're a small test, you know, in terms of team you should be beating, but can certainly beat you if you take your eye off the ball, if you don't play that S-tier game. So it's a pretty important matchup here in a lot of different ways. You know, secures you through to playoffs as well. As early as possible would be very, very nice. We are straight into the action, though, and I think it's going to be a lot of this, folks. Quick moving, not afraid to take the fights. It is that CT side just about coming away with the advantage, but not necessarily all said and done just yet. Those Glocks trying but failing to bring things back. The bomb, however, has made its way down. Pause for breath, and Big Uzera left in the 1 versus 3.
Oh, he doesn't close the door as well. Shadow spot it, but so's his shoulder. So it's not an angle that really ever works, and it won't here. Get a bomb plant, you'll take that. Despite the pistol not starting, I do think Pain can take a map in this series. I think they've looked really good. Even, you know, from the initial kind of standpoint from them, I think this is a side that they went through big roster changes, and, you know, they've obviously chopped and changed a lot of players over the years, with only really Big Uzera remaining for such a long time within this roster. But this new look team I like a lot. I think VSM and Pariah are really good injections of firepower in towards this team. They look super cool. It's just whether we can get, you know, Safe playing to the level that we want out of him. He doesn't always shine, but when he does, I feel like he can really look quite important. And because Symmetry has his moments of not really being on form or struggling, bits of inconsistency, that might be a pain point in towards this Nuke. But at range, he can have that advantage. We'll have to see, but a good start for FUT nonetheless, and the odds are favoring this side pretty massively as well, to be honest.
Yeah, very much so. A few smokes out here. It's obviously an idea for Pain to maybe go for something a little bit later. Not sure what that will be, though. And they are really winding the clock down at the moment. Very far back. Hoping that no aggression comes their way, but yeah, this is slow, to say the least.
Yeah. And they haven't even gone for the force off the back of that, you know, bomb plant, which is so common, because they're going to try and shore up this first gun round. It's an interesting call. I think a lot of teams just, maybe like subconsciously just buy in towards the second round of a bomb plant. I can respect this. Again, if they can get another bomb plant here, that'd be nice. Does feel a little bit unlikely with the firepower they're bringing it to the table. Any sort of consolation kill they get would be nice. It feels unlikely. Pariah's got a deagle. I've seen him have some nice moments with it, but salvaging this round feels very unlikely. Grubeni for the first. He doesn't quite find the second, but second time of asking, he will, and he drops that deagle, which Big Uzera will scoop up.
Yeah, looks good while doing so. The wall of smoke's not really achieved all too much here. 25 seconds left. Can they get a little sneak out on towards A? That's what they're looking for. Maybe a vent dive with the bomb. Doesn't matter though, just mowed down. And indeed,
easy.
The inevitable, not even really all that much damage. So it's rounds like that as well where I think FUT are really doing well and learning from the higher level teams that it's like all the small bits in between that connect your bigger rounds also have to look good. Can't be totally messy. So We saw them yesterday as well. Great timeout, staying in the right headspace at the right time. 11-11, you know, scorelines like this, they're still able to bounce back. I think they just lost to like a force buy to bring it to 11-11, and yet they still managed to close things out. So they're a really great team in terms of the mentality.
A rare Krieg here. When was the last time we saw an SG at the competitive level? It honestly feels like a good couple of years for me, since maybe even kind of back in its meta. That was the last time I saw it. The second it got nerfed, it's just really never had its time in the pro scene. The AUG still gets picked up here and there. I still think it's actually pretty viable, especially on scope. The AUG's pretty good. That spray control's so easy and does quite a bit of damage. But yeah, the Krieg, very rare that you get to see it. So
yeah,
what's VSM cooking with this then?
Well, I mean, you use it like the same sort of logic as the AWP, you know, like a bit of a scope and try and land clean headshots, but God forbid you have to go into a bomb site with it. I just think it's going to be awful. Graveni spots out the boost. Will just about make it away. Dishes out a bit more damage as well. So started very, very well here for FUT. Pain are really just winding the clock down in these early rounds, like regardless of what kind of weaponry they have.
Yeah.
And FUT are going to be so good at abusing the timings. Another find for Graveni. Still got Snow being low. Only 30 seconds left, so questionable stuff here, as Pain have not left themselves a lot of room, a lot of time. Lonks at the back then. Go overlooked. I mean, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? They had half an eye on him. Unfortunately, that's not enough. You need both. And he will take out two. He will secure the round with only 15 seconds left. Biguzera has no chance. And maybe a soft save for him, but even that will be a challenge. Spammed in the back. Starting very, very well here for FUT.
Yeah, and they're trading so positively. That's the real big thing for us. That's so nicely done. They're making sure that every sort of, you know, little moment or trying to take a bit of space or trying to get a bit of control, they're making sure that they always come out with one before they drop it, but it's such a good information gather. Even that move, this sort of double setup with Lonks and Graveni, yeah, does brilliant work. Jugs from the heavens too.
Insane, guys.
FUT getting loud. We know how important that was for them in that recovery against NRG on Ancient.
It's only the first gun round though, mate. Like, calm down, you know.
No, but this is I'm against that.
Yeah,
I'm saying I want you as loud as possible. When FUT go quiet, that's when they don't play well.
Yeah, just keep that same energy up the whole game.
Yeah, when FUT go quiet, that's when they don't play well. They do their best work when they're loud and proud. But also on the flip side, Pain are a loud team. Snow is one of the loudest players that we have in the entire scene. Getting loud gets in his head. He's young. He's still vulnerable to being kind of mentally broken. I think for me, I want to see FUT get louder than usual here in this game, if that's even physically possible. Because I know it's something that Pain like to throw in. I mean, we saw yesterday, I actually thought Jugs was going to pop a blood vessel with how loud. He was so red, he looked sunburned. So if it's possible, though, I want to see them really get vocal, because it gets in the head of Pain. It's one of the ways you can kind of mentally break this thing.
Yeah, it's just kind of being better at what they do.
Yeah. Beat them at their own game. It's something that Pain have used for a long time when they've been kind of climbing the ranks a little bit, is that they can tilt teams with their vocality, let's say. Ryan, nice find, though.
Yeah, two nice finds. VSM and him finding one. Jugs is on a flank of sorts.
Like a demon, though.
The kill up top. I mean, they're focused on B is the problem, and indeed it has pivoted with bits of hell control.
They're so low.
Definitely can do this. A lot of it going to be on Demon, though. Yeah, Jugs is also pretty low. There's no immediate kit. Maybe one to recover. That's kind of an oversight. They have loads and loads of money. Unfortunately, it's unconfirmed damage, so indeed they will be saving. I just have to comment that Biguzera view model of the P250 is a sight to behold.
Yeah, it's him and TMB also has that, like...
Look at that. That is disgusting.
I don't know why. Well, so I remember, I feel like somebody asked him, and I swear it was him, or maybe it was something like TMB, but they said that one of the reasons they like it is they don't like when the gun blocks. You know, sometimes it's rare, but your gun will block a person, like the right-hand side of your screen or left-hand side, depending on how you have the view model. So if it's down the middle, no one ever really is going to go like under the radar there and kind of like slip that net. But really, really important round. This kill by Pariah, if anything, it's so important, not only just for keeping the numbers in favor of Pain, but it just draws them down towards that B site. Jugs doubles back. At the same time, they take the A space, and that allows Pain their first round on the board. And they're going to immediately cause a timeout off the back of their first bit of success. Now what do they do with it? VSM back into his trusty Krieg.
We are, again, only 2 kits. I mean, FUT really playing a bit lower on those kits than I would like.
I guess one towards each site.
Yeah, but, you know, what happened last round, you end up with players that don't have kits, you're getting picked off all over the place. I think if they had a kit, maybe would have gone for it, and then they've got low HP players, you know, it could have been a successful attempt at the unlikely retake. So maybe just one more if I am to be pedantic, but like,
fair enough.
You know, maybe they are as well just viewing that they've got to win these rounds early and not quite fancying the retakes against this team, which would indeed make sense. You know, there's a lot of early aggression at times, or rather early into the bomb sites. You know, it's all very pack mentality. They take a while to get to the sites, but when they do, it's quite heavy contact play. Nice find from Symmetry. Up on the boost there, worth noting. So a little bit of a different angle to deal with than usual, and it does work nicely.
Yeah, still yet to see that Krieg really in action for VSM. Nice open break on the smoke, won't do anything, but a replenish of those cross smokes for Pain. A lot of util down here. How does Snow want to play about this? He looks like he wants to just hug the edge of it so nobody in towards heaven can spot him, but it's Demon's position, which surely becomes so strong here. Will Snow clear this close corner? Yes, but he'll still lose his head. Grabeni, nice find from him. He's having a lot of efficiency towards outside. Things are working well for him as they look for a late move towards that top site.
Setup looks good though, doesn't it? Right, the player on top of the hook gets one and tries to survive. Very simple mission. Not quite able to net the kill, but he slows them down in a big way. Lovely little nade there, but not going to have too much of an effect. The fire comes in. I think he still would have been able to stay up. Either way, 35 seconds or so to get this bomb planted. Demon in from behind. Might not catch them on the timing, but he will start to confirm that it's more of a B hit. Nice little flash. Symmetry forced away.
Look at this flank. The timing on this is excellent by Demon. Yeah. He can't deny the plant. Maybe Krabeni, if he can try and slow them down a little bit, might have something to work with. But they go quite pacey here, Pain. But they have to. 15 seconds. They've got to get this C4 down. It's easier said than done. Symmetry also in that backline. A double doors player that can't deny. A tag on both Demon and Jugs at the same exact time. As the AWP goes looking and Safe misses his opportunity. Demon, Longs combine well, leaves it all on the big man. Big Azera needs something miraculous. We need something special from Big Azera. And a 1 versus 4 to 1 versus 1. He's got a chance and he's got to nail it. Big Azera leading by example. And that is a round and a half by him. They needed something miraculous. And, well, the CS gods looked down upon him favorably.
Yeah, you know, there's a big moment. I had it in my mind. I thought, okay, I'm going to get to drop this because, you know, unfortunately, they'll win the round out. Demon gives up his timing, right? And tries to play to wait for his teammate. I think he maybe does just have to go, especially as they start to pick up the pace. He could have really swung out, disrupted them. That is crazy. And too much respect in places. Absolutely crazy. No, I mean, that's fair. That is a great round. That is a real highlight moment.
That's a, like, you know, once a tournament type clutch.
Yeah,
like, the fact that he's able to isolate those 4 fights in a post plant, and he's stuck as well. Like, there's no way he can go. He can't at least, you know, when we see sometimes like 1v3s and 1v4s converted, you get a kill, you fall to a new angle, you play around different positions. He is stuck there.
Yeah.
Backside, nothing he can do. Big Azera. God, that is such a good round to find. And, you know, for Pain, as we were talking about, this is an incredibly momentum-heavy side. That can make a real big difference. How do FUT respond? They've got to respond, right? I mean, there's a real worry that if you come into round number 6 and lose this, mentally, could be a mini boom. We know they're a pretty emotional side as well. You know, it's
high
the
highs, low lows.
Exactly, it's the blessing and the curse. Both of these sides are prone to it as well, right? It's the blessing and the curse. When things are going well, getting hyped, you're loving life. When things are going bad, they can get a little tilted.
It's true. And Pain, letting them stew in it, as they so often do, with, you know, the timeout coming in after the fact, and now a very slow round. Maybe expecting some kind of a response from FUT, but not really coming. Pretty simple stuff here for FUT.
I love the, like, real slow call from Pain. And obviously they've been doing it quite a lot, but there's probably like a natural thing of like, we just want a crazy round and really hyped up to like immediately go into fight. And so like, you know, we're unstoppable now, but they really slow it down and they make FUT uncomfortable.
Ooh, Jugs. Not a bad spot for him, but the door player will take him down. The MP5. It's a bit too much work, unfortunately. And they are falling like flies here. Demon in a good spot to maybe deny. Snow covers his man. And Payne, as you would expect, have woken up thanks to that clutch. Krebeni 1 versus 4, and I think it's more like a Krebeni save here.
Yeah. Good news is, that's the third time we've seen the MP5 after the last couple of days. We've not seen a kill. We finally got one.
True. He was half HP and it still took, you know,
a year and a half.
5 working days, yeah, to get the kill. I think put it in the bin, guys, honestly.
I don't think it's that good.
MP7 there, so much better.
Yeah.
But he still probably only would have gotten 1 and been traded, so...
Same result. Oh, safe. This now actually is a little bit interesting. He's alone here, so...
Oh, no.
He's gonna win. Oh, Krebeni, you know, it is a little bit if you don't laugh, you'll cry type vibe. I think you just got to sort of chuckle it off, but would have liked to have had something saved.
No, it is true. It's early enough here.
Dry.
I think they can still be in good spirits.
Yeah.
Not quite getting away from them. Tough clutch, tough bounce back. Got that ripple effect, you know, the reverberation of winning the clutch.
Yeah.
Your morale's a little bit knocked. You may be doubting yourself slightly on the FUT side. Payne, meanwhile, top of the world stuff. But we shall see.
It's
Eagles
early
out.
doors, but this series is delivering the way we would have.
No, exactly, yeah. Just like immediately from the pistol.
Yeah.
They were like 10 seconds in, already in mini
like,
clearing
yard.
yard.
Yeah,
you know, yeah. Crazy stuff.
The big difference, I think, between these two sides, they're both quite puggy, but generally Big Zero calls a much slower game. When we see FUT going towards that T side, they're going to come with some serious pace. And that is a nice shot from Longs to open up proceedings. He's looking for a second, which can't quite find the head of VSM, who is thankfully kind of pulled away from the Krieg. Let's go with the AK, the more meta weapon.
Oh! Tag landing, that would have been the kill as well. Cemetery.
Unconfirmed though, right?
Immediately moves out of there. It is indeed. Little bits of damage done, but somehow a lot of these FUT players managing to survive.
Hang on, look at this.
In the lobby. I don't know that they'll be able to do too much with it, but it's info. It's info. It's also mistimed info.
It's going up.
Krebeni. No, man!
One's made it on T-roof, though.
Yeah, but what's he going to do? They're going to be out on A.
Come down the ladder. Come back down. Come back down.
I don't know.
Oh. Or maybe
it's a
not.
tough one.
They're going B.
Yeah, I think they've done well here, just really keeping it confusing. They will get that bomb plant. That's kind of the big thing when you're playing against these pistols. Once you get the bomb planted, it's pretty much over. Because they have no way of breaking back into the site. And so, 1 kill comes in. They miss a few opportunities. They indeed start to respect the Deagles and not just over-peaking them, giving them more and more fights. And so, they will now take the lead. 4 rounds already on your T side. Feels pretty good.
It's true.
Especially with FUT performing well in the early stages. You know, it's difficult for FUT. They've lost to kind of an unlikely round and then a crazy clutch. Like, it's not the best in terms of the stability, and you may be starting to see why this map comes through as that clear choice for Payne.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Payne are already on 4 after the first 7 played is pretty good. We will always say it. 5 rounds feels like a nice T side on Nuke, and this feels very plausible now, doesn't it, really? Going ahead of the smoke, though. Unnecessary from Snow. He will fall, but thankfully Pariah at the same time finds Long, so it keeps the numbers level. Which is a bit unnecessary, because they just died in the previous round doing the same thing to the Deagle. They don't learn that lesson. The secret position has to be expected.
Yeah.
Demon's done this already like twice, and he does this a lot. They should know that this is a tendency of his.
Silent down there. Indeed, putting the secret in secret. But
Good
immediately
holes.
dealt with.
Both of them locked in as well.
Not quite as mysterious as Demon might expect. So Payne looking really good. I think FUT are quickly going to be woken up into this map at the very least, if not the series, if things continue to be this one-sided. Because Zera will go down. Bear Chunk taken out. Cemetery down below. Got to find good timing here. Oh my goodness. It is so awkward for him on that AWP, unfortunately.
Great plant position, isn't it? Like you
super safe.
To get him off that angle, he has to expose himself to the rest of the site.
But I think if he has like an M4 there, he can move a bit quicker, he can swing in, check his angles. Which is not the case. So going to be a save out from the remaining 2.
And Pain move up to 5, and they move there swiftly. I feel like we got into this game about 10 minutes ago, probably a bit longer than that, but you know, it certainly the past few rounds have gone very, very fast. Once Pain have figured it out, their early rounds incredibly slow, and guess what? They didn't work when they just throw everything into this. It seems to be going very well, not just reasonably well, very well. One Kevlar. Now watch this. He's going to replace that, isn't he? He's going to notice.
Hope so.
Because we were talking about this earlier, I didn't mention it at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he got one tapped on 100 HP because he had like 2 Kevlar.
Yeah.
Even though he had the head armor, surely
and
it's
one
like...
tap with an M4 for...
Yeah, sorry.
For clarification.
Yeah. So, you know, with the low Kevlar, surely it's like the head armor that goes first. I don't know, mate. I was always told under 60 you should probably replace it.
Told, yeah.
I think genuinely under 30 and it just stops like being effective.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
But yeah, under 60, if you've got the money, you should probably get that replaced.
Yes, agreed. What's the call now for FUT to have lost control? It's 5 on the bounce for Pain. This side are looking really good. Yeah, replace that armor. We love to see it.
Not that hard.
Yeah.
As it would seem.
Not that hard. A worthwhile reinvestment. BSM, 3rd attempt with this Krieg. I'm still yet to see him get a kill with it.
Yep. He's forcing it. He's forcing it. He's like, listen, Big Zera, man, you like the MP7. Well, I like the Krieg. It's in my contract, you know, or something. He's made a real case about this. Yeah, a lot of early damage done by nades there. BSM going to get tagged up slightly as well. So it's going to be decent for FUT. And it's the anti-use case for the Krieg. And yeah, he's still finding efficiency with it. In the right hands, it's a deadly weapon. It's going to be Krabeni here to clutch up against 4. As that bomb goes down, he probably thinks about the save. And that is a shame. It started really well for FUT. Wait a minute.
Hang on, though. That's an early overfight by BSM. He might give Krabeni an opportunity, but also at the same time, there's also an AWP there if he really wants to just save that.
Yeah, this could be dangerous. Moving in slowly. Will he cross out the hut? He is going to do so. And indeed, does not check above him. We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Trying to build up some confidence, feeling a little shaky in this one. Pain have kind of got their number, to be honest. We are now looking at 6 in a row from this squad. So pretty effective stuff, it's safe to say. And FUT stuck 4 ideas. They pick up the pistol, do well early, but it just does not keep happening. You know, missing that consistency.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Good news is, lost bonus. You just keep buying back in, really, on this CT side. What have they got for us? Safe on the angle. How does he win that fight? It felt like Semic had the drop, but Safe will come out on top. So another opener going the way of Pain, something that they've been finding a fair decent amount. And even when FUT find them, they get instantly sort of traded. That keeps the advantage from really falling in place for the CT side. Even a wield the AWP now. An outside smoke. There's the second. I was waiting for it. And they don't go early. Not that it makes a difference, no one's holding that angle, but it's nice to see that they have finally learned that lesson. It's cost them twice a couple of rounds ago. What's the idea? Pain, you find your advantage, you find your opening, you just freeze. It's something this Brazilian side, and Big Azir in particular, likes to call. Just try and draw out as much of that CT utility as possible. Nice flash, Demon. It's that lineup.
Yeah. Oh, the smoke. I mean, is that a lineup? An interesting
That's
smoke.
great, actually.
It's good for that position, and it is, you know, allowing them the room to get out. They sort of know what's up. Really, really instinctive stuff from Pain at the moment here on Nuke, and it's just working brilliantly. 5 versus 3, that's going to be a save. Pain move up to 7 in a row now, and FUT totally blindsided by this squad. And it might make sense, you know, Pain play a certain style, as we said, super aggressive. But that smoke sums it up brilliantly. That it's like, right, I want to try and get down ramp. Don't rightly know where they are. Let's just kind of put a smoke down that we can work around and covers, I don't know, 80% of the angles. That should work. It's not really like a big lineup or anything, but it's the idea that they have. And
yeah,
they all go the same way. Big snake of T-side players moving down in towards B. You can just see how effective it is here.
Ooh.
Any kill is going to be valuable. Any saving weapons they can take away are going to be really big.
Yeah, Safe again catching Krabeni on the save as well. It's consistently. He'll catch Jugs this time too. They know that last guy is. They don't need to fight him. I mean, they've got plenty of money. You could really go for it, but there's just not enough time to get around that corner. So Demon, he'll save, but Pain, this is comfy. It's easy right now, I think, is the real worrying, maybe slightly concerning thing. It's been pretty simple stuff for them, and they're coasting to quite a considerable lead. There's this flash again. Nice. It's worrying, though, really, for FUT. Nothing seems to be changing, even off the back of their timeout. They're in complete control. They're dictating the pace of this game completely, and FUT just cannot seem to find the rhythm.
Rennie opens up. BSM able to find one back. They're trying to get down the vent, and they have been seen doing it. They have been indeed found, but one still manages to make it down. What the hell is Safe doing here? Gabeni is really getting sick of this guy, I'm sure. All the same, into the 3 versus 3, and it's kind of been red ever so slightly. Biggest error, moving fast. And this is where they can get caught. They don't have that same ball of death at the moment.
Yeah.
And so the bomb gets isolated and dropped, as well as a man advantage for FUT. Safe with this weird position is actually really far away from the action, so it's like a full reset of things. Lost all that info that they just had. Looking good for FUT, honestly.
It is. 55 seconds to work with. What do we actually do here? Oh, Safe. Well, he's going to lose his head, so not a lot. It's all on Pariah. 1 versus 3, and I just can't see a world in which this gets off the ground. This is such a difficult clutch to convert because he has no information to work with. He's made noise. They know where he is. It looks like he'll be given the luxury of a plant here, but even still, this is a difficult one for him to convert.
Backs off. Here's some footsteps towards hell and a big loud ladder. Might as well these days. One in the vent as well. So he's got all the information on these remaining players. Brings Demon low, but they take a moment. They play it well. They work together to finish him off, and absolutely not going to fluff the chances on that one. As we do find first round in quite a while, actually, for the FUT side of things. Just playing the bomb here as they look to, I would imagine, pick up orbs, maybe AKs. All the same, it will be that 4th. And a chance at closing the gap in terms of that half, but, you know, 5 rounds out, when you find the pistol on CT Nuke, just doesn't really feel like enough. They're going to need a really good T side, regardless of how this last round goes.
Yeah, I think you're actually spot on. I think, you know, we'll kind of generally always say to take a lead on the C side is a fantastic result to get for a first half of Pain. First round found for FUT in the last 8, and it was 7 on the bounce for Pain. But if they can make it a 7-5, it's a little bit of a sigh of relief. It's a little bit of ease off the shoulders, but it's still quite an uncomfortable one. However, we know this side can recover. 10-3 down they were yesterday to NRG, and then ended up winning out that map, and which led to a 2-0 in the series. So I feel like FUT are one of those sides you can just never quite count out. Pariah, nice move. Smoke, front side of Mini. VSM will join him. He was struggling to find the ladder. They'll get there. The 2 have crept their way down. 2 will move down towards Secret. This is great lower presence.
Why is he playing with this creek so much, man? I don't understand.
I've tried using it a couple of times. It's really difficult.
It's really bad.
Yeah. But he's getting his kills. There we go. Another kill for VSM.
We would have got that with an AK. I don't know. Whatever, dude. Either way, now it might come into its own. No, okay. The orb takes it down. Better scoped weapon, of course. Will be some trades back in. And as the dust settles, it is actually Pain that gain the lead here. So you hand them the advantage, and they do look good. Decent post plants. The CT's pretty late to get into the action. Of course, going to try and go for this because it is that last round. Jugs with the kit. Benny isolated over here, close to winning that fight. Unfortunately, not quite good enough, and Jugs, they're going to know about him. Down he will go. 8-4. Really, really, really great half coming in from Pain, and you feel they should have done enough to close things out. FUT, though, might be able to give them a taste of their own medicine in that second half.
pretty good for FUT. It all fell so flat. 8 out of the last 9 rounds for the Brazilians, who are absolutely loving life. And I think it was really snowballed by an insane 1 versus 4 by Big Azera. You can get loud all you want, Jones, but it's just not being enough in the server. And to make matters worse, it's now Pain who go on to that much more favorable CT side. It's as similar to this, Scriv. I feel like we can probably say that if they find a pistol, this should be the map.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, the odds still in favor of FUT, you know. All right, fair enough. I mean, it might be the overall match. The way things start off aggressively, same way they did in the first half. It's that CT side with the slim lead. It's that bomb that's isolated here by the Julies. Cemetery finds himself all alone. He doesn't have the HP to keep it going, and with that pistol coming, denying the bomb plant as well, I think that Pain will start to see this one over that line. The Nuke delivering in spades.
However, yesterday against NRG,
okay, here we go.
9-3 down, right? Then they lose the pistol. They go 10-3 down. And then that T side was insane. FUT do their best work on the T side that we saw yesterday. So I'm not gonna say never. I think the much slimmer chances, Energy, of course, already eliminated and definitely nowhere near the side of Pain. But
I think we like FUT a lot, don't we? We have a soft spot for this team.
Yeah, we've just followed them from the beginning of their careers. We've been casting them since they started. So it's really cool for us to see them at this top level. You know, as we've moved up into Tier 1 events, kind of so have they, right? Yeah. You know, we've had a similar sort of trajectory, but
I think Pain have let us down numerous times when you've tried to like side with them. They will just kind of disappear and have those really questionable performances, or rounds where it's close and they make crazy decisions. But looking pretty tight here. Oh, in this moment, it's a great little response from Pariah Jr. He's actually blinded up by his teammate. They're going to go down. It's getting a bit weird over here. Lots and lots and lots of damage done to this T side, in fact.
They're so low. Oh,
okay, clean. Might be able to finish off 1 or 2 more, in all fairness. Meanwhile, up top, Pariah Jr., great reposition from him as he was over at the ramp earlier on. So a real big reposition to catch another. It's going to be Cemetery left alone. They know where he's at. They know he's got the bomb. Plenty of respect being shown here, but they will indeed jump in together in order to get it done. So, I mean, there's moments where you feel, ooh, Pain, got to be careful, could overface, could let this spiral, but they do seem to just have an element of respect and discipline.
Yeah, and actually a lot of credit for that respect shown in that 1 versus 2. Like, very easy could have stuck. They heard him step on the stairs, so they very easily could have just tried to take that engagement, but they fall back to play together, and that's the right way to approach it. So, really, really well done. 10-4. 3 rounds away now for Pain. And with this being a lesser buy, you'd assume that round number 15 should go the way of Pain to lock in 11. Nice day to start things off. It was a bit of a lesser buy that kickstarted the roll against NRG. I'll keep bringing it up. It's still fresh in the mind. It's still one of the most ridiculous recoveries we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
But I think the kind of difference is, unfortunately, for NRG, they're just not at that same level of Pain. Like, Pain have way more contingency plans to make sure this doesn't happen.
Yeah. And
I feel like they have a lot more depth to them as well.
For sure. I think it's also, Pain will have seen that, and they will be weary.
Yes.
So I'd imagine if we see FUT finding a round here, immediate timeout, immediately stop it,
Yeah, agreed.
FUT might have used their little magic a bit too early in the tournament. What would you say? Get out of jail free card, I suppose. Yeah, it does apply, because they certainly would have been in some kind of jail.
It's still a point to kind of keep an eye out for this series. And they've obviously... nice shot. That is a really nice shot by Demon. It is a 3 versus 3, but there's 40 seconds for them to make a decision. But, come back to the point I was saying, FUT and CT sides, I'm still not super convinced by it just yet. They need to bail themselves out of the T side, but because this first half was so lackluster, it's a real long road to recovery. And thankfully, despite the couple of constellation kills by Demon, who we know is so crisp, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. One more would be nice. He's making steps, and it will be seen off by Pariah Jr. Here it is, 11th locked in place. As expected, I think, for Pain as well. A nice added thing of just making sure they don't get a plant out of that. A deco can be a little bit scary, especially in the hands of, I think, FUT in particular, who we know are very good in those sort of situations, but no bomb plant. Keep themselves in check. And this is it, right? Round number 16 is for everything in this map.
Indeed, it is. Big moment ahead as Pain are looking to close this one out quickly, take us into that next map. It's a difficult one for them on paper, but I think if they can move through with quite a lot of confidence in themselves, could be a difficult ride. FUT yesterday, I believe it was the map, you know, that the comeback sort of happened on and everything. No, it was Ancient, wasn't it, actually?
Ancient,
where the comeback was. Yeah,
Oh.
see, I'm trying to lean on it now, but...
We've lost Lonks.
We have indeed.
But...
Bit of a rare dropout.
Did Jugs take damage before?
What they're talking about.
I think he might have taken damage potentially before he disconnected, which then potentially means the round is still live. I think it is, judging by the fact that we're throwing Yuto here. So what can you do?
You can see him chatting, admins sort of getting involved. It might be, I think there's something about it within the first minute or like 30 seconds.
Okay, there we go.
I think we do have a bit of a blanket, all damage has been taken, which is quite an easy answer, but do feel in the
It looks like they are resetting this, so at least judging by the fact that no one's doing anything.
I mean, maybe the admins might just be the be all and end all.
Everyone stopped. Okay.
But just because the players are, that doesn't mean, you know what I mean? I feel like we might have done it by now.
Admin's over here. Don't worry.
Yeah, they're obviously going to chat about it.
Also,
and
generally,
out.
the way matchmaking works, the round has to end to then restore it. So the timer will just run dry here. This isn't live, ladies and gents. Don't worry.
It's a tough one, though. It's a tough one. They might hand the round to Pain, in all honesty. So, I don't know. Maybe if you are FUT, it might have been an idea to say we have to kind of play this out a little bit rather than just fully handing it away, because I do feel like the admins could just give it to Pain. But then you get to keep your guns. I don't know. It's tough to say.
He's unplugged his keyboard. Mate, series ain't done, fella. Yeah. You've only disconnected. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, just not what FUT needed, though, really. And a situation like that, and is it live, isn't it live? What are we doing?
Oh, I think his PC's fried.
Yeah.
He's unplugging everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
We got
Essentially,
the pit crew in.
the admin would have said, like, along the lines of, like, you know, live or not when it was going.
Yeah, I mean, what we miss, obviously, in the modern game is the chat. So it's like, are they calling for a tech? Are they saying issue, problem? What, like, you know, pointing it out before the damage is taken? It's possible. I mean, they're still talking things over a little. We are obviously getting the PC change just straight in, straight out.
But we've had confirmation that round doesn't count, though. So don't worry. It will be replayed. It is a still tilter anyway. You know, it's kind of like the gun round to start hopefully opening up proceedings for FUT, and then that happens. You're not allowed to talk. Leave VSM.
I love VSM so much.
I think he's my favorite character in Counter-Strike. But even that
he's like, I've never heard from him, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't necessarily talk or whatever. They don't, unfortunately, make it far enough in a lot of tournaments.
Should we try and see if we can get him for a winner's interview? If they win. I honestly don't know if he kind of speaks. I know Biggest Era takes a lot of the interviews. Snow does some of them, but VSM, I'm not actually 100% sure, but I think he might be my favorite. Like, even like the walk-ins that had him hand the bag, like he seems like the kind of guy you want to go get a beer with. You know what I mean?
I suppose.
Just like a cool dude. Yeah. It's a cool career. Like, he's kind of like played in a few of these kind of like tier 2 South American sides. I remember casting him in a lot of these sort of online tournaments, and obviously it was quite a wild decision when Payne went through these changes, bringing him and Pryor in. It felt, you can maybe even argue, sort of unnecessary in a sense, but they went through these changes, and it's been for the betterment, it feels. Is the damage. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the things, isn't it, as well? Like,
we've had the confirmation.
How much do we put our foot down? We've obviously had some situations in the past with, like, and I hope we have learned from that in the world of Counter-Strike, but, you know, with players being like, yeah, it's cool, but then they lose the follow-up round. They're like, actually, the rulebook says X, Y, and Z, so, you know, that's why I don't like jumping on it too much. I want to... There's going to be some flashbacks in the brain bank.
Go on.
Anonymo Astralis, was that? No, Anonymo Nip.
Anonymo Nip.
Yeah,
Anonymo Nip. Yeah, that was a crazy time in the Counter-Strike world.
There's a few of them. There's a few of them like that.
Justice for Anonymo, man.
A bit late now.
What was it, like 2 years or whatever? But that was...
God, that's like 2020, mate. I'm pretty sure. 2020, 2021.
Seriously?
I don't think we've had an Anonymo team for a long time.
Yeah, you're right. So look.
Yeah.
Let me get rid of my dinosaur searches.
Okay.
I got really interested in dinosaurs in the break. I was having a little look.
Just as you do, I suppose. That is bloke core. You know, what is that one dinosaur called with the spikes on its head or whatever? And then, like, you know, the big bulbous tail.
4 years ago. Wow.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy. 4 years ago. It's a long time.
At Flashpoint.
Yeah, of
also,
course.
yeah. My God.
Yeah.
Because the whole game got replayed as well. That was wild. But for those who are just joining,
so I just get nervous about being like, yeah, I know what's going on, because then, you know, we'll obviously get dragged on Reddit, like if we call it early or whatever, and it's not actually the case.
Okay, but we can confirm that round doesn't count. Both sides agreed that it doesn't count as well.
Yeah,
it is being replayed. Don't worry, it's still 11-4. New PC for Lonks, and he's now going to go through kind of the whole faff of setting back up and logging back into Steam and this, that, and the other. But hopefully, I mean, they're so quick at doing it now, so it should be relatively.
Scan the damn QR code. That's one of my things. Maybe if I could go back in time, I would, you know, stop the QR code from ever coming out. I don't know why. I just hate it as a concept.
Why?
It's very convenient.
It's like 1,000 times quicker than everything.
Here it's very convenient, but it's when, you know, you got the QR code menu and stuff.
No, I disagree with that.
I don't. It removes a whole element of the process of like going out to eat and, you know, the restaurant and the human interaction and the
waiting 30 minutes for a server to come and join me.
So you got somewhere to be?
Yeah.
You want to like rush this whole nice time that you're having with like friends and family?
But what happens if I do have somewhere to be?
Well, sure, but then you wouldn't go somewhere where it's going to take a while. You go like Subway or whatever.
No, because
other places to eat are available.
QR codes are at like Weatherspoons. They're not at like Michelin star
they're
restaurants.
like everywhere, bro. Yeah, Michelin star, sure, but you know, whatever. But they are pretty common, like in your general eatery, especially in this city. I notice a lot more. You know, if you're like a nice Italian that's kind of a chain, not quite a full chain. Maybe it's not like 100 quid a head, but in that bracket in between where it's like you're just going out, I don't know, Frankie and Benny's probably have it or whatever.
There's literally the most F-tier food ever. They are going bankrupt and like deservedly so. Like the them.
I don't know. I'm
TGI Fridays.
You know,
all of them.
I'm trying to throw it in.
Yeah. The low-class establishments will have QR codes. Like, but nowhere decent will have them in London. I'm a Londoner. Nowhere good has QR codes.
I think it scales up a bit too high.
Yeah, it's quick, easy food. I think the QR code's brilliant. Like the fact that we don't have to like remember your password and type it in every single time and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, for something like this, maybe.
Fantastic.
For sure. But
and if I just want a pint at a pub.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, you talk to the bartender about what's going on, and you know, you're all about your human interaction and meeting new people and having new experiences. That's like these are the best locations to do it. And now it's like I just sit in the corner, go on my phone, scan the QR code, don't even talk to my friends.
Yeah. Hello, mate. Can I have a Guinness? Cheers.
No. You put more into it, don't you?
No.
You put more into it.
All right, I'll have a Guinness, please. Thank you very much.
Well, interesting. I'll remember that next time you send me a Tony reel. I'll remember this conversation.
We are live. We've had our bit of a chit-chat mini podcast. We're back underway. As you said, it is reset. Both sides did agree to it. And for those who are just joining us, it's been a really, really good map from Pain. Looking very good. But we're diving out towards A here as FUT look to try and start things off well. Demon for the first. That'll catch Pariah, but Safe and Snow combine super well before Kobeni dives out to catch that Heaven player. Numbers advantage on this T side. The flank from VSM now spotted.
Biggest error with him, though, so it's a bit of a stronger flank than you might have first bargained for. There is no kit available.
Where's Big Azera going?
I mean, maybe thinking that they're up to something different. They kind of are. VSM's actually recovered a kit here. Looking to try and find this kill. Really nicely done.
Would have loved Big Azera with him.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, a little bit difficult. But this is something that FUT do quite a lot. No need to rush the bomb plant. I do wish a lot of teams would take a leaf out of this book. Big Azera Feels like he has to give up the kit. He's actually not picked it up, so that's going to make a difference to the life cycle of this one.
It might be exits, you know.
Yeah, I mean, lightly so, right? Kill comes his way, and indeed he's just not quite dedicating to it, but he's double pumping here. He's faking.
He's got the kit.
Run up the ladder. They're not biting at the moment. He will be spotted, and with that, just immediately going to go to the save. Trying to take another gun, trying to make this long comeback as hard as possible, but just going to be the 3 here. He saves his M4, which is actually pretty big. I think they will buy the fact that he's able to save.
But yeah, I think they buy around this. Snow Pariah and VSM all have money to work with. It is really just Safe who's financially a little bit worse for wear. Back in towards the game after an extended tech pause. FUT come out on top, and they'll take an immediate timeout to try and shore up this T side and really start snowballing it as best they can. The issue is, I think potentially we actually see Big Azera drop this rifle to Safe. He picks up an MP7. That's happened a few times. Or is it VSM who's going to wield the lesser weaponry? He's going to go for a scout. Okay. But he likes the scoped weapons. He likes sort of loose term secondary. He's not picking up the AWP, but so the Krieger lot on that T side alongside a T side AWP. I was in the scout here on the CT side. Felt like you could have gone to, you know, Big Azera drop a rifle over. He goes to his sort of quite favored MP7. He's one of the very first kind of like adopters of the MP7 in towards the pro level. I remember we did an interview with Snow back in Pro League, I think it was, maybe even Krakow right at the start of the year, and he said like Big Azera is the best MP7 player in the world. I remember him saying at the time. So
yeah, we've not seen enough of it, unfortunately, but yeah, it had its moment in the sun for about 2 weeks. But yeah, he's a bit creative, I think, is maybe what you're getting at.
Yeah. So what does the scout do for VSM? Worth keeping an eye on as well when you look at Pain. Only 1 kit. It was actually that recovered kit from the previous round that Big Azera has kept alive. That's all they've got in terms of a kit. And Utah was very limited. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and an HE for the remainder of round number 17. If they're going to win this, it's going to be off A-doors. This is crazy. What a move. I love this from Snow. Gets 1. He may stick around a little too long, though. I thought it might be better for him to fall back in towards the smoke. But the second will be found. Dive down from Save will cost him his life. But this is great.
All for a moment. I mean, it's looking quite good now, to be honest. Krebeni does get tagged up. Quietly aware of Big Azera. Has to play this right. Again, FUT do so well at freezing up, playing patiently, waiting for their opponent to make a mistake. Big Azera with a clean find onto Demon. Not so clean onto Krebeni, who now finds himself on 2 HP. Against the scout, though, just has to try and bait out that shot. And he is, unfortunately, not going to do so. VSM stays cool. Gets number 12, and we're right back to it, really. A bit of a hiccup with the, you know, extended tech and the fast round from FUT catching you off guard, but unfortunately for FUT, the comeback, I think, has just been cancelled.
Yeah, unfazed. Really, really cool to see. And a really nice re-aggression towards lobby. I love that idea behind the crunch, and honestly, I was critiquing it at the time, but Snow, the fact that he gets 2 out of that is massive. Generally, a player will dive through that smoke, you'll get your kill, you'll fall back through single door and try and shore up the A defense because they were diving out of hot, but he sticks around and it ends up paying off for the betterment. So potentially the final round of play here, we'll have to see. VSM under pressure. Doesn't hear them running down, so he will re-aggress a little bit. He'll go move back to see what ramp control's looking like, and it'll cost him his life. Demon's there. There's the opener.
Could be big. Safe in a good angle, though. Catches off Krebeni. Those back warehouse angles a little throwing it up in the air, you know. It's not really up to you. If there's a player there, they're very hard to beat. If there isn't, obviously you can make it past.
You have to expend a flash to clear that. It's so difficult.
That gives away your whole sneaky little move. Speaking of, Cemetery comes in from the side to give the man advantage back to FUT here. Bomb going to get planted. It looks quite good. I don't think Payne were really expecting this. I think you do just save. Yeah, it's so far away. Man down.
And they don't have really the util for this again, right? It's a nade and 2 flashes. They got 1 kit for safe. You just keep hold of what you've got. You reset the round. You've got so many rounds to work with. You're under no pressure. You're not under any sort of like immediate push to close it here and now. Yes, FUT can be scary when they snowball, but for FUT to go flawless against Payne specifically here, to get it to overtime is a massive ask. So they'll stay tucked. I think whether there was any opportunity for Pariah or Safe to upgrade, but doesn't look like it will be the case. So on to a 6th. The fact that FUT have to go from 12-5 scoreline all the way up to 12-all without any hiccups, considering how, you know, not up to scratch or up to expectations they've looked so far on Nuke, I don't see it being a possibility. At the moment, Pain, I think they've got enough, you know, bigger Zera pocket rounds that they can at least get one of these over the line. We saw, obviously, in that round prior, a lobby crunch. It's always a couple of tricks up the sleeve that Big Zera will call, and it's always going to catch a team off guard at least once.
Yeah. For sure. They are going fast here, FUT, though, looking to keep the dream alive. Big damage done, but they take the first kill. Rennie, slight taps outside. There's another kill in for the T side, though. Pariah Jr. trying to just hold the line if he can. Spam's not a bad idea. Eats a nade and just about able to stay alive. Meanwhile, Krebeni falls. 3-on-3.
Could be tempted, you know.
I think maybe. We'll see, though.
It's Pariah's low HP that really makes you kind of like, I think in the back of your mind, say it might not be worth it.
Yeah.
And also I think the fact that they've got upgrade, it's just VSM who needs to find a gun.
And they're just stacking smokes in towards Mini, and that's like your only avenue of attack, really.
There's a FAMAS here for VSM.
Yeah. Small upgrades, maybe something to go at in the next round. But it will be FUT extending play ever so slightly.
Cemetery was holding for this cross into towards CT Spawn, may I say, but he pulls off the angle. If he had held that, I think he probably gets at least 1 kill. They're going to go saving over towards Ram. There will be a 7th. 5 rounds in a row now required for FUT. Not impossible. We'll keep reminding you, yesterday, 10-3 down against NRG on Ancient. They took it to OT and won it. Cannot discount this side just yet. I feel like you can never really count them out. But Pain surely have a few more protocols in place compared to NRG. Be a low buy here. So they'll save the weapons, but they don't buy around it. So's got a Deagle. Big Zera, nothing for him. So it should be another for FUT, but we'll see. They're going straight in towards a couple of players. This could be a bit dicey. A digging. Big Zera overlooked, but they'll clear him. That's when Safe dives in, but he can only get 1.
Starting to really come alive here for FUT.
They're going
they
quick
win this
as well.
next rifle round, we might be on. See this one over the line as cleanly as they possibly can. Pariah Jr. does take 1, but it costs him a lot of HP to get it done.
He's gone.
Yeah, just take that save into the next and maybe, you know, find one of the lost AKs.
Sadly, it's in towards Hell. Safe who had it, I don't think they can recover that. Saving the armor, I guess, is really all you can do. I feel like you probably should just upgrade on this Galil. It's not a bad weapon to use, and maybe you could make that argument of having a little bit more econ for potentially a few more rounds if FUT are to continue snowballing. But I kind of respect the calls that Krebeni's making here. Like, he's quite simply saying, let's just try and beat them with raw pace, right? These last 2 rounds are very, very quick. They're flying into fights. And it's quite similar to how Pain like to do it, but it's just 2 different variations. The way Pain likes to play it, start very slow on their C side, and then late round, they have this sort of death ball as they dive in towards a site. FUT do the opposite. They go very quick early and then freeze up off their advantages. And at the moment, it is kind of working for FUT. They're diving in as a group, there's pack mentality, and they're just making sure they trade for each other, and they overwhelm all these angles really, really well. 4-round game. Demon got 15 armor. Not again. Not again. If he gets one-tapped by any of these guns, bar the AWP, I'm gonna be annoyed.
SMH my head.
Especially if it happens 2 games in a row for us.
I know, that would be crazy. I don't know why you wouldn't.
It's got 6.3k.
All I can think is that they're just like so tunnel visioned on getting the right nades and what are you doing in the early round and talking that they just don't even like notice, you know? And it might be something of a few pro players that your hood's like really tiny so that you've got like more screen to see and things like that. True. I can certainly see that being a reason. Either way,
great flash.
That's a bit rough. Demon will manage to get his kill and trade it out by the AWP, so we'll never know. We'll never know. 4 versus 3. Looking good for Pain. Even better now with Pariah Jr. And Cemetery and Krebeni will be the only ones left in this. Now just the AWPer. He's had a quiet game. Finding all 4 here seems out of the question. Oh, does spot a barrel. Molotov going in, that reveals his location though, and they'll all start to swarm him. Takes down the AWP, but surely not long for this world. 40 seconds, bomb at the feet of this HUT player. No scope rings off, doesn't quite land, but the quick scope does, and he's still healthy. Here's some footsteps here, 30 seconds now, and maybe making us believe ever so slightly. Drops into the vent, try and find that one, but nobody down there.
He left
dropped
the bomb.
into the vent, left the bomb, he's dropped again, so I think they're a bit confused as to what he's doing. There is a quick movement coming in from Big Uzera downstairs, gonna let him cross and gives him the info. I mean, all the parameters look perfect here for Cemetery to pull this off with the boomstick. Trained in, double scoped, oh, a door, he's just not quite ready, the timing ever so slightly off, and yeah, I don't think extreme shouts of niceness. That was quite tense at the end, but Payne will manage to get it done. FUT make them worry, a lot of work, but indeed they will take their nuke pick in pretty clean fashion. Could have been a lot cleaner,
yeah,
but we'll not scrutinize them too much. They'll be happy with it.
Yeah, not a bad effort from Cemetery right at the end there, but unfortunately, just not enough for FUT. It's about that first half for them, right? It's that streak of rounds. 9 out of the last 10 played going their way. It just is going to put life, or make life so difficult for FUT. That road to recovery was so long and it required so few mistakes. And this is the thing, Payne have always got a few tricks up their sleeve, and they knew with, you know, that 9-3 half and the really strong start towards their CT side, by this point, it was all but done. You hate to see it for FUT, but it's also worth mentioning a punish pick for them. That was a map that we expected to go the way of Payne. But now we look on the flip side, and the script is flipped as well. It's Overpass coming up next, and it's a punish pick towards Payne. FUT are very good on this map. It's one in which they struggle on that Brazilian side. So I think it's a really good chance to tying up this series and pushing us towards the side there, but we're going to have to find out after the break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back! Saw an eclipse through a kaleidoscope. I called the
Heavy long.
Nothing spotted yet. Rop's going to play very slow as the man away from the pack. Turn in towards bathrooms and go quiet here at this point. Clear things out early on. See no one peeking long. Footsteps starting to be made. Defense not shifting. Still no information of what Vitality's doing. And the runway coming up long is wide the hell open. Utilities out. I don't know if Zorte's going to be here in time to provide any real resistance.
Yeah, he's all the way back, and look at that. Vitality already have 2 players running down the stairs at him, so a lot of space taken in this pistol round. It's going to be a real fight to get even some of the space back from BetBoom. Not even close to the pistol round win yet, but Magnajaz, he's got by, and they haven't seen him, haven't spotted him, but he hasn't been able to take a kill just yet. Now comes the bank attack. ZywOo and Apex taking the first couple of kills. Apex has one more in for good measure, and eventually Flames toppling Boomich, and all 5 players of Vitality stay alive.
Yeah, you could see. I mean, just so much space gain from Vitality on that retake. I think actually the fact that Magnajaz slips past the net and is able to even get a clean shot on Apex and another player pushed up close towards CT stairs, that's actually pretty incredible. He lands those, that pistol round can go on its head. That was the one detail Vitality missed, but it doesn't end up biting them whatsoever. So pistol for Vitality, they get started on the right foot.
Nice!
That'll get the comms flowing. That's a nice pitch to hit.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a good conversation outside in the Georgia sun for Vitality to try and get back into the series, get the heads in the game. And we listened in coming into the second half of Anubis, and there's just no comms at all. So nothing to take away for them.
Biggest win that this BetBoom team have had on Overpass in the last 3 months over Heroic.
All right, so a real testament to the level of competition they've been playing against.
Yeah, I mean, they took a 3-13 loss to G2, beat 13-9, Heroic 13-7, lost to Sinners and Wildcard on it. It's kind of up and down. And obviously a very strong map for Vitality. So, quite a test, quite a challenge ahead of BetBoom. Invested here in this second round, much like the pistol. 4 players stacked over towards the B bomb site. Magnajaz playing A alone. Very quiet round from both teams. No one really too motivated to get into any early fights. BetBoom playing pretty much without any information. So it looks like ZywOo and Flames are going to start applying some pressure towards the A bomb site. You can see on the mini-map some players starting to move, especially now that kill comes in. It sold the play towards the A bomb site.
There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. That bomb for Apex trying to move through. Siren trying to be a threat, trying to be a nuisance. He's got the 5-7 out. Can he stop the bomb? He will get a headshot onto Mezzi, but Rob's flying over the top, and ZywOo coming in at just the right time for that bomb to go down comfortably.
Yeah, looking sharp. Well done from Apex, well done from Vitality. Yeah, time's running low, the map's been quiet, you haven't seen any defenders. A little bit of attention and one kill towards that A bomb site breaks up any kind of a stack they had, and the B bomb site easy to overrun from there. So 2-0. Vitality looking clinical in these first 2 rounds of play. Only 1 player has gone down, and that was Mezzi in the only death Vitality's taken thus far.
So no real threats coming up in this round from BetBoom. You got Deagles for Siren and Magnajaz alongside Flamus. That's really it. So could be a nice 3-0 start. Should be a nice 3-0 start here for Vitality on the T side of Overpass. It's always great to get that early lead on the T side. Makes things a lot easier for the rest of the half. Sprinkling a few gun rounds here and there through. You got Magnajaz pushed up towards Fountain. The Deagle goes out for a couple of body shots, but not enough to stop Flames. So the MAC-10 comes out on top of the first fight. Galil also for Apex. now 5v3.
Rops has missed this little piece of aggression from Siren and Boomich pushing in towards short behind that smoke, but I mean, there's really no consequence, no situation in where that turns this round on its head. Vitality still playing this very far back. As the one little thing too is, I mean, you kind of, we heard it from NKJ in the previous series when he went into map 2, and he kind of said our worst enemy right now is going to be ourselves, and the overconfidence we might bring into this thinking this game is done. Maybe a small wake-up call for Vitality. I think coming into this, they've done a good job of mentally kind of talking about how they've taken a little bit of a break from heavy practice, so their expectations have shifted at least internally within the team. But still a loss like that where you kind of start getting bodied through different stretches of Anubis by BetBoom.
Yeah.
Everything getting interesting here in the 2 games that we have. The underdogs turning some heads, of course, catching a few rounds of the Vitality BetBoom game, with BetBoom being up a map. But here we have Pain up a map. Looking good. I mean, their home map for sure. You definitely would expect it. Things now change. FUT have played this one recently into the Overpass. It's not a great map for Pain. It is their most... I don't know about the most obvious, but maybe does feel like the map that you go towards here if you are FUT, just given a bit of recency bias, feeling a bit more confident on it, given that they have played it just yesterday. So we'll see. Pain going to be riding a high after that first map. It was pretty one-sided stuff. Small cosmetic comeback, as we call it, from FUT, but ultimately a solid showing. We start things off on the Overpass here with a pretty quick move towards B, just for Jugs to send the feelers out there.
Yes, absolutely. This is one that we expect FUT to be able to get a good response on, but for Pain, they're always a difficult side to put to rest. Safe, he heard these steps running up long and then wrapping towards long bathroom, so he's maybe got a decent timing. But the issue is FUT are moving with real pace here, and they're going to dive in towards B.
Yeah, not wasting any time once they get going. Nice little contact flash for the CT side to just slow them down. It's Snow down the ramp and a bit of assistance in from the pillar as well. BSM actually going to get taken down easily, but I think he's just so big with the space that everybody else is able to come in and clean up. Great pistol to open up. Pain looking to hopefully put this one to bed, and they really did fluster FUT, to be honest with you. And then, you know, there's a bit of an awkward tech issue that comes in. So
Makes it worse,
we'll see here.
Really?
Yeah, it could be a difficult one for the generally high-spirited team facing off against another loud team. We did talk about this maybe being a bit of an issue. You know, they can get into each other's heads.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it actually, if anything, this is sort of like a real kind of match of such similarities, right? Where I think these sides, when things aren't going well, and we kind of saw it with FUT in that first map when things were really struggling, that they do go quiet. That's the worst thing. And it's why, you know, right at the start of the game when they've got a couple of those rounds and Lorks are getting super loud, you want them to stay loud. When they regress and go into a bit of a shell, that's when FUT really struggle for me. So, what do we get? Snow, he'll open up proceedings. They jump peek on towards map. Going into the open is a bold decision, really, by Pariah. Felt very unnecessary. Dooley's pulled out, looking for 2, and he'll get it safe. Nice shot down towards that A site. Beautiful work. And the M4 dropped over to be scooped up. The upgrade on the MP9. Only the one casualty. A little weird from Pariah. But in the end, who cares?
I feel like my brain went to be like, oh yeah, we usually kind of go a bit quiet, but I don't speak Portuguese, do I? So I'm not going to be able to tell.
Trying to translate that.
Yeah, but we do.
Newcastle accent, that one?
Yeah, we do that automatically, just try and see what they're saying, but unfortunately, you know, just get a bit of a read on the vibes. They're still moving quick, coming quick. Always good.
It was
so yeah,
Snow
we'll see.
calling something there, right?
It's true.
So I wonder what, well, I'm assuming he was saying, I'm going to dive in towards shore, actually, there's MP9. Just get flashed off, and he has to fall away. His demon opens up things to catch Pariah. The first gun round for FUT, and this is kind of like a round to really sort of test the waters. We're going from basically the second most seeds out of the map in the pool to the most seeds out of the map in the pool. And FUT, we speak a real kind of highs about their T side in particular. They've got to put up something quite special here. So let's see. Jump, right click, molly. Jugs is already up. Let's move.
Beaten out by the MP9 and a lot of low HP bars for the rest of the squad. Game state looks really weird. Yeah, A is open, player push down long. They are going to start quietly rotating in, but also acutely aware that it's like they could have really lost control of A and not realized it. It is the case. They move up. They look good here. Oh, checking all their angles. The run and gun of the MP9 created enough space, and despite the positional advantage, Krebeni finds himself all alone. You know what? Not impossible, but I think it's his player out towards long that's going to catch him. So Pain do well. It was even, not necessarily a recovery, quote-unquote, but could have gotten really bad if they weren't aware of the fact that A had been compromised. Pain looking good again.
Yeah, a little gap in the defense, and FUT capitalize upon it. Miss Nate. Rough to re-show it there as well from the replay team, but in the end, it's just drive-by by Snar. I can't believe he gets away with the second. Bowman in all of this, he's so low. He's so tagged. But like, I think it's like 12 points of HP, so well done for him. Airburst Molly, keep an eye on that. That gives them the wrap in towards player gun. Nice and quickly, but no plant, no buy for FUT in towards round number 4, so it should be a 4th on the board. You'd assume for Pain. They're still quite scary with the hand cannons, and there we go. Jugs will open up proceedings deep as he'll catch VSM via Monster.
Demon will go down, trying to ring them off. Krebeni attempts to follow in the footsteps.
Yeah, you got to be careful against this side.
You do, but then Pain,
they love a
not
fight.
as careful. Yeah,
they love a fight.
You know, you might expect your NRG yesterday, for example. Monk's moving in. He's just managed to slip that net there, so a decent position for him. He can't find the head. Some missed shots in places that maybe FUT, and they're feeling it, you know, would be landing, but it's just not the case here. Pain most certainly do have their number. It's going to be a hard fight here to get this reverse sweep and lock yourself into at least the quarterfinals.
Oh. Remember yesterday against NRG, Jugs did a very similar move like this with an AK as he just contacted out Monster, walked his way forward, and then netted an important kill. And this has allowed them to get a bomb plant and a post plant.
Available for Big Uzera, available for Safe.
Bit of util as well.
Moving in really quite slowly for my money. Oh. Safe gonna indeed find the drop. Well played positionally.
Go on, Jugs.
It's Jugs. I mean, all 5 on the cards here. He's missing a bit of information. Unfortunately, Pariah Jr. will take him. He has created a lot there, though. Bomb plant, 3 kills. It's always going to be nice. All on the same player. He gets plenty of kill bonus. So all these things do stack up to help you get your first round. But whether you are going to do that is, of course, another question. They're pretty keen to do so. There's an early timeout now for FUT. Get big man Coolio on the mic.
Yeah, you could see a world as well in which, like, he ices the fight. We played a bit of time, but not to be. Okay, timeout concluded. It's nice in terms of the couple of kills, but in the grand scheme of things, we need to see FUT getting going on the gun rounds. I think that's probably part of kind of the conversation now for Coolio. At least, though, we've seen a couple of times in the early, you know, the first 4 rounds where these sites are kind of okay to move into for the likes of FUT. You know, they moved in towards A, completely, you know, just contacting, shift walking all the way up, and Jugs just the same thing out of Monster. So they definitely know that it's not exactly the most shored up defense going. And Jugs will open up proceedings here. Big Azera going for the boost, but he just can't find the spray.
Yeah, they're going to go moving quickly as well. VSM on the org. He's enjoying the scopes, this guy. Really trying to force him. Does find one. Traded out quickly. Big nade damage comes in. Still got Snow hidden on the site somewhere. And support slowly on the way. So Snow needed more than that. 4 versus 2 might just call for save. It's a lot of unconfirmed damage. A missed shot and damage taken, unfortunately. They will move to save. That is kind of lucky in places for FUT. There's a lot of their players left low, but they managed to get it over the line, take their first round. The timeout clearly working quite nicely.
Yeah. I like the idea just to stick around for a bit of a hunt. You know, keep it expensive. Don't allow this T side to get a complete freebie of a round, but nice work for this FUT side. It's Jugs who open up proceedings. They then take that short water control and start wrapping through. Just needed maybe Big Zero to get that kill. If he had, I think it would have been that early warning sign that they're going quite pacey towards the B site. Not to be in the end. Pariah, he spotted one. He can afford to fight. He's full HP. It's really safe. He doesn't want to show his presence. Long, he'll go down with the ship. Into the C4, but all that FUT really care about is getting that first round on the board and now building upon this. This is one of those maps, kind of similar towards Nuke, to be honest, where 4 rounds is workable on the T side. Still, it's not great, but it definitely is workable. And knowing FUT, we really need a strong T side. It just feels like that's where they do their best work.
It is true. It's all about making it competitive now, though. 1 round is nice after the timeout.
Yeah.
Maybe catch Pain a little sleepy, as they have been doing so well. They now look to bring some ideas here. Safe on that AWP. As he is, yeah, I was going to say boosted up. I was just trying to catch the numbers, but absolutely has to be to see an angle like this.
You don't even need the boost to play this angle. You can actually play on the
I think it just makes it nice.
It makes it easier.
Deep,
you get a bit more space, and there we go.
Maybe the nade,
there
maybe
we
the
go.
break of the smoke as well from that position. You saw him do that, get back on the boost.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
That's what I play when I play Overpass. I do that every round.
Well, that's pretty cringe, dude.
Nah, but it wins, and you know, like 20. Well, I'm like, I don't even know, like 24k prem or whatever.
Yeah, no, if it works, it works. Yeah, of course, I would be.
They never smoke front con, so I'm
okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I just get a free shot every time.
It's one of those. I mean,
paper thin walls there as well, so it's so easy to wall bang.
It probably is the difference between like an okay player and a good player, like casual wise.
Yeah.
It's just pummeling the same thing, you know, and really making it work. Contacted up short here. Yeah, we really like this. This is looking pretty good. However, BSM got his eye on it, and there's the second man just outside of Monster. Really great spot, really great setup. And we'll see them off immediately. This is great stuff.
I was very worried there because they're both trained in on Monster, and as they're contacting up shore, I was really concerned that, you know, essentially VSM falls for nothing, and then they can kind of 1v2 swing on towards that second player. Thankfully, it ends up being kind of not the case. VSM gets the first, and then everything kind of slots itself into place. But there was a moment there that looked a little dicey, but nice little bit of a move coming through, and in the end, everything slots itself into place. It's that kill as well from Snow that's quite important. If Krebeni finds that quick trade, the rotate's going to take a while to come down. They can get a plant, a post-plant set up, and all the rest. So, nice response, I think, is the main thing from Pain. FUT, you find your first round, it's a flash in the pan. There's no consistency, there's no chain of T-side here. But Jugs, again, he really is a bit of that shining light at the moment for FUT. I think without him, they're really not competitive in any of these rounds. He's the only thing giving them chances at the moment.
Agreed. BSM. Nice pick up from him. Good reposition. Ooh. Doesn't quite land that one. Now Big Uzera got to be careful. He's got no support around him, so actually not a bad looking situation for FUT to capitalize on. Pariah Juniors made his way round to try and help out. It's going to be low utility. The crosshair drawn and successfully traded out. They will take that. Low HP though, dotted around. Suddenly Big Uzera found himself alone though. Don't know what happened to Safe, but he was destroyed. And FUT skin of their teeth on a lot of those fights, but they will indeed find a second round.
Yeah, exactly that. It's Jugs again to open up proceedings, and he just gives them a bit of space to work with. But that move forward in towards the B side, it's pretty textbook FUT. You know, you get that advantage, you get that opening, and you just claim that space immediately. They step up the tempo. You really feel like that kill in towards launch, from launch, may I say, that's the one that gives them that wrap through, right? You know, if there is a second kill that comes through in towards Connector, I think it might have changed things. Potentially FUT could have even cancelled there as well. Back and forth. In terms of the rounds, these last three have traded places between the two. Let's buy back in. It's not exactly the best. MP9 and VSM struggling. How? He gets the support and he gets a kill, but it's still numbers advantage for FUT.
Yeah, where's everyone else, I suppose? It's the question. Risky fight. Thank goodness they pay attention, turn around, and take it with him. And alive. Safe, unfortunately, you know, he pushed down long. He's got a completely different round unfolding in his mind.
It's the worst gun for this as well.
Yeah.
No kit either. It might be like a soft exit play.
I think it's a little more of a save.
Yeah.
That is tough. That is tough. You know, the play from VSM really clean, but in setting him up,
yeah, everyone else dies.
Everyone else dies. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a difficult one to stomach for sure.
Oh, all probably safe from safe. They're going to exit out. CT spawn, and that'll be that. Cemetery's already hightailing. He is so low, so he needs to really be careful. Junction afford to be a little closer. So, like you said, right, to keep VSM alive, it costs them so much. Longs again. His PC imploded in map number 1, which led to us having a sort of a few minutes tech issue, but it seems like it might be him once again here.
Could be. Oh well, no, he's typing and stuff.
So his PC's on, unless he's losing it. Just typing away on his own, but yeah, it seems like at least.
Not sure. Maybe something a little bit unresponsive. Could be the SSD. I think obviously they're like provided with them, but that would be the one thing.
Yeah, like that's corrupted maybe. Yeah.
I would have thought, unless they've got some kind of cloud these days. You just sort of upload and download your config. Sure.
Yeah.
Here comes the big boss.
Okay.
Just feels we're not really got anything. It just feels like, Long's a bit frustrated that it's why me, unfortunately.
Wait, do you remember? Was it Pro League when he was doing this quite a bit? He was just having a little nap.
Yeah. He plays it up for the camera. He knows we might be watching him.
Yeah.
Do something funny.
VSM sleep cam. You can't talk, can't type.
Might as well visualize the win. Remember where you are. Bit warm by the looks of things. You've got a few, glazed over, glowing kind of players.
He's got a CSGO tattooed on his hand. I think I
was fuming when they released CS2. It was like, for goodness sake, I just got this tattoo.
I think if I remember right, he got it when he qualified to his first major.
Sure,
I think that was what it was. It was like in celebration of it on his mouse hand as well. So
you reckon you'll get any tattoos ever?
ESL, give me cologne and I might get one. I'll tattoo the trophy on my back.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know, I've always been kind of indecisive about like tattoos. I'm not against them. It's more that like I feel like I go through like, phases. Like in 2 years' time, like I actually don't like this anymore.
Yeah, that's completely valid.
Yeah. And that would be like annoying for me.
I feel, some of your earlier ones have to have decent meaning. And then maybe you can be like, whatever.
Like sentimental value.
Yeah, for sure. Especially though these days, I think quite easy to get them off. As long as you're not getting them in crazy places, like your neck or your face or whatever, where it'll leave a bit of scarring.
Give me cologne, I'll tattoo the trophy somewhere, like a dinky.
Okay, well, he said it now. He said it now.
Like on my ankle, maybe, or something. Is it painful, the ankle?
Well, yeah, bone. Bone
no,
is
not what about like, what do we even call this bit? Like people tattoo
like
their
Achilles
area? Kind of like, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Painful?
Things with nerves. So like bones, and then like in between your elbow. Like elbow crease, because you've got like.
Okay, what about like upper, like shoulder?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah,
that'd be fine.
I'm wham as well, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
All that muscle will soak up all the pain.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, why not? Why not?
Back's
what you
painful,
can do is I have the kind of semi-famous in our circles. I've got a phase tattoo.
Yeah, because when phase 1, right?
Kato.
Oh, okay.
22 when they were playing
you did a
with
tweet, didn't you?
JKS as the stand-in. Yeah, well, yeah, it was originally Zark. Shout out Zark's one time. He's an observer.
Yeah.
And may well be on these games. Don't know. To be honest, not seen him, posting about it or anything. Anyway,
hello.
He was like, "Yeah, cool story, mate." He's listening. He's listening to our story.
Yeah.
So Zark's was like, he put a tweet out: "If they win, I'll get a face tattoo." Haha. And then I replied, and I was like, "Yeah, me too." Haha. And then they actually won the thing. This is like, as it was announced that they were playing with the emergency stand-in and everything. Now, what I will say, I like Zarks. He's a great guy and a good observer. He got the face tattoo like on his middle finger, which kind of, you do the phase up thing and it's like right there. However, that area has like a lot of friction because it's on your hand.
Yeah.
It was quite thin, and I think his is just like rubbed away.
Oh,
now,
really?
I really committed. It's like on the inside of my bicep, so it's like hideable.
Yeah.
But it's not going anywhere unless I really wanted to.
Yeah.
So once in a while, I'll wear like a t-shirt, be a an event or an epic LAN, and someone will be like, "You got a face tattoo?"
Yeah.
And then I have to explain this whole story.
I actually remember when they
a
won that.
A man is only as good as his word. I just
there we
gotta
go.
Throw that in.
There we go.
So I did commit.
I'll commit. It'll be worth it. I'll get it on the inside of my finger to rub away.
Yeah, man.
Right there. But I do remember when they won that. That was literally, I think, like a day or two before I graduated. Like I had my actual, like, kind of, you know, get your certificate in graduation. And it was all like recorded, obviously, as all graduations are. So I did the phase up as I went across the stage. Which my mom was like, why are you throwing up gang signs? I was like, I'm not. I'm not.
Sorry.
They just want a trophy, Mum. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. FaZe have just done the impossible. But
yeah, you just wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't understand, Mother. Don't worry. We are still waiting for Lonks. Bit of a more serious issue then, whatever this is, but it gives us more time for our mini podcast.
Well, indeed.
And I always say, right?
If you've still got us on, thanks very much. Appreciate that.
You know, valid, especially with Vitality playing on the A stream, who've already lost the map to Bedboom. Kind of credit to you guys.
We can have a little check-in on that, actually.
Yeah, actually, good. 8-3. Is that 8-3? Vitality.
Yeah.
Okay. For those who missed it and were here on the B stream, first and foremost, thank you. And secondly, Bedboom won 13-10. Really, you know, kind of surprising win. Obviously, it's their map pick, but just anybody beating Vitality at the moment is pretty wild. It's 8-3 on that overpass, and it's Vitality on the T side as well. So Bedboom are losing and in fashion at the moment. So it looks like it'll be going to a decider, which is Nuke. Vitality should have that in the bag. Should, operatively, you know. But I always say, there's 9-3 now. There you go.
Yeah, live updates for you guys. Live updates.
I always say, I have like my what do I call it, like DEFCON 1, 2, and 3, right? My tech issues. Is it DEFCON?
I think 1 is the worst. We always say this. We should probably look it up at some point so that we know.
So,
I think
DEFCON 3,
like, the lower number is you start high and then you're like going up, and then DEFCON 1 is, you know, they've
end of the world. Yeah. Okay.
It's all over.
So for my tech issues, DEFCON 3, which is like the lower, it's 3 tiers on like, you know, DEFCON 5 or whatever. So DEFCON 3 is like just a tech issue, like that's it. DEFCON 2 is headsets off, which is where we are at, right? And DEFCON 1 is like standing up, like people are like not in their seats, so like we're in trouble here. And we kind of actually got sort of like a semi-DEFCON 1 when Long
Where do you reckon
out
like
the way.
throw to break comes in? That between like 2 and 1 maybe, like we run out of things to say.
Between 2 and 1, where like things are really looking bad. Like if we look there and the admins are like baffled, then we're in trouble.
Because the thing is, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like, you know, your DEFCON 1. I totally agree on the levels, but I don't at higher like tournaments like this. I don't think they're gonna let them stand up. I think it's
exactly.
You are, you know, locked in regardless of the issue.
We essentially got DEFCON 1 when he has to like get out the way. Like
that's fair.
That was kind of DEFCON 1. He had to move out of the way because they were changing
1.5.
Yeah, they were changing an entire PC. That is sort of DEFCON 1 really for me.
That's fair. That's fair. Like unprecedented.
Yeah. And that was DEFCON 2 because we didn't change the PC, but like obviously a couple of admins had to come over and change a few things there. But everyone's
I don't
sitting
even know
up.
that they still use it, so you know.
Yeah.
We should come up with like maybe TechCon or something.
TechCon 3. I like it. Right, let's start. We'll start claiming that. TechCon 3.
Pending. Nobody steal that.
We've trademarked the hair effect. We're trademarking TechCon 3.
Yeah, but we're going to have to actually do it. People are going to steal it.
No, I won't let them.
Okay, I think that's how it works.
Just won't let them, mate.
Yeah. This is our evidence when we're in like court or whatever.
Yeah.
Us on stream.
Yeah, exactly. That's like, you know, whatever they say, we were there first. Like even, you know, as you're claiming a patent, it can take a while, but you're there first.
It's like intellectual property.
That's it. So we've got our intellectual property. I will say, signs are looking good because VSM's woken up and sat up, so that means I think
that's good.
Live.
That's a good sign.
He's sat up. He's no longer lying down. He's no longer horizontal. We are live. It's 5-3 in favor of Pain, but FUT are starting to look a little better here. Third on the board. It was safer at the save that AWP. Money is broken for the CT side. So, it should be a fourth for FUT, which generally is kind of like that bare minimum that we ask on Overpass.
Very true. A little bit of an anticlimactic round here for you folks. So, not our fault, but yeah, an extended tech, and then we come into a round like this. It's a little bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Got that up. Checking out long. Not really going to see too much action here. Small fake out on the smoke. But it will be a B hit, and that little smoke is tempting a rotation back towards A. But they're just going to dedicate in, lock in for this one. VSM the first to fall. It's looking pretty good, right? Just a few upgraded pistols. Well, not even a few, just one to deal with, really. And I think the AWP is just going to save now.
What do you call that position Snow was playing when you're on like the sort of backside of the sight box?
Maybe like head glitch.
Head glitch, okay, fair.
You know, that's a little esoteric. In, like my group, I don't know, behind sight, but that's confusing.
It's tough though, isn't it? Right? I don't know if it
probably
actually
needs like a player name, but
yeah, I don't know if it has a call. So for the reason I ask is that I've never known what it's called, and you know, always sort of said like, you know, backside of sight on the box or whatever. But like, obviously that's a mouthful. So my stack is called Neo because I play there and just sell rounds.
Well, I
from
think
there.
that's.
It's kind of useless, like most of the time.
Yeah. Definitely what's needed is like a player name, and it probably is unique per team.
Yes,
you know. So we'll see.
Oh, this AWP could fall here. It will.
Yeah, not the hardest save from safe.
No, that's not what you want. He does have money to buy in towards another one, is the unfortunate thing. He had I think about 4.5k left over. So, yeah, that is really kind of dicey. Just checking now, they don't have enough money, I'm pretty sure, for this AWP. Unless... I'm trying to see, can someone get in with half armor?
Yeah, some calculations required.
I don't think it's going to be the case. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, rifles. VSM in towards the AUG.
Yeah, he's already bought it once.
Yeah, Krieg and AUG. You know, he goes for... But it's more expensive, but... I
don't know.
Interesting. I mean, the Krieg, it was working.
Just decided that's what he's going to do today.
Yeah, I can't fault him because on Nuke it was working. Like the first like two times he saw it didn't, but then he started getting kills. So.
You know, your head's going to get a bit big if you feel like you can make the Krieg work. He probably thinks he can make any weapon work. Next, we're going to see you know an M249. I was going to say, you know.
I don't remember if I've ever casted one at like a professional game.
Nah, surely not. Negev, maybe.
Yeah,
not into CS2, unfortunately. No one has fun anymore. Seen as toxic to like have fun. God forbid you buy a auto sniper.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. 5-4, and back into the buy for Paint. Megazera, focus on proceedings, flash on towards Pillar. VSM up here with the AUG. On scope, this thing has decent spray control, but it's launched for a double, which will give them space towards B, and he wants to continue pushing on forward. The Molly will actually rein him in a little bit, but the bomb goes down. And really tough now on this retake. They're all spread out.
Oh, what?
How's he won that?
What? I'm all over the place. I thought he was surely dead on the timing, but he has indeed managed a double dink as he spins around, leg onto safe here. Smoke down, desperate to just try and isolate. Meanwhile, there's a boost going on towards short. Can't quite catch them. And they don't fancy it to pull away in a save. So FUT, it's really quite hard for. They're definitely not easy rounds, but they are just able to apply that extra 10%, and it really is paying off.
And they're starting to find real consistency down towards B as well. That's where they're getting a lot of space to work with. And unfortunately, it seems to be a bit of a, you know, for lack of a better term, but a pain point, we would call it. Like, this is something we need to shore up. And for Pain specifically, they need to find a way to plug this gap. That's where FUT are now heading. We saw Gentlemen do a very similar thing where, you know, this is a side who like to kind of rush one site over and over again, or like we saw, you know, Paravision obviously were kind of famous for it when things were going well for them, that they like kind of, you know, it was kind of like a famous thing like a month ago where it was like they went to the B site sort of like 10 times on, was it Dust 2 out of the 12 played. Like some teams like to do this, and this is exactly what FUT are doing right now. Like they are just continually finding space down towards B. I think Jugs is doing a very good job of just keeping pressure there in early rounds, and fortunately they're struggling to deal with it. And even now, 3 towards here early. Bit of a worry, because 5 rounds T-side over, it's not bad.
Yeah, I think you're happy. It would be nice to squeeze out the lead, though. Of course. Especially given the way that it started pretty poorly. We were 5-1.
Yeah, true.
So we'll be looking to do it. There's going to be a little fight at the front of bathrooms. Could go sideways here. The peek out towards long. Grabs info, but Raya Jr. going to go down trying to make a move off of that information. Not started well here. Safe advanced, and Big Uzera to kind of back it up. This is a nice little setup. They've pulled out towards the end of this round, and D could look good for FUT. Big Uzera goes digging in. Maybe too far. No, he does find the kill. Can he make it away? Yes, he can. It's safe that falls, and does he need to push there? I mean, the thing is they have a smoke that goes downstairs, so maybe he's thinking that they're pivoting in towards Con, and the distraction does work out for FUT, allows them the man advantage here. 20 seconds left on this clock. Snow towards Optimus. They are tagged up, and they walk straight into his spray. Just play the time now. 15 seconds for this AWP to try and win it out. Can he isolate one? He has been spotted, and well, you can see Snow does not want to let this slip through his fingers. He's just really trying to stay away from him, draw them in to the trap. Just got to be careful. Not enough time to get it done. And VSM only needs to stay alive. Cemetery just honing through the wall, but I don't think you can really bang those walls, unfortunately. And it will be Pain to take it.
Yeah. Really, really well played from Snow. You know, we see these rounds where he kind of just plays, you know, at a level well above his age, right? And that is so well played from him. The 2 kills he gets obviously are fantastic as they sort of line up, but it's actually this toying around Transformer. That's what nets in the round. Sure, you'll fall to the no-scope, but the round was all but done at that point. 6-5. Pain want to take a lead heading in towards their T side, but easier said than done as they are once again tempted to go back towards B. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They try and change it up with an A hit and it falls flat. So they go back to where they've had a lot of favor. VSM, that is dicey, but biggest error. 2 for him. Kraveni trades, keeps the numbers level before Cemetery gives FUT the advantage. And the Molly's down short water. This is dicey. The transfer isn't there. This is carnage. He's ticking in the flames as well. And it's all on safe in a 1 versus 2.
In from behind. Will he be considered? Moving in slowly, but he still has pretty good timing on this. Bomb just about to go down. There's a world in which he could maybe deny. He is there's a smoke in the way. Oh, big drop here. Has to take that player, unfortunately, but able to make it in relatively deep. What is going on? Swaps up to another M4. Still got his smoke available here. He's kind of missed the position. It's really well peaked. A quick ding. But Demon takes him down. Yeah, frustrating. The AK really could have made all of the difference. Not going to be the case here. And these 2 teams, impossible to split going into half 2.
throughout a half of Overpass. To see Vitality throwing a few aggressive looks towards short. It's been much more passive, a willingness to play back on the bomb site. And it's worked out for the opening kill this time. So Mezzi claims the life of Magnajaz. Now 35 seconds left. The final B attack is coming in. Mezzi gets a second. Flame's actually blind, but regains his vision just in time to silence both Flamus and Siren. And it's Sorte again, just left alone.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird round, I think, for BetBoom, where I mean Vitality just had an easy time reading it. There was no pressure. Remember, Rops takes that peek out towards long, sees nothing. So never was there any presence established towards bathrooms, towards fountain, towards playgrounds. No one had to be concerned. So Apex is able to come over, and then you're just kind of going through the motions, hitting the details, double nading a spot that T's normally play, being prepared, flash peeking, getting aggressive at the point of attack because you have players to send forward because of the over rotation. And Vitality just way too strong in that one. 11-7. BetBoom's attack falls flat. They got money to replenish and try again.
And Messi does really well here. Flames just about getting that second
You see how
vision.
it's them taking the initiative. It's Mezzi peeking with the flashbang, getting a kill, spotting two more, and then Flamesy slides over into the same position. They run the same exact play, and you just never actually get to run the tactic if you're BetBoom because the fights are going on at the choke points.
Oh my goodness, protection from the Flames. They'll stand here at short. And this is one of those aggressive short plays I just mentioned in the last round, right? The fact that we usually see a couple of these throughout the half where you activate Flames, you get him aggressive, but now it's coming in, and that nade's going to land on top of Siren. Keeps him on 2 HP. But Flamus is actually just going to move in, and they come in at the right time because it's surprising, but Flames able to get the kill regardless. Now the pressure's on Boomich, he can't get a thing, and Flames does so much work from short, but finally he's gone. But Sorte, he's had enough of sitting back and not being involved in these rounds. But the unfortunate thing is, Apex just walks up and blindsides him, and he's gone. And now you got a Rops line coming in.
Yeah, Rops heard the footsteps, although equally it sounds like Magnajaz, you heard a sound cue from Rops as well. And he wants to keep this AK-47, so he says, nope, I'm good.
Well, that's map point for Team Vitality.
Map point for Team Vitality. They got 5 chances to close it out. BetBoom had 6 back on Anubis. It took them all 6. Unfortunately for them, I think in this round win 12-7, there's no money left for a buy in the next one, really. Zorte's got 3,900. Magnajaz needs to keep this AK if he wants to drop a gun over. So an extended save coming in as a very important weapon for round 20 to try and bring forward. But the B-bomb site is closed, and I think BetBoom felt on their initial attack towards the A-bomb site, they felt their own discomfort with how they were going to handle it, the protocols, and getting around the way Vitality's going to defend it. So now you have an extreme issue for BetBoom where nothing on the map is really successful for you to attack into, to play for.
Counter-terrorists win.
A lot more in control now for Team Vitality. Nuke winning as a third and final map here. This Flames doing some great work off short. He's put in a couple of awkward situations throughout that Apex. Moving forward at just the right time, reclaiming that position.
And this is the buy to try and keep your hopes alive on Overpass. 3 Tech 9s, an AK, and an AWP on Zorte.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. Doesn't fill you full of confidence. Now you got Robs pushed up. Zywo's waiting for that slide boost. Not detecting any heads for the time being.
He's actually looking for everything.
Yeah, he really is. Scanning every possible position they could be in right now.
It's all on a timing, too.
And there we go. Gets the information. Sorte actually took Robs away, but Zywo to trade.
And he's backed off after that. So a little bit of ground for BetBoom to step into. But look at the defense of the B bomb side. Flamesy and Mezzi just kind of backing off to play it more passively, playing towards Graffiti. So Flamesy can cheat a rotation. Mezzi can play the B side safe if they readdress and reconvene on the other side of the map. Bolster the defense towards this A bomb site where Vitality sense the final push coming.
Oh, nice work. Zorte Dropping ZywOo, but Apex up next. Good trade from Boomich. Needs another one, but Flame steps up. And just every time you get through a Vitality play, there's another one right there.
It's the sheet of the rotation. It's the knowledge Vitality have that they're a step ahead. They know what's coming. Reading this very, very well. Good fight from Flamesy as well. Doing it when in the Opera can't trade, but he's going to step forward next.
Yeah, speaking of a step ahead, Zorte reads the play. He goes back in again. Messi's up next. Oh, this could be Zorte going for the quad kill to keep his team on the map. But Messi could end it here and now. Magnachez's timing favors him as Messi just swivels his head in the wrong direction. And another round of play here thanks to Zorte.
Yeah, triple kill with the op. Really nice performance from Zorte. Tough scenario as well. They hadn't had a whole lot of success towards the A bomb site. This time they find it. Clever little boost to jump onto the head, and ZywOo had no time to react. 1 for 1 at Apex in that position without an op far back taking attention. Really hard to multi-kill from that position. So BetBoom keep it alive. 4 rounds they need to force overtime. And they've almost got themselves to breaking the economy of Vitality. They almost got themselves to a bit of reprieve. 2 MP9s in this round. Everyone's very low on cash for the Vitality side.
Here's the push from Flames. Here's the aggression from Team Vitality. It's worked out. Flames gets the opening kill. Siren dead. Now Zorte, can he find the response towards Party? You've got Boomich right beside you, and this time there's no contact from Vitality towards bathrooms because they went heavier towards water. So you've just got Rops over here on his own. He doesn't have any team play just yet, but Apex is now rotating.
He's also in a really crazy position. Good flash. Oh, it's perfect. That shuts him down. Triple from Rops.
Yeah, great flashbang as well from Apex to assist in that, and that will close it. You may take them on Anubis, but surely you will not deny them here on Overpass. Flamus has fought on a little bit longer, but Apex is moving in. Wrapping around the back. But Flamus has actually got a little bit further than you might expect, but ZywOo now has the angle, ready for the close. Overpass is over. It falls in favor of Vitality, a 13-8 in response to losing Anubis. This series will be settled on Nuke.
Vitality restore order as BetBoom sadly flounder. We predicted
Welcome back. We are looking forward now. And apologies, of course, about these tech issues, but it seems like hopefully they may be fixed. Logs has had, he's had a couple of issues with the PC, bless him. We are tied 6 apiece at the half. You can see he's getting so, honestly, he's getting so frustrated. I can fully understand it. Hopefully they're fine, but we're still not ready to go just yet. I think we are just getting the all clear. We had the admin on the PC. Seems like that is being sort of cleared up now, and we can get things back underway, hopefully, as soon as possible. But it's been a really interesting kind of first half. You know, we had this streak out from Pain where things were looking quite good right towards that tail end, but a nice start from FUT, which maybe alleviates that first half. I'm still not sold just yet on this being either way. We considered it like a punish pick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there's a lot of issues with this map traditionally for Pain. Is 6 going to be enough out from their CT side? It is the T side that proves to be much more difficult, generally speaking, on Overpass. But FUT definitely having some issues here today, and it's going to unfortunately affect you in a negative way when you do have one of the Vibes guys and the man in the middle, as it were, as well, with some PC issues out of your hands. And it's just one of those things you really, really, really hope and pray, like the bigger tournaments, bigger expectations, it's just not going to happen to you. A little bit of an online game or whatever. But FUT are not really playing those anymore. So, yeah, it's frustrating to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. And now, as it looks like all things are clear, everyone's sitting back up as well. We do have this sort of little bit of an opportunity for the coaches to get involved. What is essentially like the halftime break, because the halftime break was taken up by a tech issue. So now they can sort of get involved there, have a little conversation what we want to do heading in towards that second half. But we have been given the information by our wonderful producer that we are going to be starting very soon, which is exactly what we want to be hearing.
Cross some fingers, cross some toes if you can.
Yeah.
And indeed, it does seem like we are getting back into the action here. So hopefully the last one into this, you know, this is usually where we pull out. We say touch wood in the UK. I know in America they say knock on wood. And we are, you know, technically in Atlanta to keep up the illusion. So, you know, maybe we'll do a little bit of that. But all the same, hopefully things remain nice and stable so that these guys can get Overpass underway. Pistol is certainly underway. We've got a lot of utility out for Pain, so clearly some game plans here, but quite a bit actually.
Also, a very open B site here, so keep an eye on this. They're going to dive through. There's one guy to try and deny. He'll get a flash over, sure, but there's nothing really Jugs can do in terms of, you know, denying them getting this space. He has to sort of just buy time here. His best thing is staying alive and waiting for the short rotation to come through.
It does seem like they are very ready for this, right? They left Snow super early on the flank. Maybe indeed it's a misprediction that it's actually more towards short, but even still, there's some really good positions for this T side to be dealing with it. VSM on the site itself, as he advances towards ABC, will seemingly take the majority of the attacking retakers down. And Krebeni is left on very low HP, I think taking a little goosh out from Snow's Glock. So, pretty good for Pain, to be honest. It's dominant. It's a pistol in their favor. FUT are going to have an uphill battle in the early stages of their CT side. There you go, Krebeni not messing it up.
He gets his. He dies to the bomb anyway. You can see his reaction. He's so far away. He's in long bathrooms. How has he died to the bomb? That's that lack of armor in a way, but yeah, I'd be tilted.
Yeah.
I'd be tilted.
How far, like, you know, I guess if he'd right up against the boundary of the map.
Yeah, his reaction's so funny there.
Pretty nuts.
I absolutely would be the same. I know he was like 6 points of HP, but long bathrooms, you died to a B-site plant, I'd be annoyed. Vantage Pain.
How does that even work?
Yeah,
it's like up a different level and everything.
I know, it's so
far
away.
What are we doing? Someone get Valve on the phone. That one's crazy.
Yeah, how insane is that radius? That's as far away as you can get, basically, bar playing into the playground.
Right, which doesn't feel like safe.
Yeah.
Based on where he was at. I don't know.
Anyway.
Whatever. Moving swiftly on. They were going to force anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So force buy out. Triple stack long bathroom. I kind of think this could be quite interesting. But you got one holding long, but this is now a good information gather by Krebeni. So you have pushed on forward, but he'll get his. That's a nice way to start things off. Finds his and falls back.
Yeah, they're pretty good on the forces, of course. You've got to bear that in mind. Big tag onto Snow. However, Pryor Jr. holding out on that flank. He's able to net one back. AK chimes in. So stronger weaponry starts to chip away at them, but it's still not a done deal here. That's VSM and Snow combined HP of 15 between the two of them. Unfortunately, a lot of it unconfirmed, and FUT taking the safer route as they'll choose to save and try and give it another go in the next round.
Yeah, they'll really use these three weapons in towards the next. That Scout and double of the upgraded pistol. But Pain now a 2-round buffer for them, and should be, considering it is going to be a second use of that force buy, you sort of assume that Pain could actually make it a 3-round buffer, right? 9 to 6, put yourself in a nice spot like that. Sure, FUT are quite scary on those bonuses, but nonetheless, nice work by Pain. See the line, a lot of damage dealt towards Snow and VSM. Doesn't make a difference in the end. Pressure is now starting to build up for FUT, and the hope is that it doesn't bubble over. It's getting close now. And go back to what I was saying at the halfway point, it still doesn't feel like a punish pick at the moment.
It is very, very true. Expectant one. Again, this is something we've been touching on quite a bit in the vetoes, is that you can definitely be ready for this.
Yeah.
And indeed play a bit looser. You know, they've just had a great first map. Let's play around those instincts. I think this can crumble real quick, though, on the T side. I don't think that they will have much in terms of contingency, plan B even, let alone plan C's.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that this momentum needs to keep coming. They've got to find that first rifle round and just make FUT really, really work for it.
Agreed.
If they can get their claws in, it's going to be hard to get them out. And Pain know that. You can feel it. Playing quite methodical here, making sure not to make any early mistakes.
Yeah, I like the early way that Pain are approaching this because they're taking sort of incremental bits of map control bit by bit. And even here, right, a flash in, but Benny's Deagle goes for one. We'll Snow expect a second. He does. He'll still lose his head. And Longs will scoop up that rifle. Scout gets a tag on towards VSM. This is getting a little scary here. Demons Deagle delivers as VSM gets finished off. And now 2 versus 4 here. As much as the bits of incremental map control felt nice, they just lose their aim duels. It's a tough 2 versus 4 to try and recover from.
Yeah, it really is. But again, as said, Pain feel their days kind of numbered and, you know, problems can occur time and time again. What a round to do it in as well. You know, unlikely kind of buy, but the fact that it's saved from the previous round, they're going to have such an increase in cash. If they can convert this, it's definitely not over just yet. A bomb site feels kind of vulnerable. An overlooked angle though for save. Prior Junior dealt with pretty dominant in the end. In fact, they deny the bomb plant even, so it's probably straight onto a low buy for that T side, or a slightly scrappier
just shy of
salvaged
3K
buy
across the board, so obviously no loss bonus. I mean, you could, I think Pain, they do like a force, right? They could be tempted. I think Hero AK feels like maybe the better idea for me. Hero AK half buy round, if full buy next, potentially. They've got a couple of rounds to play with. Do actually opt for that full buy, but it's not exactly the most comfortable. Triple AK, Deagle and a Tech 9. Benny will open up proceedings with that saved AK from him, and he gets a second to the smoke. Homing bullets there as they catch both to open up proceedings, and already this force buy has offered up nothing. It's VSM and Pariah Jr. to try and, again, salvage this round, and surely absolutely impossible. They're going for a late bail towards B, and this is all heard by Jugs as well.
Yeah, not a fan. They deserve this with a buy like that. It's very cheeky to try and get away with. They will indeed be punished. Maybe can create a bomb plant here, but even that, not feeling too likely. He's just about going to be able to get it down. They should drop him. They do indeed. I mean, it's flawless in the end. They don't lose a single player. But because of that bomb plant, we might see Pain be able to do something into this next round, actually. So they're a little bit lucky.
Yeah, they can get upgraded pistols.
That sense. Yeah,
can't
maybe
get any more
a little bit of utility.
Yeah, they can't buy AKs here. They can't. I don't think you can even Hero AK. It's only 1.9 loss bonus with a bomb plant. On top of it, all of them are basically broke, so if they're lucky, you know, sitting around like 3K mark, Deagle, potentially like Tech 9 half armor. We could get Tech 9 buy here. I will say though, I don't blame Pain for going for that buy. You lose a force buy, the normal meta is to respond with a force buy. It is just what you go for. Obviously, in hindsight, it doesn't work out, but let's be real, every team would do the same thing. It's just sort of those force buy wars. You know that if you can immediately claw it back, you kind of immediately put foot on a bit of the back foot.
Yeah, I know. I think you maybe just have to read the situation though, because it was like a low buy at that time. It's kind of hard to name it, and the fact that they win that, they recover some weaponry, their money's really good, and then they've just won that round flawlessly as well. And you look at the balloon of cash. I don't know that you can let them get that far, so I would have been a much bigger fan of like the Hero AK, try and force a bomb plant, and then buy into this one and just really stay on them. But they're going to win this, hopefully cleanly, you know, you would presume so. And then players are going to be up to like 7K pretty comfortably. So really going to be hard to crack foot on a T side that feels a bit dodgy for you. But
yeah,
maybe not wanting this many moving parts when you're making those basic kind of economic calls.
And also as well, they don't know that they're on like such a low buy. They saw a couple of Deagles and a Scout, and by their mind, they're like, okay, they've actually forced 4 here. They didn't know that a lot of them were actually armorless in that sense. Either way, this is an easy one to put to bed. Another flawless one, back-to-back 4 foot. This is a very important round for Pain. It feels like a kind of a necessity, to be perfectly honest. They've lost control of this game with these couple back-to-back-to-back, and we're now in a spot where you lose this, you've essentially got one more actual gun round before FUT take the map and push us towards the decider, which, to be fair, is what we expected.
Still close, still very, very close. I think the pistol in particular has given Pain enough breathing room to allow this one to come close. But we'll find out here. Last rifle round went straight in the bin. Slow move up here to Just try and get bits of control that they couldn't get last time out. Bomb's still behind, you know, so just looking for this first kill.
The Krieg.
Surely doesn't win here. Never mind. Never mind.
4 HP.
This guy
Never
knows.
doubt.
This
Never
guy knows.
doubt.
Crazy stuff. Big fight from Cemetery.
That's a really audacious move from Snow. Unnecessary, I think, is the other word for it. Dives to the smoke and just dives to the AWP.
Yeah. No bomb as well to boot. Cemetery going to go down, though. He takes an overface himself into safe. So 3-on-3, really difficult to predict. Painter all over the place at the moment.
Look at this long control. He got this for free.
Big battle here. Big battle here. Oh, and Long's going to win it. Ducks under the bullet. That bomb is still in transition. So Payne, at a certain point, you would say maybe do need to group up Pryor Jr. with a big find, and he's got an idea of dropping down below.
Wow.
But Demon will be there in good time. So pretty important, I think, that Safe finds this kill, which he does. And, well, Pryor Jr.'s like, okie dokie, yeah,
Demon's
understood.
so confused.
See you in a bit. Maybe that's part of the plan.
He's doing shuttle runs between the A
I think
and B
Demon
side.
gives it away, though, as he smokes short.
Yeah.
You know, how is he to know that they're not both together, though? Really kind of silly round on paper here for Payne. And it is Safe with an individual 3K that kind of bails them out of a lot of questionable moves and pushes and bomb going down and then back up.
Yeah.
Really, really indecisive kind of round from Payne that could have gone against them.
Yeah, so easily could have fallen flat. It's not to be. So, still kicking, tying this game back up. Still an opportunity for the upset here by Payne. Into a buy, of course, for FUT. They got so much money to fall back on for this round, the next, maybe even the one to follow as well. Nice work from Cemetery, knowing that's a possibility, and we get aggressive. I love that long control to shore up and make life difficult. And look at this move by Kabeni. He's in the backline here, and he's going to get the bomb.
This is so weird now, man.
He's got the bomb.
They're kind of aware. I mean,
BSM's
BSM's trying to bait him in. Molotov comes out. The AWP finds it. Really well done in the end. Meanwhile, now Pariah Jr.'s position just becomes really beneficial.
I have no clue. There's no way.
Oh, maybe wanted a bit more. Yeah, that's not nice. That's not nice to look at, but he's still able to get the kill. Cemetery.
Great flash.
Making his way in towards barrels. Kind of has to be expected, but the AWP, it's going to be scary to get through here. Meanwhile, Long's on the backside. He's knife out for quite a while, but it seems to work for him. How? How has Long's done that? I don't believe it. He was so loose with his knife out, really expecting them to advance in. And his brazen attempt at the flank will be highly successful. Payne going to be kicking themselves, though. Hard fought. Really well found to recover that bomb. Losing numerous in the beginning.
Yeah.
Can't convert it.
The missed AWP shot I can sort of understand, but the fact that the two rifles cannot find anything. VSM and Pariah have got to do better there. Snow had picked up that AWP, you know, it's not a primary, so I can sort of understand it, but yeah. VSM and Pariah, they've got to do better. I cannot believe that it all falls into place like that. So
I think as a whole, they just needed to move a lot faster.
Yeah, they get stuck, and they spot that player of Cemetery in towards barrels, and they sort of freeze a little bit, and then the issue is that they're freezing, that smoke behind them in Monster starts to dissipate, and that gives Longs the opportunity. If they just, honestly, as a three-man unit, dive through, obviously we can only say this with the benefit of hindsight, they had no idea where Longs is. For all they knew, he was there with the AWP, right? So they were trying to take their time and move forward and whatnot, but in the end, it's a huge round for FUT. That's all that matters. They call a timeout to follow it, just to really make kind of Payne stewing it a little bit as well, and they've got an eco to follow, so not only the 10th found in a pretty miraculous fashion, but then on top of that, a low buy, and it doesn't start well for Pariah. He loses his head.
Big spam. But yeah, I feel like it's a good effort here. It's a good innings from Payne, but I just don't think they're going to be able to take it. You know, really big turnaround going to be needed, and
yeah,
we've seen a number of rounds that look good and just need one or two more correct reads and moves, and they go completely the other way. It all slips away from them, and a lot of those in pretty recent memory as well on this T side. Yeah, it's going to sting. Should have had that previous. Wouldn't have broken the bank, to be fair, but it would have put them in a pretty good spot to build that confidence up. They've managed to gain long control. A dry move here from Krebeni, certainly risky. And he will go down.
Nice shot.
Yeah, pays the price for that.
Doug's in a great position. Even him taking that sort of front bar from his control is massively important because he catches them on the transition. They were looking to go back towards B. 3-4 here, nice move. And shutting it down. Sure, it's a nice shot, but it's nothing more than a consolation kill. FUT so close now as Pain call for their second timeout. And essentially, it is now or never for them. They have to win this. FUT 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from pushing us towards that decider. And we kind of said as well, the decider, it does feel like a little bit more of kind of like a FUT-sided map. So they had to reverse sweep this. That nuke was always a punish. This overpass is great, but we even, we critiqued the veto for Pain. There's other ways they could have letting it slip towards Dust 2 feels very risky, and
yeah,
especially with where we're at now. Overpass obviously not a great map for them, but I mean Dust 2 is their second worst, bar of course their perma ban.
Yeah, they were the ones that banned Mirage in the second wave of banning,
which was super questionable.
Yeah, I don't know like what the logic might be. They could have some history, I'm not sure to be fair, but yeah, beyond that I don't really see. Yeah, I mean they've not met actually, so yeah, unsure. A little strange they don't just lean straight into that Mirage and play something safe, but they're obviously looking to still consider the 2-0. BSM tagged up heavy, Prior Jr. taking a bit of damage as well. They'll gain the con control with the Molotov. Oh, Krebeni goes late, but will go down. A 1-for-1 trade, which I think they'll take, honestly, because VSM was so low anyway. It's good to kind of get rid of him and trade things out so that it doesn't come back to bite them a little bit later on. Jugs dropped by Biguzera on a late approach into con. That's quite a nice touch from him to reposition like that. A lot of noise over here. Demon spams away. Nearly takes a dangerous amount himself. Still, an advantage. Puts Pain in a good spot. Safe looking to lurk around. Be a bit annoying. Maybe the bomb will join him. They're quite widespread here.
As long as Biguzera doesn't go early, just wait for this long wrap to come through.
Yeah.
This could be massive. Like, Safe has a fantastic drop. However, Tempesture's moving away. I don't know if he spotted him, and Safe's going to catch him. Ace out open, and now Biguzera can move up con. This round's done. The remaining 2 over towards FUT. Best you can do here is save. You don't really need to. You could even argue that you may as well give it a go. You've got kits, a couple of flashes, but it's probably even a temptation of being like, this round's a write-off. I'd like to keep hold of the AK. But that's now hit the deck already, so it's all down to Demon. He can't win this. He'd like to save, and now he knows that there's a wrap through Monster, so where do you save?
Really well done here from Pain, particularly Biguzera, like you mentioned. I thought when I saw those like faking B nades come out, the Biguzera might opt to... That's unlucky. Biguzera might opt to move early, you know, and be like, yeah, we've thrown a nade, sell by the fake. But he really makes sure not to mess that one up, particularly being the bomb carrier as well.
Yes, yeah. A lot of trust, a lot of kind of faith in Safe. You know what I mean? He really kind of... that round is sort of one off this move here. It's still a little bit dicey. Despite the numbers advantage, it's still a little bit up in the air. And there was even maybe a temptation because of Biguzera's position to finish towards B, as they had a couple of players lurking there. So, yeah, Safe's done really, really well. And it's just Cemetery making that noise. You know, he runs across the site, and that's enough for Safe to advance forward. Early nades on towards Safe, though. He'll start the round out with 28 points of HP.
Big one from Jugs, and Safe low, as you mentioned. Nice little break coming in.
No way.
Not able to find any of the kills, but they'll keep the damage coming, right? And that feels pretty good. So a hero going to be required here for Pain to just bail them out of this, and maybe we do look to Biguzera. Perhaps the big man on the Krieg, but perhaps not. To be honest, I don't know. He does all right for one, but not the multi-frag. But he's really enjoying the scopes. I don't know what.
Yeah.
The deal is, I kind of get it on Nuke because you've got a lot of long-range angles. There's still some here on Overpass, but obviously
Overpass
much less. But he's still also just charging in.
Nice swing.
Just like that.
That's a really nice swing.
And they are so worn down here, though.
Yeah, solo, 28 points for safe. It's how he started off this round. And Snow, of course, got spammed and with the nade on top of him. 4 points of HP. Everybody is one tappable to an M4.
Small spot on the jump.
Technically, everybody's one tappable towards FUT.
Well, yeah, true. It's just slightly easier one taps. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Ready to go here. 20 seconds. Spamming away. Trying to get Jugs to look at the flash, but it costs Snow his life. Cemetery going to be left low. The setup just looks so strong here. And they, of course...
saving.
Yeah, made a paper at the moment. So unfortunately, going to have to take that save.
It's the worst way to see the round on the T side.
And then it goes up to 12 as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's just awful.
I mean, thankfully, Snow and Pariah can buy in around the saved AK AWP and SG, but yeah, it's the worst kind of way to lose a round when you're on the edge of losing this map. Got one more timeout to use, and I think by the music, they are going to go for that. Paying third and final for them. A conversation, but you know, Ricks will get involved here, but there's a good opportunity for Coolio as well, just to try and shore things up. We've commented on this a lot, this hair effect as we're trademarking it, talking about, you know, this inability to close out maps. It's something that it feels like for a side of FUT's caliber shouldn't really be a problem for them. Got 2 map points to push us towards that decider of Dust 2, which statistically they're heavily favored on. Very much come alive here in this second half. It has been at times a bit of that back and forth, but they've had the bulk of the momentum. Now they're right at that finish line. One more hurdle to cross.
Okay. Kind of a cool idea. Doesn't quite land, but I'd like to see that maybe tried a few more times. Either way, surviving the early round is pretty important here for Pain. Nearly the double spray down from Pariah Jr.
Yeah, nice try.
I think they will take the 1-for-1 and some damage. Going to be pretty clear damage as well. So, pick up that bomb. And now what is the plan for Pain? What have they talked about in this timeout? Cemetery playing this angle pretty often. Is there a flash with his name on? Deep A smoke makes it kind of look like a faker alert. Same sort of thing from Biggie Sarah. That is a risky peek. VSM lucky to be alive. Takes a tag. Krabeni, meanwhile, looking to get in behind. He might just do that. Able to take one pretty easily. They left a gap. It's that long player that was maybe advancing and just misses the timing on it. Krabeni has a chance to reset and maybe take another. Going to be backed up by the AWP here as well. If they try and take him down, absolutely a massive fan of this one. The Molotov comes in. The attempt to the wallbang gives him away, and they will look to back off. They're not attempting the refrag. 4 versus 3 and a B lean.
This is a really, really hard round to recover for Pain. Jugs may be alone, but he's going to get the support along in good timing. Just sub 30 seconds. Like he mentions, they lean towards that B side. One player in towards Graffiti and a nicely timed molly, and a double from Jugs should be enough. Cemetery will see it off, and FUT live to see another day as they stay alive in this series and push us towards that decider of Dust 2. Unfortunately for Pain, despite the heroics in that first half, they fizzle out in the second.
Yeah, not quite good enough. It's a little difficult, but indeed, things headed in the right direction, I think, for Pain. Maybe they are able to just match off against FUT here. They need that extra kind of edge. A couple of rounds at the start of the T side as well that I think may well have helped them take it to overtime. You know, a few that they dropped. We'll see now headed into Dust 2. It's an equalizing map. They do have a lot of reps on it, but it's going to be tough to find out whether they can match off. I mean, FUT, it's got to be one of their home favorites. Yes, maybe not in terms of the stats and the way that the general game of Counter-Strike forces them to go, but this was a really, really great map for, you know, the Na'Vi Junior days, and they just are able to play around those individuals so very well. Very much looking forward to getting into Dust 2 and seeing how this series concludes, but man, there's so much to play for at the moment. That playoff spot right around the corner, really, really big deal, of course, and very difficult to split these teams. Even as they win it's close for FUT. I think they will indeed have got a little bit of respect for Pain now. We'll see if they can disrespect them on Dust 2 on the other side of this.
Thrown out the window, and you've got to improvise.
Again, you stuff outside, and now look, you get a readdress towards lobby. Rop's under pressure. They're going to fall back, though. Zorte sticks in with an angle with the AWP. Rop's going to slide over towards Squeak Door. Mezzi's outside very far back. Flamesy has the bomb alone down in secret. He can't really push too far before his teammates get into a position to assist. 3 versus 5. Vitality still looking for a solution to get out of this problem. And the whole defense is backed off to play it passively with such an advantage in the round.
Apart from this one position, right? You've got Zorte, who's still somewhat aggressive towards Hut. So Rob strolls into the crosshair, and he dies. So now you're down to just 2 players. At least a nice tap from Flames towards Heaven, but what can you do with it with 25 seconds? It's the time is the obvious problem right now as well for Vitality. They just don't have enough of it to get anywhere.
Yeah, this is going to end up being a save. I mean, there's no progression to anything for Flamesy and the bomb. He's kind of been stuck on an island when his 2 teammates went down outside. He really had nowhere to go after the fact.
I mean, you just posed the question or posed the statement at the start of this about the fact that Vitality have to be stopped. You can't let them get a good start. Maybe we can flip that the other way, you know, stop BetBoom from getting a good start, because we've seen it over on Anubis. They just went on an absolute tear when they got going, and now it's the same here on Nuke.
Yeah, well, Vitality clawed it back on Anubis. And that was the one conversation we had too, is like, you know, there is going to be that moment where Vitality punches back. Like, we know it's coming. It's a matter of when, and it's a matter of how much of an advantage can you gain while they're frustrated and angry and stressed out. And I'll tell you what, BetBoom is really applying a lot of pressure to him.
Yeah, they really are.
And they've made Vitality look frustrated in a way that we haven't seen many teams able to do. So this is really cool look for BetBoom.
They've also kept them in a tough money situation, right? They haven't had the AWP out. They haven't had clean buys consistently.
They haven't been able to play a full round. Every time they get to red box, every time they try and cross the secret, it's like you're playing 3v5. So it was Apex. That's part of the issue, I think, for his frustration at Deathslam is he's not getting to call 5-on-5 rounds with any kind of map control.
Well, that's going to only add to the frustration. He dies outside alone now. His teammates are funneled into a almost desperate play towards the ramp, and they're just getting destroyed.
Dude, it might be over.
Destroyed. Literally just destroyed. It's Iwu stuck alone. Reminder, Vitality won the first round. They won the pistol.
They did win the pistol.
And everything else is beaten. BetBoom. You need a moment here for Vitality, like a clutch or a big individual step up. Just kind of get some energy back in them. Saiwu can so often provide that, but BetBoom know what they're up against and not going to let him get any of those opportunities, and that's going to be a 7-1 lead.
I think this is also a situation where being like there's almost like a certain benefit to being the underdog, because I mentioned at the start of the series, like for BetBoom stepping into this game, you're fully 100% focused. You're like, let's test it. We have a big test for ourselves. It's the best team in the world, greatest team of all time, best player in the world is on the team, best IGL, best entry fragger. Everyone's here, best lurker. Let's see how we can stand up to him. Let's see if we can test it. So locked in and focused is BetBoom. That hasn't slipped at all since round 1 on the opening map. Vitality, they're the team scrambling for answers right now, down by 6.
It's been such a long time since you've seen this BetBoom squad at a Tier 1 event. Now they're leading the way versus the world #1. They win this, and they're into the playoffs. They come from the qualifier.
8 maps of Nuke for Vitality in the last 3 months. 7-1 record. A lone loss to the Falcons.
Well, Siren hearing the steps coming at him. Boomich has got him protected. Everybody is absolutely tearing it up right now on the server. Flamus and Boomich having a field day. Apex can't get out. Vitality getting utterly destroyed by BetBoom.
Yeah, BetBoom doesn't look like they're concerned about anything. In this 8-round run that we've seen out of BetBoom, there has been 0 bomb plants for Vitality. They're not getting anywhere close to the bomb site. Last 3 rounds, actually, excuse me, I'll just do the last 4 rounds of play. Only 3 defenders have died in 4 rounds of play. Money is growing. 15,000 on Zorte heading into this next round. 12,000 on Boomich. They're just so rich. And it's impossible now for Vitality to break this economy and have an easier couple of rounds to close the gap. Everything has got to be on nightmare mode. And Vitality's been beaten, it feels, outside so many times that it's almost like, you know what? Let's not even bring numbers here. Maybe Apex. Like, there's no point because we're just getting wrecked. We're losing way too much outside. There's no value for us here. So this smoke wall outside is just a fake, a ruse. And Vitality's going to line up utility for the upper bomb site. Not a lot of time yet left to pull this off as the smokes fade outside, and just now BetBoom has cleared things off. Boomich sees nothing there. It's on Siren in the defense.
He's up on top, elevated, sprays away, gets both. Flame Saiwu dead in their tracks. It's now just Apex left, and it's the same story over and over again, round after round. It's BetBoom shutting Vitality down, not letting them near the site. A 9-1 lead, pure domination, Vitality out of money. And this is just going to continue.
Where do you go now if you're Vitality? You've gone outside round after round. You've gotten blown up round after round. You're losing 2 players every time you commit, more than one guy to that part of the map. You tried to go ramp room with some numbers a while back. You met Zorte with an AWP, picks you off. You've been able to take ramp room, but never been able to get a clean look into the lower bomb site. Now you've hit a couple upper bomb site execs, and you've been shut down emphatically by this BetBoom defense. So what do you do if you're Vitality? A lot to be discussed during a very short timeout.
Yeah, well, BetBoom are outside of the top 20. Now, they're the 21st team, but ranked number 21 in the world. Team Vitality, number 1. And right now, BetBoom looking to deliver them a loss and head into the playoffs ahead of Vitality. And BetBoom haven't been to an S-tier event since the Blast Austin Major.
Yeah, no invite here. They had to earn it. They had to work for it. Winning the Atlanta qualifier, the IEM Atlanta qualifier back in early February. Earning their berth here. And now capitalizing on it.
Well, it's Tech 9s for Vitality. They leave some money for the next. Apex has been trying to get across safely. Feels like the entire half. Finally, he's made it towards Secret Stairs. But it's in a round with pistols. And he's made it sound cute.
I don't think he's gonna care so much if they hear him in that position. In fact, I think he kind of wants them to hear him in that position to hopefully get some rotation. Zorte under pressure. Oh, he's between 2 mines. He's let him get way too close. I think he just lost the plot a little bit in this round. So now it looks over towards Boomich and Magnajez as they drop down vents. Apex is going to be alert, but these guys have to deliver.
And he's given an AWP to Zaiwu as well in that mistake. Boomich trying to challenge him, moving forward with the AK. Look at the ground. I love this reposition.
What a reposition.
This is sick from Boomich. Oh, they might just all run on by. Boomich, what a play! Perfect from Boomich. Rops has come to say hi. The Tech 9 to the headshot. Then the AWP is out. Can Rops get a clutch? Going out into the double doors. It's Siren waiting. The no-scope won't land. And Boomich has won this with a great reposition into the darkness. And Vitality, it is despair. A single round so far in the half.
Yeah, that's going to be something I look back when they do the VOD review of this half of this map and look at the inability to punish Boomich moving out of that bomb site. Molotov in play. Zaiwu's AWP. He was looking towards the right side of Silo. Due to Boomich's Molotov, nobody could look at the left side, and he's able to slide into the dark. Lovely, lovely round from Boomich and BetBoom. What a half they're putting together. That might have been the closest Vitality's been to a bomb site since the first round.
Well, that really tells you everything. Status is watching on. You're not probably shocked at how Vitality are playing at the moment. Like shot coming through for Zorte in 4v4. Zorte just backed off in time. He's got himself out for that kill on Apex. Again, like nothing can go wrong for BetBoom right now.
Yeah. This is a disgusting sequence of events. Apex can't get a clean look. What a shot from Zorte. What a round so far. 2 kills for him. He's legged Flamesy as well, who softened up for the late stages. Rops has some ground towards Secret and towards Vents. I don't know if BetBoom realized this, but if Magnajez tries to get down Vents quickly to the lower bomb site, he's pretty much dead. Siren's moving himself downstairs. Flamus joining him, but they need to get someone inside the bomb site. Door's about to open. Siren's going to be in no man's land.
The fight, and Mezzi to take him away, and Flamus will fall. It's now a 2v2. Can Vitality get a second round here? It's still up for grabs for BetBoom. That's the scary part. You've got Zorte coming in from ramp, but Mezzi denies that. And now just Magnajez, a 13.5 so far for Magnajez. But this will be a very tough task, this 1v2. Has got a chance to separate them into 1v1s though. Up first will be Mezzi. What a great headshot in the second round, but BetBoom in pole position to close this one out and go into the playoffs. Can Vitality come back?
Welcome back in, folks. Hard-fought battle on map number 2, despite FUT being able to take it. Some weirdness in the middle, maybe some weirdness in that first half, you might say. This team seems plagued by tech issues. We've got a number of admins and referees just standing around,
hovering
with
just in
the
case.
fire extinguisher, making sure that nothing goes wrong. But we are now moving on to Dust 2, of course, as another obvious punish pick. It's one of the big issues for Pain is the fact that their map pool is a little shaky. Which is directly live. We've got a lot of screaming going on in the ninth round.
That was long.
They will
screaming.
take it. They will take it. Love that. Absolutely love that. I'm going to give them a choice here. I mean, I'm a little curious. They could go either way, to be honest with you. I feel we've maybe seen a bit more out from their T sides and driving the game. But we'll see. We'll see. This is one of those, and as you're kind of looking at here, I'll let you kind of speak about it. We might see why Pain are a little more confident on this.
Yeah, they took down FaZe 13-6, right? It looks like they're maybe trying to incorporate it a bit more into their map pool. But there's, I think, a bit more of a damning, more recent result, or not more recent, but a recent result for FUT, which they're going to lean on. They took down Vitality last time they played this map. And, you know, as we know, with this team being, I think, by many people's metrics now, the best team of all time, that's not an easy feat to
it might be changing soon, though.
Yeah, exactly. To take a map off them is pretty wild. I think it is absolutely safe to say. But
yeah, might be BetBoom, the new best team ever.
Might be losing a series. Yeah, they are somehow, some way 10-2 down.
It had to happen at some point, and you know, look, the thing is, you've got the run up to the major here. They're obviously trying not to stress, and yeah, we'll try and keep you guys updated on that one. But as we've talked about, they had a nice time seeing some sights and whatnot. So obviously they're chilling, and I think this is kind of a little bit of what happens. You maybe want to release the pressure ahead of the biggest tournament of the season. So indeed, it may well be the case over there. We might be able to keep you very updated with it, in fact, as I think I've got Demon having problems. So
I know.
What the heck is going on?
It's crazy, isn't it? This team are a little bit cursed. But at 10-2 half, they get Vitality to get the first and the last round of the half is wild. So obviously, there might be, I'm just, going to say Boomich Masterclass. Just the GOAT. It has to be said. Yeah, that's actually a crazy result. I really thought Vitality would be fine on Nuke.
Just won the pistol, I think, as well. We've been told in our ear. So,
yeah, 11-2.
That might just do it. That might just do it, man. Yeah, crazy.
Flamus looking pretty good. 13 kills to his name. 13 for Magnagez as well. That's sick to see. Really, really well played. And a non-starter, you got what? Flames 3 and 11. That's tough. I mean, no one's obviously flying. Everyone's negative over towards Vitality, but that's ridiculous. What a result for BetBoom. However, I think for Vitality, we've seen it at times. Obviously, they took a bit of a break coming in towards the tournament. You touching on it. We had 3 of the guys. It was what? Rops, Flames, and Zaiwu, who went to Yosemite.
Yeah.
Pretty sick. And then it was Mezzi and Apex who were in New York.
Right.
And they were, because I remember I saw Mezzi's Instagram. They basically just went to kind of every day, like a different Michelin restaurant, as you can do when you're,
Yeah, nice for some.
Yeah, when you're getting as much prize money as they are, to be honest, fair play. They absolutely can.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, exactly.
They get a table instantly.
They can afford to do that. I remember Apex doing a little tweet being like, does anybody know any places we can sort of prac while we're in New York? So I'm assuming those two were together while they're out there. But yeah, obviously they took it a little bit lax coming in towards this. I think essentially the feeling is they can, maybe if it's a slightly kind of coast in the early stages, as we know Vitality can do though, is they can lock in when they need to, right? I think they can maybe, save a couple of strats for playoffs or save a couple of strats for when they really need to. I feel like maybe prep was relatively minimal in a sense against BetBoom, but who knows, man? It's kind of interesting to kind of see really for this side. Obviously the thought process for every team involved it, or most of the teams involved it at Atlanta, it is about Cologne around that corner.
The rest of Group A as well, just absolutely fuming.
They're dropping down.
Yeah, right. The lower bracket in particular. So going to be a rough ride, but still a chance. This is the thing. You prove you are mortal. Perhaps it could come in.
They play FaZe.
Well, okay. They should be okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit of a tough one here on our game. All I can think is we've had a little bit of this update on the market. So
should we do a
might be messing up some accounts.
B-stream cast or the A-stream?
Yeah, well, I mean, pretty casually here.
We'll do our little watch party with our Demon Cam watch party.
Yeah, we need to open a case or whatever to keep people entertained.
I've used up my luck now. Knife and gloves within 4 cases of each other. That's it. I don't need to open cases again. I'll do a terminal because they're free, to open.
Well, yeah, sure. When you get dropped or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like the weekly drop. I'll do that. But
not the same, mate. Doesn't hit the same.
It
Sorry
doesn't.
to say.
Honestly, that case opening of the knife was that was an incredible feeling.
But probably for the best that we get it out of the system of young people and whatnot. A little more.
I'm 26. I've got no excuse.
Yeah, I suppose. But we've been cursed, we grew up with the internet, and I see a difference even between me and you. You know what I mean? You're very.
I was never
on the phone kind of thing, and I just there was still a time where my parents were like, no, and don't know about that, or no, you don't need one, or got all the basics, and that was
just for
it was
context.
A bit of a split. Some people obviously had iPhones and stuff, but it was a while before I really had anything that could play a reel.
Just for context, by the way, though, in that 10-15 minute break, I went to make a cup of tea and Harvey's just spent 15 minutes on Instagram.
No, that's
so
fair.
Don't let him
what
laugh
else am
at
I
you.
supposed to do?
He's laughing.
But the thing is as well, it's interesting in it because the type of stuff I was watching music stuff, and people playing guitar, and learning little bits and pieces.
I was looking at my Spotify Wrapped. I wasn't reeling. I was looking at my, my all-time Spotify, which is like a new thing for any premium users out there. Go check it out. It's actually kind of cool. First ever song, Hooked on a Feeling 2015.
It's pretty good.
That's actually how I started high. It's been downhill
like,
since then, but that's a great start.
You probably saw Guardians of the Galaxy and you were like,
I think that's probably it, yeah.
I love this song.
First
I must
Spotify.
listen to it.
That's great way to start.
Yeah.
Can't complain. I'm sure there's probably some really embarrassing first songs for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because that was, 11 years ago now.
Yeah, crazy.
That is wild.
Crazy.
15-year-old me.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe
it really
though.
makes you think.
I know, yeah. Went really old school. I don't think I'd probably ever heard of that song prior to.
It's got to be the movie.
Yeah.
They definitely would have made like a big. I think they had a whole album.
They did, yeah. There's a cool vinyl as well.
So popular.
They made a cool vinyl, which was like the vinyl itself was like quite a cool color. It was like all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a great. It's a great little theme.
Yeah.
To be fair to them, the heyday of the MCU before it kind of became slop.
Yeah. What's that new one coming out now?
Not a clue, mate. Oh, the Avengers.
Yeah.
Doomsday. Yeah.
Doomsday.
Yeah.
Where
everyone's like back or whatever.
Yeah. No one's
cast.
dead.
It's
somehow.
all like BC.Game, signing players for like the headline. They've just got all these like headline actors.
Because Robert Downey Jr. is
but
that green bloke. What's he called?
The green bloke. I don't know.
Doom. Dr. Doom.
Yeah.
There you go. Doomsday.
Green bloke is objectively the Green Goblin. As well, by the way.
Who's also kind of back, isn't he?
I don't know.
He was in that Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was a while ago now. That one was pretty good.
Yeah, that was actually right. I kind of like that. Yeah.
I love the Green Goblin. Is just absolutely brilliant. You and me could rule this city, Spider-Man.
Yeah. That's me
character.
when I'm on like 5K and the orb no armor looks at me. That's the Green Goblin mask in my ear.
For sure.
Sort of saying, nah, do it. Honestly, worth keeping an eye on this game as well because Vitality can easily recover this. Like, as much as it may seem like 10-2 and then 11-2, if any team in the world, I know FUT did a crazy one, of course, yesterday, but if any team can do it, it is Vitality. And I think BetBoom are probably as aware of this as literally anybody.
Well, I would hope so, but, the very fear of the idea can often... There you go. There's one of the reels I was watching that, fear is like this self-attracting emotion. And often it's people who are fearful who kind of create the parameters to have like the bad thing that they're scared of. So
that's why I'm fearless.
Fair enough. Well, it's probably a good way to be.
Blind ignorance is the other word.
Yeah,
putting
sure.
That.
It can work. If you're a bit aware of it. But I'm just saying, BetBoom might get in their own heads.
Yeah.
Get scared.
100%.
Yeah, and then indeed, like just let it happen. There's probably
they win this round now.
Philosophy that you can get.
No bomb plant. Like BetBoom are in actually a bit of trouble. There he is.
Traded.
All right.
Good. Traded.
It's worrying. I'm kind of enjoying this little like watch party.
Yeah, well, we can also just keep an eye. Demon is no closer.
Yeah. In-ears are not in, so that's not a good sign. For those who are waiting for this third map, you may be waiting a while. Now is a fantastic time to get a snack, like a cup of tea, something along those lines. I've made one.
Is that your like auto spinning?
Yeah, I've broken it though.
Oh.
Yeah, I got
like overusing it or what?
No, it just stopped working one day. Just that I think it was that I put it in the dishwasher. And
that would do.
That's rookie from me, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I got an auto stirring mug, which was like for
just a mug.
the 2 weeks it worked. It was great. And then now it's like the annoying thing is I like a big mug as well, and this is like kind of small, so it's like doesn't have a lot of volume.
It's a decent size.
No, but you've seen the size of my mugs. They're like pause. They're like 400 milliliters minimum kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
So this is
You're a big hot drink guy.
I am, to be fair. I am. I think it's good for the throw. I think I casted that big. I cast that big Azera 1 versus 4. No, Steam's good for your throat. I'm having honey lemon.
I mean,
honey lemon is like one of the best natural things for your throat.
I'm led to believe, but like to repair it, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
that
but
big Azera 1v4 has killed me.
Actively using it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm led to believe that room temperature is a little better. It doesn't sort of strain your vocal cords.
But honey lemon is meant to be like the best, like natural thing that's not like medicine kind of thing.
Could be for like when you're ill though, and like I don't know, whatever.
It's a throat anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, sure, okay, that's fair. So that, you know, is that vocal cords? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, it is. You inflame your vocal cords when you shout loud.
Yeah, for sure.
Currently my vocal cords are inflamed.
Okay.
So I'm trying to have anti-inflammatory. I've done a lot of research into this.
It's fair.
I've done my work. I know what I'm up to.
You know, green tea is a bit of a classic.
Got caffeine though. It's too late.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll be up all night, mate. I've already had 2 energy drinks today.
Yeah. Well, that will probably also do it.
Yeah, I'll be bounced off the walls.
I don't know. You know, surely a green tea is like a quarter of what's in an energy drink.
Yeah, I think it's still quite high though. Apparently, it's quite similar to coffee in like caffeine wise. Yeah, apparently it's pretty similar. I think it's like the highest caffeine tea you can get. Maybe bar Yerba Mate, if you know that one.
Yeah.
Very popular in South America.
Like nature's energy drink.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the South American footballers use that one. Apparently, it's really good for your health as well. I did try it once though. It just tastes awful.
Yeah, and it's a bit of work. You got to have it because the leaves are loose, aren't they? You got to have it in like a gourd or whatever.
That's what it is, gourd. Yeah, I got one. I really went into it for literally a week. I got the gourd and the straw and you pack it down. I watched the YouTube tutorials on Yerba Mate. I was like, I'm gonna really get into it, and I was on this fitness grind. And then I took one sip and I was like, this tastes awful. I was like, I'm never doing this again. And then I don't even know where that gourd's gone. I haven't seen it since. So
yeah, that's how it goes. I think I had a similar thing, to be fair. Big win there from BetBoom.
Here we go. Map point, series point.
It's like a low buy as well. Pretty nice. I think we've got a bit of a server change happening in our game. Just keep you guys updated. Fingers crossed on that one. As it is an extended tech issue, man.
Yeah, we've been
not run into one of these for a long time.
Plagued with it's rare that we see this many.
Yeah. We've had a lot online of the
cameras.
Techs, because we got this whole camera integrity thing going on in tier 2.
It's too right. I don't mind a tech pause for that reason. You know what I mean? I feel like it's valid.
Yeah.
Make tier 2 great again.
Indeed. We might see a couple teams tumble down the rankings.
Curious.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2.
Well, can BetBoom close? I would love it if they could. That'd be so fun to see. I mean, honestly, of all the teams there, they're definitely on the lower pecking order of who could scalp a series against Vitality. I think we all saw the group come out and we were like, BC.Game, simple, kind of fun, kind of interesting. They get past them. Simple plays well, but they get past them, 2-0, nice and easy. And then BetBoom, I think most people, sort of ourselves included, were like, this will be fine, no issues. And, well, look at them now. 5 points in a row required.
Excited for it. I mean, we'll see.
Double up though,
they're
cool. Still alive, they're still kicking.
It is kind of cool.
Robs, what have you got for me? Mr. Cool. That's a cucumber. He goes for more. Nice. All right. Decent. There we go. Not dead just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels doable.
You can never count out Vitality until it actually happens.
Yeah.
Heads up, I'm seeing in-ears go in for Demon. That's a good sign.
It is. Could be big.
We might be on for something. Here. Headset on as well. I think we're nearly there. Looks like we could be okay. All right.
Fingers crossed, staying updated. It really all depends. We've got weird crossover here that we maybe want to try and hear from the winner of Stream A, but then if Stream B is getting ready to go. So, maybe we do really want Vitality to come back.
Yeah, we could be okay.
Here's one for you that we kind of walked into a little bit at the start of the tournament. Atlanta, Georgia. What is it sort of known for? We wanted to maybe lean on that a little bit at one time. I said Peaches.
Yeah.
Because you got that song.
Oh yeah, Justin Bieber.
The Justin Bieber. Yeah. Because the only lyric I do know is I get my peaches out in Georgia. Yeah.
Isn't that I got my peaches down in Georgia?
I don't know, mate. Can't say I'm the biggest Justin Bieber fan.
Come on now. Get to know, fella. No, but you're right.
Apologies.
Peaches. And then I looked it up. It was one of the Coca-Cola. Shout out our producer Max for that one. Coca-Cola is founded and
there's a factory type thing
in Atlanta. And then the other one was It was something about it being like one of the more like densely like tree-covered cities.
Yeah.
It was like 40% of the city's covered in trees.
Big airport.
Yeah, the busiest airport in the world.
They've done it, by the way.
Oh my.
They've actually done it.
Oh my God.
That is
BetBoom. That is so huge from them. All right. It looks like as well, very soon we'll be getting an interview.
Yeah, and we'll give you guys the audio on that.
Yeah, you can check in. I'm sure the vibes are going to be very high. But yeah, honestly, awesome to kind of check in with whoever from BetBoom to see how they're feeling. But I think you can kind of see for Vitality side, they're slightly dismayed. Like it's baffling. I don't think anybody would have expected that result. Credit to them. BetBoom have gone through 2 roster changes recently, and a lot of different changes of the team as well, and all these lineups. Flammer's in, Dilladez out, Artfrost out, Zorta in, but Zorta used to play with the side and all the rest.
Somebody is not happy.
Yeah.
Somebody is not happy about that one.
Tough series to lose, and they now face off against FaZe in the lower bracket.
Which FaZe, in their current state, who knows, dog?
Yeah.
I feel like surely Vitality win that, but like there is always a chance. Slightly tilted Vitality.
It's like everyone, I think.
Yeah, just a little. I mean, this was a series where both of you had to work for it pretty hard. Talk to me in your own words about how this series played out.
Oh, the first map was really hard, but everything was under control. On the second map, I think first 7 rounds, I think we just don't know how to play the map. It was like the feelings. And on third map, it was a crazy snowball on city side and really nervous last rounds, but we got it.
But you guys get up to that 12th round. Is it just a little bit of a sigh of relief? You have a really good first half. You have all this room to run with. Vitality can be scary. They can work their way back in. But you get round 12. Does it feel good?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Well, what do you want to say? What do you want to say to the people at home? You just beat everybody's fan favorite.
I think it was really a lot of viewers on the translation. So, guys, shit happens, and sometimes the outsider won.
Sometimes. Thank you so much, Mimich.
Thank you.
To the desk, we do have plenty.
All right. Awesome check-in. Always good to honestly just in any scenario see Boomage thriving. What a cool guy as well. But what a cool story. Vitality have lost. BetBoom now in the upper final. They'll be playing off against the winner of essentially now this best of one, this third map decider of Dust 2. Whoever wins that will, of course, be taking on BetBoom, which is kind of an interesting one just in general.
Yeah. Yeah. For a semi-final spot as well.
Yes. Very true.
Pretty interesting game shaping up. And I think we'll be watching that one with keen eyes. Hopefully going to be getting back into the action on ours. A little bit of sleep mode for VSM, unfortunately, which is not the best of signs. But
yeah, that's our barometer of how bad things are right now. Is if
he's yawning, mate. He's genuinely tired.
The more horizontal VSM is, the more unlikely we are to start this one. Right now, he's at like a 45-degree incline. Is that what we would call that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Decline? I guess decline.
Oh, decline, I guess, yeah. Or no, technically incline as well, right?
Yeah, I know. It depends where you come from, doesn't it, really?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
We've been given the word that the game should be starting soon.
Nobody move.
The Neokai and Scriv podcast could be coming to an end here. But it's been good to have a little chit-chat. But I did see Krabeni had like his hood up and headphones off. That didn't look good for me. But then there we go. Headset on. In-ears are in. Looks like we might be getting close to getting this one on the way, and you can hear
oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. He's still 45 degrees. In-ears on in. Oh, hang on.
A bit quick.
There we go.
This looks good. Make sure it's the right ear. Which way is left? Get them in. Yep, they're in. Yep, they're in.
Yep, double check.
Lovely. Noise cancellation.
Oh my god, I think the game is live.
And, that's pretty smooth, to be fair, from VSM. He's like, I'm ready. He goes from being asleep to being ready in about 3 seconds.
Like a transformer ready for action. I love it. We are actually live. Thank you very much, Marseille, for bearing with us through that. Quite a long...
Hey, and if you didn't mute the stream,
Yeah, shout out a homie, a real one time. That's, you know, credit to you, because I would have gone a long time ago. We are live. Map number 3 here at Dust 2. Finally, this is a best of 1 brawl to see who is joining BetBoom in that Group A final, the upper final, that is. We're really excited to get this one underway. It may be a while ago, but we did build up this map. It's on paper a punish pick over towards Pain, but they've already picked up a win here in Atlanta on it.
No, this is true, and very close on that previous map as well. We are bursting forward, straight into it. Looking very, very good as the advantage for FUT feels quite strong, honestly. They've got a lot of control on the site itself, and indeed they are able to start overwhelming here. Big Uzera, the last one left. And he will get taken down. Just the 1 kill coming round for Pain. Absolutely brilliant from the FUT end.
Yeah, not the start.
It's gonna be tough, you know, a bits of frustrations for sure after a really long tech like that. All these rounds are just gonna feel way heavier when they hit, so keep an eye on it.
It's such a big thing to get a strong start like that off the back of a tech pause, and yeah, it makes a really big difference. Will be a bit of a nothing by here, bar Biggest Era going in towards a scout, but a good time for me to mention, you know, we're in capable hands on the B stream, following myself and Scriv finishing this game. You of course got Darth Mike and Exxon later. He's giving me a little fun fact as well. Atlanta's the College Hall of Fame. So shout out
college football. You got to say college football.
Yeah. Oh, college football. Yeah, true. Okay, true. College Football Hall of Fame.
Just pictures of colleges.
Yeah,
like,
just like this is a good college. Yeah, it's all right. College Football Hall of Fame. Which I
know nothing about.
Shout out Exxon. I do. I've been playing college football on my PlayStation 5 recently.
Yeah.
It's great.
So wild that like it's popular enough to get a game.
Yeah.
So, and a Hall of Fame, to be fair.
I took UCLA to winning. I won the Heisman. That was great. Good times.
Did you like throw the ball at the guy?
Yeah, I was
really
the
good.
I was the QB to be fair.
I'll not bash it too much, but we've got Krabeni here, of course, holding the line. Got a bit of support as well. Cemetery also tags. They do have to be a bit careful, but they're really, you know, wanting to get into this. I think I called them Rottweilers yesterday. It's kind of the case, you know, these young guns, they just love playing Counter-Strike, and it turns out they're really good at it. So, you know, when they don't have the chance, when they are waiting around, I think they're really just chomping at the bit to get into the game. Not to say that Pain aren't, but they're ready to be a bit more tactical and think things over. I think FUT to start this one are like, let's just send it. Let's just get warm again, you know, before we start getting really, really into things and trying to be creative.
That's it. Biggest Era who bought in towards a scout in that previous round, in towards what is the first proper gun round for Pain. He's only got a Tech 9. Keep an eye on this. Smoke down. Sammy Pariah going to try and get ahead of it just for a fight, but he can't find anything. And he'll fall away. Resetting. There's a smoke in towards mid. That's a T-side smoke as well. And VSM will start looking towards shore. You've got 2 immediately on the A side. You've got 2 more out towards long. Like this is, in terms of A defenses, are pretty strong.
There you go. Poly update as it does bounce off the player. Still, I think, goes to its intended position. VSM on a slow contact up. He's able to take 1. Left pretty low. He feels should go down eventually. He's ahead of the nade. His teammate not so lucky. Krabeni with a nice find there. Demon looking good. And they really are just playing this one nice and open, nice and puggy, you know, happy to be taking the fight. They have lost control of B. Some low HP bars and lonks on this bleeding MP5 SD.
Yeah.
Does make things a little difficult.
Fortunately for Pain, they realized a little bit too late that they were going in towards a very stacked A site, but it's that luxury of giving the chance to reset and rotate. This is a really difficult retake. Smoke will come down, I'll make life awkward for Snow. There's a flash that'll catch Pariah, but he will catch the skull of Longs. Oh no, it's crumbling, it's falling apart. Pariah gets both. Snow in the intermission between the 2 of them, but that is a post plant, and that's what the B site is about. We always say statistically one of the hardest sites, if not the hardest site in Counter-Strike to retake, and that's exactly why. Brilliant, brilliant work. Snow and Pariah do fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
You know another thing I noticed while we were in that tech issue? I was going to mention.
I can't hear you.
I was going to mention, but then we went live. Right next to FUT is a giant, you know, it's kind of the backdrop or whatever. It's Snow celebrating. So he's looking over them.
That is,
wherever they look, they see
funny.
Snow. Keep an eye on it. It's next to Demon. On that left-hand side for us, right-hand side for them.
Right. Ooh, well-timed smoke. Or is it? They get ahead of it. VSM with a big find, but Demon, speaking of him, looks so damn good. I think just running out of ammo towards the end there. But he has made this round a doable scenario. 2 versus 2. Bomb going to go down. Monks and Jugs coming in on the rotate positions. Tip of the head spotted, but not quite taken. Nade is good, evens up all the HP, almost to the point. It is that second player that they're not quite going to be ready for, I think. Moving quick here, spotted out, flick lands. Pryor Jr. goes down, Jugs very low. Snow, it's semi-planted for him, but still not perfect, really. They don't have that kit. Smoke on top of the bomb, he takes one cleanly. Oh, and Jugs on low HP has bailed off of that bomb. Snow has played it to perfection in his head, forces him away, and will take the round for Pain.
Yeah, well played by Snow. Twice now in a row. It's Pain who are winning round down to late round post-bomb clutches. He also dies to the bomb there, trying to save over towards Pit. But definitely not what you wanted in that one. Jugs doesn't stay alive. Another one with a radius is just that much bigger. I honestly had thought that Demon had done enough here. Like, those 3 kills are so well done from him, but yeah, Snow, patience will pay off. Just like that, tied game, but money run out for FUT. So Pain should be taking a lead here. On this T side, a Zeus for Longs, a Deagle for Krebeni. That is as good as it gets. Speaking of this, Deagle is going searching. Had a couple of opportunities, can't capitalize upon them. And Pariah can get some ecos. Good for the stats. Oh, the Zeus went off early there.
I think so. Heard it recharging. Little bits of damage, but nothing too substantial. Krebeni, 26 HP to his name. Will be a third for Pain. FUT, despite really sharp beginnings to this one and some great moments from Demon, they are going to lose control, albeit briefly. We'll see if they can wrestle it back, of course, in that follow-up. Flawless one here for the T side. Lots and lots of money.
Really early timeout, but I can kind of respect it, I think, for FUT. They know they're in a bit of an interesting spot here. You lose this next kind of gun round for you, and Pain can start scaling on the T side quite quickly. And that's the real worry. Both of these sides statistically prefer their T side. And I think for FUT, and for Coolio in particular, their kind of onus is really trying to shore up this CT side of things. If they can go into the half 6-all, you'd actually be really happy. Because on the flip side, we know that FUT do all their best work on T side, and that statistically is the case with this map for them. All they want, anything around like an even half would be huge for FUT, and as they come back in towards the buy, they want to try and do what they can. VSME scooped up that Zeus. I doubt it gets used, but it would be funny in a gun round if we do see it.
It's kind of like a trophy, you know, like a deer's head or whatever. Yeah. You've got the Zeus of the man you killed.
That's it. Open play for Cemetery. Worth mentioning as well, for the rebuy in for FUT, I probably wouldn't have minded somebody taking, like a bit of a step back in terms of like the firepower. They've really not got a lot of utility. We've got 2 smokes, a flash and an HE for the rest of this round, and also no kit. So a lot of onus being put on, this round particularly, but also like the firepower of the round. They want to win it by aim duels, which granted is how FUT like to play, but it's risky.
Cemetery opens, and Demon in an unexpected angle here. He's not really been around this area for a while. Little awkward for Pariah Jr. as he goes down to his own Molotov, but he was certainly dead too. Right, Cemetery looking to back his man here and going to do a great job of it. The two of them working in tandem, even though Demon has no kills. He has, I think, the prime responsibility for at least 2. He's not going to be the only one left. Nice little flash here. Might be able to eliminate one if he plays his cards right. Gets a quick shot, but he's a goner. That bomb is miles away from him. Cemetery will take him down. 4-piece in for the AWP. Really good response from FUT. They find themselves a flawless round. So, yeah, again, going to be work for Pain. It's a clash of styles here, similar styles even. A lot of butting heads, and I think that does mean that you will trade rounds at times, but but still able to stay in the conversation for now.
Yeah, and I was really concerned, you know, looking into that round with the lack of utility and the lack of kits and whatnot, but Pain get nowhere near a sight. Lonks getting very loud, which we do love to see. Cemetery, keep an eye trained on that. Who's stopping towards Suicide? He'll fall off the angle, needs to keep a bit of coverage on towards top mid too. He can't allow them to scale up short for free, but now smoked off. ISM goes to cross. Second nade behind it. What? That was dead on. How has Cemetery not got that kill? Biggest area is very lucky.
Yeah, that's crazy. Man, this damn Krieg, it just gives me nightmares. You know, it was an awful meta. It was an awful time in Counter-Strike. It really was. You know.
How long ago was it now? 3 years? No.
No.
2?
The org meta was like 2018. So it must have been towards the end of like 2019. A lot of those weapon changing updates came quite late.
I guess
maybe
you are
2021
right,
it gets like nerfed. Obviously we've got like COVID going on, so that really slowed things down.
I keep forgetting that like it's been that long.
Time was really sad. Nice hold here from Longs. Safe will be in a 1 versus 5. So FUT have woken up out of nowhere. There's going to be 2 rounds in a row where they don't lose anybody. Now that I've said that, of course, but you know, it's really, really cost effective.
Yeah.
Growing a lot of cash on this CT side, always important. And Pain have hit a brick wall, a solid 4-inch thick breeze block wall that they just can't get through.
Yeah, and we're still yet to see Safe or Big Azera get a kill. Question is, does Safe save? Looks like he might just thread the needle, so he should be okay. Fortunately, it's kind of one of those where that's about as good as it gets. They won't really have anything to work with kind of around that. Timeout taken by Pain. What are you doing around like this, to be honest? You can't bring anything to the table. You've got an AWP saved. You've got a decision, do you want to buy around it? But yes, you've got a bit of loss bonus, but I don't think the buy is actually going to be great because you don't get a bomb plant. So it's basically an AWP alone, and then even upgraded pistols is, you can make an argument, like an investment for Pain. So it's difficult. Safe drops it to Pariah. That must be spawn-based. You may with a long spawn, potentially, Pariah? How Cemetery missed that, I have no idea. I think he gets really quite hard done by it, to be honest. But I need to shut that nonetheless. Pariah, yeah, is the spawn-based peak towards long. He is going to face off against Cemetery on this, and he loses his life. Cemetery, he's pretty red hot right now. 7th of the map so far.
Yeah, massive impact finds as well, though. He's finding a lot of entries, and, you know, he sort of saved that round when it was a little dicey.
Yeah.
Towards long a few rounds ago, but he's finding a lot of entries, which is always a big deal on us to pick-based Counter-Strike and all that. Krabeni, deadly angle at the moment. There's still the AWP around here.
Great
big nade. Got no armor, of course. Molotov forces one out. Nade could have finished off both these players, but just doesn't quite reach through the doors. Big Azera now has a decision to make. You know, are we saving this AWP? I mean, his AWPer is so unbelievably out of cash, poor, broke. So yeah, might be part of the conversation.
I don't know if they can, man. They got a minute to try and save it.
It is true. They're going to get 100 down eventually, you feel.
Yeah. They know that AWP's kept alive. God, this is an awful spot for Pain to be in. And it's the fact that it's on the T side as well. Statistically, the T side is where Pain do their best work. So not a good look. He is getting back over towards T spawn. At least for now, no one's there. FUT are actually showing them respect because they dropped that bomb, so they're just going to sort of hoard around it a little bit. But surely, you know, within the next sort of 5 seconds, I'd be sending, you know, somebody to go looking. Snow, he's going to go die for the cause, so try and keep eyes trained away from T-spawn, and he'll be fine. 10 seconds, no one's made their move just yet. I don't think they're going to get to him in time unless Jugs books it now. He's actually going to smoke himself inside the tunnels. So the AWP kept alive is actually a silver lining that I really didn't think they'd get, to be frank. But even still, what do you do? Can we drop back over towards save? Biggest area is still quite low on money. They are going to be buying back into this, but it's still going to be a little bit funky. What does Biggest area actually bring to the table? Just a deagle for him.
IGL making that sacrifice, yet to frag himself, as is safe. So those are two key things to consider here. Again, one player having a bit of a struggle, maybe if it is IGL, fair enough. If it's Europa alongside him,
yeah,
just compounds the problems, really.
And on Dust too.
Yeah. Not a good look at all, but looking to abuse that fact. An aggressive move. Does go south to kick this one off.
Looks like play up close towards the smoke. For now, a very kind of quiet start to this round for Payne. You get the initial kind of contact. Briar loses a lot of HP, and then Payne will go quiet, and they're going to try and draw out FUT into a fight here. Of course, they've got a numbers advantage. The Brazilians want to try and do what they can to just overwhelm a position, and they've picked right, heading towards A. Just one player towards ramp. The nade could be decent, and it does tag up VSM and Snow. And a nice timing on the smoke, a second nade behind it. Krebeni going to get up close. This could be good. There's one. He's holding down Mouse One desperately as he finds safe. He looks for more, but he'll lose his head. So, 3 on 3, just shy of 40 seconds.
Big break comes in. It's pretty successful for Snow, though. He'll be happy to take that back. Pariah Jr. left very low, but I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize just yet. Digits tapped in. And moved up towards short here for Jugs. Brief respite before they get into this. Cemetery's head spotted but not taken off. A big smoke, though. Cemetery, a little bit difficult for him. He's got to get up because he's got this kit, right? Really important. Down goes the short player. Cemetery going to be known about. Finds the first. He's got the info on the second. It's a little late, though. It's Pariah Jr. with a 4-piece on that AWP. He's not been top of the scoreboard. He's not been super explosive in this series, but a big, big round for Payne to just stay right behind and bring this closer again. For unable to streak ahead, unable to really make us believe in the Dust 2 domination.
Yeah, and not only that, he's tagged to start the round in that fight with Demon. But he's low HP all the way throughout. 13 points he had. And he walks away with 3 more after his initial engagement with Demon. That is a huge, huge round to take. Keep this T side afloat. Still though, you can see the issues about how expensive that round is. The knock-on effect towards Payne. VSM Galil for him. Mach 10 coming through for Snow. It's great to get it, but the fact that it isn't clean does make it a little harder. 3 towards long here for FUT. They're going to go reclaim the space. No one's out.
Yeah,
I'm not committed, but it does sort of feel like the way they're setting up, they want to actually crunch short.
Yeah. They'll fake out towards mid, send a player in there. But they've been enjoying short more often than not. I think the A player is going to be ready for this as they break open the mid smoke there. They don't spot anybody. So they have to be ready. Oh, the nade. It'd be perfect. He just waits until he sees a smoke. Still going to do pretty good damage. VSM leading the charge, though, with a clean one. It's in towards Goose, an unlikely angle at times, an overlooked angle at times, slightly off for Longs, but he's only able to get one. Again, a lot of low HP bars here. Could swing either way, and it very quickly has. 2 versus 2. Might be a kit down on the site, not looking too likely. Cemetery eats a nade, returns one. Utility coming down just to try and buy more space for Payne to work with. Safe on the AWP is not quick enough. The pre-fire is absolutely beautiful. And they're ready for Pariah Jr. looking down. It's a little dicey here. They've got to find that bomb quick, but they do manage to do it. Still plenty of time, actually, to get that defuse in.
Yeah, and even with the opening kills, you know, we finally get kills on the board for Safe and Bigger's era, and it's still not enough. That's not a good sign. FUT are still in this driving seat. They're still feeling at the side, who have got a little bit more about them, and the fact that it is on the CT, we'll keep reiterating, is massively important. FUT, guaranteed now. Worst case scenario, tied game, which we said a long time ago, first couple of rounds we brought this point up, FUT would be happy with that. And now they've got the potential to actually make it even worse. Pressure starting to affect this Pain team. It's Big Azera, Hero AK. That is about it in this round. We're not expecting loads. And especially from, unfortunately, Big Azera is 1-8.
Yeah, it's true. Been tough in the fragging department for a couple of players, in fact, and it is making a difference. You know, FUT are a couple rounds ahead the whole time, then it comes close, and then they separate the distance again. And just 1 or 2 more kills in from particularly Safe, I think. It could make a big difference. Armor for Pariah Jr., so he'll get the AK. Nice early Christmas present for him.
What can you do with it?
Well, indeed.
2 towards B. Jug's playing up close, especially because of the lack of armor on the rest of the team. This could be an absolute bloodbath diving through. But also around a play. What have they got for us? Are they even going to clear this close corner because of the player at range? The first 2 for Jugs, a third behind it for him. He's looking to try and get them all. He pulls the pistol out as he runs out of ammo on that M4. A bomb spill forward, 45 seconds and no chance. Not even just the bomb spill forward, the AK as well. No chance.
Ridiculous spray down, even against the eco. I think that third player he spotted like his ear, and he's still able to get the headshot. 7 rounds coming in, so FUT really starting to separate the distance now in a big way. There's been, you know, a small run of rounds in there for Pain, but unfortunately it has been one-way traffic for quite some time now. Little blip in there, but it was an isolated round, and FUT winning quite a lot. At this point, they will look to take 5 in 6, which is, you know, pretty much a streak, not quite, but still looks very, very good. And they potentially might make it a 6 in 7. Uh-oh. My bad.
Brain rotted amongst us, so I've just lost it, but Snow will find the first. VSM needs to be careful of that molly, but it won't spread upwards, thankfully. And speaking of a molly, Longs is just avoiding flames left, right, and center. He gets out with 1 of HP. Lucky man. And with his flash, he can fall back to safety for now. There's numbers that favor Pain. VSM is low. Snow's not that much better. When he's making a move, he needs to be careful. There's players right below him, and his gun could get in the way if that tunnel move came through for VSM, but thankfully, not to be for now. This is a finish towards A. You got 3 making their way up long. They'll get that for free. Full contact as they go silent. And you've got this late couple of players, VSM and Snow, who are going to make their way up towards short momentarily.
I like the idea from Krebeni. He's going to break open his own smoke and try and indeed find a peek. It was mostly just for information.
Gets caught by their flash at the perfect timing of that flash. They didn't even know.
But still, it felt like he didn't necessarily want to go too wide on that corner.
Yeah.
Ooh, looking good this time around. Only able to get 1, unfortunately. And, you know, we keep our eyes on Lonks, who is so very low. It's going to need an individual to really do some damage here. But with 15 seconds left, do you need all that much?
Oh,
the bomb going to hit the deck. Stacked on top of each other as well. Lovely little setup here. Great idea to just draw them in. 9 seconds to get the bomb planted. It falls apart. It's all Demon. Goodness me, yeah. Lonks wide-eyed. I mean, they're all very loud after that. And you would think, rightfully so. Things looking good for FUT as we move into the second half. shout really loud.
Can you hear us?
FUT are so vocal at the moment. Oh my goodness. There's snow. Oh my God. This is crazy. It doesn't stop. Oh.
Apart from night now for
yeah, nap time. Well, listen, it's not nap time now. It's quarterfinals time, of course, right around the corner for one of these two teams. And potentially, I'm correct in thinking this is the Group A side of things.
Yeah.
Potentially semi-finals, because you're missing out on vitality. You know, you don't look at that next game and think, well, we're probably going to lose that one. You got to face off against BetBoom. Giant killers could be crazy. VSM opens up with a big shot here for Pain. Most needed is this pistol.
Gazera gets caught by the flash. He desperately takes a couple of spams and he tries to stay out of it. He needs to get a reload off, to be honest. And he actually is somehow given the luxury of falling back to that box. And at the same time, you see VSM find a kill, his second of the round. Pain obviously had their woes and their struggles, but a good start towards their CT side can alleviate those pressures. They're going to go for a late dive here for 2B. It's big as air and snow to meet them. And Dooley's up close. Raid boss Dooley's as well.
Yeah, surely impenetrable here. It is indeed. The Julies don't even get going, unfortunately. But a very, very clean pistol and exactly what they needed if they are to keep things going here on Dust. Yeah, spirit tight. All good. I recognize that one, of course. Araujo and all that.
Yeah, that's it. My favorite CDM of Portugal.
Fair enough. There you go. I don't even know what it means. I think it's
let's go, right? Like,
no, I don't think so.
You're not?
I think there's a little bit to it. Vamos is going to be
yeah.
Vamos is a little. You don't hit the S in Portuguese, I don't think, as much.
Right.
Could be wrong. Not that well travelled, so.
Let's have a little look. Well, we've got a bit of a lesser round.
What is going on with these scopes and the misses? Long's not going to miss, so that's good. 4 versus 3 now. Maybe if they can net another one, could be pretty beneficial for them. Molotov somehow not reaching Demon. Can he get anything done with this Deagle? No. No is the answer, unfortunately. So it will be that 6th round coming in for Pain.
Nice work. Bit of a throwaway, but this is actually now a nice little spot to be in. It essentially means like amazing, maybe with,
It's a bit of a swear, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Effing amazing. That kind of vibe. But
family friendly. All that. Good job.
That's Pro League 1. That's a family show, yeah.
Indeed.
2-round game. Really kind of interesting game here. Because for Pain, in what is kind of generally considered a bonus, if they can overcome round number 15, FUT then start to be in the back foot, which is unexpected because FUT do their best work on C side. We've repeated this point throughout, and it continues to be the case. And how well they built up their CT side, it felt like all things have been put into place for them to naturally see this Dust 2 over the line. This gun round's really important. But a util, quite pacily taken mid to short control, but it's not a committal with the bomb. You can see there's a late lurking towards tunnels here. There's also a bit of a late move by Long. So Pain are getting bits of information all over the map, which potentially could draw them out of position.
Yeah, a lot to work off of. It does feel. VSM, I like his spot. Could be big here. If he goes overlooked, even then, it's a tough one to beat, especially on the MP9.
It's hard to get more than one here as well.
A bit of weaving. Not going to get checked, though. That might make it a bit easier. And the jumping accuracies onto the AK. Cemetery, thankfully, is able to see him off before it's too devastating. He's got the bomb all the way over towards Long. Great flashes come in. Cemetery alone. And it is all in vain here, it feels. Might be able to get the plant, but yeah, not looking good enough. Pain CT side off to a very explosive start. The gap is now 1, so that entire first half and the cushion and everything has been nullified with no bomb plant. Probably going to be a half for the T side. They don't bring it close, they don't keep numbers low. So It's not looking good at the start of the T side, which couldn't be surprised, honestly. I thought this would be the zone in which we see FUT that we know taking over the game.
That is a nice shot from Cemetery. It's just reactionary as he's panicked and flustered. 1 round game. Few upgraded pistols. It's about as good as it gets in towards round number 16. But you assume by all metrics, it should be a simple one for Pain to tie this one up. You can never completely discount either of these sides on force buys, especially when they're on the T side. But yeah, FUT off to the start that they want. And I think heading in towards the next gun round, I really wouldn't mind a pause coming through from them. Get Coolio back on the mic. They've had quite a good success rate throughout this series of calling attack timeout and getting around to follow it up. And well, they'd love to continue that. I feel like it will be a good time for it. Especially if this game gets tied up, it's a really interesting position. That's a miss smoke, isn't it? Definitely is a miss smoke.
Yeah.
From the T side, that is.
Yeah. Hit a roof or something, probably meant for cross, or maybe the corner.
It's corner smoke, but he missed it. He went too low.
Yeah. Safe opens up with 2 just by himself over there, by the way. VSM.
Wow.
Nope. Okay.
One of the fights of all time.
He's done enough damage. And yeah, very quickly evened up now. As he spoke about, timeout needed, timeout comes in. So FUT at the very least recognizing and yeah, playing a strong game here.
It's definitely the right call to get a timeout here. Yeah. I really feel like they've got to get Coolio involved. There's not loads that kind of Ricks on the flip side needs to say here, and as we can see, he's not even talking. Yeah. I think at the moment, vibes are pretty high over towards Pain. They're sort of chilling. I don't think there's really that much pressure to overcomplicate the situation. So far, the CT side has looked excellent. They're not struggling in terms of map control. They're not struggling in terms of their fights. They're not feeling the pressure that I think a lot of teams usually feel against FUT's T side. So probably their metric is, you know, a little vibe check. You all good? Nice. Sweet. Let's carry on. And the good news as well, you know, it's something that we brought up a lot throughout that first half. Big Azera and Safe never got going. They were really struggling, but both of them are finding bits of moments of brilliance now in towards this CT side and coming alive, which is exactly what we want. So back in towards this gun round. FUT, I think, especially for like their own mental state, like this is like a must-win round.
I'm going to throw it out there early, though. I feel like FUT's conversion rate after timeouts is pretty good, especially when the pressure is on. So if this one goes well, might, you know, start tracking that stat, to be honest. Either way, slow build up, little flashes, little mollies from either side. It's going to be a big flash in a second, though, for Pain to get the timing on this. There's actually nobody here kind of at all. They are making their way over, but a lot slower than perhaps is expected. So, bit of information, smoke goes deep. I feel like Pain have expended a lot, and now they have decisions to make. You know, do we stick around? Do we keep a player here? The answer is going to be yes. It's a big nade. Player on the corner. VSM takes one. That's all he needs. Pain realized the position that they have been graced with, able to even things up, and now looking to take the lead. A great way, a great start in order to do that.
Just the fact of it unscathed, really. Oh, that tiny bit of damage on towards VSM. 3 behind this short smoke. Benny, he's looking to set up that trickle-down smoke, but he can't see the window just yet. So he's waiting for that smoke to fade. Now he can. 25 seconds. They don't have a lot of time. On the corner, Safe, and this AWP. Avoids the initial flash. It's Big Azera to find another. Down goes Cemetery. There is a little bit of a gap on that smoke, but they can't punish Safe. He looks to cross towards ramp, but he'll lose his head. Demon delivers one. Jugs, one of his own as well. They might just find space towards A as they're looking to move. Pariah looking to deny, and he can't. Somehow, from a 5 versus 3, it's FUT who come out on top and flawlessly. I can't believe they've converted that. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, they're always capable, this team, you know. A lot of belief in themselves. A lot of trust in the process, and they had a round built up. You know, you see them check in their notes and whatnot, as has become more of the meta for a while now. And it does pay off, you know. I don't necessarily think that that's going to have, like, counter-striking stuff on. I think it's a bit of a playbook. I think they take the time out. Coolio says, yo, we're running, you know, 2-6 or whatever. Check on your sheets. We're going to do that here. Let's talk through it. Let's build it up, and it works out. Yes, the start doesn't quite go as planned, but the general idea to close out the round does come together nicely.
Safe can hear these steps moving up towards Xbox. Nothing you can do to deny this. Cross smoke, flash through. Response to a smoke towards door to deny them. That's control, and Safe slightly asleep there, misses his chance. Early molly on the corner. He'd already dropped down in towards CT, no real worry, but that's a nice nade as Pain looked to respond after, again, it was a 3 versus 5 converted from FUT. Huge round to scalp away. They'd love to get the instant clap back, and Pariah will open up proceedings as Jugs goes down.
Big kill. But they had a big kill at the start of last round as well.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Couldn't do anything with it. But with a drop back, 35 seconds on that clock. Replenishment of the B smoke is pretty savvy actually from Pain. But they are looking to hit in towards B, and these are dangerous times. Shaping up like this, they've got one good flash. It's halfway decent, but not good enough at the moment. Gonna need a lot of heads to roll here. Demon comes in with the pre-fire. He's been having an absolutely electric map. 17 kills already. Gonna need a few more if we are indeed to convert this one. But if it's another deficit that goes the way of FUT, surely Pain have to crumble. Traders there. Demon left to do it all. He's so incredibly low. Brings it down to 1. The HP and the ammo betray him. And Pain are bailed out.
Yeah, he runs out of bullets, doesn't he? He just hopes that he can kind of spray on that window position. They both sort of line up a little bit, but not to be. It's a really, really nice effort from him. But in the end, all that Pain care about is finding that round on the board. Demon does so well. He's such an incredible player to really make life so uncomfortable. And I mean, Pain, huge sigh of relief. Or huge shout of relief, I think more aptly for this side.
It's a good way of getting it out, to be fair, you know, just all the tension,
yeah, exactly,
out into the world.
Tied again, 9 apiece. This time, Rick's very vocal in the tag time. We kind of said a little bit earlier where he wasn't required when they're 8-4 up and they're kind of chilling. Nothing needs to change. Now things do. They need to get a level of consistency. But this is a really big round here. At 9-all, we like to consider this a swing round. Both sides don't have exactly fantastic long-term econ. Got 1.4 for Krebeni being like the best over towards FUT. On the flip side for Pain, 1.35 for Safe. You win this, it's normally a bit of a 2-for-1 special. So whoever gets 10, the 11th should come kind of naturally. The only change to that is if there's a big save, like 3 players, for example, or a bomb plant for FUT.
Smoke's down. Early presence, certainly tense, you know, get your usual nades out, but no overfacing from the CT side. Lovely little nade, however. All to play for. And damage done to FUT to kick it off, so small advantages. A little bit of a lurk smoke. They're going for another B play. This time, the mid to be much, much heavier, much more obvious, but indeed going to make it work. Backing up 2 smokes, by the way, towards CT. Kind of a nice touch.
Everyone's blind.
What is going on? Everybody is so damn blind, and Snow comes away with 3. Oh my goodness. No. Absolutely incredible. I don't believe it.
Who threw that second flash? I couldn't actually tell if that was from FUT, but I think it might have been. Oh man, that is
he got
insane.
A couple of flash assists. Him set like someone assisting him.
No, it is. Look, there's one there.
No, I mean that was it. I think that might be our second one that you were looking for.
It's Demon's flash.
First one good. The second one
not good.
It was half and half. I think some players blind. It didn't necessarily blind up Snow as much.
I think he kills the non-blind players first as well. It's just by virtue of a bit of fortune and a bit of individual brilliance that he gets all of them lined up. But that is a huge, huge round. 4 kills to his name.
A big fan as well, because I was about to really praise it. It was a really nice touch from FUT that they got that usual CT smoke out, you know, mid to B CT smoke, and then they kind of threw on just in front of it, so that I think if they tried to break it, which is quite common at the moment, early on in the round, you've not baited out loads of utility, there'd still be a smoke in the way.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't be able to like shoot you in the back. And I thought that was such a beautiful touch, but Doesn't matter, they lost the round. Yeah.
And this is what we said, that 2-for-1 special. It's a hero AK for Kraveni. A few upgraded pistols around it, and they look like they want to go towards B again. If it doesn't work the first time, try again, I guess. But for FUT, this is going to be kind of risky. At the very least, though, it's only Pariah here.
It's small tweaks, small variations. Third time the charm. Molotov comes flying in, and he's not able to get... Oh, wait a minute. He does actually find a kill. What's happened to that Molotov? That is like so deep. I think it has exploded a little bit out of the map and then spread in. Another one that might be worth catching. It's still going to be man advantage here because Big Uzera managed to find 2 on the mid players that were trying to rotate around, of course. The bomb was spilled early. They have to slowly get it in position. There's going to be this flank coming in from VSM. They're watching for him, not fully dedicated to it. However, he will miss the opportunity. Another door smoke coming in. It's all going to be about window here. Dangerous fight, but successful for Safe. And my goodness, Big Uzera creeps through to get it done. Payne with some really big clutch ups. Not quite as explosive as the previous round, but still pretty damn good. Especially because VSM goes down super early. And FUT struggling. Tweak on B, coming close, not quite able to get it. Some nervous ticks coming in from any bite in his lip to try and figure this one out. Hopefully we can catch that molly as well, because Pariah got a kill that he just really shouldn't have found.
Yeah, it goes so deep. It somehow doesn't spread on towards him.
Yeah, that area, it has to have exploded out of the map. You know, or like
I don't
in the
think
little
it can.
window,
I think
or
it's
what?
too far to the right.
Yeah, potentially.
I think it's on the box.
Like the boxes taking most of the flames. Yeah.
I don't think it actually can, unless it's like a bug. I don't think it can actually go out of the map. But it had a sizable gap, and he smokes it for good measure, and he does get one. 11-9, 2 ahead, 2 away now. Payne, they're going for something quite bold here as well. They're going to look to push in, but Jugs is there. The first found. He holds down Mouse on a case. A second was tempted but safe. Has other ideas. He'll fall away, drop a smoke. A nice way to open things up. FUT, they just pause to start off this round. Payne tries something a little gimmicky. Doesn't pay off. They reset.
Nice pickup. Zera able to back off. Oh, and safe above the dissipating smoke. Finds a head. They could be doing it, but have really been scrapping to try and stay in this, and the rounds have just not been going their way. They've played from behind a lot now, so not going to be too foreign to the idea. Still have the danger man of Demon. Still have this AWP as well on the contact, waiting for a mistake, waiting for an overswing. Big Uzera necessarily going for it. The Molotov will force him out, and Cemetery takes him down into the 3 versus 3. There's no one around to stop that bomb going down here either.
Yeah, they know about one towards long. They'll expect one through CT. Where's that third player? Safe is flashing over for them to come through. And VSM's got to make a move, really. It looks like he's going to be joined with a bit of a late rotate coming through, but that's a nice swing. Demon, he'll fall. VSM now waits for Safe to come and join him as they're going to round this corner. It's a double short stack for FUT. And now with the util, they understand that they can take a bit of an aggressive stance here. They've got a bit of space to work with, and Cemetery will deliver from Gandalf. Jugs, one of his own, but a jumping shot from Snow is given a chance for Safe. The bomb is planted in a somewhat safe spot for him. He's got to get around the corner. Is he going to win the race? No! Oh my God, it is so unbelievably close, but it's not enough for Safe. He just rounds that corner, and they'll get double digits, 11-10. That is the finest of margins.
Yeah, I think we all need a moment after that, for sure. Not sure if there will be one in this, or if it is just going to be straight into it. It's so close every time. FUT really like playing entertaining Counter-Strike. Wow. And maybe as FaZe fall down the rankings, we might look towards this FUT side as the most entertaining team. To be honest, I'm definitely here for that. But got to start winning some clean rounds, fellas. Got to start here as well, as it is just the Hero Warp alongside a few upgraded pistols, but nothing too scary to deal with.
Didn't work last time for Pariah. Doesn't work this time. Jugs gets his opener once again. Hero Warp is a really bold move. Safe's going looking. Bigazero looks like he'll try and draw a bit of the contact. Okay, there you go. Nice opener to come through. Bigazero gets caught by Kaveni, who stays around spawn. They can't recover that gun. Where do you go from here? PT50 and a 5-7 around it. Numbers favor FUT. There should be no issues here.
Yeah, you'd think so. That bomb as well. Ooh, maybe thinking about short. I was going to say going to head towards long and should have an easy time of it. But they'll move it up short. So maybe a world in which some rotations come in. But nothing too substantial at the moment. Actually going towards B, which is kind of interesting. Uh-oh. Maybe. Slightly. This game does have the air around it of these crazy kind of rounds. You'd say surely not with just a couple pistols. And indeed, they will be bested. So the AWP to save now. As it goes to 11-11. All to play for. FUT just about pipping NRG to the post on one of those maps. They really do like making it difficult for themselves, but looking to do it again.
Looks like it'll be okay to save. Oh, I speak too soon. I thought he was going to continue wrapping round into his long, but he doesn't. He stops. He doubles back, if anything, and that keeps him exposed. It's fine. He had like 2.3k, so he can buy back into this. Spain used their third and final timeout. His best friend would have been just going over towards pit and just hoping for the best. 11-11, the full 24 required in this one. Oh, back out for safe. Had a bit of money. It's fine. There's a double Galil in play alongside Jugs. Both Coolio and Rix are very vocal in this tag timeout, as you'd expect. What have they got for us? Can either of these sides go back to close it in regulation, or is overtime required? And I sort of have a feeling that OT might be required here.
It is entirely possible. And, I mean, it would, you know, be the cherry on top of this one. Long tech pauses and whatnot. Yeah. Still 2 more BO3s to go, of course.
Marathon of a day, yeah.
But yeah, absolutely looking to play the Counter-Strike to its fullest, I'm sure. We're about it. Nothing happening in the early. They try and go for a long peak, but not quite going on just yet. Very quiet round. Minute and 30 left on that clock. Smoke down. Where are we leaning? I mean, the bomb is still pretty much in T-spawn, as is the majority of the team for a second there. So yeah, FUT really opening up their options.
Trade of mollies. Short control taken. So gonna play up close. Under a minute though. FUT have been leaving these T-side rounds quite late. So far they've not been punished for it. Gonna go back to B. There's essentially though 3 players in this direction. You got one in mid who can quickly rotate, and could even be the sort of insurance policy on those late lurking mid players. Got 2 CT and it was safe. Who will find the first? 30 seconds. They might actually have to cancel on this unless this mid flank can do something, but it can't. Longstream Krebeni falls. Safe will miss his shot, but they've got to find the bricks player and they can't. Pariah, 1 for him, and Safe sees it off. He opens the round and closes it. And you can see what it means to Payne and to Snow individually as they find map and series point.
So hard for a dominant round is really not what they wanted. Problematic for FUT, and maybe they have met a bit of their match in the chaotic realms of aggressive Counter-Strike.
Look at the buy. Oh no.
Not like this,
not
man.
Like this. Not like
Not
this.
like this, please.
I think it's Demon. All right, he wasn't moving.
Oh, that's rough. That is rough. I mean, us aside, Counter-Strike first. got a feel for FUT, man.
Yeah.
Been all series long. They've had issue after issue.
Oh no, sorry, VSN maybe.
Something's going a bit shaky. I think it might genuinely be this update. We had like server changes and stuff.
Yeah, there's an update done like an hour ago, an hour and a half or something like that.
Yeah.
Market update looks quite good actually. Making the market a little bit easier.
They're obviously trying to, stop everyone using skin websites. Not to name any, because there are many.
Well, they need to stop charging was like 18% tax on selling or something like that. It's crazy how high it is.
Yeah, but I mean, the market never should have gone like that. You know what I mean? I think they
what was that AK sold for? It was like 1.2 million USD or something.
That's
crazy.
Tough. It's also, I seem to think back in the day that there was a cap on the Steam market of like £300.
Okay.
And that's what like birthed these,
the marketplaces,
extracurricular sites and stuff, because people felt they couldn't get the value of what they had on Steam itself.
There you go.
Something like that. I wasn't really into it a long time ago.
We're back live and we're looking towards B. What potentially could be the final round of play here. Heck9 and Deagle. 4th FUT. There's 2 players towards B. Nice timing on the molly. Might be a little late as one will get out in front. And a couple of players are stuck around the doors. Pariah sort of needs to go huge to buy time. And it all falls apart so quickly. They try and dive their way through. It's such a brazen move to go for a B here in a moment like this. And it falls flat. It's flawless by Payne to close it. And 13-11, they see it off in regulation, and they take a pretty big upset win over FUT. That is huge, especially on a map which felt like a punish pick.
Well, we questioned it, didn't we? The second wave of banning was very, very questionable for Payne. They could have gone towards the Mirage, tried to angle that way, but they actually banned it away. They encouraged the Dust 2, and indeed, they sprung the trap. Really great game, a lot of fun. But ultimately, it does not work out for FUT. Still in good spirits, and they are indeed gracious in defeat. But ultimately, a really, really great map coming in from both teams, and some fantastic Counter-Strike played throughout. Really exciting, but it is Payne that take it over the line in the end. And I mean, man, I just don't rightly know what to say about this team. I think we see the best of them, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have some great individual moments. We have some bailouts. We have some clutches. And indeed, discipline at times, able to give respect. Maybe on like map 1 there was a bit of what are you doing pushing this smoke, that kind of thing, but they really tightened up, particularly going into the Dust 2, and a great finish for them, well deserved. They will make it to playoffs, and the question of whether they can make it to the semis, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, for those who joined us for our little podcast earlier, they've got BetBoom, who beat Vitality, and of course another upset in that sense. But BetBoom and Payne now playing off for a spot in the semis, which is absolutely insane to see. FUT now drop in towards that lower, and they'll be taking off against B. That is actually a sick game, to be honest. That is a really, really cool one. Those two sides know each other from, I guess, essentially FUT's previous Tier 2 days under Na'Vi Jr., so that could be really, really interesting. We'll have to see how that one pans out. But honestly, what a series. Couple of tech issues that slowed it down, but when the Counter-Strike was playing, we said it would be a barn burner, and that's exactly what we got. So really, really cool to see Payne get that win, and yeah, we really got to see some of the best of them, as you put it.
Yeah, for sure. A fantastic game, and very, very happy with what we've seen, to be honest with you. And a long run, certainly now a little bit of a dump from us, I suppose, in terms of the adrenaline. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really great look at this stage. I do believe we've got a little bit of an interview ready in just a moment here. But yeah, a really, really explosive kind of showing. And yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. We got Snow on
Snow for an interview, yeah, exactly.
It was just sort of waiting to get confirmation in terms of who we had. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Crazy game, crazy finish. So thank you for that. Congrats on the win, of course. Just tell me how you are feeling, because I'm sure that one was a roller coaster for you guys as well.
Hello guys. I'm feeling so happy. I'm very proud of the team that we make to the playoffs, going to the upper. And yeah, I think the work that we are putting in the server and watching a lot of demos and that stuff are getting payoff, and I'm so happy that we make it.
Awesome. Talk to me about this FUT side as well. Obviously, like we would sort of assume that you guys and FUT, you're very puggy, right? You like to fight, you like to back yourselves, you love taking these aim duels, and you know that's what makes FUT and yourselves playing quite exciting. So how do you prep for a team that are very similar?
Of course, the preparation was good. FUT are a really strong team, and we know that they win a lot of duels, and it's hard to play against them because they have a lot of strong players, and of course it's hard because they just swing and kill you, and you have to be in a good day to kill them. And yeah, of course it's a good team, and I'm happy that we win against them.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get loud, they get loud. That obviously really picks up the excitement. But I kind of want to delve into that. Like, is it important for you guys to really just have this huge energy boost and, you know, all this shouting and all the energy that you're able to bring? Or is it just a little bit more because of this particular matchup? You know, they give it, so you give it. Talk me through, like, some of the logic behind the vocality that you have, you know, after you win a big round.
Every match we try to bring this very big energy, but yeah, it was a match that have a lot of like big rounds and shit moments, but I'm very happy that the rounds came to us, and very excited to play the next matches with this team. I love my team and this roster, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Final question from us as well. You're going to be meeting BetBoom in the upper final. I don't know if you guys even knew about this, but BetBoom upset Vitality in the upper semi-final. That game, of course, was going on at the same time as you guys. You've got BetBoom as your chance to make it in towards the semis. How are you feeling that it is BetBoom and you get to kind of avoid Vitality?
Oh, it's different, bro. Oh my God, very upset that match. But yeah, we will just play our own game. We will prepare we will prepare with a lot of motivation and with a lot of dedication. And of course, they are playing a really good CS, and we will try our best.
Awesome. Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win and going towards playoffs as well. It's always sick to see you guys do well. So congratulations, man, and best of luck against BetBoom.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. It's always good to check in with Snow. What a guy, man. What a guy. And you kind of see as well, like, yeah, you're playing against BetBoom, by the way, not Vitality. It's like, oh, all right. Yeah. Result. And I feel like that's kind of a game that you feel they'd be in a pretty decent spot for. This is a side that like getting loud, and BetBoom, we've kind of seen the flip side. They don't like the noise in a sense. They kind of can regress a little bit. Obviously, when things are going well, they go really well. When things aren't, they can struggle. We've seen the highs and the lows of this side. So it'll be very, very interesting. Is this something about BetBoom here in Atlanta, or was that a one-off and have an opportunity to go all the way to the semis, which would be sick?
Yeah, no, it is a good question. I think we are indeed going to keep a close eye on that one tomorrow evening. That game will be taking place. The whole world may well be watching. And of course, we got the Vitality side that will also have a lot of microscopes on. But look, we've played 2 best of 3s. It's been quite an extended day. There's still 2 more to come. So that's absolutely crazy. And, you know, kind of wild that we've still got a lot of Counter-Strike going down. And we will indeed, you know, have a few more exciting moments, I am sure. But that is going to be it from myself, Scriv, and Neo. We are indeed handing over the reins to Mike and Exner. Really looking forward to kind of catching those games and keeping track. And indeed, we can see Passion UA getting set up and ready to go here. And hopefully, you know, a little bit of NA expectations behind them, you might say, as they do have the spirit of NA with them, as NA are kind of struggling a little bit. Sinners on the other side of things looking good as well. The little team that could. It's unfortunately a bit of a knockout game to get things kicked off. But all the same, we'll be watching from the sidelines. And indeed, a lot of good Counter-Strike on the cards yet to come. Very, very exciting stuff, as there's still a couple best of 3s, so make sure you're sticking around, guys. Thank you very much for watching so far, and we'll see you again very soon.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Diving back into the action here on the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta in the B stream. I'm Darth Mike, this is Exner. We're taking over the late shift here on the B stream, and it is indeed starting quite late. Some barn busters of games already coming through here. And Cole, if I know one thing, it's that we're probably going to get a few more of those coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, just keep them coming here on the B stream as we've seen so far. It's been a really fun first day, and we're looking to see some of those stories continue in day two. Now, for the teams that we have remaining here, it's going to be scary territory. It's elimination matchups for the rest of the day, so a lot of pressure put onto some of these rosters coming in with some expectations, right? And a lot of teams that NA would love to see in the crowd are potentially going to be eliminated.
Yeah, it has not been a good tournament so far. We've had some serious representation here in Atlanta for North American teams, and they have not had hot starts, to say the least. We'll see if any of them can pull up from the nosedive, as we would love to have a little bit of a hometown hero presence there for the fans in Atlanta. Everybody would love to see that. But somebody's got to earn it. That's the reality of Counter-Strike. Storylines, hometown crowds, those things only matter if you actually earn it in the server. And so for Passion UA, who are nominally still have some faint spirit of being in a North American team, if they want to earn it, they got to do it up against a Sinners team that gave us some delightful surprises yesterday. But before we get into Sinners, let's focus on Passion, and to focus on them, we'll hear from their captain, we'll hear from JT.
JT, back in the server again here in Atlanta. Buddy, you've been here before, hadn't you?
Yes, I think 2 years ago.
What'd you think? How do you find Atlanta?
It's nice. I mean, everywhere in America is fun to be around.
Entertaining, to say the least, right? Hey, speaking of entertainment value, let's talk about the Passion UA project. Tell me about your gameplay yesterday.
I think we started off really well on the first map. We had a really good CT side, a good game plan, I think, and we should have closed out the first map. We just messed up some clutch situations and gave out some easy rounds, I think. But then I guess the second map didn't go too good. But I think that Navi's obviously a really good team, so I think it's promising signs for our next match.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can take away from that what you bring into the server today, which I'd imagine is a few things. Tell me about where the state of the lineup is right now. What is the status when it comes to Passion UA?
I mean, right now we're just playing it game by game. I think we're not sure like what the future is. So, yeah, just that.
Okay, well, game by game puts you in the server today. Do you have the vetoes? Do you know how you're playing already and anything?
Yeah, we did the vetoes. It's, what's the maps? Dusty Mirage, Overpass. We just did it a few minutes ago. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's fresh. We got there. So, Dust 2, where are you expecting the most resistance?
I mean, hopefully none of the maps.
But if they're going to put in some work on you, which one's it going to be?
I mean, I think we've been not showing the best face on Mirage, so I think we have to just improve that, and we'll see.
Cool. Anything you want to say, JT?
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That might be a little bit of foreshadowing there, because yesterday it was Mirage that Sinners managed to get over on the Gamer Legion, so if Passion is struggling there, could be tough sledding. This is going to be a challenging one, I think, for Passion. Obviously coming in with a huge number of question marks. We'll be diving into the server just now, but if you haven't been paying attention to Passion, they were playing with Senzu. Suddenly they're not playing with Senzu. Senzu's over on BC.Game. Apparently they found out the day that they were starting their Philadelphia 20 campaign. So it was all a little up in the air. SDY comes in. According to an interview over on Dust2.us, they got all of 3 days of practice with SDY. They had to go back to Europe. They had to come back through. Chaos. Pandemonium. All in all, and now let's see if they can turn that chaos into something here on Dust 2, or if the Sinners might just get a pass to survive another day.
Yeah, I feel like JT especially needs a lot of time to get things slotted in here and get his pieces running, because, you know, he does have a great system, but I wouldn't say it's exactly plug and play, especially when you're talking about some Die Young hopping in for Senzu in particular, right? The style definitely going to need to change a little bit in terms of those sort of roles getting adjusted here. Try and get set up for Try to get a fight towards B. He gets dinked down. So the P250 not as successful as they wanted here. But they're going to reroute this one towards Long. This is a good decision here from Passion UA to avoid too much conflict early, especially with JT cracking things open. Minimal resistance to follow up here for the rest of Sinners.
That's that other P250 coming into play. They got two of them. Putting them to great effect, but JT will get no more chances to pull the trigger. Nice shot coming through from Kisarek. Now it's just a bloodbath here, a brawl. Everybody's ready for the fight. There is a flank coming late, but SDY might need to get a move on. His teammates are dropping. So now I think they've bought him the time that he needs. SDY with the flank, with the assassination onto Kisarek, leaves it all to Moto, who dropped down to try and find a new angle, but his position revealed is not long for this world. It's Nyx to hunt him down and bring victory for Passion.
Taking a confident duel right there, closing it out through elimination. Gonna swing for the fences in towards CT, close it out, and again, just a nicely drawn up play there coming through there with the option to move out of that B play if they wanted to. You let Try get a little something going, but you also have long control held together from Passion UA and gives them a chance to switch things up a little bit. A good bit of patience coming through there from Passion UA. But now they got to deal with the force buy. Sinners right back onto it. Gonna get a scout for Moto and the rest onto Pistols. Sinners definitely showing some great face yesterday in that matchup versus Gamer Legion. But I feel like it was those late rounds that cost them a little bit more. Versus Passion UA, you're gonna want to clean that up and you can kind of talk things over in between that, this team could look a lot more lethal, but that is a deadly shot right there from Moto, taking JT out of the server.
It's an interesting point you do about the late round communication, the mid round communication, because one thing that they've already heaped praise on SDY and something that you're going to be hoping he improves is that communication. Yes, you had Senzu for a little while, but as we know, Senzu's playing in English is a little bit of a work in progress. They were still definitely working on getting him adapted, getting him up to speed. It's something they touched on, that despite the firepower that he brought, he did create some issues all of his own in terms of making it work, making the comms work, making sure they were all on the same page. And that's something that SDY, many times IGL himself, will not really be expected to struggle with. The B site gets cleaned up, nice entries in, a little bit of damage back the other way, but now SDY get himself some kills through that window. Means that this one is all about done. Good work from the new addition and clean work from Passion as they secure another round.
It's a composed mid to B attack right there. Again, you lose that opening pick here. You're a little bit concerned. Very similar to what they faced in the pistol, but hold off the patience. They let their B lurk come through there and secure up some space as well, and fight their way through the adversity of that B hold. Solid stuff from Passion UA so far, and nothing saved for the CT side. Is going to leave them a lot to be desired here in a round like this. That's a nice kickoff for Try on the rifle, handling the Deagle with ease.
I mean, one of the big questions right now for this team is who's going to step up to fill that firepower void. Flashbang going to attempt to cause them some problems, but blind or not, Fem lands his shots, and JT comes in to support his teammate as well, so the danger is pretty much out of this round. Shock with the Deagle, the last element that could cause some problems. Shot to the kneecaps, but both players identified, both players eliminated, and Fem nicely highlights himself here because he, I would say, is the primary candidate to shoulder that firepower void that Senzu has left.
Yeah, no question. It's got to be a little bit more setup around what he can bring to the table. And you're going to want to focus up on setting him up on these T sides as much as possible, getting that confidence. Same case for Try. I feel like those two are going to be shouldering the burden of that firepower drop-off that you're going to be feeling. If you can get that duo heated up, especially on a map like Dust 2 here for the Sada Passion UA, get that op out and running, that's going to be deadly here. But a fast long take, everyone blinded up for so long. JT managed to get all the way around the corner here, but he doesn't get to fire up for anything other than damage here. The op trying to follow it up as well. Moto going to knock down Kavem.
Rough start.
Have to deal with him in the car position as well.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with this. They're just going to leave some utility here to keep them interested and try and go for the rotate. They've had this presence from Try in the tunnels, and I mean, look at this. Sinners have given it to them. If Try starts to work his way out, he's going to have to deal with players through the door, but they're so very distant. Smoke to run towards mid. If anything, I think that might tip the Sinners off to this one, but they're not starting to rotate the numbers just yet. They're still wary that they could be working their way up the catwalk. Denial of the vision from middle means that they have no confirmation. Very timely smoke, but players are already out. Passed it. Needed that kill for Try. Needed that kill. Now there's no safe haven for his teammates. SDY, one man against the world. How?
Oh
what?
My God.
How is that two? Excuse me? It's not going to matter. But come on now. Roll it back to years.
That's insane right there. He just tapped out 2 quick headshots. Gives him a little bit of damage at the very least, given the situation. But big window of opportunity there in towards that B site is going to be shut out. And Sinners are able to react in time. There was a very small window of opportunity where that one could have gone awry here, but Shock times up that smoke perfectly and is able to isolate a target. That's a huge sigh of relief for Sinners.
Bro, what are we even talking about? Who's going to be the firepower? Obviously, it's going to be SDY. Multiple time IGL at this point. Elder in his career. Ready to make it happen.
I mean, he's kind of going to have to at this point, right? He's going to be slotting in for a lot of Senzu's positions. And that means you got to frag.
Hey, look.
He's been hitting the
MVP of
deathmatch.
ESL Challenger Jönköping.
Oh.
With Monty back in 2023. I'm just saying.
That's
okay, I still
I
got
didn't
it.
realize she was the MVP on the Monty squad for one of those tier 2 wins.
Mm-hmm. had themselves a monstrous tournament. Took that one over the, at the time, Eternal Fire, now Aurora roster. It was a heater during the Monty era. That smoke is not where it's supposed to be.
Was that a CT smoke?
Maybe
it was smoke. From the A side. I think that might have been Kisserect who tossed it in. Sometimes they like to throw it in mid doors, but maybe a little wide on that one.
Just a touch.
It was him. Okay. Nice little confirmation. Another weakened B bomb site. Shock and Beastic have been playing outside of the site instead of in. I feel like it's a risky move here, given that once you lose control of that B site here, it becomes a lot more difficult to retake it, and they have lost control for sure. Beastic looking to cut off the cross, does manage to thread in a single kill, but the rotates being cut off by Try right now is the biggest problem.
He's letting them pass, though. And in the meantime, Beastic is causing so many problems. Oh my goodness, Beastic. And now you're totally out of position. Try can't do anything about this defuse. When do they realize, yeah, they're just going to be on it. He knows there's nothing he could do to help. His job was to try and limit these rotations. Instead, he lets them pass. And they punish his teammates for it. So, big missed opportunity. I'm not sure whether that was the game plan, whether he was supposed to be more focused on the tunnels control. But I think there might be some frustration that so much of the presence was allowed to come to bear on the B players. And that being said, Beastic did most of it himself.
Yeah, just a small overstep as well from Kavim, hands it over, and then Beastic makes him pay with the 3K in the end. Had the setup from that flashbang as well. Here's SDY getting out towards the long. Off the flashbang, just Tech9 not going to be able to do much at that range. And Beastic going to find himself a freebie. Trying to set up some Young for some opening duels here, but one of those techs dropped 4v5 early. Center showing up on the CT side. Mid somewhat vulnerable here, but it's going to be the Deagle of Kavim to lead the charge. And those crisscross smokes maybe going to be drawn in as well.
Just the one for the moment. Looking for a shot off that AWP, hoping Moto comes looking, and he does indeed, but just as Try starts to shift, so it's Moto who comes out on top. That AWP can be retrieved at least. And they're hearing these footsteps because the close player in Beastic, so they got all the information. Beastic's going to retake the space, confirm that they've backed off of it. He's got a very good idea of which way this is coming. Didn't hear any jump ups. So he's expecting tunnels all the way. 3 players going to be reinforcing that B site. It's not going to be playing outside the door this time. They've got all the control in the world. And Kisserect even now come through long. So they have every piece of information they could possibly want.
They're even going to cheat and rotate over extra if they need to. Just come down to a hold, though. We'll see if they can find any progress. They are stalled out completely. Single frag there set up for Kavim on the op. But that will be dealt with swiftly. And Sinners, as you said, fully set up for success in that round.
So we are all knotted up early here on Dust 2. And again, a reminder, if you're just joining us, this is Passion's map pick, and they've already indicated in the interview that there might be some troubles over on the Mirage, where we saw Sinners have success against Gamer Legion. So, important for Passion, I think, that they rack up some rounds here early on Dust 2 to build that confidence.
Yeah, I think for me, it's my favorite map always for JT. You know, it's been Overpass. I think that's where he does some of the best work on the calling and the T sides in particular. But I don't think that's as much of an option if you have SDY having to rifle about towards that A side. So they're going with Dust 2, putting a little bit more of that win condition on Try here.
We'll get to the Overpass if we do get to the decider.
Really interested to see how that shapes up there. That'll be the first time they'd bring it into the mix with some Young. So we get to see how things shake up. JT likes to help out that A side as well, so it'd be interesting to see if he just stays on A. Or if it will actually be some Young playing in that department. But a nice HE to lift things off. Early damage.
Looking for the smoke pops. Oh, now Try's maybe expecting it to come back the other way. Gonna play the fade. See if we can catch the kill here. See if a player's boosting something. Anything to give them a little bit of an inroad.
Gonna be a flash play here towards Cat.
There's 3 players set up. Yeah, 2 ready to take the fight. There's the flashbang for it. Beautifully done, but it doesn't quite land. Players swinging in, and the AWP goes chasing. Moto down. Now big trouble on, but Kissarik at least can hold the invaders at bay for a moment. Smoke goes up to give him a bit of time as well. Do they want to risk it? They do indeed. JT was past it, and now this might just be a ripcord save pull for the Sinners. They've got to back away.
And it's just a second earlier on that flash play for Sinners, and they get the job done, but a second quicker for Passion UA. And so they get to avoid that utility to reclaim Cat and find that fight. Both teams had the same idea at the same time, but it's Kavim with the execution here. And JT with a decent bit of patience. Going for that trade instantly could have been a massive liability and an equalizer, but he tosses himself in a flashbang and gets an easy duel with his opponent looking the wrong direction. Passion UA gonna reclaim that lead. Keep themselves nice and healthy here with 4 alive as well. But again, that round on a knife's edge there all comes down to a game of timing. JT able to thread the needle.
Such an interesting project, this Passion UA team. You know, in the era of international teams, Passion UA is really trying to push the envelope of what that can mean. I mean, before Senzu left this roster, you had somebody from every region of Counter-Strike, bar Oceania, right? You had a South African, an American, a South American, a North American, a South American, a Mongolian, and a European. You truly had Captain Planet coming together in a team. Now, okay, yeah, we've got 2 Europeans, so maybe slightly less. But there's also no telling that Sunday Young is going to be a permanent addition here. That remains to be seen. Good harassment damage here onto Shock, make him uncomfortable, try and push him off of that tucked angle. With a smoke up for the moment, Passion don't want to risk it, just knocking on the door of B, seeing if anyone was home.
Positioning here, getting punished indicates where the Opera was. So Moto tries to change up his play here a little bit. Catwalk is the biggest vulnerability right now in the round right now with your Opera focused in on long. That can be a bit tricky to deal with, but they're willing to risk it with some of these lower HP bars. And I think they're right, because this is going to almost certainly be a B play. More heavy through the Tons side of things, trying to delay for as long as possible so that they can help out towards middle, but they're making moves out of Tons now.
Nice shot. Follow up as well. Good hold, bomb down on the ground. These mid players nowhere close enough to have impact just yet, and B-Stick finds the kill he needs to keep JT off their back. STY and trying to make something out of nothing, and actually this might work. They got the control, they got the spacing. You have to cross Try, but you're able to do so, and now Try knows he can't let them into this. Well, it's time for STY to get this bomb down, but STY is going to try and make the bold move. Does he phase the smoke? This is ambitious, to say the least. Dodges the spam, at least for the moment, but Kissarik puts him on notice. It'll come through the window. Kissarik, wise to the potential maneuver. New STY would likely try and take the initiative, being under pressure, being outnumbered. And calls his shots out. Another round goes the way of the Sinners.
Yeah, tough shots for Try right there. Had to connect on at least one of them. Ends up dropping and leaving Subda Young in that tricky to deal with position. And the patience pays off for Sinners. They'll get the job done. Those quick rotates at the ready and giving over that catwalk control. They're able to get themselves in great position to help out that B bomb site through middle.
Quick bit of hydration coming in there for Shock. Hydration break for everyone in chat. Keep your fluids up.
We do got ourselves.
It seems like we have a technical
whole lot of day left, so make sure you're well hydrated.
For me, I think it's a drip feed of caffeine at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of the players can relate to that sentiment.
Slowly but surely. Oh, there we go. Already back.
We're back. Not a long one this time. There was like an hour one earlier, so I'm very nervous.
Hopefully we got that all out of the way, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. The pixies that were messing with the server, they've been banished. Yeah, we got them caught them,
full
put them in
solution.
little enchanted cages, sent them back into the haunted woods.
No longer in Atlanta.
Where do you think the haunted woods are, man?
I don't know. Probably Florida.
I think that's the name of an establishment out there. I know there is a certain magical place known to the denizens of Hot Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like we're going to get a catwalk play here. We got the bunch. We got the group. And if they've got the brunch, we'll see who's got the crunch. As I say it, they're disassembling. They're moving away from this. They're thinking it's too good to be true, so they throw the smokes, try and bait it at the counter utility. Kvem maybe throwing a little bit of a fake, trying to pull something here, but there's not any huge reaction. There were already 3 players here, so don't feel like they need to make a big move. And Kvem drops down in towards CT, but Shock's ready and waiting. 2 to the 1. Well done for Shock. Good value out of his life, but it puts pressure onto Stresser on an island. Hedge spotted. Moto trying to support, but with Stresser gone, this bomb's going down. So an advantage for Cole. They got the bomb. They're outnumbered. They got a couple mollies for this. Nick's going to try and take the momentum. Diving out for the bottle. He's not expecting the second player to be so close, so JT tucks. Knowing to pass this Molotov, knowing there's at least one coming from the tunnels, he's going to stake his spot right here in the back of the site. Go for the headshots. Go for the aim. Fair chunk of that, but it's all in a moto now. And an incendiary could be a problem. It doesn't go deep enough, so JT's got the spray.
There's that clutch factor coming through from JT, able to pick up the mantle in that 1v2. Had a couple opportunities in the late round to seal things up, but finding those isolated targets and winning some tough duels right there. Doesn't even take the headshot. He goes for a little bit of a different approach, and it works out wonders for him. That's a big lifeline here for Passion UA to try and take control here on this T side. I think X is going to be happy about that for sure. No question about it. You see him making that move with the molly out, a little bit nervous, but very nervous in the upper tons. That's a whole lot of presence spot and a whole lot of damage done as well. This was going to be an all-spawn B call, but they just got fully seen. And now you're going to have to call a cancel, and the problem with that is, with all 5 players starting off in tunnels, you're going to have to rework a lot of map control.
This is going to bleed some time off the clock for sure. Fortunately, as we know, this round's pretty limited for the Sinners. They don't have a ton if you're going to sustain this, right? It's not like smokes are going to come in and bottle you up. Still, you can see how careful they're being with clearing out the lower tunnels, with clearing out middle, wary that someone could have pushed catwalk, that somebody could be waiting around every potential corner. And actually, they're going to come back into this B play, and there are 4 players here for the Sinners. So they haven't really flinched. They haven't really disassembled this initial play. They've just given it a slightly different look, and this could spell trouble for Passion.
Someday I'm already low here. They're gearing up for the execute. They're going to walk into this 4-man stack here. See if they're able to pass it. Moto going to be the first point of contact there. Stressor already taken care of, and they are finding the kills to enter into the site, but there's that stack presence coming into fruition. Once again, JT thrown into the 1v2. Has a smoke down for doors. A molly going down deep as well, trying to cut off the contact there. Able to route around it. Kisarek has a chance of timing, and a 5-7 out. JT not dead just yet, though. Able to survive, but not for long. Kisarek will scoop up the A1 and deliver the clutch there. Deny JT this time around.
5-7 piece
Little wave after that one. Little fun coming through. Oh, boy. JT not able to bring through the second of the clutches. Maybe not quite realizing how deep that incendiary had gone. Not realizing how close his opponent could get without ticking the molly. I think that might be what caught him off guard there, but either way. It was a well-fought clutch. And a tech coming in. Shoutouts NVS on the cam right now. Trying to sort this one out. Legend of the NA LAN circuit.
He's going to get it sorted quickly.
Good old Ed.
We got the in-ears back in the ears. That's always good news.
It is, but this music is not good news, Cole. If I know one thing, it's that the music is not good news. We've got some very bright peripherals here. That is, I mean, it's SDY's got it too.
On Passion UA, yeah.
It looks like someone spilled whatever turned the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into the mutants all over their keyboards. Was it the ooze? Was it called the ooze? This is before
I don't
your
know.
time, Cole.
I only know the Ninja Turtles from Fortnite.
I hate that you said that. I hate that you said that so much,
where they had the Ninja Turtles involved. So that's kind of my knowledge.
I've got some crazy, haunting animatronic movies from the 90s for you to see sometime. Or maybe they were puppets? I think they were puppets.
Puppets kind of freak me out.
Should talk to somebody about that.
Nice. 6-7 Fortnite. Is that why we put that up there?
They're just giving the people what they want.
Yeah.
Smoke in towards middle. Utility looks like Passion want to move as a pack in this one. Still a huge chance. If they can crack through this round, the money's going to presumably be broken for Sinners for the last as well. So, serious chance to make this a 7-5 if they can convert. But with limitations on the T side, they want to go quicker. And once again, the stack's in the right spot. Nicely read from Sinners. Can they execute? Trades. Immediately, Goose player gets chased down. And while these players stuck on the ramp aren't able to do much more. Nice shooting from JT. And this one's all Passion all day. Shock just going to try and keep his gun alive. Give them something to play with in the last. That is a nice response to the last clutch from Passion. Just hit the accelerator.
Yeah, they were fast on that catwalk play. They had some great flashes to back it up. Saw that Sinners had a flash at the ready in Goose, but Passion UA already around the corner before they realize and collapsed so quickly with those flashes. Just not a lot of output coming through from that duo. On the site proper, JT and Kvem, definitely a lot of output from them. That has been a bit of a theme here. Again, picking up the firepower here is Kvem up the catwalk, finding those entries there. And JT just backing him up with a little bit of extra impact. And we know JT has the capability of decent amount of fragging here. A lot of clutch factor going on as well that we've already seen in this this first half. So see if they can continue things here. Another timeout, though, called. Saw TC at the ready for that one. Want to make sure what happened just 2 rounds prior is not replicated here again. Another scrappy purchase coming through here from Sinners.
He's a doctor, you know. Not anyone's ever brought this up before when discussing TC. But he does, in fact, have a medical degree.
That's so impressive.
And he said, I could be out here saving lives, or I can try and save some lives in this Counter-Strike server.
Well, you can definitely see that the research skills, all the hard work, definitely paying off in the Counter-Strike server, because I think that TC and JT have come up with some of the most creative stuff that I've seen.
Somewhere out there, a disease has gone uncured.
Yeah.
Well, we've gotten some great Counter-Strike games. So
we might need you on the hantavirus. TC.
Nice damage. Not actually really doing much there. Shock managed to just duck it. He went with the old strategy of if I can't see it, it can't hurt me. And it turns out he was correct.
Just look away. That does feel like how HEs work sometimes.
Object permanence. It's like, you know, toddler. Hide your face. They don't know you're there.
Peekaboo. Speaking of peekaboo, there Kvem getting a couple chances. Nice headshot there on a beast. It can also connects on the moto. The flash play out long. Oh, it doesn't work. Shut down with the double there. Stressard somehow able to recover for the second.
I'm going to say that's a new teammate type of round. Just that little half a second of lack of coordination, of not quite hitting the timing on the flash out through between SDY and Try. New teammates getting used to each other. These kind of things are going to happen. Double pushing towards tunnels, though. This is going to take a lot of the information, a lot of the space away, and now they can continue to send Kissarak here on this flank. And right now, at least Passion aren't checking for it. So he might have a massive opportunity to disrupt this play, but it requires the A defenders to hold up. And Moto can do nothing of this sort. Still, a retake's going to be on, but this bomb plant definitely can't be denied, and now they're definitely going to be aware that catwalk is a possibility. Shane Molotovs to slow that down. They've lost track of the long player, but Stressern cannot find his kill. And look at the health on Shock. Look at the health on Nyx. It's only Kisarek who's got a full belt. And it's just him alone now against 2, and there's no reason for them to give him a fight. Smoke to try and limit the vision.
Okay.
Takes out the box player. Nyx is a little further along than he's expecting, perhaps. Kisarek gonna go for the check, gonna go for the defuse, gonna go for the stick. And here we got the Kukli jump, but he's not found in time. Kisarek just locks it in. Balls of steel to send us to the half. I know what that word means. I think everyone in the world of Counter-Strike knows what that word means. We got a little bit of the pop-offs coming through from Sinners. It's not quite as much as the FUT replays we had earlier though, Cole, so I think we can even talk over this one. Pretty even at this point, coming on through. 6 all at the half, and hard to split these two teams.
Surprisingly, with as many countries as Passion UA represent, no Polish on that squad. Making sure to try and enter in towards this B-bomb. Said a little bit of team damage and a double entry going to make things very simple here. for Sinners to try and claim this pistol. It's a full retake through the tunnels. The role's reversed now. Try not very happy with the start of that pistol here, but we'll see if his teammates can recover. B-Stick trying to find some ground here, but they're not making much on this Passion UA side. Sum Dayong has a little bit of armor. Was thinking maybe of bailing out of this one. Definitely thinking about it now that no fights are presenting.
Yeah, he's trying to bait anybody, and he's checking the flank. He's thinking, just give me something. Some sort of way back into this round, and none will present itself. Quickly dispatched. Well done from the Sinners. Just a straightforward play, a straightforward couple of kills, and a straightforward round to start off their T-side campaign.
Nice little B-rush here. We've seen a lot of slow pistols being played out this event so far, but an off-spawn call there coming through for Sinners to just take over that B-bomb site, and they just instantly deal with the pressure.
You know, you were saying no Polish representation. I think, I'm trying to remember, I think JT has an apartment in Warsaw now.
Okay.
So maybe honorary there.
Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that's where he was based for his European stays.
I know there's a good location in Warsaw that a lot of people use, so that would make sense. Whenever Passion UA are playing out,
to represent
yeah, they might be playing quite a bit there. Whenever they're getting the reps in. Got the double scout here on Dust 2. Always like to see that. And try sees a smoke he can block from a mile away. Good allow for Kavem to also sneak his way in towards lower tons here, so a little bit of pressure being put on. Both those scouts put in towards mid to try and play off that gap in the smoke.
Yeah, they're just praying somebody tries to take catwalk.
There's a second one.
Please.
Can Kavim block it? No. Just barely missed. Oh, there's still a gap. Maybe he did hit it, actually. Enough disruption to create that. 2 smokes used, both with a chance to allow these scouts to thrive.
Exchange. Kfem down, but a Deagle finds its way home. Shot through the door. Looked good. Clearly wasn't. And as this starts to get low on time, I actually think this is where it might favor Passion. Sinners want to have some sort of map control or man advantage to show for all this time that's been whittled off the clock. When you start to get in toward 30 seconds, which is what we're hitting, you get more nervous against these limited buys. It just takes a couple fortunate Deagle shots and suddenly your tempo is completely upset. It's going to be Try on the ramp with that scout. He could be dangerous with this. Flashbang's good, but he ducks the first, tries to dip back up. Second flash catches him, can't quite find those headshots. Body tags aren't enough, and they're getting ever closer here to getting this bomb planted, but there's only 8 seconds. They need to stick this, and now JT has brought his damage to bear. It all falls to Moto. 1 man against 4 as his teammates have just disappeared. JT Pogo sticking here with a dig. Now he's got a teammate to roll with him, so the double swing this, and the trade is good. Masterfully done there from Passion. I think the time came back to haunt the Sinners. Just had to rush it towards the site, and JT punished.
I mean, JT and that Deagle there always has a little bit of potential, but that's ridiculous. I mean, they are scaling so quickly. If he didn't have the bailout option from JT right there, saving him from both site and CT, I mean, Try's not walking away with much more. A phenomenal sequence there from JT all around. 3 kills in total, and again, just picking up and leading the charge for this squad. You're gonna get a full eco Glocks coming through here. No investment. A headshot sounded scary,
but it felt good. That's through the door.
Felt good to look down and see that you're still 71 HP. That's for sure. Got a nice helmet on that thing.
Always wear the proper workplace equipment. These players are just being whittled away. Nobody's healthy on the Sinners side. Moto, the last one with a full belt of health. And now the kills start to stack up. Just Glocks to show for it in this round, so if they can bait out more of the util, that'll be nice. That is a bit of a big if. As the Passion players have realized it's an eco factory here. And so it's time to strike. JT, 17 and 10. You know, in the firepower versus communication conversation, I will say bringing in a player like SDY, where he can do a lot to fix your comms, he can do a lot to give you the information you need as an IGL, to pick up some of that mid-rounding burden, that's going to free up JT to think about his crosshair a whole lot more.
Yeah, no question about it there. That might be a big factor there coming into the mix. Bit of a faulty boost to start things off with a chance to actually fight up against Try. You're going to reassemble it on the right side now, and both shots miss. But not shying away from the duel is Try. Does like himself a bit of damage with that scout. He has to worry about the lower tons presence, though, and his instincts kick in there just in time. Smoke for the mid doors, and a little bit of contact spotted from Kevin before they can make their move. It was a challenge out towards middle early. They catch that visual. Gonna head up Catwalk instead. JT set up a bit of an aggressive stance right now. That smoke's still in bloom, and Center's just once again willing to draw out that clock a little bit, but they're gonna move a little bit faster here with this mid to B smoke. And I think they're going to speed it up here to 10 now. Willing to take that target in towards the B bomb site. Try able to find one through the smoke, but Kevin already taken care of, and it's just Nick X on the back of the site. Able to isolate one frag here. Needs a multi. He provides it. Is going to offer up some much needed relief here for this retake.
Big moves from Nyx. His B-stick get cleared. He does indeed. SDY with the drive-by. Leaves it all onto Kisserek, who at least gets the bomb down. Now to play off of. Wants to fight through the door. Sustained against multiple enemies. And Try with Moto's op will lay him low. So an upgrade for Try. He's done his work with the scout. He's done his digging. Now he gets the luxury vehicle.
That's such nice work right there. Able to find that one kill through the mid to B smoke as well. That's going to help out big time. That with a nice connection there onto his counterpart. And ends up coming through with the close. On top of that, you got Nyx with a multi-kill on that B bomb site. Willing to take up the mantle of more tricky positions. And provides a much needed multi-frag here for Passion UA to secure things. Gonna try leading the charge here with that op now in hand. Gonna stretch out for the peek towards top of middle. Gets a shot off here. Worried about the lower tons presence. He ignores it. Not worried at all here. It seems he's gonna get a second shot, and that one is gonna land. Beastick can't believe his eyes.
You know what he really is? He's trusting. He knew. If no one got me, JT got me. He's not gonna let me die to these lower guys.
Yeah, that's valid. Got a lot of trust in JT too, as you should when he's 17 and 10 right now.
Mm-hmm. It's giving you no reason to doubt him. The calls have been good as well. The reads, the responses. The CT side has looked good.
Look at the long hold. Tries already repositioned from catwalk to long. Smoke going down at a really promising time here. Good luck trying to get past this duo. One good flash could help him, but the op moves away. The flashes don't connect. And Kevin has an easy spray down as they're pushing through gray screen.
I mean, what do you do at this point? You've got 40 seconds. The bomb is stuck top mid. Strassen's trying to create some sort of a space, but they're not even going to be able to link up the C4. Even if he somehow took A here, it might not matter a jot. Instead, they keep the record sheet clean on the Passion side. This one is starting to look quite compelling for Passion. It smiles here for SDY. He's happy to be back in the server. Happy to be in a new jersey. We might need to update the flags on it, I'm noticing.
We'll get that later.
Get a sticker. Put one more Ukraine flag over the Mongolian flag.
I mean, given that it's Passion UA, you'd think they'd have a couple more of those jerseys. Maybe just not present.
I'm sure they got them on deck.
In Atlanta right now, but they
extra
probably got it.
spots. That's a nice opener. Kisserek, not the usual suspect on that AWP, picks up the big green, takes his spawn. and executes. Ooh. But they're going to need more work, and the second player behind catches Strasser and off guard, so it's still even Stevens here, and with this control up top mid from JT, there's no bailout option. So Try has his work cut out for him on the AWP. Having spotted that they're not withdrawing from long, they're going in to support him. Everybody's rerouting here. A little bit of a fumble to get everyone in position, but with the stall out from Sinners, it works out nicely.
Going to be an HE to try and blow open the smoke here. Deny across as much as possible. Maybe Try just going to keep it posted. That's why.
Boy.
Big old gap in that thing here. That's going to give him all the vision he needs here. Almost around the edge of that smoke here. Still taking the fight is Kissarak. He won't shy away. And that'll make him pay. There, Try will get taken down, though, in the end. Nick X, the element of surprise. He's trying to find an angle. Dropping down, though. Moto with the AK able to deliver. And Sinners are going to keep things in the running there. Keep things close.
Not exactly clean, though. Oh, man. Dropping down full spray, trying to recover it, managing to do so at the last moment. Pure chaos at the end. I mean, the gap in the smoke is troubling, right? Against a guy like Try, against the hot hand there. That is a huge risk, and they were very nearly punished for it. Still, Sinners with a breath here, and they're going to try and go fast. Okay, here's the momentum. They found some space with this previously. Now an incendiary to punish, brings out the smoke early on, allows STY to get here in towards the pit. Now Try catches B-Stick trying to get back out of there.
I'm so impressed that Someday Young is able to get towards the pit and Try setting his teammates up with utility. That molly going down to force him out of blue bin. And they managed to reclaim that long control despite the risk early. Even an extra rotate from Kavim jumping over in towards that B-bomb site. Can't hurt with the extra helping hand. We'll see if Moto can try to find the equalizer.
Allow Try to focus on this. Doesn't have a nade to pop. That's one critical detail, but if that smoke fades, they're going to be in big trouble. Kvem, nice play off of the flashbang. Gives them a little something early on before they start to get in towards that site. Yes, JT's a dead man, but he's bought time. Precious time for his teammates now to come into bear. STY's getting closer, and they may not even need him. Moto's alone. Moto's in no man's land, and Moto just wants this all.
You're gonna have a while here to hold on to that weapon and see if Nyx wants to chase things down.
Can't give him his kill, though. He's back around.
Oh, yeah, the B bomb set a little bit more open up than you like. Smoke goes down here, but a chance still to route through. He doesn't want it though, and he also didn't have any ammo in that op. That's probably the bigger factor.
That does hurt.
Have to get that reload off first. So
Hey,
back away here, forced into a save. You think he's got that? Maybe. It was a little bit low.
Little kickabout over here.
Yeah.
At some point, Passion could think about this hunt. They wanted to confirm they weren't coming for the rounds. That's been confirmed, and it seems like they're okay with letting him have this AWP. He can have it
on the escape right there, but that's the extra influence of JT, setting his teammates up with flashes, also just being on that B bomb site in general. The element of surprise there for sure. As Sitters turn the corner, after they lose that long control, the fact that Kavim is able to jump back there, get in towards that B bomb site before the mid to B play comes through. Passion, you're going to be very happy with that round. Opening play working and good rotates in the 4v5 is going to do you a lot of favors.
Just 2 rounds needed here, and with pistols raid on the other side, this one could be a little softer. Let's see what Moto can maximize out of this one AWP. Can't catch them on the cross. While he's trying to assemble the boost, Try is looking to play a game of Battleship. Put them through the door. Oh, boy. Millimeters. I think that was millimeters.
Oh.
Pixels.
He's got the lineups, man. That is terrifying. Moto watched that bullet whiz right by, and he didn't want nothing to do with anything else.
Popped right off that boost. Said, actually, you know what? I'll take a different fight.
I'd like to play out this round a little while longer for the best here. Trying to set up something here, but a lot of work needs to be done out of the AWP here. Rest have pistols. They're going to try to work through mid to B. There's where the rifle gets involved. Lots of chip damage, no kills. And the molly going to force them back.
Great molly there, because you don't want to get overwhelmed, having already been spamming a little bit with the A1S. Only got so many bullets for this. Give you a chance to get a fresh magazine in, get the refresh up, and it seems like they are going to group towards B. So it's Fem and Nyx to deal with this.
Got a HE ready for Nyx right now. Try and do some damage as they make the entrance in, and there is no utility. So it's largely going to be a contact play. I wonder if Moto is going to lead the charge here in that department. HE does go down early. It's going to chip Shock down even lower.
This player through mid could be a problem. Tries watching it. Need this dig shot. Nyx got the one. Looking for more. Swinging in. Finding exactly that. Plenty of time to go for the refresh. Knows he still has Fem to come into play. That's the bomb dropped. And, well, that is the round over. Moto, you are far too committed to be backing out now. Down in the dirt. Nothing doing here as Sinners try and keep Passion off of their first map win.
Yeah, it's a big risk there to have your Opper try and play that first point of contact, but I think that's what they needed. Just a chance there on a Nyx to try and find that shot. You know you want to bait the pistols out in general, but... Oh.
That's... Talk about visualizing your feelings.
Yeah. Well, he had the chance with the deagle onto Nick Exit. That shot looked close, but it was not on the money. Not happy with that one.
Some people talk with their hands.
Kvim on the secondary. Ooh.
This Rick talks with every limb. Oh
my God.
Where did that shot go?
Yeah, it went through his fingers. He might be missing a pinky here, but he's still standing healthy. No damage.
Gonna watch that one back later and think, what the hell?
See if that costs him here. Would have been nice to take down that secondary. We've seen a lot of mid to B plays here. We haven't seen a lot of cat takes from Sinners. Been, for the most part, avoiding this side of the map here. Going to finally maybe give it a go when their back's against the wall. And they're still going to have to deal with that secondary op. See how effective Kvim is on the AWP. Only a single flash to get them up.
That's the only flash, though. That's it. Now he's got clear vision. Clear eyes, full heart, locked in scope. And no one wants to brave him. Knowing that they're coming in dry, they're like, Moto, we got you an op, bro. This is what it's for. Please, please give us some space to get this bomb planted.
Shock
playing this late. This is a nice idea. Get two! Oh my goodness. Massive impact here to give his teammates a chance. And with this bomb now planted, this is a whole different ball game. Hilaki util's not going to cost you as much here. So now they need to get back across the angles to Passion. And they've managed to cross the off. Fem finds a kill as well. Now out in the open. Moto exposed. Didn't realize SDY had gotten through. And so it all falls apart despite the heroics from Shock. This is Dust 2 secured. Passion strike first.
How they need to just operate here on their map selection, coming through there with a little bit of challenges in that first half, but being able to recover in a big way on the second there. We saw the impact coming through from players like JT, from players like Kvim, certainly having their way. And this round in particular, there a big moment that swung things in their direction. Passion UA from that point, not really looking back afterwards. Their complete control in that second half, being able to put into picture a very comfortable Dust 2 here. An opportunity to try and make some moves in this lower bracket. But as we know, Sinners are one to fight back. They got that Mirage victory yesterday. They definitely looked impressive. So that's going to be their answer here in this series.
It certainly is. It's been looking good, but there's so much more to prove for this Passion team. We'll see if they can find some solutions to a Mirage that has plagued them when we come back.
To have a gimmicky CT move, especially on a map like Mirage. Towson doesn't have a good window spawn. He can't jump out underpass or try and run out middle. He could use it if he wants to try and jump up Palace. The timeout has subsided. They are just going to take a light upgrade with a couple of pistols. Or maybe it's just Snacks who's invested res as well. So how threatening can they keep this? How much pressure can they continue to apply to Na'Vi early?
Well, Na'Vi are the ones applying pressure with this very fast wrap, but Snax has got all of their backs turned. This could not go any better. With Rez hitting the heady, Snax on the quick flank, picks up an AK, Rez stands his ground, and Wonderful brings him down. Trying to find a safe haven, it was just a carpet of flame.
Alexi's so far away during all of this. This B split so rapid, and the fact that they've been pantsed, Snax might be on for another.
Oh, yep, not with his knife out, he won't. Knife to a gunfight, and Alexi profits. PR, a similar circumstance, caught retrieving guns, and it's really ugly.
Well, I guess you know where both of them are now.
Oh, mate, yeah, but your advantage is disintegrated. Okay, Wonderful's got the bomb on his back, and Alexi's top mid.
At least Hypex has been able to get a gun now, so it doesn't have the armor, sure, but this be another Na'Vi 2v4. We saw a bunch of these yesterday. It was Bit and Emma who found themselves in them time and time again. Now it's Wonderful and Alexi B up through Connector. Towson, by being pressed forward on the A ramp, they're not going to hard clear him, but they have to plant with it in mind that it's an option. So do you want to get the full site control, clear out Emo, make sure no one's backside? That way, sure, you can get swung from Palace, but it gives you a whole lot less to concern yourself with. And they have been able to silently get into the site, but here's Towson.
He gets the first frag onto Alexi cleanly. Timing really favored him there, and now Wonderful thrust into the clutch. Towson, such good restraint, knows as well. Wonderful probably faking it out. Time against him. And a headshot as well for good measure. Okay, wow. Snax going to be very grateful to see that one get closed out. Na'Vi, a 2v4 goes 2v2.
It did feel like we had a similar conversation on Inferno, and then Na'Vi were able to bounce back in this lighter buy or a bit more hodgepodge scenario, but they just had that. So the fact that Gamer Legion did succumb, take the eco, essentially giving them what was meant to be the fourth round, and they're able to bite down hard with a couple of Dastly Deegs there. So beautiful work. That's going to be a buffer of cash too. Gamer Legion, you win this one, you're laughing.
Look how wonky it is for Na'Vi.
Oh, that break didn't quite land. And the molly not deep enough either.
There's certainly, you know, a discrepancy in the polish when you see these teams clash. But not in the firepower right now.
Constantly moving, Gamer Legion. This is nice. Staying dynamic. I like this push. Again, it's a whole lot of info, but it's more the late round implications that this can have. But last time they had all the B apps, they had the A stack, and they still lost. But Snax and Pia are both staying in Palace. This is odd. You don't see it like this.
You don't, but also Bit is a demon in Palace, and his late re-clears, he's going to be, you know, maybe it needs to. Maybe you need to. No, he only needed PR. He takes him down cleanly.
And PR's the one that has to be active because he needs to fight, and then Snax will be overlooked. That's the con player.
So now maybe PR. Attention drawn to the Tetris side. Snax hoping to be overlooked. And the timing! Oh, it's brutal. Rez only the one. Important trade provided by Wonderful on the Kalash. HyperX from CT, and you got Towson coming in from Con. Give this one a look. They double swing him, and he's, put it between the two of them.
Towson has space now, though.
You're right. 2 of the 3, attention drawn. It's half-hearted right now, but Towson's making his moves and actually confirms Imma's location.
Just live, Imma.
Ooh, gets himself one. Hang on, it comes down to a 1v1. Hypex versus Imma.
Spotted.
Headshot angle. Oh, he's mean. Why is he jiggling? Time is sensitive. Hypex can't take it. A molly for good measure. He can't keep his AWP. He left that on the bomb site. And he does hold on to the AK. No, he doesn't.
Oh, mate, that for him to be jiggling is like, that's an AWP, right?
Yeah.
You just have to hit that shot. I can't believe the bravery from Imma there to continue with that. It felt sketchy when he was taken on Towson as well, but okay. We go back and forth again. We've now had 4 straight rounds. Well,
that's twice as well with these rounds where you got this forward position, you got this early control Palace, and a weird, horrible timing for Snax. Just looks away as they take down his partner in crime, PR.
Now look at the buy from Game Legion. It's double AWP, MP7, MP9 Deagle.
Yep. Just like we all strategize. Classic buy for the CT side here.
Glass cannon on Snacks. I mean, if you're Na'Vi, it's going to be quite a weird one to play against, isn't it?
You don't even really know what the buy is going to look like because the round you lost, they were on eco. So you know that they have a buffer.
Right.
So you're aware that they have something extra, but you don't know how extra.
Like double orb, 2 SMGs and a deagle kind of extra.
Strange half this bit. Strange series.
Yeah. Has had a very unique marinade.
So the cluster of CTs right now, it's this sandwich and double con setup that's at least of the most interest for the defense. It looks like that's the part that's going to get the action at least. So Exchange smokes over towards Connector. The bomb picked up by Wonderful. He'll reroute to join Makazi and Bit, who are priming to get ready for this A hit.
PR's going for a rather ambitious off angle. Up on the box. Enables him to peek and catch them by surprise as they walk past him. Wow. Gets onto Imma. Alexi will trade. Rez hearing all of this, going to be calling for Hypex's rotation. Can the MP7 catch them off guard? Yes, it can. Makazi just jumps like Kadazacle over the top. Trade from Wonderful. You've got Hypex on the AWP line, but Wonderful able to plant. Maybe the smoke break could expose him. They're scoped up on it, and there's that second AWP, but Snacks can't hit his shot. Not the one you want to see in a 2-on-2. 2 AWPs, and he has a chance onto Bit as well.
Snacks had the shake of the head there. After that clear comes in, he doesn't hit the shot. He knew that was the opportunity. And I think that he will just hold on to this. He's not going to get hunted down. That's nice. Hypex can be dropped this again into the next round, sure.
The round would have been much more competitive had he hit the denial on the plant there.
I think that the biggest issue for Gamer Legion at the moment, obviously the scoreline is about to read 5-2, but because of the back and forth nature of this last patch of, let's say, 5 rounds, their loss bonus is only 1900. Yeah. So this really sucks. You know, you have this AWP. You can't buy much around it, and if you do, you're just going to push the issues later into the half. So it's like, we have the AWP, we're going to use it, but we kind of have to eco. Here it is. Yeah, so it had just gone down. So
regardless.
Yes, it would have gotten the bomb down. If it was maybe a split second earlier, sure. Ooh, MS. There was an ugly trade there as well. Okay, so they just hope that Hypex can continue to keep the pressure on with a couple of kills.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah.
And also, I think he suspects that Snacks did just boost someone into ladder as well. No other reason for a CT to be just swinging window like that. And so Wonderful's going to peek into him? That's very ambitious.
Well, at least you know where the gun is. You didn't establish, though, that it was a full eco, so... Emma. Oh, he knows now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. The USBs get their chance, and with Makaze down to PR, nice little headshot. Alexi B comes scurrying over to ensure he can lend a hand, and hand he shall. Hypex is alive! Okay. I mean, what is this game?
I think we're more stressed than them. I don't know. Some of these situations.
Jeez. Yeah, it's definitely a very unique series. Na'Vi Gamer Legion, just a real banger.
Yeah, okay. 6-2 is guaranteed at least tying things up at the half.
At least you get your guns this time. Jumping swing from Imma.
And then he's wondering where the kill is from Alexi. Come on, mate.
I saw you on the minimap, mate.
Oh, dear.
Okay,
so no AWP in this one. The money's not there.
No, but you have got armored rifles. You know, you'll be happy with that.
Direct out of Na'Vi with this one. Just going to be straight into an A execute. Alexi rerouting back to join this. So it's Hypex and PR. They're meant to deal with the assault. Snacks will be able to cheat over jungle, and then the rotation from Rez and Torsen. Here comes the U2.
Makaze out ramp. Alexi out Palace, and Makaze just bringing the fight to Snacks. Quick trade out of Hypex. PR solid as a rock on site, gets 3. And even gets the info onto him, and will spam him down for the quad kill. Shut down, an RV. Punished by PR.
Sick round from him. 10-6 right now. Double digits reached, the first in the server, and it was nice to see. I think PR's, well, we know he's one for the future. It's how long do Gamer Legion get to hold on to him? That's going to be the question. But right now, bringing them back into it, just a 3-round game. And the financial woes for both these teams, it's been the conversation. This is where the round time line showing, you know, the finance has been broken and how bad these buys, but how many full buys are you even able to count for both of these teams in this match so far? It's very few and far between.
Clean start, PR, finding Bit, clean headshot. Another one on the ramp side, gets it blind. Committing in though. Ema trying to forge a path for the wonderful and Alexi tail.
Gotta get that bomb down.
That's the main objective. Flash is well placed to deter Ema on CT. Oh wow, the turn from the Flash and Ema will peek out, successful onto PR. Sure, snags trades and puts him into 2-on-4, but more importantly, it has bought time for this ramp flank. Wonderful, nice shot onto Snags. It's the flank from Towson, should be sealing the deal.
This would be the craziest sequence.
Yeah, he's gonna have to hit the first bullet out of that Desert Eagle if he wanted to stand a chance.
The bomb going down, it does give them the extra 600, but they are gonna have to stomach an eco and then full buy in the final to try and go 7-5 on the half. That's crazy, right? That smoke they threw in to give him a space, they turn from it thinking it's Flash. It's could have gone really wrong off the back of that, but PR, two very nice openers and on heavy hitters, right? Bit and Makazi, the two to be felled. Yeah. All right, well, this one.
The most competitive of the maps.
Yes,
so far.
And it's nice. It's good, right? Especially with playoffs on the line. And the context now that Vitality can only come third in their group. Feel a bit bad for FUT. Or maybe we need to feel bad for Vitality.
Yeah.
They're the other ones who are going to have to try and run that gauntlet.
I think there's much sympathy for Vitality at the moment after another ESL Grand Slam.
I think, yeah, as well, you can probably count on one hand the amount of times that team has had to play 2 best-of-3s in a day since Rops joined.
Good point. Towson versus Unarmored Pistols.
Oh, Rez will get there in time.
It's a shutdown.
Yeah, simple stuff. Well handled, easy as you like, and the final frag on Emmett will be coming through momentarily. Nothing in that round for Na'Vi. Okay. Okay, Hypex calling his opener, or at least hoping to be able to present what type of pick he's looking to go for, but also bringing some energy there. Talking a bit of trash, which is, you know, par for the course. That's what you get, especially when it's just to your boys, right? You're not yelling it over the fence. You're just geeing up the team. So wonderful glass cannon. Makazi, no head armor. Let's see, Na'Vi. Can you get 7? What a game, Allegiant. Dig deep and tie us up before the break.
Yeah, this would be their 4th consecutive CT round. Digging themselves out of trouble. This is an unusual start. Love this. So the AWP escorts PR forward and actually pushing ramp. Now, Bit is in Palace, and Hypex will be responsible for that. Tech9 out in case he does go for a smoke walk. But in the meantime, Na'Vi have taken some top mid control.
Yeah, Bit's parred back. He's not going to come back and clear spawn. So PR's actually pipped the gap right now. At this moment, you're just hoping that your teammates block. Bit's not going to see him. PR's already rounded the corner. Wow. It's about how many can he take. Lexi will be first with the
tantalizing prospect for PR. Do you just take the one, or do you go for the trigger discipline? Potentially room for it to backfire, but how much info? How much
one
does he
bullet
see?
needed on Wonderful.
Okay,
no armor.
Spots 3, strikes quickly. Nice onto the second, onto Wonderful. Imet shred.
Diving back in here between the matchup between Passion UA and Sinners. Passion Strike first, taking their own map pick of Dust 2. So it's all smiles in the Passion camp. Meanwhile, pressure on for the Sinners. One of the upstarts of this event would like their campaign to continue on a little bit longer.
Yeah, no question about it here. We would like to see more out of Sinners, and they might just show us that on Mirage here. Bit of a tricky map for Passion UA. Sinners looking great on it yesterday there. Just had excellent T side. Let things slip a little bit in the second half, but when they were ready to lock things down, they had that the A bomb site holds under lock and key versus Gamer Legion. See if they get the same opportunities. I know that if you're preparing for this matchup, seeing what they're doing, You're gonna have a lot of examples of how they like to play that A-bomb site when Gabriel Legion were constantly targeting that side of the map.
Yeah, you certainly will. You certainly will, but they managed to withstand. They managed to hold up. And it seems like we're getting a PC swap here. So we got a little bit of time. We got a little bit of extra clock to work with. I don't suppose we can show the cursed image, can we? We could do it?
Oh.
All right, we got Kisarek here, and this was posted by the org owner. Waiting for tech issues got me like, what the hell's happening here, Cole? Give me some analysis.
Well, first things first, he's got a nice big pair of pants on, which, you know, as a you know, young person there, I feel like that's a little bit more hip. It's a little bit more stylish.
Okay.
So you to pull this off there, I don't think it's all that cold in Atlanta, but to stay warm, to heat up, just got to keep those hands warm. When you don't have a hand warmer at your setup, you got to make sure to make it happen somehow.
Yesterday, we did see Kisarek trying to press the hand warmers into his forehead. So maybe this is just the newest tech to try and beat
he might have some circulation issues.
I mean, look, if you got your hands in your pants, let's just say nature has given you some hand warmers. I think we all know what I'm talking about here, and Kisarek may be a fan of the natural approach. He's got the strong lean in the posture as well, like the full curve. I think the golden ratio is present in Kisarek's gaming posture.
That's, yeah. I mean, he could use maybe a couple pillows at this point. I don't know how far those chairs lean up. It looks like they got some decent mobility, though. You can see that some of the, I mean, maybe put that back support a little bit closer.
Seems like we're getting a PC swap on for Moto. Don't know what he managed to do on this one, but hopefully it was swift.
We don't see NVS on the screen, but I did get news that he's going to be joining our main team next season, which I'm excited about.
Your main team?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, rolling it back. The season 26 IEM champ getting in the
season
server.
36.
36? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 36. It's all right. It's all right. Just gotta.
Numbers are hard, man.
It was only in 2021, so not that long ago.
not 2016. It was 26.
Wait, I don't know. That feels like because they used to do only 3 seasons a year, and now they do 4.
We don't gotta dive into this, but you're taking over the server, NA main.
Yeah. We're not looking too hot. We've had some problems fielding rosters at certain times. So the interesting thing about moving up in the ESEA leagues is that you get like a VRS core lock.
Okay.
So I think it's something to do with making sure that ESL or ECL is like all above board in terms of how you move up and down the rankings in league nowadays. But now we've had roster locks where you have to be a core player, you have to play a certain amount of games with 3 people, and because all of us are working quite a bit, you know, with the casting, different other stuff there.
Employment
is it's pretty tricky to get 3 key players to be in the server at all times.
That's the true enemy of your Counter-Strike career.
Yeah,
as employment. But it seems
I
like
did have 120 ADR in my last game. Just want to let it be known.
I'm grateful. Is there anybody on the other side of that server that I would have heard of?
No, probably not.
Well, then maybe we'll discount that one just a little bit. But we are going to dive into a server with 10 guys that we've heard of, hopefully soon. I'm seeing headsets on. I'm seeing Moto at his setup, so that is encouraging, as we should be diving back into the action here in a moment. Moto's got the 1 gamer sleeve. You ever messed around with the gamer sleeves there, Cole? In your main game?
No. Can't say I have.
No sleeve necessary for that 120 ADR?
No, I don't. So I kind of play without my hand or my I guess arm on the mouse pad, which I imagine is the only use of a gamer sleeve, I guess.
So you're just
but I haven't gotten that far.
How many points of contact you got?
I guess it's just on my mouse, really. I'm just a mouse guy. Hand on the mouse.
No lean whatsoever. You're just full in from the sky.
I like to think of myself like Zywoo. I show up and play. You know, once you start getting out the measuring sticks and all that, you've lost it.
You and Zywoo basically
you're too far in your own mind. I mean,
basically the same guy.
We're both champions in a certain sense.
Yeah, you season 36 of IEM, him 2 Intel Grand Slams. Sorry, ESL Grand Slams. Yeah, you know, they're basically the same thing. Basically the same thing. We are diving right back into it here. The action is happening. Map number 2 is underway. It's the Mirage. Setting the scene for you if you're just joining us. Sinners did take this map off of Gamer Legion yesterday, and we heard from JT in the pre-interview with Stunna that if there was somewhere that could be vulnerable in this veto, they have been struggling with their Mirage. So, Passion looking for solutions, Sinners looking to perhaps punish an aggressive move early on as Nyx goes looking up the middle, and his sustained fight will eventually see him the victor, and everybody's dying for Sinners. It's just on a stress iron, trying to find some headshots, trying to find some something, and there's nothing.
That complete lockout right there. No access gained there on the A site. They have a well-staffed bomb site there to hold up against the quick play. And they don't lose all that much there. Nice start for Passion UA. Kick things off on their defense. Had a similar story there with being able to capture the second round. Didn't win the pistol on Dust 2, but got quickly activated with a force buy now. Sinner's going to look to apply that same pressure. They get a force buy going, but they didn't get a bomb plant. And they are started off with another early play here, it seems. Almost timing that one up nicely as Kevin, but he spammed all his bullets, so no ammo left here for the hold proper. Another clip spam down range here, but we'll connect on a couple of headshots. They're using those bullets efficiently right now. Whips the sidearm out, but he gets bested by B-Stick here. Someday Young already on the scene. Is going to leave Moto into a 1v2, a winnable one.
Boy.
Connects onto another headshot here, and a late flank is all that Tri can provide here. With the bomb still down, though, Moto going to look to play this one patient.
But he's trying to go back to the caps. When does he realize he doesn't in time? Had no idea, no awareness that the long flank could be coming through. The clock in his head didn't sound the alarm bells, and Moto will suffer for it. Still great damage done, but that bomb plant would have been such a difference here going forward, Cole.
It would have been, yeah. I mean, a round win would have been promising as well. Being able to create that space, just didn't realize how quickly that flank was going to come into fruition. That'll be tough exit. We did see Sinners also get caught in the force buy traps. Constantly going for those investments. They just give a hero rifle to Kissarak. Beast gonna have to be the sacrifice in this next round, but at least they're not falling into some of those same woes there that they had on Nuke yesterday. Ended up going down, what, 6 rounds early, and then they got an op-out, and Moto was able to get a couple of kills, and they started to stabilize a little bit.
Certainly chasing those forces. What did Kissarak do, though? Create some space, hands in his pants, hands on the mouse. Might as well have been in his pants. Not getting anything done here. It's all on to Shock. A Deagle at hand. The bomb, at least, he can get back. It's tucked into the door here for safekeeping. That's going to need to be some snappy shooting out of this Deagle. He's been spotted. Will dance in the air, trying to track ahead, and there's nothing doing whatsoever. No problem for Passion, and that's a very comfortable round for them. They're going to be very happy to take those 4 alive players and start to build some bank.
Now even pick up an AK right there. That was dropped there. You're going to probably talk about Tri getting onto that op. We dropped in the pants. I don't know.
I'm still just thinking about that photo. His hands, they just... Where'd they go? Where'd his torso go, Cole? He's all leg. Ooh, nice kill from Nyx. Goes bold. Catches one. Loses his teammate though off the flashbang, but SDY, not to be cowed, swings right back in. And it Sinners on the back foot off rip once more. 25 seconds into the round. They're already under siege and stressor, and it's not getting easier for him. Nade sailing over. He's down to 34. What can he do? Another one.
No way.
Another one. Oh! This poor man. How's he alive?
I'm going to say, where's Tri at? He's over there towards A-Man, so I think you're safe from any more siege of that utility. But you're not safe to this flank here. Someday Young started the round off in underpass. He's now pushing through A-Main. We'll see if you can gather the information, right? You should be getting the rotates now, given that there is absolutely no pressure on this A side. And there you go. JT is going to shift himself over.
Yeah, they've got
still a little bit of contact
all the
here to
information
take
off of this.
on the catwalk as
JT
well.
doesn't want to commit too far in until he's got
how
this
fast this
support.
flank can come through here because they're already contacting their way out in towards this B-bomb site. JT going to be in charge of buying a little bit of time. Want to slip the gap, but the second not so fortunate. Kizarek going to hit the deck, and that's the alarm bells ringing. JT now fully aware that this is a B play here while the flank is continuing to rush things down. Someday will fall here, but Kavim from the catwalk is ready to cut some heads clean off right there, and a 4-0 start for Passion UA. Clean as can be. Oh.
I'm back. I'm not sure if you lost me.
Yeah, I think Discord died.
Okay. I was going to say, I lost you. But we're back. We're back into the fun. We're back into the action. Hopefully, we're still coming through ably on the stream. Minor technical difficulties. Things happen. None so far for Passion, although I don't think they realize the player's already into the window.
No.
SDY hasn't been punished for that just yet, but Strassen's got an opportunity, and he's going to start to close the gap. This could be a problem. SDY coming back for the check.
Ooh,
There's
timing's perfect.
There's the punish. Can JT trade it? Wants to swing back in. Wary about giving up the next kill, and he's getting chased down. That Khalil's going to be effective, and suddenly all the A defenders have been wiped away. Despite the money that they've got in the bank, there is a strong argument to be had for Passion to save these two guns and get out of there.
Yeah, just a perfect timing right there from Strasson. Here's the util. And that's his time to pounce, managing to find a multi there. Absolutely massive. They're going to have to back away, as you said. Hold on to a couple guns here. But a great way for Sinners to revive themselves on this map of Mirage here. Need to get something lifted off, and getting it around early with minimal investment. And a whole lot of prizes to be found here. Is that op at all recoverable? Or was it just a rifle that Tri still had? I believe that is the case. So they pick up all the guns they can find. Stress aren't able to catch him off guard there in a big way. That window boost, just a very clear gap in the defense.
Yeah, I don't know whether he thought the incendiary would have covered off a little bit more, but he clearly didn't realize Stressor had already gotten into the corner. So now this gives a big opportunity on to Sinners. They've got the op as well for Moto. You've got the investment here. They break the economy if they can win this round, if they can punish Passion one more time. Game would very much be afoot. JT under siege early, but he's good for the first at least. Now ducking behind the boxes, has to survive this incendiary. This Molotov goes out a little bit ahead of it, and his teammates have now rallied to his banner. Try. No scope up the stairs, leaves Moto alone. And now everybody is truly here. The bomb's down to dirt as well. Tries trying to avoid giving up his kill. Those shots don't find the kill, but eventually Kfem does. Beautiful sequence coming through from the Argentinian. That is an immediate answer to the one-round win of Sinners.
Yeah, great stuff coming through from Tri. Great stuff coming through from JT as well. He's under pressure. Getting caught by the flashes. Still finds that opening pick there. And a second off the flashbang of some Dayang, but look at Tri with that no-scope. What could have been a bailout opportunity if he's able to collect that frag. A chance at a bomb plant. You get activated in the post. Got a missed window smoke. Out of the gates. A little bit tricky to throw. Oh, what a chance at the shot there for Moto. I've been seeing Sinners toss it in a couple different ways here to try and shore up some of the different movement issues that have been taking place there with the window smoke, but JT taking a lot of flag working around these angles. Still in a position of strength given the top mid peak from Tri and the underpass coverage, but you can't hold on to that forever. At least that's what Tri feels. Sinners hoping the play comes to them. they're not in the wrong mindset and having that idea here, but fully assembling in this mid setup means there's probably not going to be a lot of further aggression. It's another missed window smoke.
Comes the move. Leans over towards B, at least for the moment, which means that you are going to have Nyx on a bit of an island. STY is coming for the flank, but he's reading this wrong. He's going back through spawn. He's thinking that it's the setup for A, and he's going loud for it as well, so the Pals player might catch him. No. STY gets that kill, but now it's up to Nyx to try and hold on, and he could do no such thing. So despite all that information, despite the man advantage, it's ultimately going to be a retake required of passion and a lot of time for that bomb to tick away before they get anywhere close. They do have the 2 kits. That's not as much of a concern. Need to find some sort of purchase back in towards this site. Fem, the market player, everybody else coming up cat. Nice shot early for JT. Dynamic combat opping here, and they know where the last is. Shock. Dealing out headshots, but not enough. 3 to his name, but needed a little bit of contribution from somebody else in a Sinners jersey.
We'll see that back from JT right there, diving through the smoke.
That was nice.
And finding the kill on to Moto right there. He had very low HP, but he was hoping to just be the sacrifice for his teammates to trade. Instead, he finds the frag. Try finding that opening pick there. There's some Die Young, as you said, fast on the flank, but there you go. What a nice shot from JT. And some Die Young able to clean up on those trades.
Continuing to strong
retake a scary situation.
We saw from JT on Dust, right? That's nice. Speaking of strong form, man, deals with 2. I think ended tops of the board on Dust 2 as well, if I'm not mistaken. 20+ kills for the man, so he is having a good one, and they're going to need more of him in this round. 8 defenders haven't been able to hang on. Lost that bridge. Oh boy, Fam gets a rifle out, but not in time. Beastic pivots. Try though. Wants to ask some questions. And they will be answered.
Quickly, what's around that corner right there? Kissarak able to clean things up. Making some risky moves are Sinners. Pushing through that smoke, certainly one of them, but the perfect timing. Kavem caught with a nade in hand. Can't get his gun out in time. And that play ends up saving them big time. That's a quick 5v3 that does crumble down the rounds that you can't afford to lose there if you're Passion UA. You've got Kavem heated up and delivering, but when it comes down to a break of that economy here, it's a big pressure point right now, and Nick sent in to the Wolves here early. Moto gonna find the connection through the smoke as well. And now Passion UA up against the 5v3.
You still have your heavy hitters in Kafem and Try. Looks like they might just try and group towards one of these sides, see if the presence comes towards them on A, and if not, well, you got a tidily packaged save ready for you. Sinners, meanwhile, letting them sweat, seeing if the response is going to come in. And deploy some util in towards middle. A pop. Catches. Not quite a kills there in HE for this. Incendiary, that's not going to be anything approaching enough.
For Stressarn out of position here. Problem with this round is it looks like it's going A. I think it'll soon reroute towards B when it's called clear by Shock right there. So potentially walking into the stack, but good read coming through. Shock finding an open bomb site.
He just cleared it. Peek out from the window. Kfem catches something. At this point, yeah, if they can just keep the guns, they'll be happy enough about that.
Sinners clawing their way back into this T side. 2 rifles held onto from both Kavem and Try is super nice, but they need something special to set them up in this next round, so that Nick X was willing to sacrifice a lot just going forward. Ooh, Kavem, oh my god. Heard the drop there, but doesn't prepare himself for what's around the corner there. Shock able to surprise here, still have that lurk as well. Chance there onto another frag. They're taking down Try, not going to happen.
there's only so much
way.
you want to chase this up as well, right? Even with the T side, the advantage is economically that you get there. I don't want to lose everybody, so one gun will survive through. I don't think they're going to put anything around it, but, you know, it's something. Try is shown to be capable in the past. Where you put that 1M for? You got 1M4 on the CT side, Cole. Where are you putting it?
No, I was going to say, not a bad idea to gamble stack, but okay. A little boost action. Help out with the A main hold if it comes through. Can also cover a bit of a surprising angle and connector. So not a bad idea with the one rifle. But Sinners continuing to hold this default has been one of their bigger luxuries. Some of the faster plays have been punished. And we'll see if Shock goes to the same space creation that he did in that last round. Feels a little bit more risky to walk out onto a site in a 5v5 though. But not seeing any utility is maybe open access.
Especially knowing how likely it is that they're going to be playing a stack somewhere. You're very much on your fact-finding mission. They actually do seem a little bit dedicated to what they want to do here, right? I'm surprised there's no Palace Lurk to maybe give them a little bit of an option, just some sort of presence towards that side of the map, but it's going to be B-Stick trying to hold. They filter through the smoke on Khan, and now there's an extra rifle to be gained. And while the site's been lost, the bomb's going down, but you can take 2 rifles out of this. That's not a bad result for Passion.
Yeah, take what you can get here. Opportunity with an extra gun. Not all that bad here. Now gonna look to lock things down here in the save. Maybe do some exit damage. Try and set up some Young with some better weaponry.
I was gonna say, that's the question for Sinners. It's not even so much just about losing your own guns, but it's about giving SDY a free rifle. Pull onto the presence in apartments, could just stick around here. I mean, it'd be nice if you could take the actual guns out of their hands, but this is gonna be the risk. Does Shock want to try it? No. Seems like no.
Young can turn the corner if he wants to. Gonna try and keep his rifler safe though, with the extra
Everybody
coverage.
knows where everybody is, and they all decide, let's live into the next round. This is okay. We got what we wanted. We got the round win. You guys got an extra rifle.
Deal's a
Everybody
deal.
can get what they got.
See if Sinners can keep it up here. Up against another gun round. AWP included in try as well. He's going to try and post up. Early mid play coming through here, but yeah, nice little gap there in the smoke to work off of. Top mid smoke could cover that crossing towards the top of boxes though. Early work through the underpass for B-Stick. He's around the corner already. Takes a bit of damage to that HE, but overexposed, and that's going to lead to an opening death. As you said, that communication not fully there. And you see that Nick X is tossing utility, so that's going to queue up Shock to get aggressive out of the apartments here. He's in the danger zone now as well. And Shock is putting a lot of pressure on this B-bomb site, but it's held together. Nick's able to find a very important frag here, but still leaves him in a man-down situation.
Keeps it from totally collapsing, at the very least. But that was a really nice setup in towards mid. They left Moto patient as well to wait for the Khan peak, knowing that eventually SDY was going to get curious. Ops here to support. Try though. Flash catches him trying to get out of the window. Nix manages to connect another, giving his team the possibility, and that bomb is now painted into a corner. Both defenders here with 40 seconds. They can wait for this flank from B-Stick. It's going to be a long time before it comes to fruition. And in the meantime, Try's hunting up his teammates. Kiss, Serac dancing around on the site. JT now knows. Why are they pausing? What are they waiting for? And the answer is this player to come through market. Check in. Ooh. Dancing, dipping, diving. Had the right idea, but B-Stick had the snappier shot.
Able to chip away at some damage right there, but B-Stick is quick on the draw, able to deliver and deny JT another clutch. And it's going to continue to claw things back for Sinners, a much needed round. The rotates in the reads coming through from Passion. You get the players where they need to be, but that late flank in the bailout option there. A necessary headshot.
XM out. SDY's get the XM. Auto shoddy. on this map playing Cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess if you get tucked in towards ladder room, it's not all that
Like
bad.
Apps, Palace, Ramp even. Con, you can do it if you've got the smokes. I suppose the same logic applies towards Cat. I can't say that I love it.
Yeah. There goes his smoke. He's not going to be able to provide too much support for Kavem, who's going to eventually walk away. Doesn't want to stick around towards mid for forever. And Nick X forced off of the line as well. This is tricky stuff right now. The map control slowly being worked away from Passion UA.
Maybe you should have stuck around here on Catwalk. Now he's got the XM back sight to try and deal with the Cat take. There's a player in ladder. This is what Sinners wanted. Now they've got that forward positioning. Now they back away. They move these players through. They're going to try and presumably go for an A hit here. And then they've got B-Stick left in to punish the players as they try and rotate into support. It's a good read. We see 3 players bunched up on B. They're going to be pretty isolated from this defense. Which means that JT is going to have to do work with his long-range angle.
He might have to play non-committed here as well. As you can see, his position not all that exposed. Gonna play more of a retake approach here. HE to blow open the smoke for Kavim. He's got the other rifle. It does create vision, but not the kill. Stress aren't able to keep things contained. There's that auto shot. He ringing out, and there's JT with the element of surprise. Looking to deny the bomb plant. Just chips away at the HP. But still a 4v3 to work through, and now evened out by the HE here. Moto with the op, almost dropping to that AK. But there's a motion here from Tri working into the site with that smoke still in bloom. He's able to catch them by surprise, and Moto running out of HP. 7 health left. HE will do him in. And it is right on target here. Passion UA with a cherry on top of a decent half here for themselves.
were some nice moments. There were some nice moments indeed there for the Sinners. I find myself always pausing now when I know these player packages are coming in. So with my eardrums shattered. Some of these players got the pop-offs. Try some frustration, but man, he had some great moments as well here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, still have to be proud about, especially with the ending of it. But Sinners did get their way back into this game here for sure. Now they got a CT side to rely on. A little bit slow to start in that last map of Mirage for them on the CT side. We'll see if they can get themselves a pistol on this map to help them out. Right now, B is fully free.
Nyx just went for the full Adventura mid in the first half pistol. Look for a moment like Shock might want to try the same. It's Beastic instead who's being left on this, and he's blocking smokes, kicking him past. Now he's got vision. That could be a big problem, but it could go back the other way as well. Shock dipping in. The 2-check vets making good on the start of this pistol round. Now we'll see if they can deal with the advantage. There's no one on B, and the bomb's in the apartments. And there's no one on B. And if Shock dies, there's no one particularly close either. But he's alive for the moment. The bomb trying to cross here, risking it. Will be planted. Deep control out by the shelves. Does Kisser prepared for this? No. He has no idea. He has no idea. That's a freebie right there, locked in. And a man advantage stolen back away from Passion with good control. Only catwalk for players to get back through. And with his deep apps control, they know everything. But Kavem still is the first one to die. Now Try wants to get a little bit closer so they hear the player in the apartments as well. They're hearing his footsteps. Now towards the E-box. JT is good to defend. Dancing around the empty pillar here, buying a lot of time. The lack of the kits is going to cost them. There's just no chance to win this round. Kill you might, but win you cannot. So Shock is dropped. And now things get a little dire for Sinners.
A whole lot going into that round right there on the fly for Passion UA. That connector smoke getting blocked obviously makes them instantly have to reroute the game plan there. But you're able to create some space towards B just off the setup alone. Sinners never wanted to rotate even in that 4v5, and again playing retake without any control in that B side of the map there. It can create a big liability as it did in that last one. Nuke takes the space here. Got a force buy called out though. Just continue to be persistent here for both these squads. After losing the pistol, catwalk setup is looking very promising here. Crossfire in order, but only a 2-for-1 in favor of the T side here with that crossfire setup. Still 2 more B players at the ready. One boosted up. The Deagle shot's just not landing for Kisselrek right now, and that's going to cost him dearly. And Nick X going to continue to fire up here with the Mac 10. Last alive.
There was some serious body shot potential there, Cole. They couldn't get it through, but there was a chance.
Gee, the headshot there out of the Deagle. Couldn't quite find it. Kisserek giving himself a lot of opportunities, but pressure going to start to mount on Sinners here. Down a map, down a couple of rounds here, and forced onto an eco again. Out towards middle, though. That's going to help. Moto with a clean shot to open things up. Limited investment, but already a little prize here. And Kisserek with the element of surprise. Oh no, that's Beastic rather.
Gives you something to work with. Double pushing towards ramp. They're going to try and catch somebody else off guard. It'd be Nyx here. But he's not overextending, at least for the moment. Possibility he gets the headshot here. Damage onto SDY up towards middle. Could be a nice find for Kisserek. Nyx has not cleared his corners. Could get knifed. Is going to get knifed. An 8 kill onto Beastic, but some extra money made there for Kisserek. That one's going to sting. Right between the ribs it goes.
Moto's on the scene.
It all won't matter unless Moto can make some magic happen with this Deagle. Teammates are trying to rally to him, but it's a long way away. The cavalry. JT challenges, and he's punished for that challenge. Bomb could be retrieved, but now Strassen's closer. There's some risk here. C4 goes down. Strassern maybe doesn't want the range fight. Look at the health, though. Try and SDY, both vulnerable, and now it's all on to Try. That's where the last player is. Swings on out. but locked in on the angle. Kisaric starts it with the blade, ends it with the rifle.
Yeah, tough stuff right there for Passion UA. Early opener from Moto, then he continues to land those headshots with the Deagle. This time around, able to find a couple of key frags out of it. And limited investment, but a big round. And again, just a very similar case to how things were going yesterday. Able to get a little bit of space towards A main, find the backstab, win yourself an eco. They did not look back after that versus Gamer Legion, and opportunity just presents itself. You can see what that means for them. Missed window smoke again. Passion UA this time. Almost cost stress in his life here, but this time Nick X is not the one that's getting cleared here, but not able to secure the kill. Able to back away though. Apply some chip damage and deny some information.
Seems like we're going to get the hit in towards B. Bombs postured out for this, although they've still left some options open for the bailout through Underpass. And as SDY takes space, well, that kill might persuade him to go back the other way. JT chases the wrong player in the window. Moto stuck around. Now that bomb is exposed. The op came off the angle, but Fem doesn't know that. He's a little nervous about trying to get back this C4. Nyx, though, if he can get the C4 over, has made a ton of space, but SDY takes his eyes off the prize, and it's the killing fields for Moto. Just fish in a barrel right now, and op down a long hallway. Moto will take that every day of the week, and there is very little Nyx can actually do to get back into this round.
That's a tough one for Passion UA. They had every opportunity to bail out. Obviously, you don't know that the opper is moved off the line, so Kavim is so nervous about walking into the angle and giving up a duel to the op.
Ouch.
Someday I'm missing out on a key duel as well. Round just starts to fall to pieces. Right here, Stressor walking through the murder hole. That's almost instant death right there. Instead, he walks away with the kill.
Little update from the A-Stream game. Close your ear holes if you don't want any spoilers for that one. That was Na'Vi Gamer Legion saying it now. Na'Vi scraped a 13-11 third map of Mirage through to secure their spot in the playoffs. So they do send Gamer Legion down, but another really strong series from Gamer Legion. They are making a habit of having these late games, these nail-biter finishes against some of the best teams in the game.
Yeah, really impressed with what they've been putting out there. Even yesterday, had some difficulties versus the Sinners team, but still making things interesting here. They're going to be scary in the lower.
Smoke gonna go over. That's about all you got. Just a little bit of utility to try and create some space, and well, you have not. Complete demolition here. No fear for the Sinners. They close the gap to 1.
It's about how those A-holds looked yesterday. Just complete denial. Great setup with the counter utility coming through. And they will just pluck them out of the palace drop. We're going to see the guns come out once again. Not the prettiest of buy-ups here. Got yourself some sacrifices. You don't have an op for try. Some of these key details going to be missed. Speaking of which, another missed window smoke. I don't know if they've hit one yet. That's a big problem to have that consistent come through. They spot try heading in towards the top of boxes. He's able to chip away at some damage.
That's one of those ones as well where you can't be like, new team. We don't know how to throw the Mirage window smoke properly. Roster change doesn't really change that one, guys. Oh. Pop up and over. Molotov can always make good on what a smoke cannot.
Gonna walk into the Moto op here once again though, and a multiple player setup here on the catwalk. So we'll see how effective they are at getting by Moto, but he's given himself a lot of runway with this AWP to try and block him out.
There's a smoke drawn.
Ooh.
Where is it headed? It is headed for that window. Forces the reposition. Trying to catch a player here. Do they realize he's gotten out with the empty pillar? Combat opping now, dancing around this. And his teammates are here. SDY needs to do the damage. Can't anymore. It's on Kfem. Through the bench. Goes to the sidearm. Collects. Gets himself the off. We know he's capable with this gun. 20 seconds, though, to try and get that bomb back and try and get it planted. Smoke to try and draw them closer. Forced to peek off the catwalk. Player, they're giving him the fights, and now he's got the C4. Oh, this is on. But a player's already gotten out the window, so he knows he doesn't have the time to actually stick this. They're just toying with him. They're keeping him off of that plant, keeping him off of the potential round win. And now he's just praying they let him live, and there will be no such mercy.
That's brutal right there. To tie things up and to rip every last dollar out of the bank account of Kevin round after the time expires. He's not going to get any money for that one.
No cash. No loss bonus. That stings. And so already what was going to be an eco gets that much worse. Fem with $100 after buying up his Tech 9. Leaves JT right now to try and find some solutions. Timeout going to be taken here from TC. It's the first timeout as well for Passion. Now that we're tied up, this is where TC wants to make his presence felt.
Yeah, no question about it here. This is big pivot point. If you could snake away an eco exactly as Sinners did to you, that's a chance to bounce back here, but there's a big if. As you said, they're going to be rocking with even less here. We'll see if they have anything cooked up in terms of an execute. That A-side play got punished severely, so you might want to avoid that. B-side is giving you opportunities. This time the window smoke does land. So good news for Passion UA. Third time is a charm. Beast gonna walk himself up middle, and they're not watching this. JT gonna fall. Playing on the edge of the smoke there, spotting out even more information though. P250 does land some damage in SDY there to finish it off. A1S scooped up. Not a bad exchange here for the T side to work with early.
You'll take it. Anything, certainly. That might give you a little bit of a path into this one. Now where do they want to group? Now they got this idea. 2 smokes and a flashbang to work with. Oh, 3 smokes. Okay, never mind. Now this is positively an execute.
Go up catwalk here with this scaling utility. Smoke for window, smoke for the connector side. So a lot of potential here, given that you're seeing shock transition out of market and in towards this more mid-centric approach here. Moto with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now, again, on this B side.
And he goes deeper into the apartment. So if they can draw his focus, now he's spotted the player. Now he knows, but he has to dive out the window and straight into the waiting arms of his opponents. Shock just trying to hold a little bit of presence on this site, but the bomb's getting planted. And with an op in the hands of Kfem, this retake gets that much more difficult now. Although, if you kill him, now Try gets his opportunity. Rifle strikes in. You know where the last player is. He's got to swing. Op wasn't prepared to capitalize. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Smoke. He gets back away. Somehow those shots don't connect. But Try slipping around the smoke. He's knifing in it.
Oh.
And Strasser knows. He just needed to connect one shot. Well played there. Time enough for the defuse.
That's brutal right there. Another near missed opportunity there for Passion UA. Felt like as soon as Kavim went down and Try scooped that op up, an opportunity to put the finishing touches on this one, but not meant to be here. 2v1 secured from Stressarn on 16 health.
Don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Didn't throw my...
No big deal. Doing what they do best here on Mirage. Getting their head back in the game here. Again, off the back of that eco, have yet to look back, and they've got Passion UA stressing big time here.
Audio issue coming through, a little bit of a headset problem, so just a quick break here, hopefully. SDY, you know, he's had a few years in the server, needs to get his catnaps in when he can. Relating heavily to him right now. But, okay, we're leaning forward. So we are locked back in. That meditation got to go quick. This Passion need to get this round. It's not quite do or die, but it's the next best thing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you here. The momentum swinging heavily in favor of this CT side. And Moto able to pluck one out early here. Try barely able to escape with his life, and at least Nick's able to close things out with the elements of surprise.
We've only got the jungle side. If a smoke comes through, their vision's going to be severely limited.
Don't want to rush things just yet, though. They're going to back away on this T side, trying to make more things work here throughout the map. Smokes go down for, again, connector and window to hint at the idea that they want to scale through catwalk, but Sinners are ready to pounce.
It seems like they're wary of the aggressive push. You can tell right now, look, Fem is expecting a player to potentially come down the underpass. And meanwhile, Nick's had eyes.
It's a full collapse on middle right now.
Entire time. Oh boy. Okay. All right. It's all coming in. All four players from both sides are going to be brawling here. This is going to get real weird. JT takes first blood. Fem drop. That's the bomb down as well. So somebody's going to have to retrieve it. And this is working out well for the Sinners. They stacked up everybody here. They've
those resources
to getting the reward.
The bomb down an underpass still as well. So they got to scoop that up first things first. And it's just going to leave them so separate. Try is going to grab it. 30 seconds left. And a shift walk through apartments. Going to be a tall tale to get them at the ready here. There's not a lot of time to continue walking things about here. Nick X showing his position. Finds a kill. And creates a little separation here right now. But again, shock is going to be the element of surprise. There's 10 seconds left. I mean, simply put, knife out into the bomb site here for Try is the only option. Bomb on the floor. Round is over with. And Shock delivers the headshot to seal it up.
The mercy there is that no one dies after time. That is a slim mercy for Passion. Clock getting away from them. These last few rounds in general getting away from them. And we see the frustration writ across their faces. Try always an expressive one when these rounds don't go their way. That bomb being dropped in underpass that really just bled so much time and limited what they could do. So JT trying to calm down the troops, trying to rally them. This is actually one other factor that's been mentioned in terms of things that SDY can help out with. He's helping with some of the emotional leadership, calming people down, keeping the energy high when the moments come in. Maybe some aspects of JT's captaincy that he would rather focus on the tactical aspect of the game. So having somebody else to take some of that burden off of his shoulders could be helpful as well.
Definitely should be the case there. Someday I'm looking to help out in that department here, but this is a tough one to claw back from. One critical error has compounded into what, 6 rounds in a row here for the side of Sinners.
Aggression.
Now B-Stick looking to
going
get
for the
pressure
killing
up
blow.
towards the top of mid. Ooh.
Catches the counter punch going back the other way. That one's going to pressure him. And so Sinners maybe overcooking this one. Trying to get the knockout blow and costing them, leaving themselves open. See if the remaining 4 can recover here, Cole.
It's just a nice and kind of rare opening pick here for Passion UA to slow things down. A lot more prepared for the top of mid aggro. You've seen them get caught by surprise with that in the past. B-Stick's been able to walk away with at least a frag. And not the case this time here. And a bit of a different direction here. They're going to group up and say, you can collapse on middle all you want. Kivim's going to be ready to deal with that, but most importantly, that A bomb site is super vulnerable here. The execute coming in, flash is well placed, and there's open access here. The only thing you got to worry about is smoke breaking. And smoke spam, in fact, a big problem as well. And there goes the man advantage here. It disappears.
Equalizes. At least the bomb plant. That's not going to be denied, and they've got some decent control out towards Ticket. Moto's watching this, though. Don't want to overextend. SDY is going to have his work cut out for him.
Just going to set up the flash here for Moto.
Maybe play on the line. Yeah, SDY sticks on the front of this. Oh boy, recommit. Thought about getting out of there, but now he leaves himself totally exposed and tries looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Blinded up, it all falls to Nick to the transfer. One more. Cannot collect. So close to the W. But it's Stressan again. The load-bearing column of so many of these retakes keeping the roof of Sinners up and keeping them going towards a map 3.
I mean, he said it just a couple rounds ago, but do not worry when he's last alive. Able to deliver once again here, just not enough health for Nyx to do much else in that corner. Stressan delivers once more for his squad here, looking to push them past the finish line. And that comes at the hands of a man disadvantage right there, that 4v5 in an open A bomb site. Desperate times call for desperate efforts, and Stressan is ready to get them there. Opening pick dealing with SDY. Smoke down in towards the underpass is going to lead to Kavim spamming as much as he can, but no damage really connecting, and everything landing for Stressan. You can do no wrong. Takes try down low. Oh, he's going to spot this boost out here if this is the effort. Going to flash for the catwalk peek instead, and that is well set up by Try.
Should be 8 rounds in a row for Sinners if they can finish this one off. Fam looking to ruin that streak.
Ooh. Timing for Moto. He's in the danger zone now. Not going to continue the spam here. Kavim not going to give him a peek either. Playing this a patient one for both sides. No one wants to make an error here, but eventually Moto going to get bested by Nyx lurk through Palace. The rotates coming through there, trying to get them through connector. First things first, that flashbang hurt. Nyx knows there's one close by, but all of the help is on the way. That's
such a huge smoke. Trying to spam it back the other way. Beastic does in fact collect, but it does leave a player super isolated to clear out Firebox. So far, he's gone overlooked. Kissarak might be able to get a kill off of this. He's going to get a freebie. JT totally exposed. Trigger discipline for a moment. But now Nyx needs to try and rally, and meanwhile, he's been lost. It falls to a wounded Try. 14 health to try and deny this defuse. Kissarak will go for the tap. They want to bait out the peak. They know they have plenty of time on this clock, and Try's not reacting to the first. They come in for the clear. Shock just goes looking for it. They have so much time, so many chances, and the defuse does come through. 8 rounds in a row for the Sinners. A map that seemed to be spiraling out of control, a series that was getting away from them, Cole, and they grab it by the horns and wrestle it right back into their grasp.
Yeah, it's the same thing as yesterday as well. You win an eco round. You have a little bit of heroics come through from Moto and his Deagle. Stressan with so many clutches. And from that point forward here, Sinners with the full buy-in that this is a possibility, that their run in Atlanta is not over just yet. And that's proof of concept here. They're going to take it to a decider. Map of Overpass that we have not yet seen with some. They're not past UA and get their head back in the game for map 3.
This could be one of those quick walks.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? It feels like it's going to be 5 up cat type beat.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Nice couple of flashbangs gets you up.
And they're going to hear the steps, right? This faster scaling. This will just be about damage. Can you take anybody with you? Can you save an AK? Can you hold on to the M4? Call this one 3.
Keeping it simple, aren't they? I like that call from Legacy.
I'm hearing lots of yelling going down as well. The Sinners versus Passion UA series. It's for elimination. It's on the B stream. Also part of Group B. It's lower bracket round 1. That one is going to go the distance. So Overpass The third and deciding map will be required. You guys can go check that one out as cleaning house our Legacy. It's just the man who saved the rifle looking to do the same again. Yabi over towards B. The bomb over halfway gone at this point. They don't, I think in these early stages, you don't need to hunt, right? You're not, you know they're buying into the next, right? It's not like they're saving this and it's like, oh, there's a bogey gun on the eco. You know that there will be the rifles coming in and you want to establish your economy early as well. So they'll do that, they'll keep all 5 alive. Fozy can glass cannon, so at least he can bring the AWP in to take on Sadson on the other side if he wishes. He will. Okay. Are they going and trying to facilitate him with HEs to go for smoke breaks in middle? Or do they just want to go for something a little bit more standard? It does look a little bit more of a standard approach. Just 3 players with their util sets to lock down that long control. We did see Liquid try and hammer home on Hooksy yesterday. Oof, that's inviting for Nissim. Yeah, this is very inviting.
He just walked through the smoke. Really cheeky. A boost as well to try and peek over the top of the short smoke. This is very aggressive maneuvers and loud as well. That's audible. Stair will have heard that. Misses his incendiary. Doesn't quite pop as he would have liked. Nissim parks it behind that mid-door smoke, but a late arrival, he's going to make life so difficult for Stair. He has to be worried about that.
Going.
And here they come. Stair focuses onto Nissim. Well, that's a nice find on the sniper as well. You've got to get across this sight line. And you've got, what, a HE to do it. Yabi even flanking them, looking to seal the deal here. Art's not ready for this. Good catch from Yabi. Lato could get the bomb down. So some extra cash in what I'm assuming is a round loss. It's a 5-on-2. Dumal going to have 3 players on the other side of that short smoke.
Nice trap now.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight behind the staircase. Just going to have to try and hit that first bullet. How about 2? In quick succession, Stair and Yabi's skulls collide with Dumal's bullets, and a third as well. 2 on 5. And now Hooksy and Fuzi have to do what the others couldn't. Nice find. Finds Lato. Still Dumal in it. For the ace. For the clutch. He's on the defuse. He fakes it out. Time is light. He's got no kit. Dumal's pulled it off. Makes the ace clutch. An impeccably played round.
Oof, they thought he was trapped, and they're trapped there with him, and short, Dumal just unleashes the lineup. That's nice, but the fact that he's able to get that third as well, that's the piece that's meant to deal with him. So on the fade of the smoke, they start pathing in, the spacing, no good, the superstars down, Stair and Yabi. Ryu hoping he can mop it up. The kit falls at short. So at that point, the pressure's already on. The round already starts to tip against them, and what should have been Astralis getting back on the board is now an extension of the lead, 4 straight for Legacy.
And I don't care what you say sitting in your armchair at home, he's allowed to shout as loud as he wants after that one.
That's nice. Had a bunch of aces within these 2 days of play. I think that's about the 10th ace we've had so far. This is one of those things that I keep track of in the events, because some you have very little. Here it feels like we're getting the floodgates opening.
Ooh, that one is going to really affect the atmosphere.
Yeah, because you're just down to another partial investment, as we can see. At least they have the loss bonus maxed out going into the next, so they can get that juicy full buy, but you felt like you'd done all the hard work. Tough round to lose if you're Astralis. Great round to win if you're Legacy. Well, you can wipe away some of that hollow feeling if you win a partial.
A whole lot easier said than done.
Yeah, I love this, right? The fact that they're just going to get this long control. As soon as you get Sadson in pit or platform, at this point, your biggest concern is as you're scaling up behind your cross smoke is them catching a timing with a flash. But well, they're only going to have 1 flash left on Fozy, and they're already scaling.
They're scaling, Nissim's lurking. And they're fighting. Wow, Lato just goes for the swing ahead of the smoke grenade. HE towards the Gandalf position will soften up 2 of the pistols. Fozy down.
This will be dealt with very quickly, but you see that approach there. It looks, okay, a little bit risky that he's going ahead of the smoke, but by being ready to cross Oh, I almost called it penguin. Like being ready to cross long at that point, they can't, you know, do the flash play through and catch you, right? So they remove that option.
I mean, you just kind of outlined like their best bet is when you smoke, they can kind of catch the timing, catch the flash. So why not give it to them?
Yeah.
Fair play. Okay, that makes a lot of sense as to why Lato was taking those duels.
I think Sadson wants a boost middle here. I just saw him.
Like his body language.
His model turned.
Yeah.
He looked at someone. So
Looked him in the eyes.
No? Okay, not boosting him.
Oh,
they are going for a full-on B assault here. So they've made these rounds look very similar. They're just going to pop B.
Ryu and Yabi are going to be doing a high-low setup, just ready to stand and bang. Doom out down, clean headshot, but that's the follow-up. And 6. Unless this AWP can really do anything on the cross, he's going to be smoked. It's just going to be a Hail Mary, pull of the trigger here.
Don't even get close to it. There's no point. Just hold on to these guns. Go and fortify somewhere. You know, shoot off a couple of warning shots. You know, pepper through the smoke a bit so they think that you're coming for it. Because if you... Earlier in the game, I said, no point hunting. Now, hunt. Right? It's at least 1 or 2 bodies.
You got $7 grand in the bank.
Exactly. And you know that there's going to be max loss bonus for Astralis. So in a scenario like this, where 3 players stay alive and you get 3,400 loss, that's another gun round. You take away 1 or 2, then they're in a scenario where it's a different conversation.
That's
so
why they're taking this
hunt
very seriously
Yes.
in the save. Stair holds the incendiary, Hooksy for the info, Fozy responsible with the long-range duel alongside.
It's just coming too easy, though, for Legacy, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
They've done some very grouped-up, team-based plays. Obviously, winning a 2v5 is going to help out the account as well. But we are currently looking at a 6-2 lead, and that's without the pistol. Some long spawns if they wanted to use them. Well, they have a long spawn if they want to use it. It's not even one of the best, so I'd take that back and I'll pretend I didn't even say it.
Yeah, no long spawns for them this time.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Short aggression, though.
It is. Look at the pre-aim. He's been watching the Fousey demos. Sadson, that is a cheeky opening kill.
See this? Oh, yeah, that smoke right there. I think that's thrown as an extinguished as well so that Fousey can edge.
Yeah, well, it was Sadson that found him. It's a good clawback kill from Stair on the boost. Does look like Astralis once again, this more aggressive
I
philosophy.
like this. You have to.
Luxie pushing. He'll tuck in on the fade. Nissim's likely... Oh, spotted? No, doesn't see the barrel.
Too close to his screen, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nyabi on the AWP picks it up off of the fallen Swede and takes down Art.
All right, Lado. You want to win a 1v4? Well, you'd want to win a 1v4, but can you win a 1v4?
You know, the 2-on-5.
He was the passenger in that one. Dumel did all the heavy lifting.
Exactly.
He was alive. He got to. It was there to help a little bit.
But now he's got to try and
Moral
one-tap
support.
an AWP, and he's not going to be ready for that. Yabi leaves with 3 kills. Astralis leave with a 3rd round.
Well, that's nice, right? You get pipped to the post there if you're Fousey, but your teammates are able to pull it together. So there you go. Double orbs right now. So Yabi wielding one, Fousey the other. We saw this against Liquid.
Crazy. That's the first time they've done that, and it's the first time Fousey's tried that.
Well, still a chance to make this a much closer half.
Looks like it's going to be a quick test of Hooksy's long. After this incendiary, they may go.
Okay, they're going to be real naughty. They're going to boost over the smoke, I think, so if Hooksy wants to play close.
Oh, yeah, look at that angle.
Oh, wow, never mind about over the smoke.
Hooksy! Oh, he goes wide enough. Still down to Lato, though. That is a cheeky way to manufacture an opening.
And it's so premeditated, they went straight into it. They went straight into that.
It leads to an opening kill. What more could you ask for?
Well, that is actually disgusting.
Really cool. Really, really cool. Okay, so you not only got the advantage, now the CTs are the ones that have to make the move. Nissim's playing it by the book. Just hoping to catch
just look at the camera.
up.
It's no surprise he didn't see Hooksy last round. Like, look at
Oh,
look
wow.
At, like, look at it. I know he's close, but it just looks... I know there's a lot of them that do it.
Brazilian Yakinda.
It's a lot.
It is too much. Like, he can see each individual pixel from there.
I don't understand how they're able to be so good doing that.
Right?
Like, I know there's a lot of players that do it, and obviously it pays off. But
you just can't see your whole screen. No wonder he didn't catch him on the screen.
Alex, there's only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, it could get weird, especially with Art trying to solo cross long with the bomb.
With the bomb. There's only 20 seconds.
Bomb, and that's round. That has to be round. 15 seconds. Okay, what happened?
That's an overcook.
That's a massive overcook. They started off with a really cool idea. You get the kill you wanted, and it just disintegrates slowly.
Just sat around sitting on their hands for the rest of the round, getting too tricky with it. Okay. That's the gift back after losing the 2v5, yes. I think.
I'm seeing ghosts, I think.
What was the ghost? I'm sitting here talking about Nissim and the screen, thinking they're going to be able to piece this round together like a piece of cake, because you're up against double orbs, you've got the space, and then that's baffling.
Perplexing.
That's baffling. Okay.
It's the one. It's the one, as you said. It kind of, it equalizes from the 2-on-5, and now Astralis actually have an opportunity to have a fully tied up CT side hall.
I wonder what was it?
We'll have to kind of
that would be.
that
I wish I spoke Portuguese. I could hear the comms in that round just to understand what was said. Well, here they are, scurrying suicide. Yeah, look, if everything you have is cheese,
you're a cheese salesman.
Oh, look at
the cheese market.
Look at this.
It's just a contact walk. Okay, Stair is going to have at least a sight line. They're not going to be able to contact walk all the way.
But there's 4 players. They're not in a default. They're just ready to explode.
Okay, and then he sees a smoke. He throws a HG and doesn't get the kill. He's so desperately sought after. Dumao's found Ryu. Yabi got an awful lot of work to do, and they're catching him through the corner of the box there. That was a nice find. Pressure was applied. Nissim did a lot of damage until they gets the kill.
We're going the distance here in Atlanta. Overpass, which means a knife round required as we knife for sides. Proof to be desired of Passion's Overpass now that they've got SDUY in the fold. But Sinner's going to be trying to increase the pressure here. Pretty decent win rate on this themselves, though obviously the caliber competition is always going to be a question when we look back on these numbers. I think this is a Sinners team that's going to be bringing a lot of momentum over from Mirage, right? The way that they did it, running 8 rounds in a row to close that map, Cole, that's gotta put some wind in your sails.
JT's going to need to put on the Jets here soon. No, trade it out quickly. So, yeah, you get to continue your CT side effort with that knife round victory as well. So,
is there anything worse than a guy who just tries to run the clock like that in a knife round?
That's my probably biggest pet peeve, when I have to watch either my teammates do that or the other team when it's like a 5v1 and you're just on the other side of the map. Oh, it drives me nuts.
It's like, I get it's
That's
Overpass.
A pre-game tilter for me.
I get it's Overpass. I get side matters a whole lot here.
Yeah.
But like, come on.
In that case,
honorable
if they were
Bushido
both right-clicked, I can see a world where JT can kind of get a little isolated duel. And I think they were playing that knife round like they were both right-clicked, so... makes a little bit more sense in that case, but... You're playing Dust 2, you're trolling on the knife round. I'm muting you in pregame. Just saying.
The philosophy of the Xner. Dooley's out here for Kissarak to try and hold on to the monster tunnel. And it seems like pressure is going to come towards B. Shock, first contact. Now the Doolies activate to great effect. Oh my goodness. Iron Curtain drop down in defense of this site. You're not getting through. Brick wall built. No further ground taken. The Sinners will not be allowing you in.
Yeah, they pick up right where they left off there. That's going to be a big encourager to try and keep things rolling on the CT side. Dooley's just looking perfect for Kissarak. We know that that guy can be a beast on the pistol round. Able to do a whole lot of damage and denying access towards that B side. Full eco. Barring try, just getting a little something here. He got that kill in the last round, so he'll go for a deagle. But this is going to be a potential free farm.
Stress zone. Fucking this down. Now a teammate to support as well. No reason to give up too many casualties. And now 2 players down. That's exactly the 2 minute casualties. You don't want to leave yourself terribly exposed, but rifles can be retrieved. Nick's grabbing those. Maybe wants to ferry the extra over towards Try, but Try checking the flank.
Not a bad idea.
Players are very isolated for Sinners.
See if there gets any opportunity here for Try. Checking this corner would be a big surprise, but guess I can handle that with ease. Big advantage on that angle. Nickx gonna turn the corner, and one has to be scooped up for B-Stick as well. So a little bit of damage here and there, not bad. Find a couple of kills, drop a couple A1s. You will take it here.
Opportunity, right? I mean, especially on Overpass, when you start to pick off a few of those players on the CT defense, you create those holes that you can walk through for a bomb plant. There were definite routes towards a comfortable plant there for Nick, so giving him a chance.
I mean, on top of that there, I think economy management, one of the most important things for your CT side. As soon as you get broken on the econ, can shift up the way that you're even able to play out these rounds. Can delay out ops that are so important on this map. Saw that Moto had a great Mirage there as well for himself. So many opening duels. So many multi-kills. So you're going to want to get that out as soon as possible. Unfortunately, a little bit of respect on a full eco is not all that bad. Here's why. When you're just playing the A site with rifles, it's a lot harder to be encouraged to take a stance in towards bathrooms or in towards divider, things like that. So you end up playing a little further back on the site, trying to hold on to your util instead. And this just leaves you that much more vulnerable to the scale. There's the information though. There's that util instantly being dumped. So this isn't bad protocols here from the CT side. This is a good move from them.
Oh, the smoke fade. Here comes. Nick's just right on the edge of that, trying to make a move through. Does he have a flashbang to support? He does indeed. Caught him a little bit, and so Strasser capitalizes instead. Oof. Not the way they drew it up. They were hoping Nick's was going to open the door, let them get through. Instead, it's going to be SDY to try and do much the same. Molotov to push Moto back.
20 seconds.
Bomb's still out here towards long, so they are fully committed towards this A play, and everybody knows that over on the Sinners camp, they've got all the numbers. What a transfer!
What?
Okay, you can have everybody and their brother on the site. It doesn't matter if you can't hit your shots.
I can't lie, I didn't think there was much of an opportunity for Passion UA. After losing that opening duel, sending Nixon to certain death, the fact that they're still able to claw their way out of it, lose his body early. Stressor not blinded up at all, but there's a big find from SDY. Finds the equalizer, and then the spray transfer from JT. Looking clean as can be. That's a problem. Sinners knew what was around that corner, had the resources to punish, and could not quite find the shots to back it up. And finally, for Passion UA, it's a much needed relief. They break the dry spell, carried over from that last map, and they do so by overcoming the odds as well. Ooh, a little double boost on top of the sandbags for the rifle. I really like this on these scrappy buys. You almost certainly don't account for this if you're Nyx. And at least he gets to avoid that contact, but it's going to be the information nonetheless. And again, you're going to have one of these situations where you probably can stack up a decent side of the map here. Send those extra resources towards A, but one less player to worry about there with Someday Young again finding a big pickup for his squad.
Gonna keep the possibility that this rotate down open, so it's gonna keep B-Stick locked in. But we may eventually want to try and pressure this flank just a little bit more. And as he's seeing nothing towards B, it allows them to keep the stack assembled.
Another situation where you know what's coming around the corner there. Moto caught by the flash, so able to fish what he started and not reacting. There's Nyx in time. Has to turn quickly there, and Shock still holding the line there with the 5-7. Keeping them at bay. Another frag on the Kavim as well. That 5-7 packing a serious punch, and there's no chance for SDY. Dropped by Kisarek for free. And Shock showing up on the site this time around. Sinners have the numbers, and they got the shots to back it up.
A frustrating round for Passion to deal with here. Not one they were hoping to account for. Now they've got to contend with a serious momentum stopper and now a built-up bank over on that Sinners side. They got everything they could want, so Passion bringing out the hero rifle on Kfem. He did have a lot of impact across his first two maps. Give him an opportunity on that jump, but the shots don't connect.
Wall bank damage hill. That's even.
Yeah, both ways.
Going for a little bit more.
So ideal here. They're going to group, move towards the fountain, try and shuffle this around. Hands off the rifle as well to the next armored player. SDY, you take this thing. See what you can do.
Been finding a decent amount of access for himself, so not bad to give it to the hot hand that's been able to pluck a couple out towards this A side. But it feels like same old here. Sinners just always have a little bit of short control and that extra rotate towards A.
Very much has been the case. They expect to double up towards long is the big question, right? Not looking for Moto, so he punishes them for it. And this is great positioning. Bomb down to the third. JT just nothing to do except die. Comfortable. It's exactly as you painted it, Cole, with that vision towards short, with that extra bit of information. They've got the extra numbers here. It's just so comfortable in the site defenses.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need the quick rotates when you already got them in position. And that's the intended goal from that set play from Passion UA. You get in towards front of bathrooms and then you explode onto the scene, but there's already 3 ready.
It just doesn't feel like we've felt a legitimate threat towards the B side of the map in so long either. Now they're going to try and remedy the numbers here early, right? They're like, okay, something is going wrong with our A takes.
Why is there always an extra player? It feels like you're playing 5v6 in a certain sense, but this is a great reaction from Sinners too.
Oh yeah.
Condition them
smoke fade
to need some pressure towards B and then try and get a little aggressive with the multiple players towards A, and it's completely blindsides try. An easy pickup for an opening duel, and there goes your A default, so guess what? We can send a little extra resources towards B, and Stressard still wins the headshot angle duel. Oh, this is getting plucked to pieces right now by the side of Sinners. Always working with that extra bit of information.
Shot from the barrels. Not missing a beat here, staying alive, going high, ducking down low. Ankle shots. Eventually he will falter, but by this point, he's had a teammate retake his position, so they're never going to expect that Kisarek will be here, and they may not even have to reveal it, right? But there comes the killing blow. Kisarek deals it out. Very nicely done. This is a B-Stick masterclass right now. Changing up the way you go about getting that aggressive positioning, that information, right as they try and adjust to deal with your pushes short. That's beautifully done.
You're just staying a step ahead of your opposition right now. And that's right where Sinners like to be. And every round, try and change things up a little bit. And yeah, much needed timeout. Gonna get TC involved here.
This is where we're seeing the limitations of Passion's playbook right now, right? They do not have the full depth of their playbook. They've acknowledged they have like 3 days of practice with SDY. They're very much still going through the install, you'd imagine, getting him up to speed.
Yeah.
And it means that there's going to be some limitations. There's going to be some training wheels. Yes, it's just one player, but this is already a Passion team that was looking to build on themselves, that had already had some struggles this season. So definitely not going to be ideal. And as you go deeper into the series, as you get in towards the Overpass, a team like Sinners that have been playing together for a while with this 5, I think we're seeing some of that advantage come to bear, and they're certainly making it look good.
There's most importantly going to be gaps in that default there that are being exploited so nicely by the Sinners here so far.
Credit to the individuals. It just feels like Sinners in this entire series, we haven't seen a weak link. Everybody is having their moments, and everybody's capable of delivering. Nades onto Shock, so that's a little bit of an adjustment. That's a call out here. Now can they capitalize? Because the cavalry has arrived. They've got the numbers, and Kisarek is delivering. So even with those 2 HEs landing on Shock's head, he still collects 2 kills to trade back the other way.
6-1 already. It has kind of feeling like it's flown by.
Oh boy, it has. We've been blitzing through these rounds. I mean, that one was trying to up the pace right over towards B, and once again, Sinners just knew exactly where it was coming.
Starts off with a nade stack on the barrels. A promising idea, but it doesn't land the killing blow, and Shock finds 2 kills from that position afterwards. That just feels like game plan gets disrupted in a big way. This time, another big default towards the A side, but look, I mean, short control once again manufactured by this defense. Trying to keep Sumdaeyoung at bay as much as possible with the spam. They're going to reroute this one back a little bit more heavy towards the B side. So they want to set up tries so that he doesn't get taken down early. Maybe late short control or a monster pop in order. But with that short control, you start to rotate off here. And this is a good reaction from Passion UA. Only a single defender. I mean, not even close by. He's in graffiti right now, so it is free real estate for now. Nyx has the pressure up the short side. It's actually JT that's going to fall first instead, but the site is somewhat controlled here by the T side.
They got an opportunity. They've got an opportunity. Bomb going down. SDY as well late coming through, hoping that somebody's going to try and go for the wrap onto the monster tunnel. They've got some extra elements. Try. That's a massive find. And a boost up in towards heaven. Nyx trying to peer over, but he's got to be wary about the player who's closer at hand. Just hoping that Strassen's the first contact on this.
He's got Kavim watching. So there's the backup here. The flank from Kisarek, though, could make him pay, though. They're so patient on this retake.
Time's the issue. Time's the issue. It's getting away from them. Nice check for SDY. Spidey sense tingling, and Nyx activates. It's been a long time coming, but Kisarek was hollering, and he got a response.
And that's, I mean, a good reaction there, especially off the JT timeout coming through. Allow them to have that short control. They're rotating the B defender off the site. This is a known quantity here for Passion UA, and that is a great reaction coming through from them. Walk out of Monster, let them have that short control, let them weaken that B bomb site themselves.
It's a shame we don't really have any
space towards A.
We don't really have any chirpers on the Passion side that I can think of, because that would be a perfect time to chirp back. We have any trash talkers on Passion?
What about Sumdaeyoung? I mean, with the Monty squad, it always felt like there was, you know, a decent amount of energy and chirping, but I think that was maybe was more feeding off of the rest of the team.
It didn't come from SDY, man.
Yeah,
he was letting everybody else shout, and then he was like, all right, guys, shut up. I need to call the play. I think you got to push SDY pretty far to get him to chirp back.
Definitely a wake-up call, though, for Sinners after the chirp. Got to back it up. They're going to try and make a move here. Smoke spam coming through there, actually, from the T side, doing quite a bit of damage, but Shock able to hold the line once again, running out of ammo. Has the backup from Kisarek, but he's got to back away. A little bit of a fumble in the movement, but he's got time. Flashes go high, diving out of the heavens, and Try is going to tick in the flame, is taking down Kavim, and Try going to fall shortly after. Sumdaeyoung doesn't last long either. And this time it is a quick bounce back here from Sinners.
Boy, that for Passion felt like a round that should have, in many ways, been there. So many of their engagements, right? It feels like they may be coming in with the advantage. They've got a CT on their back foot. You got Kisarek fumbling the movement, trying to get over the site. And yet they can't capitalize. They can't find those. They're just half a tick too slow or half a tick uncoordinated. And it's going to punish them. It means all their momentum's gone. It means all the money's gone. They're back onto the Tech 9s. and you just lose your opportunity to potentially build what is a very difficult T side to put together. Only 3 rounds remaining here.
Got to give yourself some foundation. Highlighted that these CT sides are going to be very tricky without Senzu rifling over towards that A side, and I wonder how they're
Even
going
just
to...
one more feels like it'd be nice here, right? Just to get 3. Gives you something. Moto doesn't want to allow it. Bomb plant would be huge. Need to scoop that bomb up if they're going to do so, and it's in the killing range. Eventually will get grabbed back of the dice. I think they might be able to plant it before the long player gets around, but they want to gain some forward space. Okay, bomb money at least. All picked up for Nyx. Tried doing some damage with the Tech 9, but it's only a matter of time before he gets overwhelmed. So the round never in doubt, but money at least secured for the next.
They're giving themselves a good buy-up. Center's playing reserved, allowing for that bomb plant to go down, but making sure that they trade things out effectively. No big concerns there for their side. Ooh. Trying to give themselves some wiggle room. As you said, one more. And a pistol to back it up in the second half, maybe. That'll make things a little bit more manageable, but see if they can get into that conversations. Got a scary CT side, but you know, usually their T side also deadly when they were playing out this map with Senzu.
Look at the way they were holding back, anticipating that aggressive play around Fountain because of the deep smoke that they'd seen previously. It doesn't come this time. Instead, Shock tries to take the space here at Monster, and while it is traded, that's a pretty good impact for Nyx. Damage onto Kissarak as well. I think they're going to be okay with that, right? They're going to have limited some of the aggressive information play, at least for a while.
There's a small window now where you know there's not an Opera on A to back it up as well, so maybe you want to speed it up. But bad news here for this T side is that there's a whole lot of riflers at the ready. And that short or connector reroute that they're hoping for is also being blocked by Moto's op.
No easy answers. Even if you do manage to take the A site, if you're not prepared for Stressor, and he's going to punish you.
He's going to activate through the long flank, though, is the question. Looks like he's trying right now. I mean, he's going to make a move, and it's also being held for. Flashbang does not work, though. You're going to hope that this play comes to them, and Kavim will be patient enough to collect that kill. Only Stressor very low on HP here on the A side.
Gives them something. Gives them purchase. Long player came off. Kissarak swings around the dice just in the nick of time, and he's going to deny the bomb plant as well. Oh, you better get a move on, and there's no such opportunity afforded. B-Stick seals the deal, and Kissarak's starting to have a whole lot of fun with this one. Check the car? Did he say? They called Dice car?
I don't think so, but he was kind of close to APC. So maybe he was referencing that, but that is definitely back of Dice. Either way, he goes over it.
Different teams at different calls.
Guys, check the car, guys!
There it is. He was kind of close to it.
He's feeling himself, man. I mean, 12-5, you know? Maybe the chirping fuels him.
He was looking super stressed yesterday as well, right? But this is the other end of the stick right now. The confidence coming through from him. He has every right to be right now on this CT side. Looking for double digits? Is that what it was? It was the pants?
That's all that did it. Strasser down, though. Advantage, at least for Passion. As we said, just one more round would be all the difference. Kvem goes ahead of his teammates. No one around. It was just a solo mission, and now it's a solo death. Completely untradeable.
Space towards B, though.
This is some good space. It is indeed. Shock's under pressure. Gets that nade out. Almost finds Nyx.
Got more HEs in heaven as well.
It's not going to find the right target, but it will soften up the bomb planter in SDY. Kissarak down. This is the numbers that they need. Health or no, as long as your bodies are still up, they can pull the trigger. And so Shock and Moto need to put some serious work in on this retake. Shock wounded as well. And Moto with that AWP, the low health, doesn't really change his math. Goes to the rifle instead to try and make this happen. Swinging back in, running out of clock, running out of time, has the kit. But they're all bunched up and no one wants to give him a fight. No one wants to give him an opportunity. So Moto has to force it. Swinging through. Next victim found. He's just got to stick this. But as soon as he does, they're going to peek out. And there's no time. There's no chance. A third round at least. The slimmest of margins as Passion will try and fight their way back into Overpass. Passion and Sinners. One way or another, this one ends. One of these teams is eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. And well, for both these teams, that would be a bitter pill to swallow. Sinners getting a huge opportunity to gain momentum headed into that Cologne major. And Passion UA still feeling a little bit of their NA DNA, trying to rep the home crowd, but Kissarak wants nothing to do with this. Massacre coming out monster, and though you've got all the bodies here, you got none of the kills. Passion, they stacked up 4, and it mattered not a jot.
He's been so good on the pistol rounds, but Kissarak gonna do it again. Another massive multi-kill. They double swing in towards Monster Dry, hoping that the range of those USBs can do him justice, but the Glocks fire up that much stronger. Stress on him.
Load up the Kissarak cam. We need it.
Oh yeah.
Guaranteed chirp. Oh, it wasn't him.
Well, I think we
it was Moto.
Kissarak.
There's Moto hyping up his
pistol
boy.
kills do you have?
Damn. He knows it. He knows the score. He knows that this is working out.
I mean, he's just been crazy good on the pistols. He was yesterday, and that continues today.
Spirit pistol god. The spirit of Dennis is alive and well.
Yeah, true. Whatever tools he can bring to the table.
Rinse, repeat. They're going right back to it. Straight out the monster tunnel, wasting no time, and a massacre again. Strasser finds the first. Flashbang good to keep them alive for the moment, but as they try and swing back in to retake a little bit of this space, it is Shock to double up. Some damage done. Let's see if Fem can capitalize with this hand cannon. The answer for the moment is no. They also withdraw. Shock, knife out. You're giving them a risk. You're giving them an opportunity. Now it might be time to adjust and back away.
A little bit of discipline in a round like this could go a long way. They're able to back out a monster despite the full rush and the full head of steam that they start this round off. They don't want to continue it. I wonder where any of those guns are. Kavim is also wondering the same thing. He can't find it.
It's like a vacuum.
Where on earth did they get off to? And as the smoke fades away, they'll be dismissed. No gun in hand. They're going to go and try and clear out this bomb site. They spawn try in the heavens. There's a lot of one-shot territory players here, but a smoke down in the middle of the site is at least going to give them safe passage here. Try forcing the issue. He's diving out the heavens. You got to route this one through graffiti and find some safety here. The issue is he's got to be the one to make a move if he wants to make a move at all.
In this situation, when it's so dire, when you have so few rounds to play with, if there's a part of his brain that says, I could just keep the scout. Time's getting away from him. He's going to try and force the issue. Little tag up. Wants the extra damage, wants the extra money off the SMG, and he'll find it as well. Can't win this round, but he's got a rifle, and he's getting out of there. That's a serious bit of gun game played from Try. Gets the kill with the scout, swaps to the SMG. Mac 10 gets him an upgrade to a Galil. Works his way through the entire armory at this rate.
Yeah, not bad right there, all things considered. As you were saying, the position is so desperate that you want to at least walk away with something. Don't go down for free. But the situation is also so desperate that you need rounds on the board as well. And I think that's going to lead them to, especially with that saved rifle and a little bit of extra cash, probably another force buy. Yeah, out of the CT side, you're going to see that come through. A1S sent over to Try. Or invested by Try, and the Kavim Galil now in play.
This is
looking to keep the pressure on.
Something of a Hail Mary. And I got to say, I think it's going to be rocky for them. Miss Smoke, though, does not make that any easier.
They baited up 2 bits of utility right there with the fake B play that was conditioned off the pistol and the following. The panic was definitely in for Passion UA right there. And now they have 1 smoke left and on the hands of some Die Young over there towards the A side.
Ooh. That makes life a little easier. Deal with the
Player out long
player. They didn't see anything else either, so now they're anticipating this beefy play. Cavalry's on its way, but Fem in the meanwhile holds strong. A bastion of defense. It's 2v3. B-Stick is low. The pistols could be enough for this for sure. And we know how dangerous the scout can be, but that's a heck of a dink to come through. Look at the health. B-Stick, can you do this with a MAC-10? Can you end this with a MAC-10? No. Not quite enough. So something here for Passion UA to start to build back into this game.
And it's just at the hands of that saved Galil as well. I mean, Kavim with the Galil able to find that multi-kill here with multiple prongs. That doesn't hurt there, and that win from Nyx definitely secures things. Forces a hand out of Sinners to chase down the trade. There's a lifeline granted here for Passion UA. Still a road ahead as they want to keep up the pace here. Walking about towards A, though. Flashbang setup is beautiful for Try. He's got a spray down and finds 2. It will be bested. That is a gun to scoop up as well, but not going to stop Sinners from pushing out towards this A side. They're wrapping this one up towards long.
Try's been making these dynamic moves, right? Trying to wheel his team into some of these rounds, trying to kickstart them into it. Really nicely done there. But they've gained so much space. This 3-man mission has, for the moment, gone completely overlooked. JT is entertaining the possibility. He knows they could be long at this point. Problem is, can he do anything about it? If they slip to the back of Dice, that's a bomb plant. And okay, JT's dealing out haircuts. Now he's got teammates activated. Left it just to one, and the bomb dropped in his crosshair. And Moto leaves himself exposed. Nice work from Mr. Theodosius. Gets that one through for the team.
That's impressive stuff there. And again, was questioning what this team's A side holds would look like. You got the great setup. Already a little bit of unity in between Sumdayoung and Try to set up for that opening double kill. That's a huge bolster of confidence. And of course, you know JT's going to be trying as much as possible to help out that A bomb site as well. So that's kind of what we should come to expect. What we shouldn't expect is for Glocks to beat the Rifles in a long-range duel, and Monster surely not. Being held together, though, and held at bay by JT. He's not happy with those opening kills. He's going to make sure to seal up some security here. B-Stick working his way through the short side, but doesn't have the firepower. And it is back to reality here very quickly. I can't believe, though, that the clocks went out twice.
Yeah, as soon as it happens, you're just thinking, of course this is how it ends. Of course, this is how they do it. JT not willing to entertain the thought. Not willing to let it enter the realms of possibility. Quick response here.
Dude.
But this is going to be the round that matters. This is going to be the one they're saving up for. If you could do that much damage with Glocks. And they got the AKs to try and get this one to...
Multi-boost. Oh. Make it a double. Fumbling in the movement here. Is going to leave Sumdayoung fully prepared. Stress on waiting for the smoke fade, though. They're so aware of that possibility. And just taking a little bit of chip damage for an opening pick. A well-worthy exchange here to open things up. You still have JT, though, close by as the extra helping hand. And he's really pressing the issue as much as possible. Flashbang going to go high, but no one really peeking in towards playground. Now with a knife out, Stress on going to fall. And JT able to level the playing field and fall away. He's lost his Opera, though, in rotation. So up connector they go. And Sitters can still create some chaos here on the A bomb site with JT solo. Got deep monster vision, though, on this CT side. That's going to adjust the rotates fairly quickly. And you are going to bring that op back over. JT in the danger zone. Missed op shot as well. And JT going to eventually drop. Try left alone here, with presence coming in from all directions.
There's going to be a guy. Well, it wouldn't be Try. Not the 2 and 4 at the long presence catches him off guard, and it'll have to be Nyx instead to be the hero. Can't adjust for the second. All falls to Fem. 1v3 takes the first. Answers that challenge, and now they're sticking the bomb down towards Optimus. They have to. No time to spare. Couldn't consider the possibility of the jump towards B. But they're going to stand very far back. They do not want to give him the opportunity. Kit retrieved. That could be critical here. HE at his feet. Extra pieces can be picked up here. Players are healthy, though. 1 HE is not going to make a difference. He's trying to dive in towards Bank, trying to isolate these fights, trying to identify where they might be coming from. And he might have the back of Moto here in a moment, but he's just running out of time. Yeah. He's giving this one up. The possibility of the round has slipped away, trying to go for these kills. And that's going to be nothing doing as well. B-Stick makes sure there's no guns to slip out of this.
12 sealed up there. Great patience on that A play. They find that big pickup to start things off. Sumdayoung going down early as the anticipation of that aggression was fully present, and allowing for Moto to scale up long is such an asset. Catching catching Try off guard right there. He had the op. He could have been the hero, but instead just gets completely leveled out without even seeing any opportunities here. Kvim, though.
That's a little better.
Just swings for the fences. That's a deep fight, too, right there. Look at where Kisarek is down on the map.
It's interesting that they're still so committed to the B play, having only seen the one and having gotten the kill in that one as well, right? I mean, we saw Sinners play this often where they'd get the early information out towards short and then play the numbers up on towards A, and Passion are unwilling to do that. So it is still just these two defenders.
Vulnerability again. They're going to have to play this heavily through the bathrooms approach, and you have Shock still trying to sneak things through. Try's going to get back on the post in time, but there's going to be a full exec waiting for him. He's got to activate, and he's ready for Stress on already close range. You're going for more, though. A re-peek and not a lot of safe place to stand. A secondary flash coming through there. That's fully going to take care of him. And there goes some Young as well.
No.
A-site falling to pieces here. The flank needs to pick up these pieces here, but Nick X only has a MP9 rather, and it all leaves it down to B-Stick.
That might be enough. The rifle of Fem comes through at the nick of time. B-Stick wants to fight this forward. He's got 30 seconds. He's got some time to play with, but he didn't anticipate the off angle from JT. So in the bank, JT will secure them at least one more payday here on Overpass.
They will stay alive for another round longer in Atlanta. That one comes down to the wire. Fortunately, they have the quick motion up con, and Kvim able to deliver some key shots on that flank. You might expect a 1 at least to come through in that department, but 2 that quickly is unaccounted for Sinners. And they're forced onto an eco.
They're going for these bold moves again, right? SDY taking a peek in towards Fountain, trying to get some information early on. We saw the double Glock entry earlier, Cole. Don't say it can't happen again.
I mean, so ridiculous. I genuinely can't believe that there was no kills out of the rifle here, but this time an opening pick from Trisop. They do snake their way in towards bathrooms, and with Tri's position, that could be a little concerning.
SDY has to support his offer, but he's got
there
responsibility for long, and so he leaves him exposed for a little too long. Still, the trade is there. The op picked up, can't be used by Shock. And it is Tri to be the only casualty of this one. This is how they build back in. TC trying to will them to this. Get some energy flowing for his teammates. Because this is far from done.
CT side of Overpass is never secure until you hit 13. T side so tricky. What tools do Sinners have left in their department to try and close this thing down?
Fast play.
Work a late pop towards B.
They're going back for what worked to start this half. This is how they won the pistol and the follow-up. Fast play out Monster. It's catching them off guard. They're so far forward. JT's not ready for it. And now it's devastation. There's still one more here to defend. 2, actually, but the site itself has been lost. The bomb will be planted. And a reroute on through Monster may not account for Shock coming through late. This could be the flank. They're not looking for it. The backs are exposed, Cole. This could be the moment. Assassination from Shock, and 2 to his tally. All on to Tri, and a hopeless situation. Not expecting B-Stick tucked into the corner. It's only a matter of time, and the murder comes through. The end comes through. Passion UA will not survive here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. It's Sinners who progress. Sinners who earn this spot and are not ready to go home. They battle on. They live to fight another day.
And after what we saw yesterday, I mean, we knew this was going to be a team that was going to offer up some fear factor to Passion UA. There was no question about it. Had to fight tooth and nail for every map versus Gamer Legion, but this time around here, getting Overpass Decider, and they show up big time on the defense. You see everyone get involved. Moto looking fantastic on Mirage as well, and they just come through a step ahead in this Decider to close things down. Passion UA gonna have to say goodbye.
They will indeed. They will indeed. Passion UA eliminated. That one's going to sting. I think it's not the most surprising. We know that they're sort of thrown into a bit of disarray here, losing Senzu, a huge firepower piece, bringing SDY, having very little time coming into this one, but definitely going to be looking for some answers here as they try and build for the future, as they try and figure out what this team's even going to look like a month from now. There's a lot of work still to do for this Passion team, and we saw at the end of the day they got outplayed, they got outcalled, they got outshot, they got out trash talk on the server by Sinners, especially as we went into that overpass.
I mean, that's an excellent point right there. They had a great read on the situation there on the Sinners side and were able to stay a step ahead rather consistently on Overpass, even on Mirage getting back into the game. And you can see those key swing rounds for Sinners just matter so much more in these sort of situations there, and are able to show up with that same level of confidence like they did versus Gamer Legion. Big victory here. They'll be living to fight another day, and you know, definitely a lot of potential in that lower bracket here, you know, potentially going up against a loser of Legacy and Astralis, and see if they can create some more interest.
One more thought on Passion, because we are saying goodbye to this tournament. I thought there was a very interesting aspect of TC's interview with Dust2 that US, where he said the thing that they needed most was time, and they didn't get time with the Senzu version of this roster. They knew this was going to be an ambitious project. They knew it was going to take time. They didn't have it. Hopefully this version, or whatever it winds up being at the end of this season, they'll have a little bit more time for that. Though, a man whose time to shine is right now, ready to join us here on the interview. We've got B-Stick. B-Stick, congratulations on that win. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you, guys. It feels incredible, actually, that we managed to come back after playing, I would say, not that good over Dust, and I'm happy that we managed to reset, especially me. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Let's focus on you for the moment then. Let's talk about the calls, especially on the overpass, right? It felt like you guys had such a good read in that first half in particular. Every time they're coming in towards a site hit, you've got the numbers, you got 3, you've got 4 players on site. What went into those reads?
I think it was just way too obvious from their side what they are doing. They were not even taking some of the crucial space, and we are using that advantage of that. And most of the times we are just aware what they are doing. And as I said, it was maybe just too obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the sense that we were feeling as well, right? You guys were able to control a lot of the information there on Overpass. I also want to talk a little bit about Mirage. It felt like a very similar matchup as to what yesterday was, right? You win one crucial eco victory and you all don't look back. I mean, what do those sort of rounds do for you to you know, close out games like that?
Yeah, I mean, if we didn't win the eco, I think I'm not sure if we would have been able to come back that game. But you know, we are still like really good shooters, especially with the Deagles and everything. Shock and Kissereg especially, that are really good with the Deagle. So there's always hope, even in these rounds, that we will win them, and it paid off again, same as against Gamer Legion. So then we started rolling, and we actually snowballed the game, and I'm very happy that again that's the round that got us into the game, and we kept rolling, and we didn't lose some stupid round as we did yesterday against Gamer Legion on the other map. So that's a good sign.
Talking about Kissereg, you mentioned him. We heard Moto in one of those last pistol rounds saying, how many pistol rounds, how many pistol kills you have at this point? Is this just always the case? Is he just having a hot streak? Is this guy a pistol god? What gives?
I mean, he's pretty good at the pistols when he's just running and killing the others. And yeah, today he had good kill ratio in pistol rounds. So yeah, Moto was hyping him up, and that's what I like when the guys are hyping each other.
I'm going to ask you a more general question, and then we'll let you go. You're a guy who's been competing for a long time, right? Who's been in this organization for a long time, who's been representing the Czech region for a long time. Now you've got this huge opportunity ahead of you. You guys are making events. You guys are rising up through the ranks. You went international to get this opportunity. Is this the strongest team we've ever seen you have in your career, B-Stick?
I would say yes. It's very comparable to what we had in 2021 with Oscar and Neofrag, but this team has a bit more potential than the team that we had before. Like our level that we have right now, it's not what we can achieve, and we can be way better than this. So I feel like it's very comparable to what we had, but this team has way more potential.
I'm excited to see that potential realized, excited to see your ceiling. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win today, and good luck going forward.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
It's cool to see, man. For a guy like B-Stick, who's been battling through for so very long in the world of Counter-Strike, who's been trying to build different projects, different teams, training up young players. It's cool to see him be rewarded with some victories, with the opportunity to strut his stuff on a stage like what he's got here at IEM Atlanta.
I mean, it's, again, the second S-tier event that he's been able to attend, and for Sinners as an organization as well. So it's obviously a big opportunity, and just talking about the ceiling of this roster being able to grow is super exciting.
It is crazy, you know, the throwback to that 2021 roster, because that was the one he made Pro League with Oscar, with Neofrag.
That was the 0-5 G2 Pro League, and Sinners was one of the teams. That was their only win, was versus G2 when they went 0-5.
That's crazy. Didn't remember that aspect of the detail, but I was just going to say the fact that it's been 5 years since then, out in the woods of Counter-Strike, trying to build back a team that he could compete at events of that caliber, to have that perseverance, to have that strength, to continue to go through these different teams, and now to be back competing here, I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm looking forward to seeing more from them. Seen them a lot in the Tier 2 space as well, so always fun to get a picture of getting that competition versus the Tier 1 opposition that they're playing with.
And some really neat ideas that we saw from them as well, so I'm excited to see Sinners' next game. But for now, we've got one more game for today. One more game to wrap the show. M80 taking on Liquid, a battle of the North American squads, and only one can survive to keep the dream of playing in front of the hometown crowd alive.
Just happy to still stay at standard. Nissan will drop down immediately, so he'll poke his head up through secret. And Art can tell him that no one's crossed just yet, so Nissan knows he has a lot of room that he can take. Also having to consider the vent drop there as well was Nissan. But I think on that clear they're going to say, hey, it's unlikely. Always a question mark, but not playing to... Oh, yeah. So... I would be interested to talk to Raga. Yeah, the shake of the head from Raga.
You seeing this?
Yeah, I am.
Yabi's going to be holding for it. They're on high alert. This two-man elevated hold. Nice from Ryu. Finds Art. This surely is where the first Astralis round arrives. Two-man advantage. You've got Stare in a power position as well. Likely to clash with Lato shortly.
Yeah, he's got so much to worry about, Lato. Door walk, hut walk, main.
There's a lobby crawl for Yabi to be concerned about, but he's so focused on the hut, could go down to this very slow procedural clear. Both of them walking. Whoa! Great shot, back turn, Lato sprays. Important trade.
There's some here as well. He rotated up the vent.
Hooks is not looking for this at all. No way. Now the bomb's lost. 30 seconds in the 2v2. High octane Counter-Strike.
Now the orbs up heaven. They're still worried about him radio.
Yeah, they're moving and shaking all over the shop. Fuzi getting run at, leg shot, booked in the corner. Yabi, good cover. Nade finishes him off, dropping into the site with 17 seconds left. Yabi tasked with the plant. Or is he going for the kill? He doesn't want that. He's just going for the kill. 10 seconds, Saturn in his right spot. And Yabi does convert, does come up clutch on a very time-sensitive mission.
Mate, the coach was shaking his head before any kills even happened within the round. So you wonder, it must be a comms-based thing, right? Or the attitude that he's hearing from his players, right? The tone and the voice, the way that they're talking to each other, or maybe the way that they're not. Here's that flick down, obviously obscured there by the player cam, but the fact he's able to adjust into that, they almost claw back a 3v5 man disadvantage.
Yabi did so much work there. He saved Fuzi as well for a moment. At least provided the trade.
Oh, well, Sads are not too remiss about that at all.
You're going to get your yard plays from Astralis here.
Some art starts down secret. Buy's not
4
great.
smokes invested here.
Yeah, because there's just so many breaks in the modern game, you know, this makes sure that you can at least sow the seeds of doubt. But look at this, great cam, MC. They have the full info. So your biggest worry is maybe they creep through and go into main. But if they're throwing the double wall, Would that be the play? Well, everything's available. The top pop lined up. Back 10 on Hooksy, 2 Galils.
Smoke as well, so you're not really going to get anything on going.
Is it a fake? 2 players are heading ramp.
Flashes do connect very nicely. Makes life difficult for Sadzin, but not for the Nissim Dumal 1-2 punch. He's going to dip back. He hears confirmation that there's more bodies moving towards the ramp side.
Good survivability. Rotations here.
Yeah, he gets a freebie as well. Stares head straight into his crosshair.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome to the final series here of the B stream at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. We're going late into the day, into the night, wherever you are in the world. We're going late. And that means the action gets all that much more exciting. Liquid taking on M80, NA representation, and only one of these teams is going to survive to see another day here in Atlanta, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a goodbye for one of these teams, and it's going to be a painful goodbye as well. I mean, both these rosters have high expectations playing in front of the home crowd, and both of them want to get into that department here. I fear both of them not coming into this event or events in the past with the best form here. A lot to do and nailing down what their future is going to look like, and we want to see some improvement.
Yeah, we do. That we do. So to hear from them, we caught up with a Liege from Liquid.
Here we go. It's time to jump into the server with the Ellie Giggle himself back in NA. You've been to Atlanta obviously several times, right?
Many times. It's good to be back.
Yeah. What is your favorite part about this city? You like the food? Where do you find your comfort?
I think just the food options. I mean, that's kind of NA in general, but I think there's just like a lot of good food in the US and Atlanta.
Very true. They got some deviled eggs here to cry for. Let's talk a little about what happened yesterday. You had a quick run-in, rather, with Astralis. So where did it go sideways?
Well, I think that we just kind of started off not too strong, like with the pistol round. I think that we were a little bit off sync. We weren't fighting together very well. And I think that it was just a combination of a lot of small things that were in our control to win. Like, you know, being able to secure kills, like going together. They also were catching us a little bit off guard from our prep. We kind of expected a little bit different, but it didn't like make or break the whole side, of course. And, you know, in second half, we didn't really get anything going for us. Ancient, we were a lot more competitive, but I think Dust 2 was the more sour map of the day.
Well, and I mean, you say sour, right? But let's just back away from the idea of the maps themselves. People talk about Liquid. What is the state of Liquid? What do you think, Elish? Tell me where is Liquid right now?
Obviously, we're struggling. We haven't been doing too well, and I think that it's been a little bit wishy-washy in terms of even like our direction, even since end of last year. And I think only now recently we're probably going towards a better direction. But even then, like we need to, you know, see how things are going. Like with what we're trying, what we're doing now. I think that we are doing better things and things that we think are better for us, for like our direction of the team. But at the same time, you know, we haven't had any good results this year, and like we need to get that for us, for the fans, for our second season. So, you know, things are dire, but I don't think it's end of the world, and we can't think that way either. If we want to get any wins, we have to still be confident in ourselves to be able to get these wins, and I think that we can. I think it was very winnable yesterday, and it still is today.
Yeah, speaking of today, M80 in front of you. And everyone loves eliminating each other from an NA domestic event. So as fun as that all is, talk to me about this game. Talk to me about that M80 lineup over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're strong. I think that they've also been struggling. I think that they probably thought that they would be doing better since bringing in JBA instead of Hext. But I think that they've been having like their own issues. I don't know their whole story or anything like that, but I think that they're very beatable for us as well. Unfortunate that we're any teams fighting each other in a lower bracket, but that is just what it is when we're not playing well. You know, we wish it was in the upper bracket, but we both have to be better, and we just have to, you know, own them today.
Yeah, absolutely. John, thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
I got you, man. I got you. I was like,
should I?
He got him. He got him. John always prepared for the next step. Elige, the flowchart of the interview was ready to go. He's ready for that handshake, ready for that fist bump, whatever might come through. The question is Liquid going to be ready for what M80 are bringing to bear here? That's what we have to answer.
It's nice to hear that, you know, Elige is in that reality of where Liquid are right now. A team that is, I think, lacking a little bit of direction and identity at the moment. And that has definitely been showing up in terms of, you know, their map selection. This is a map pick of Liquid here, Dust 2. Last, you know, 3 best of 3s that they've played here have not been pretty. And on their map selection, they got 4 rounds on Dust 2 yesterday versus Astralis and IEM Rio. That's 5 rounds on Ancient, their map selection, and then 2 on Ancient again versus Spirit. So some big problems there. But we got a pistol. We'll see if they can get off to a good start on their map pick this time around. It's Elige getting chased down and eliminated out of the round, and holding long as well as Swisher. So not a great option for the bailout. They're going to try and make a move up long here with a cross smoke as well.
That's really all they got. That's all they can do. Try and set this up. They want to try and isolate a fight before the smoke goes down, and Ultimate's really pressing the issue, but he's about to find 2. So there's the smoke. Now they're trying to go for the cross. There's a gap on the left side of this. It's not going to make it easy.
Ooh.
And indeed, it all falls to Shuate, who's getting tipped down through the smoke and ripped asunder. Good pistol round. Strong one for M80. They got the better of Liquid the last time these two teams met, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that the Draculan, I believe?
That was indeed at the Draculan. The Draculan that M80 then went on to be winning. So recent history does favor the M80 side, but that was right after some changes over on the Liquid side. That being said, it feels like, okay, as much as Liquid have been changing and shifting up players, and the latest one is bringing in mobs for nerds, it feels like we're always having the same conversations for them. They're not on the same page. There's competing philosophies. The communication's not quite flowing. They don't have the same ideas for how they want to play the game. Elige was even in that pre-interview saying some of their prep for what they wanted yesterday wound up being wrong. It's just, there's always something that seems to be going around, and there always is this conversation around Liquid, and we've seen it through a lot of different versions of this team now, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, there's, I think, big questions about how they want to define the roles. I mean, at this point, we know Elige can be a very clear star of this roster, but the level isn't there, at least for this year. And there's just so many questions to answer for this team right now. And I think it's going to require even more shifting, whether that is in like roles and how they want to play with these different pieces, or, you know, in other departments as well.
I thought it was interesting that in that pre-interview, Elige talked about he feels like M80's in a similar place where they haven't had the success they expected with the JBA edition. Quick cleanup for Swisher. He does get his bell rung, but it's no concern just yet. And indeed, NAF is next to falter, as it is JBA to deliver some of those kills with the MP9. It feels like this season in general, North American teams have really taken a bit of a step back. Even those that we expected to surge forward, M80 with the JBA edition, NRG bringing in Grim, bringing back OC. It feels like some teams that showed some promise last year have really struggled to find their footing again.
Yeah, and I will give M80 a little bit more credit here. They did have a big push to the major, but maybe, you know, that was full throttle for them, right?
Yeah.
They were playing so many tier 2 events, you know, up and down results, but they were at least able to secure that Draculan win, and that really changed the tides of the team. Wow, that worked out for Elige. You fully blinded up towards middle. JBA is available for the quick trade and an upgrade.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky.
Dude, I mean, his gun barrel was not even close. I think it was the inaccuracy on the run and gun that got the job done. But as
full blind run and gun and just a straight up headshot on the lake. Sometimes
you'll take what you can get
done like that.
It's going to create a weakness on the catwalk approach. This is the perfect route here for Liquid to take, and they're going to do so silently, which is even more effective. Is Malv's going to be super aggressive on this long attack, because that could lead to a 3v4 advantage if Slacks is able to hold the line.
Yeah. The question is the patience, right? When do you make your move? And Mobs is actually backing away from this, so Slacks is going to need a lot of patience as they're trying to clear it out from the site itself.
Planning for Cat. That's interesting.
Familiarity here between Slacks and Mobs, certainly. Mobs, once upon a time, wearing this jersey. And this time, Mobs gets the better of him. Now you got the long control, and now you got an M80 that's backing away.
Gonna have to call it a day here. Not a bad idea. Hold on to 3 rifles. Much better than try to pull that retake together with the positioning. But yeah, I think that M80 maybe slightly taken their foot off the pedal after that big stint in Europe, having to come back into North America and play some events as well. It's understandable. It was a very intense time, I'd imagine, for the team. But now that you're back here in Atlanta, you want to be able to show what you're working on and kind of get back into shape, I feel like, for me. And in that first series, we definitely saw an M80 team that was a little bit out of shape.
Yeah. Yeah. The issues that we saw, we're going to need to keep an eye on, especially when you go to the T side, right? Because we were noticing there was a lot of these moments where M80 sort of seemed to have the initial idea, and then after they get the initial skirmish or the initial engagement, there was a lot of hesitancy for that next step, that next follow-through. So we'll keep an eye on that. That'll matter more after the half switch. For now, on the CT side, there's a little bit of comfort on the defense. And we ask the questions of Liquid instead. One thing that I would love to see in this iteration of Liquid is a surging Mobs. We've seen the heights that he could be at. We saw the heights he was at in the M80 jersey and after his initial stint in G2. But it's been a little quieter. Mobs definitely going on a bit of a journey to refine himself as a player. And when he's on, he's just such an exciting guy to watch that I would really like to see that return to the forefront. Alige will be going to the back front, the back bench in this round because he's dead. He's got to watch.
Back burner?
Back burner. That's a good one.
Don't use that often.
Just walk through.
A lot of potential shooting, creating some space here. Swisher not realizing, and it's going to be an extra element to this A attack here. And he will find the kill on the rotating player there. Swisher sidelined. Still a lot to work through, though. Slack still available, but he doesn't have his weapon of choice here. The A1S still doing him justice, though. Reload and protected by Sin. 2 Germans holding things down here, and even more ground being contained here. Sin not allowing for the scale up. It's just Naf left standing, avoiding the HE for now. But won't be able to avoid this flank for long here. It's coming through quickly. JB8 just distracting, forcing him to look the wrong direction, and that's where Lake will strike. A very clean round in the finish right there for M80.
First time out taken. Early on from Liquid, so Flashy getting in on the comms, wanting to change something up here. Def getting loud for the team. Speaking of coaches, making sure that Liquid hears him. And interesting here that this is all Flashy talking. Now Shui starts to get a word in, but the first 25 seconds of that was all Flashy.
It's not bad ideas to open things up, right? Shui getting in that position, really effective and has a lot of potential, just couldn't get up towards the catwalk as they were hoping for, especially without Slaxon and Op. You are hoping for a little bit more ground to gain in that direction, but couldn't close the distance. And whatever was called out here, it's heading in towards B, and it might be quick. Smoke's already down for doors, and the counter utility coming through here to try and delay as much as possible. JBA with a spray down, multi-kill provided. HE to blow open the smoke, and a bit of patience from Liquid before they make a move. But another HE tossed in is going to open up vision for Ultimate to offer the punish. With a fast flank here, Swisher is keeping his pedal to the metal here. And this might be the element of surprise. There's 2 very low HP bars. It is protected, but losing the bomb planter, it leaves Shui stuck in the back of the site.
Yeah, well worth the trade. Well worth it. And now it's the German duo to work their way back in towards the site. The bomb's so close to them that Shui has to be the one to take the initiative. Has to be the one to make the move. He's got a flashbang. The perfect flash here. could win this round.
Oh, they're moving.
But they won't give them the opportunity to play off of each other, take the momentum themselves, and that is M80 again.
Well handled right there, as you said, taking the initiative, not allowing for Shui to make the next move. Had a little bit of an unknown quantity with how silent that round was that he could have potentially split, but Swisher pushing past that smoke and finding the multi-kill is everything. That is a very clear indicator of what M80 were talking about yesterday. They are loud and proud of just about every round and every opportunity here now. That is a burst of energy we didn't get out of them yesterday. Didn't have a lot of potential for it, right? Legacy handled them.
Maybe more to the credit of Legacy at this point. I mean, certainly didn't show quite nicely, but maybe we have to give them even more of their flowers.
Well, they might be in the playoffs here soon. Up 10-1 or 10-3, and
yeah, they're smoking Astralis right now. Starting to think Legacy might just be seasonal, you know?
Yeah.
Oh boy, Sin is in his season. He's in bloom right now. And the flowers smell sweet if you're in an M80 jersey. At least a little something of an answer back from Elige, but this round's a non-starter.
Had no chance to break ground there towards the long duels. Quick spray down, even blinded up there. There's limited room for error when you got that choke point held together. And M80 limited casualties in that round here. It's going to bolster up the bank account for them. You're going to get another gun round here out of Liquid. I believe this is the first time Ultimate's going to be wielding an op. And he tries for a B pick. That gets met by a smoke HE to blow it open. JBA playing close around it with an MP9.
Look at this from Swisher. Oh, he gave a footstep. Oh. He gave a footstep. Shui's hurt him.
Oopsie.
Now they know it's a skirmish on both sides, but Lake's here for the lower players. They're dumping util, and the CTs get away with it.
Oh, and in a big way there. He took it down damage.
All right, so they get something out of this. It didn't quite go to plan. It's not what they were hoping for. They would have loved some kills and some control. But they'll take the nade damage and not losing anybody.
I mean, considering that small little misstep from Swisher, the fact that that doesn't get punished is a relief in its own right. The fact that they walk away with an advantage is even nicer. A minute on the clock here left for Liquid to make a move up catwalk. That's their goal. That's their intention. They're going to slowly take that space here. Try and manipulate as much as possible here. But yeah, there's ground being gained here towards the long doors. And Sin, who's 8-1 right now, how far does he want to make a move?
They've been coaxed back from this cat play. We're hitting 35 seconds. They have no information.
He's going.
They really don't have much of anything to light the way, so they're going to throw the tunnel smokes in mid, and that's going to give Sin the opportunity to strike. He catches the one. He sees everything. Just doesn't want to give up his life. Elige, frustration creeping through as that flank comes in, but they've just been stalled out. They've got 20 seconds. Shui has to get this bomb on towards the site. The tunnel player is gone. That means it's all Shui. And Slacks knows he just has to buy time, just has to stay alive, dropping that C4. Next customer up to the fray. 6, 5, 4. Oh, 3 comes off of it. Expects the player close, and there's the round gone. Mobs, yes, he caught the kill. He was right. He needed to pull off the bomb. But the round itself denied.
Just a quick move right there, throwing that flashbang and getting out of dodge there, knowing if he's either going to get that kill or we're going to win the round. If he's off the bomb, and it's Slacks holding the line there with that extra frag is everything. Second timeout call. You saw the frustration in Liquid's face, especially in Elise right there, who's the unfortunate casualty of that fast flank from Sin. That long side being overlooked as the mid to B smokes come on. And that's the cue for Sin to activate. As soon as those mid to B smokes are tossed, he is instantly sprinting top of mid for that connection. And it just creates so much chaos in the comms there for Liquid.
Simple something, jump spot, putting the pieces together here.
I need to turn my volume up. You're catching these comms. They just sound like whispers to me. But then the gunshots are a little too loud and the screams are a little too loud. And I just don't know.
You got tender little ears, I understand.
Yeah.
These are the risks we must take to glean little droplets of information.
Yeah.
Got to quench my thirst for knowledge.
That is fair.
Try and read what they're bringing into these rounds. I mean, this one looks pretty vanilla, so I don't think they're doing anything too crazy.
Try and set up Malbs here, try and work the catwalk control. Maybe have a little bit more emphasis on the long flank if it is a mid to B. Make sure that Sin doesn't get away with the same thing, but have well-placed HE onto one of those rifles that you love to see there. Just 50 damage taken off the shoulders of Malbs, making his entry path a little bit more tricky. Right now the pathway is very clear up catwalk. And a molly to stall them out. They're going through it.
Back to the Cosm. They're going. They're braving it. Catches them off guard. Naf, that's a hell of an entry. That's a bomb plan, all but guaranteed. Naf takes out the long player as well. And it's a good round to be a Naffer because that's just sealed the deal on this. M80 have lost their appetite. The Deagles continue to ring out. All headshots all the way. 4 shots fired, 4 kills collected. And Swisher wondering where the hell his team's gone.
Just left scratching his head, man. What is that round? The Liquid needed a surge of energy as they've been silenced.
That's got to get the good vibes flowing. Come on now.
It's got to. It's got to lead to something special here. If that was ever a catalyst to get loud, to build up a little bit of energy, and put M80 in their place, it's got to be around like that.
I mean, it's not going to be Naf popping off. Come on now.
Yeah, yeah.
Never going to be Naf popping off.
Nice shot. It was a nice shot. A couple of them. Oh my goodness.
Didn't even flinch. Didn't even change expression.
Naf, after he just hit a nasty 2K, saved his teammates from any more despair in this T side early.
Sin looks like he wants to rub his eyes out of his head. You hear the sounds of the nice on the other side. So there's something about if they don't take cat, there's something that they can do in the M80 response. Any lip readers in the chat? Let us know what you got. We'll compare notes. By the end of this game, we'll have assembled a whole strap book.
I heard something about going into pit. Seemed more like a question, though, than a solution. Early priority on taking along once again here for M80. And Liquid are moving fast through lower tons. Gonna try and get catwalk again. In a big pressure point, Liquid have loved to push on. And it's been Slacks a lot of times without Nop that has had to deal with that pressure.
Scout just doesn't quite have the same move. Sin with response util to try and keep them contained. Mid players get pushed back. Meanwhile, M80 take control towards tunnels. So this is the change-up play. They get aggressive here towards B. Is this going to be checked? Oh, they're jumping into this. Now it is, certainly. And Naf anticipates the second, but not quite enough. JBA able to trade it and able to put them on notice.
See if Liquid want to speed anything up off the back of that, right? You see JBA working his way through tunnels, and he dealt with the other B presence. But they're not interested in rushing the issue here. Instead, they're still focused on catwalk, and Swisher elevates for the frag. More presence here on the A side, but Malbs will hand out a quick headshot for that. And they have to rely on another Sin's flank, but yeah, this is no resistance left here.
What are you going to do? A wounded Swisher in CT. Sin lighting the way with a 5-7, jumping around the corner. Try and get some information. It's Swisher to creep out. Might be able to create the window.
All stuck on the site right now.
He's hoping that they create some space for his ultimate on the line, and there's nothing doing here. The AWP makes its presence felt on this Liquid side. And we've got a game now, folks.
There you go. There's the energy coming through from Liquid right there. You definitely feel it as the relief comes in. Knowing that the economy's broken on the other end of the side as well. Look at this headshot from Malbs. A quick target, dealing with Slax' scout before he even gets a chance to pop a shot off. One flashbang. Gonna be sent out towards long for a little bit of ground to try and take Shui on, but not as effective as he would have hoped, and they're just gonna run into the meat grinder here. 5 quick duels won by Liquid. And M80 kind of knew their fate in that round.
Gotta be feeling good if you're shooting. Picking up a 4K, always nice. Even if it's a little bit more of a straightforward one. But now it's the business.
Ooh, Ultimate looking for a play. Trying to give himself a better angle to fight towards the middle. He wants to tussle with Slacks, but Slacks not present in this exchange. So one-sided beef here as Malbs works his way out long, and definitely one-sided in his favor there before Swisher is able to track his target through the smoke.
The problem here is somebody's going to have to go all the way back up to recover the bomb. It was left outside of long.
That's a bit of
I don't know if the protocol idea was for Malbs to take that space and then come back for it, but right now they're going very far in towards A, and they don't have this in for.
It's going to have to be NAF if they actually make a move up catwalk, and they are. So it's a long road before they can even get that bomb planted, but they're going to call it away from that A play. Just wanted to threaten it a little bit, bait out some utility, and it's mission accomplished in that sense. Still got to set an end goal here, and it's going to be a boost above the smoke here for the CT side. Into the way forward. A little bit of vision here for Shui to knock him off the post.
That's not the result you were hoping for M80, and now they know they've got the presence out towards long because no one came looking for that bomb, and they know they got the initial defender. It's a calculated risk here from Liquid, but they gained the space rapidly, and Lake has to hold the line. Able to do so, JBA shuts down middle, and what was looking so very good for a moment is coming apart at the seams. 25 seconds to try and put this one together. Lake under threat, but do they expect the player Gandalf? No. So Sin can capitalize, and Elige no health, no time. And a flank quickly encroaching from long. Shots will land. JBA confirms the round.
Oh. Didn't get the up. Slacks is actually, he's been missing that gun here for the majority of the half. He really wanted a chance. It's on your screen. I mean, you immediately called that out as well. He was screaming it.
You know, he's just been thinking as soon as the opera died, he's like, all right, where was the op? Where was the op? Where is the op? Please, please, give me a scope.
Heard it from across the screen there from Elige as well. Screaming for that AWP, but won't have it for the last round of half. Instead, gonna have to deal with the rifle. And they're gonna have to deal with a man disadvantage here. We'll see how Slacks works with that A1S. He lines up a lot. It does a lot of damage there. So still making do with the tools that he has.
If he has an op, he gets that first kill, but I don't think he gets the second. So, you know, make it with what you got.
Oh, he didn't get the second.
Couple
of did do damage.
Chasing to lower here. Look at this. Oh, no. They go for the box instead. Could have been pretty deadly onto ultimate.
JBA's playing outside the site right now, so this could be an open target here. Caught with utility out in hand. JBA not able to get his gun out in time. Quick punish from Naf, who is going to get dealt with late. Door smoke coming through, but Shui takes that as a window of opportunity here and a man advantage. And only the 2 Germans left here to try and save M80. Give them an 8th round.
Language swap activated. Retake mode enabled. Oh, all right, yes, Slacks, who needs an op? Who needs an op? Come on now, still dealing out laser beams. And now they're focused.
Oh my God.
Locking on the tunnel player. That gives him the space, and there we go. Retake mode activated indeed. All smiles for JBA, and the lead secured for M80 as we head to the break. Dive into the second half here of Dust 2. M80 double up the scoreline of Liquid. But now Liquid on the defense might be able to get something going here. A few frisky retakes out from that M80 side, keeping things interesting on Dust. And a reminder that this is Liquid's map pick, so they would very much like to get back into the action, and a pistol would go a long way to doing that.
See if they can keep this one competitive here. Again, their map picks have gone missing. Don't really have a home turf for themselves. So hoping to find a little bit more ground here on Dust 2. And the first half didn't go as they had hoped here, especially in that last round, that retake coming through. Providing some serious support here for M80 on this T side. They are walking into a good setup here. Liquid are at the ready with a whole lot of counter utility for this cat execute that is inevitable. It's coming their way. Lee's going to have a lot to do to deal with the pressure here, but he loses his teammate quickly. Is able to hold the line with the help from Malbs, with the long flank coming through. It leaves Elise dancing inside the site and overwhelmed.
Dooley's on deck.
Ooh, that's a bomb.
Ultimate coming back in with that bomb now dropped in vision. You've got 4 pistols pointed the way of this C4. They're going to try and recover, but it's headshots required, and that's exactly what they'll get. Who needs a bomb after all?
How do they make that work? The double dualies on the headshot angle feels perfect. With the bomb in your control, it forces him to fight forward. But they're able to land the headshots to seal things up in the end. And the collapse comes through, eliminates the threat of Elige by just simply overrunning him. I don't know, that feels like a pistol that Liquid really couldn't afford to lose. Now I've got to make things work with a full eco here. They're prioritizing the gun rounds. So they're going to see rifles early at the very least, but definitely limits the threat that this round could provide. Got upper tons control. You got long control here for the T side, though. JBA just sitting outside of tunnels right now, hoping for an overextension. That's a good molly. Gonna tick a little bit of damage onto ultimate, but he'll stay safe, and with the element of surprise, could do some damage here. He's getting checked, though. That's great diligence done on a round like this. And all the kills coming to fruition there. Malbs and his Deagle. Always good for a little bit of damage. Why not some more? Why not make this one possible here now?
Oh my goodness, he knew exactly where he was going to be. That was, I mean, straight up calling the shot. All right, they're taking A. I know where JBA is coming from. I need this kill if I'm going to go for the retake. Still, if they don't give him a fight, there should be very little that Moms can actually do about this, and he knows it. Trying to call him out, trying to put shots through the box.
Pygmy Swisher.
No one's giving him an inch. It'll be Sin eventually to bring in the kill, but that's the respect these guys have for their former teammate. No eager peeking against that Deagle. They felt it sting a few too many times themselves.
In their favor. And they already felt the sting right there with those 2 pickups that he got, but as you said, just not giving him the challenge. That's a ridiculous shot on the ramp presence, and reach the next point of contact, but still 2 more pieces to chew through, and the respect was certainly shown. Rifles out, as I said. A1S is coming through into the mix. Decent bit of utility for the CT side, and Alicia's hoping for a spam. I think a boost up. Just an HE option right now. That's on the money. Lake taken down to half HP. Molly forcing them into a forward fight, though. Takes away the escape plan, and it hurts quite a bit! They ran back into it trying to escape. 20 HP for Shui. Ultimate goes down to half.
I think they got nervous. There was some sort of setup coming in to punish. And to be fair, I'd be nervous too.
It's justified, but it's a big sacrifice.
A little bit getting a mid. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it goes back to haunt them. Certainly could. As the smoke fades, Sin's gaining the ground. Looks for the entry, but Naf hangs on by a whisper. Back to the site now. It's Elige under siege. Trying to just buy time. Trying to buy time, but Swisher's collecting his teammates as they try and...
Oh, great flash.
And what a moment to find it. Mid player dealt with. It's all just Swisher. Has the C4, has 44 seconds, wants to catch this player off guard, leaves it just to Elige, dancing through the door. He's running out of bullets, and Swisher has just enough.
Enough in the tank right there, and a necessary round for Liquid to win. Just dwindles right in front of Alicia's eyes. As he's the last man standing in that round as one of the B anchoring presence, the one that took the early contact there as well, is somehow only left into the 1v1, and Swisher just able to win out that head-to-head.
Magic moment from Swisher. Dynamic.
We've seen a big upward trend for Swisher throughout this year. Been having one of his best seasons right now for himself, which is interesting when you look at, you know, the step back that he had, and I think entering into more of that role player environment that he's been going for. But right now he's been able to be the star of the show for M80 in some of these events, and clutch like that gonna matter so much in building up that confidence even further, and denying a Liege, I'd say, is in a definite downward trend. This has been one of his toughest years.
Denying Liquid the chance to get into this game, right? Now it's full desperation stations on this round. Lots of limitations, but they cannot afford to wait any longer, and Sin has just erased mobs from this server. Jumping around the corner with the MAC-10. That one is gonna sting. And so there are 4 players standing between Liquid and watching a map point hit the board on their own map pick.
There's only 1 player on the B-bomb side as well, and that's where they're heading. Is a problem here. How's the FAMAS up against 4? He's gonna get help though. There's a pretty shifty rotate coming through in ultimate. He only has a scout. Can he get there in time? It doesn't seem like it. And he lands a tag, but not the frag.
At this point, I know it's desperation. It has to be. It has to be. It's the discipline call, and now they are, in fact, backing away. But you've already got Lake trying to threaten. The question is, does Lake want to risk giving them an AK, right? Because he knows their buy is so strung out, so rough right now, that actually giving them the opportunity at AK might be more of a help than a hindrance.
Yeah, I mean, understandable. We've shown a little bit of reserve. And this is the concern that I was highlighting here, that where Liquid don't really have a home turf. Their map picks have been just desperate for them. And this is another example of it. Again, in those last 4 series in between Atlanta and IEM Rio as well, you have gotten maximum 5 rounds on your map selection.
That's brutal.
That's over 4 series. And this could be a continuation of that trend right now if they just get shut out in this next one. They've tried a couple Ancients. Those didn't go your way. You're now trying a couple of Dust 2s. And it could be back-to-back 13-4s ahead of them.
Fast play. They're going for the dagger. Going for the knockout blow. Incendiary comes in, which will slow this down for a moment, but M80 really just want to get this done with. And Nap's going to swing in straight to his death. It's a MAC-10 to do it as well. Lake providing the entries. Elige swings into the fray, and he's able to slip back out the window. So he keeps them fighting at the very least, keeps this possibility in their minds. And Swisher harassing and harrying and finding the kill. Ultimate will not be coming as part of the reinforcements. So it's a 3-on-4 retake with a flank from Swisher, fast encroaching.
Recycled utility, smokes in for doors and windows. I mean, what do you do here? You just have limited utility as well.
They need a hero. They need an absolute hero. Who's going to rise to the occasion? It won't be Shue. Trying to create space for his team. It all falls to mobs, and this is hopeless. This is dire. This is devastation. Bullets harassing him. They're chasing. No more respect being shown. This one's done, and M80 know it. It's just a matter of letting the last few seconds slip off the clock. Dust 2 is their domain. Liquid's woes continue.
Oh boy, yeah, that is terrifying stuff there. Liquid not really able to show the energy. Had some life in them in that first half with a little bit of back and forth, but man, M80 coming through with the dominant shutdown.
I think he's wishing he could hit that right now. I think he's wishing he could hit that one right about now. Man, that one's gonna sting. So many frustrating moments there for Liquid. Clutches lost, retakes lost, man disadvantages, man advantages lost. I mean, if you consider the rounds that they actually did win, they won 4 rounds, and one of those came off of crazy Deagle entries onto A from now.
That was the only really bright spot there.
Just few and far between on the bright spots. Very little to work with here. We're going to be headed into an Inferno, and this is a Liquid team that is just craving something, anything positive to go their way.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown number 1. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown number 1.
Atlanta. Big event for you guys. Big test for Cologne.
You ready?
I mean, I'd say so. I think that we need wins at this event and in Shanghai before the major. Otherwise, we're not going to have any events next season. So every single match is super important for us.
Super important for you. Does it add any pressure that it's on quote unquote home turf?
No, I don't think so. I think that the pressure is pretty much equal everywhere since, like I said, every game is important for us to even attend events next season.
That's fair enough. You know, you're in a interesting situation in that regard. In terms of the lead up to the tournament, boot camp, practice, how it's been going?
I think practice has been going pretty well. I think that we've been hunkering down on things that we've been needing to talk about and trying to get more on the same page. I think that we've been playing better, so now we just got to show it here in the match.
That's the thing, you know, one thing is playing good in practice and another one is transferring that into the games. Has that been difficult for you guys, or is it, you know, just a case of, you know, developing as a team and getting to know each other?
Well, I'd say in the beginning, like when I joined, we were like insane at practice, but like I don't think that we've been improving the same way that we have been before as we have been in the last like couple weeks since Rio. I think that we've actually been focusing on like the actual issues, like the more root issues of like understanding like how we want to like play certain situations and play like in general. And I think that it's been helpful for us a lot. We've been doing like a lot more theory of like how we want to play more rounds, more review instead of just spamming more games.
Okay, and I have a question for you because I'm super interested in now watching your mouse, and I know you're one of the players that nerd a lot about, you know, stuff like that. Try to tell me what this kind of custom grip is all about, because you have like different custom things added to your mouse, right?
Well, honestly, I just try to put as much grip as possible on it because my hands get sweaty, and I think ever since 2018, putting grips on my mouse like has just helped a lot more, because like a lot of times like I'd be like playing and then I'd have to like do this to like, you know, just get the sweat off, and I'd actually even die because of it sometimes. So it just makes me feel a lot more confident.
Okay, and I'm looking at your screen, your crosshair as well. That's not your crosshair, no?
That's not it, yeah. That's just the video settings one.
Okay. What are you saying?
You should ask him about the mouse pad that he's been testing out.
I was just about to say the mouse pad, John.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to use the desk now. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I've actually been testing like a new mouse pad, but the airline lost my luggage. And I don't like rolling up my mouse pad, so I might have to. I'm going to get a temporary mouse pad probably until it arrives.
I'll just use the desk, you know. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Desk isn't too bad, yeah. That's not too bad.
All right, best of luck with it, John. You show up to IEM Atlanta, mega important tournament, and dare I say it, one of your star players show up without a mouse pad. As a leader for your team, how does that make you feel?
I mean, a lot of lost confidence now, you know. He has to play on the table. Very unfortunate.
Is that a kickable offense in your opinion?
No, never.
No?
No.
Back in my days, I think it would have been.
No, it's fine. These days you can play on anything, right? You can play on glass, table, wood, whatever you wish, you know? So as long as he performs.
As long as he performs. You don't have any grip on your mouse? Is that you're not a sweaty player?
No, I don't know. It's I just play, honestly. Yeah.
Try not to think too much, right?
Yeah, that's my main goal with gear. Is like I just try not to think too much about it. Probably this mouse pad is a little bit old. I don't know, but yeah, I just try to plug and play.
If it works, it works. Now for the tournament, obviously, you guys need some sort of result. As John said, you need to win some games if you want to play tournaments next year as well. So how important is it for you as a team to go in here and have a great showing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the tournaments we played throughout this year were very important no matter what to us, because we've always been on the line of reaching the next tournament. So any tournaments is important for us. I think now we have to really step up and prove that we can play at a high level again, especially for the next year, because obviously the tournaments will matter next year and we need to get invited to them. So yeah, every game matters for us, and it's a very important job.
Very important job. Now, part of winning games is first and foremost showing up, and I count 4 players here. Where's the last guy?
I mean, just like Alicia's mouse pad, you know, it didn't show up today, unfortunately. No, he had a canceled flight, so he's going to show up a little bit later, but hopefully he does show up.
Okay, is he important, or can you win 4v5 if needed be?
I think Mario is very important, actually. You know, when he puts on his Super Mario performance, then he can win the game by himself. So hopefully he's gonna come.
Well, let's count on that. Thank you so much. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking to Lake, talking about the schedule and bringing everything together. I mean, for you,
you're having to commit, I imagine, a lot of time over in the US side of things. The travel and getting your scrapbook organized and everything, do you find it actually has to differ in order to succeed either in the US or in Europe?
I think since we haven't played that many tournaments this year, right? But yeah, of course, I think in NA you can keep it more simple. But I think especially when we play back-to-back tournaments, which in this case this year we haven't yet so much, you got to keep it more, you got to mix it up more, I think, usually. And now we just kind of play tournaments, smaller tournaments also. We have a few breaks in between. So yeah, just a lot of time to focus on ourselves. And I hope we come now to our first big event this year and show what we practiced.
Yeah, I was saying I wanted the US audience to be behind you guys, but it's not entirely the case. So you got to come over from, doing academy work with Big and then trying out the in-game leader role and then, ending up in this situation. I think what I was surprised about learning about you was that you actually had a lot of ideas, even just coming into M82, that you had, this ethos that you wanted to bring forward. How's that evolved over the generations and, as the roster has continued to develop?
Oh, now we're going way back. It's been now a bit more than 2 years, I think. And I also re-signed my contract with the boys, so I'm just really happy. We have so much freedom in this team, both for the players and also for me. I can just also fully, all my ideas, I can share them with people and just play our game. And yeah, I think it's just been constantly developing ourselves. We had some player changes, and I think now we had a nice stable lineup where we're just gonna work on for the future. And yeah, I think especially in this lineup now, we had to start from the beginning a bit more, include Josh in our lineup and just teach him all the things that we thought he might knew already, but maybe didn't learn in his old teams. And yeah, it's amazing. We have now a stable core and we are just working hard, and yeah.
All right, just last question before I go. The quality of teams that you play at these tier 2 tournaments in EU, do you find that they're less organized, they're more chaotic? Because I feel like it's such a grind nowadays that things feel more random than ever before.
Yeah, I think for us at least, I wouldn't say we have an easier time versus better opponents, but I think we definitely, because these are the teams we watch the most, we watch their demos, so we kind of try to have a structured game as well. So we just watch a lot of them, and then when we hit a bit more younger teams, bit more teams who just play with full confidence, who don't care so much maybe, especially at these smaller lands, it just means we got to focus more on ourselves. And I think this is the biggest thing we learned in the last tournaments. And yeah, we try to keep our C game or B- game up. And if we do that, I think because we definitely have the highs, but it's just about lowering our base level. So that's what we focus on a lot. And yeah.
Gotta lower that base game. Raise the floor, not raise the roof. That's the question for M80. And right now, I'd gotta say, whether they're at their floor or their roof, whatever part of the building they're in is looking dang nice compared to where Liquid are sitting.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty right now on the side of M80. That was a statement win right there on Dust 2. Had just about everything going in their way, right? They had some great rotations. When they needed to, they were able to pick up some nice retakes, and you saw, how quick the communication was to shut things down. They made easy work on Dust 2 here, and now they got their map selection of Inferno. Did highlight that I do think we didn't get the best M80 yesterday, but today they're coming through shouting. They're bringing energy into the server here. They are cleaning up a lot of those key mistakes that we were seeing yesterday. And again, I think they've really taken the time to patch things up here between day 1 and day 2.
We really just didn't see those hitches that we were getting in that first match, right? Where it's like, okay, we have the initial idea and now we're kind of stuttering to get to the second part of whatever the plan was, right? I think, everything's better when you're coming in with momentum. You're coming in off of a strong first half, then you get the pistol, well, then things start to flow better. Everyone's feeling the flow state, everyone's feeling like they know what they're doing, and it was just pretty evident in the server. I think one moment that's sticking in my mind is that 2-on-3 retake of the B site with the two Germans coming in, Slacks and Sin, playing really beautifully off of each other. that those kind of moments weren't happening when we saw them playing yesterday. So to me, that's just a world of difference. And meanwhile, I don't think Liquid are in a whole new world. I think they're in a whole new nightmare, to be quite frank. And Inferno, I don't know. Based on what we were seeing on Dust 2, I didn't see a lot of positives to build on to change my opinion. So I think Liquid need to change what we're seeing, need to change their own belief pretty dang quickly here.
I did have a lot of rough stats for Liquid's map selection, but the opponent's map picks, they seem to be a little closer. So maybe that's something to look forward to for
that's the silver lining.
Liquid fans out there, that they usually do better on their opponent's map pick, at least in these last couple of events. So we'll see if that remains true as well. They would love to get off to a nice start.
I think honestly,
as you said, the momentum has been flowing.
For a Liquid fan, they'll just take like a lining, anything. How does JBA get that turn? Whatever silver linings you're finding, they're tarnished right now because JBA has just ruined the setup for Liquid. They had exactly the spot to deal with him, and it just didn't matter. Sure, he at least gets a nade kill, but this one's over. This one is done. The bomb's planted. Okay, Ultimate opens up the possibility. He opens up the possibility that something happens here. Malbs has to wait for his teammate to get around. He's looking for some isolated fights in towards the pit player. Spots him, reveals his location, and getting that little bit of chip damage onto Swisher. Forces him to tuck in a bit more. The Ultimate doesn't even look like he's going for this.
Smoking a flashbang to get in, but yeah, you're right. They've given this one up. Interesting. Malbs has the best prize here of utility and armor. Ultimate would love to send one packing, if that's a possibility. How? I actually can't believe it. 2 kills to the bomb. That's nice.
Look, I'm not going to say it was a likely retake.
It was better than what we just saw.
To not even try?
Yeah. I mean, Ultimate on the exit didn't even get it. This is ridiculous. I mean, there's no business with that right there. JBA finding a double right there. I mean, shots are just vanishing in thin air for Liquid. He faced 4 guns and apartments right there.
Well, okay. Liquid going for the force buy here.
Oh, no.
We got an MP9, we got an MP7, we got a Malbs dead already, and the B site's lost. And this force buy, you get pulled the plug on. It's going down the train. It's over.
A little committed.
20 seconds, it's over. Done. At least Liquid are likely going to be able to save 4 and try again.
Oh.
They will save 3 and try again.
Okay. They get an upgrade. So there's a chance to pick up that MP9 and that MP7. If they're so inclined, a smoke for bottom banana would help them get there.
That was a blink and you miss it round.
I mean, Malbs missed the whole round because he was flashed the whole time. he got flashed at the top of banana. He was running into a brick wall in that position, trying to escape in towards CT, but was so blind that he couldn't even see where he was going.
Terrorists win.
See this again. Look at where he's at. He's thinking he's running in towards CT. He's gonna find safety. Maybe they can play the exit game. No. He's in pool, unfortunately.
The geometry has betrayed him. It's never good to be blind in a pool. I hear that is a little bit of a concern.
That would be terrifying.
Smokes up, a little bit of utility behind it this time, and Malbs is dead once again. But Shuey gets a trade. Shuey gets another. Shuey making this a little bit more competitive. They're still going to concede the bomb plant off the rip. It's still going to be a very limited retake, but it's a 2-on-2. Shuey, the captain of the squad, trying to kick some life into his teammates. Might just have done it.
I mean, there's the only chance you got right here. I mean, the fact that he gets 3 is already massive. Can they make anything else happen? Shutting up some utility here, trying to delay this retake as long as possible. Ultimate going to lead the charge with a 5-7 in hand. Crossfire in the back of the site, and they find both kills quickly. And that spark is going to be ignited the rest of the team to close things down. Shui's 3K made good on. With time to defuse right there.
Here we go. Shui he pulled out the defibrillator. He slapped those stickers up on Liquid's chest. And he pushed the button. Shot some electricity into them. That's got to get them going. He's getting loud as well. He's trying to pump some energy into the comms. Needs somebody to pick up the torch now. His teammates did in that one. But the question is, can they avoid the immediate reset? They've got an op out on ultimate. They've got money to spare here because that was the limited buy, because it was the eco that they had saved for the previous round. Now, what can they do with it here?
A lot of SMG kills from Shui as well. They build up a decent bank account. Got to be the start of something good here. Ready with some utility for Banana, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be HEs in order here. Going to let him take control here first. Swisher does a good job of evading that util. Second HE tossed in, and it's going to go full on empty hands here. It's a nice block of the smoke, though, for Elige. Limit access with the molly to back it up. He's taking a confident duel there, but doesn't want to re-peek into the angle. A missed shot from ultimate puts the pressure on this A side big time.
Utility's just about gone here for M80. We got a smoke and 2 flashes to try and make whatever take happen. Can re-smoke Moto and go for this, but the bomb's committed. Up towards the one-time hay cart.
I've took a lot of damage crossing back in towards that site, so that reposition got to be worth it. Boost up. We'll see if Shui predicts it. Is he going to clear it? Good enough for the kill. AK scooped up for Sid. Double swing in. And Eli's going to keep things positive for his team. He wants more, though, it seems. And Slacks is going to provide him that access here. Another frag coming through from Elige. Big multi. Ultimate on the post. Is not able to adjust there. Swisher drops him. Low HP on the site for Naf. He's going to fall. It's just Elige. And Swisher tears through 3.
Swisher be swishing in this one. And now Mobs needs to crack his goose egg. It's a laser beam into the mini pit first, but JPA doesn't need to give him a fight. Mobs can only afford to tap away for so long. There's Galil in front of him. He knows where they both are. There's the headshot. There's the haircut, but there is no stopping Swisher in this.
Every clutch from Michael Swisher Schmidt.
Every clutch from Mike. Indeed.
I feel like he's
so
talking to
calm.
me.
Is that how you're looking like in the server there?
God, I wish.
Seen a couple Mike clutches. I don't know if you're lasting long enough in the rounds for that to happen.
Few and far between, my friend. Few and far between. But it's okay. I get to enjoy Swishers. He does our name good. That was just ridiculous. I mean, just the precision, the aim. You touched on it last map that Swisher has really seen a renaissance in his individual form in this team. It's something really cool to see. I actually want to harken back to a conversation I had with Malbs way back when he first left this roster, which is that M80 had a decision to make, right? Which was who's going to take Mobs' roles. How were they going to do that? How were they going to replace him? And the decision they ultimately wound up making was they went out and got Lake. And they put Lake into a lot of Mobs' position, pretty 1-for-1. And they did a lot of featuring around Lake, right? At the time, when I was talking to Mobs on his way into G2, he said he actually thought they should have given the roles to Swisher and given him more resources. Because we've seen the mechanical ability from Swisher before, but he's played a lot of sacrificial roles. Speaking of sacrifices, Ultimate almost burns himself on a sacrificial pyre there. And eventually, the man we're talking about, Swisher, comes right through. Maul's trying to chase that kill back, gets caught by the MAC-10, and it's another disastrous start for Liquid.
Trying to force the issue on the holding this banana side, and they just get bested. Utility phenomenal to keep Ultimate top at bay. Takes him down to 19 HP, and he re-swings into the angle. That is easy pickings. As you said, Mal was just hopeful that that flash was good enough, but not the case.
I mean, it certainly blinded Swisher. Problem was, there was another guy.
There's always that other guy there. Swisher and the Lake, those two that you mentioned. So often the case when a new guy comes on the block there, especially for Lake, who was very inexperienced, to hop in there and be given the trust that M80 gave.
I mean, Lake was genuinely a Launder's Land
like
discovery.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, advanced player, I think, at the time.
He lit up a Launder's Land and was on M80 within months.
Yep.
If that's not NACS, I don't know what is. And I mean, clearly it's paid off. He has more than made good on the potential they saw in him.
I think history shows that it can be a big mistake in not really giving opportunities to those new guys. Think of, I mean, in this case, like Nix, who's kind of a similar example, but also seems pretty comfortable in the anchoring positions. Sometimes if you're the new guy, you just get given the worst roles and you just got to perform. Happened with Grim.
It is always that philosophical conversation, right? It's like, do we keep our existing players comfortable, or do we try and make the new guy as comfortable as possible in a jump up in competition? And I mean, conveniently for M80 at the time, everybody did stay in their roles, and Lake slotted in nicely to the roles they were trying to fill. Those just happened to be spotlight roles.
When you're in the spotlight, you got to rise to the occasion. He was able to provide that.
You got to do a little dance.
Mm-hmm.
Little pirouette. Now imagine Lake in a 2-2 in ballet flats. I think he could rock it.
Yeah. He'd be willing.
I don't know about that, but I think he can pull it off.
He'd do it for the skit.
Someone get
Next
ready.
season of Pro League, we'll get on that.
We can make this happen. Somebody get writing. Okay, what do we have to work with here for Liquid?
Still got a good buy up here.
It's a partial as well, right? So they're going to presumably have a buy into the next. It's Mobs is going to be perhaps a little bit more limited. But Ultimate needs to show us why they've prioritized this AWP.
Yeah, he's been trying to force some duels here. Not as successful as he would hope. Set up an HE to try and blow open the smoke there. Ultimate taking a little bit more of a passive approach in this case. And now he's going to start to step forward. Has a flashbang ready. And that molly comes through just in the nick of time. But he still is able to work around the angles. And Mobs is going to burn in the flames.
This time I think they bought him the fireproof boots. Much better. Well, he eats a nade afterwards, so not so much healthier. But he was for a moment.
But he's still got full control of Banana, so this is going to allow everyone else to keep their positions on A. And needing that access here, they run into two rifles at the ready, Elish and Naf. This dynamic duo keeping things fully contained here. It's just Sin left, dwindling away on HP. They're going to look to chase a small lineup, but not going to be able to complete the mission there. And Liquid are able to capitalize.
Now that's more like it for Liquid. A little bit of a different look there with the awning setup with a player high-low. Catch them off guard. Ultimate gets his initial pick, stays alive, which means they want to stay away from that op presence. That one goes to plant. That's the way they drew it up. That's the way that's supposed to work. Another buy here, but it's a lot of Galils.
Breath of fresh air. It's a lot of Galils for sure. Prioritizing that utility. Swisher not even going for head Kevlar so you can buy that extra util. They have intended here so far. Not connecting on as much damage here on the T side with that util as they have in the past. And of course, Mal's going to continue to fight for this space on Banana.
Oh, look at this. They know the ops on the other side because of the nade pop, or at least they make an educated guess. So they take the presence towards lane. I like that as a response. They don't ultimately decide to carry it up all the way, but it's an interesting concept for it in terms of a reaction. Smoke on the half wall. Going to allow Mobs to stick around here. He wants to get close to this, and they're going to come his way.
Walk through.
Oh, Mobs lasers onto the first. Knows that there's potentially more coming through, but they don't have a flashbang poised for it, so they hesitate. And now Mobs slinks forward, not one to give ground. Slide into top car here. And they will quickly realize. I think his silencer might have betrayed him there. That wood panel affords you very little cover indeed, but there's still 2 players here to defend, including Ultimate on this op. 30 seconds. They have to go for it. Smoke to push him off. He's going to commit. He's going to press forward. He's playing the edge of this, and he makes good on it. Indeed. Able to slip away. He's done his damage. Now it's up to Shuey, who also delivers. Slips back into the new box as the flames fade. Swisher goes high and lays a couple low.
Gets refreshed on that rifle as well. Slack's going to need to do more heavy lifting, though. He's got himself a low HP for Elise, but he gets plucked off the post right there. Ultimate able to stretch out for that frag, and now it's all on the shoulders of Slacks, but he's still able to find the frag on a NAF. It's just Ultimate with the op out, trying to find an angle. Jiggles coming through. He didn't catch the visual. And so Slack's going to fall. Ultimate delivers once again. And is going to buy Liquid more life here.
Now that's the Ultimate we've been waiting for. That's the Ultimate making his presence known. The last couple of rounds really starting to come to bear. This is the Ultimate that Liquid would like to see a whole lot more of. He's shown the flashes. But when he's playing like this, when he's taking his space, when he's dominating his fights, when he's hitting the quick flick up onto the box, that's the Ultimate who will win your rounds. Oh, look at that. Just spotted a toe. A toe, and that was enough to go.
A little sliver there. Had a couple of tough early rounds, but the consistency in which he's had the op is going to eventually get him hot on the CT side. We know it's difficult to transition that op over towards T as well, so this is his chance to thrive on the defense right now if they want opportunities, creating that pathway. Committed setup here for Elish, not shying away from the duel of brackets, and is going to get the fight. The lineup is beautiful, but JBA does hand out a Tech 9 headshot here. Going to swing into the op, though, trying to scoop up that rifle. That'll be the end of the round for him.
Should be very little to nothing that they could do here, especially as the third player comes over. Should we just playing a little bit of contain, making sure they can't slip in towards CT.
Run boost.
Okay,
trying to throw the op off a little bit.
Makes him nervous. But he just resets. Calm, cool, collected. Again, exactly what you want to see from Ultimate here. Don't need to take any more of those fights. Let your rifles do the work. Auto smoke is gone. Do not need to engage, and so he won't. Well done there. No danger in the round for Liquid.
Nice handle right there, Ultimate. Playing that one with some good composure. M80 forced into a timeout. So they got another gun round around the corner. But they are running headfirst into this opping presence.
Hot music hits. Def very vocal in this one. Giving ideas. Giving them a couple options. Putting the wheelhouse
switching up the order.
Which one he wants to do.
Yeah, because right there you hear a little bit of first mid control, then B control, which is a little bit reverse to what they have been doing. They've been putting a lot of pressure on B early on with the util. So a switch up in the approach here.
See if that's what they do.
Potentially. Looks like
no.
Sticking to the guns. Gonna take the space on Banana. First things first. Keep mouths at bay. They're eating damage for it though. That time, it's a perfect HE target there from Shuey. Second one tossed in, not as effective, but still the damage is set in stone there.
And now we're going to get the retake set, right? There's 3 players here. So they're thinking about throwing the flashbangs to try and get back around the angle, try and retake that top car presence. Something that M80 doesn't really want to afford them. But the opportunity here is to make the move. There was a footstep. There's an audio issue. Elish knows. He's out in the bedroom. He's got one. Could be more. But he gets away. Comfortably so. Good clear from JBA. Not prepared for Elish to have stuck around. Thought he'd be running. And so Elish offsets that expectation, and that's a little extra frag. Nice nade damage. Slack's barely limping alive here. And reinforcements slipping on towards the site, but Sin catches ultimate, trying to come in to support Elige. Shuey, you better have eyes on this smoke. You better have eyes on. He does in the nick of time, but Elige gone means that bomb is being planted. This time enough, and Sin. Oh my goodness. Captain doing it all himself, battling forward, wasting no time.
That is ridiculous right there. What a bailout option from Sin. They knew they had an opportunity, a small window there onto Elige. The weakness on that A-bomb site led to some panicky rotates, and in doing so, he's able to threaten through apartments, dealing with that library presence. And there it is right there. Ultimate coming through in transition. Sin able to force the issue out and towards his site, and goes for everything else afterwards.
So fucking good, man.
Oh, fast play towards middle. Nav trying to commit. Taking a lot of damage again on this banana side here. A lot of flack for Swisher. The utility looking so much more effective, but it's sent back here, and there's a bit of call and response here. Helps doesn't give up on the smoke spam. Even though he's taken down to half HP, still holding confidently on the top of car.
This response as well, right? JBA's like, all right, I'll take the bedroom route this time. See if Elige is waiting for me. He's not. They're playing much further back. Out towards the balcony instead. Quieter start to the round than we're used to seeing. Nobody's dead yet, and we're in a minute in here, Cole.
Util damage maybe keeping both sides at bay here, but again, the A side is definitely weakened in the numbers here. Ultimate going to try and sure things up by posting his op up downrange. The timing is going to be brutal for him, though. That's when Swisher decides he wants to slink out and secure a kill. Couldn't have placed that aggression any better, but there's a nice reaction from Malbs. A double kill coming through. That's Shuey, actually, that backs him up. Malbs now picks up the AWP. Realizes Sin is stuck in the corner. Bombs down here in Banana and pushing through the smoke there. JBA risks it all.
Sin found some magic in the last. But surely this one is too much to ask. Also with an op, not his typical gun. Or is it for Elige? Neither of them will land their shots. So we got Sin on a little bit of a stealth mission.
Gonna sneak out of there and survive. That's some nice shots from Shuey and Malbs.
What's you clinking over there, Cole?
I just had some little electrolyte packet in my water, so I had a spoon inside my cup, and ended up bouncing back at me. Scared me a little bit.
Jump scare.
Yeah.
Might be a few of those coming the way of Liquid. Seems like M80 want to pick up the pace with the limited weaponry with the pistols.
Smalley slows him down.
Towards A.
Oh.
Ouch.
Been doing a great job of taking Swisher down with the util damage early. And JBA gonna risk a smoke push. This is what Nap is waiting for. Double down on the smoke push, though. Could be promising, and that leads to a quick trade. A sacrifice of the Tech 9 for Sin to once again work through apartments.
Reinforcements are here now. Re-smoke up on it. You got two players on site, one more close at hand. Going past the op. That's not exactly ideal, but Elige can capitalize. Keep his teammate alive as well. They need this kill on ultimate. Combat opping, no scoping around. Headshot has to be delivered. Sin knows he needs a reload, but he's got a minute here to play with. He'll risk the bomb plant and get away with it as well. Has to back off the incendiary, but now he knows where the last is. Swings right into the fight. This man does not back down. He does not give you any quarter. If he's got a post plant on the A site, he is brawling.
Just goes for a deadly re-swing right there. Sin does it again on this A side through apartments. Just the threat alone, this time forcing into a 1v3 with ultimate providing that no-scope. You think it's enough, but you still left Sin standing. He's going to drop everybody on Liquid. It's a scrappy bite in the half, and M80 continuing to show that clutch factor like they did on Dust 2 in some of these hard-to-deal-with rounds here. Swisher Oh, he's just got phenomenal spacing right now. Inside of the smoke. And nearing a library, hearing the rotation shift in his direction. He's going to post up on the perch. And I don't think Elige is ever going to anticipate this. How could a player get in this position? You're going to be left scratching your head. Swisher here's to rotate back towards B. So there's one confirmation there. One less player to worry about on the A side. Now no one left to worry about. Swisher just wins the round outright.
Oh, and he'll just keep adding on to the score. Why not? This guy is lethal, on for the ace. The bomb's being planted. His teammates are thinking, this is great. We haven't even seen anybody. Swisher knows his old teammate painted into a corner. Mobs will give him the fight that he so craves, and Mobs will win the duel, but the trade is swift. No ace for you, Swisher, but the round all too good for M80. And it was nice indeed in quite a few of those rounds. Swisher as well, some serious hero moments for the M80 players, and a very strong half as well to start their Inferno campaign. They've got the lead here, and they are just a few rounds away from potentially claiming the 2-0 over Liquid, a Liquid team that continues to have its share of struggles.
No question about it there. Love themselves a pistol to get the ball moving. Missed out on those on Dust 2. Missed out on the first half of Inferno with the JBA impact there. He's once again in apartments. This time he doesn't have the set of dualies. Rocking with the USP on a headshot angle versus the Glocks. Trying to let the heads peek forward first, and he's going to instantly connect. They try and chase him down because I think they landed a goosh, but he's still standing very healthy and is going to do even more damage before backing away. It's a 5v3 early, and they're just starting to take the brackets control here.
Smoke's block vision. Gonna have to brave it.
Okay.
Naf finds the headshot. That's required. I think that was a combo between Naf and Mobs, and now they've got the path in towards B. So Lake is under threat. He's gonna take the tighter angle because he's got these dualies. Just want to tuck fully into the corner. Offset expectation,
Okay.
but it's not gonna matter. Naf jumps past, and now he's got dualies all of his own. And so Naf is giving Liquid a lifeline, both into this round and into this series at that. Let's see if they can hold up against the retake, because M80 are wasting no time. They want this brawl, and they want to connect these kills. Swisher finds the first. Naf trying to dance, can only hold on so long. It falls to Mobs. All headshots required, and it'll be all headshots indeed.
Oh my god.
That's where they got this guy.
Just
That's
instant
why they
right
brought
there.
him in.
Swisher, that's a face. No one he's seen that once or twice there. But on the right side of the server for him instead, it's playing up against him there. 3 quick headshots instantly found there and so necessary. It was looking like Liquid were going to let that one slip. 3v3 in the pose plant, but Malbs bails him out. Naf creates the opening. Malbs going to slam it shut.
That's so massive. Just a reminder for context here. We do have a force buy, so this might get very interesting indeed. The situation for Liquid, if they lose this map, they are out in last place of IEM Atlanta. They're out in last place. One of the most storied organizations North America has ever known would be out in last place of a hometown crowd event without ever seeing said crowd, without ever having the opportunity to play in front of the US audience.
They're going to do so without any showing of energy of fight. But they have a little bit of life still left in them, as shown from Malbs right there. Again, that is a round that has to be the catalyst for the rest to arrive.
I mean, credits on the NAF as well, right? Mobs never gets that position without what NAF does.
Absolutely. 2 key pieces able to elevate here when the moment requires. It's an interesting round though right now. It's 35 seconds left. They've got an option maybe to pivot towards B with the lurking presence, but Malb fades away, and they're going to walk into a decently stacked A bomb site.
Airburst on the Molotov as well. So that means one more player is not going to be revealed by the utility. There's a lot of risk here. JPA connects, but it's not going to be nearly enough. So maybe the Molotov cost them. Now there's an AK to be retrieved. And if Lake weren't so far away, they might have given that just half a shake more of a look in. But instead, they'll back away. They'll sit on their prize of the AK-47, and they'll bring that to fight into the next.
So going to have a couple pieces here to work off of, but nice access created. Once again, NAF being able to enter in as a tip of the spear for that play towards A. And those MAC-10s do run down the pistols. I think the Molly, a little bit unfortunate that it misses, definitely would have helped out the execute, but you know, crucially you see some great flashes tossed in for Liquid to nullify some of that concern. So we're trying to get the MAC-10 in apartments, I think. A couple close range duels going.
A game of hide the JBA.
They're going to do so by putting him on towards B, yeah. He's not here often. Loves that apartments pit position there. Playing over towards that A side. You want to beckon him forward. Try and play with the element of surprise. Although M80 might be duped here by a faster play towards it. If he was in apartments, could be a whole lot more lethal, but this is going to be a pop out into an empty bomb site.
Do have Slacks around the corner. Maybe he can catch a player. Getting adventurous towards Arch. The flank is coming up from Banana as well, so they are risking a little bit of this firepower to try and get some kills. Shue tagged up, dinked up. The USP would love to get this kill, but Sin contents himself with swapping to the 5-7. A couple of these players are low now, but a couple of these M80 players don't exist anymore, so that's a little bit better.
And play as much contained as possible here, and hold on to that AK while you're at it. Swisher, gonna do a little bit of chip damage, trying to find an exit. And JBA, how much does he want to risk this AK if he slinks back in towards T-spawn? He'll certainly be secure. And that's where he'll hide. Some safety in the round here. Another save on the AK here. Keep that up and running. And now here starts the M80 gun rounds.
Now we get the buy. But a lead for Liquid. Exactly what they needed to do. A pistol that looked like it was out of their grasp has now given them a new lease on this map. Leash and Shui going to hold on to the SMGs. I wonder if they run it back with the apartment's control. Looks like they might be, yeah. Both SMGs are headed this way. So they're going to try and pressure in towards apartments. This time a little bit more of a normal setup for M80, but it's so quick out from Liquid that there's just no hope to contend here. And Shue even braving the smokes, dancing around to pressure lane. This has triggered the rotation. A fourth player's coming over. A Swisher's seen nothing on Banana, but I don't know what's sending Lick back.
Me neither. Yeah, he's going to double back there quickly. I think realizing a hint of indecision could cost him double HE onto the Opper, and it chips away at half his HP. But he's still standing, able to avoid the brunt of that utility.
I think, were Liquid expecting a response here? Because they've gained this space. They have unconfirmed damage, but they haven't really seen anybody yet, so they seem a little nervous about this one. Now here comes the exec. Now they're going to commit. And this time there's going to be 4 players in defense. Make that 3. Lake dries up. Naf makes sure of that. And now the pinch in towards the site as Liquid attempt to constrict to great effect. All headshots for these AKs and not a response from M80.
Yeah, found themselves in some dire positions there, especially with that opening pick coming through from Naf. He has been leveling up for this T side, and he's taken over. Another multi-kill round for him, allowing for the rest of the team again to get involved here. Very similar to what you brought on that pistol, and that is going to be a key asset here for Liquid. Headshot clean. No anticipation of that wrap. I think, you know, the communication there gets a little bit awkward with that opening pick. The guy that was responsible for holding that wrap side gets taken care of. All the while, Liquid are scaling. And by then, M80 don't know what hit them.
Terrorists win.
Was an interesting headline coming through from a Lake interview over on towards Dust2 US. Said that their mid-game would be enough to beat Liquid. Imagine that might have been some motivating material on for Liquid. Don't feel like we've been getting M80's mid-game, but certainly now they're finding themselves quite tested here on Inferno.
Definitely been seeing them play at a very high level. We got Slacks with an op, though. He's able to squeak that out with the economy here, at least. And an angle, but trying to elevate there. He gets swung down low, and Malbs is going to punish here. Flashbang looking good for Malbs to continue to tear through the defense. And this time on the B site, they're going to run rampant.
This is what Malbs delivers.
Dropped quickly, and yeah, that's exactly right.
Fearless peaks, fast peaks, headshots all the way, and Slash is having a very rough time with this. He's having a quiet map, certainly by his standards. This is what Malbs delivers. Fearless peaks, fast peaks, headshots all the way, and Slash is having a very rough time with this. He's having a quiet map, certainly by his standards. Fearless peaks, fast peaks, headshots all the way, and Slash is having a very rough time with this. He's having a quiet map, certainly by his standards. And Mobs is heating up. Ever since that pistol round, we've seen him pick up kill after kill. That's exactly what Liquid want working for them for this kind of a T side. If your entry is having this kind of success, everything else is easy.
Gonna go for the hunt as well. They should be able to paint Sin in eventually. I think he's in pit right now, but he's gonna be able to sneak his way out of this round. Maybe grab himself a rifle. An upgrade would be nice. Sneaks past the corner of the bottom of mid. Naf is gonna fall. The gun is gonna be scooped up. Threat through boiler, and he survives. He just barely escapes there. So Inakez is rewarding a timeout from M80. Gonna be coming through here soon.
Houdini-esque rifle save. Dude's been playing Splinter Cell. Second timeout called for Def here. Trying to find some answers as they are running out of time on this Inferno. Reminder, this is M80's map pick, but Liquid surging now off of the back of some very strong entry work. Let's just do something.
Go somewhere together. So we're getting aggression this round. We're going to get some proactivity out of the defense. M80 willing to play with some risk on a gun round as well. We'll see how that pays off for them, or if it pays off. Three players starting over towards B, so that might be where that pressure is going to be applied. They're looking to
pretty normal so far. You got Malls with this initial toe hold. They haven't taken any utility damage back the other way either. So Liquid are thinking, well, this is great. We've got some vision on Banana. We've got some control here. We haven't eaten a million nades. This is feeling like a luxury.
Yeah.
Now some of the util builds. And Liquid are playing behind it. So this doesn't affect them at all, but it does mean that Liquid, we're a minute on the clock, and they don't really have any control yet on this map. Does feel like a reasonable read, though, because there is some limitation to the utility that M80 have to bear. And they've now given up B entirely. They're going to work A. 40 seconds.
On the scene here with this op ready to cover off the rap side, but there is a little bit of unity in Sin and JBA trying to play off of each other. The rap side smokes coming in order as well. And Slack's responsible for holding things together. Have to have some impact here and now. Otherwise, you might not have many opportunities. And crouching underneath the crosshair. Again, it's none other than Malbs to open up proceedings and deliver a multi. Sin still standing, but will be dropped. That's the A side opened up completely. And there is another Liquid round.
Another massive impact moment coming through from Mobs. Ton of responsibility on him. I mean, he's just peeking the op. There was no flashbang to set that up. He's just ducking under the crosshair. And Slacks' shot, rather, just goes a little wide. And Mobs will not be allowing him a second. He's too quick on it. The lobotomist. Precise with his surgeries.
Just dealing some massive damage here. And you do question, you know, what the game plan was there for M80. Because we heard the situation, they do something together, trying to link up on the M80 side, expecting that aggression to come through afterwards. But they try and hold a standard setup, and they're letting Malbs peek into them. That's a big problem.
Smiles in the Liquid camp. There's the third time out. Def coming right back in and being like, guys, not like that. That is not what we talked about. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. And a lot of information here. Getting a lot of words coming through.
Energy certainly has dropped in the M80 camp.
Yeah, definitely. Right. All those good vibes coming through from the first half, coming through from Dust 2. They need something to spark them right back up. Some sort of a dynamic play, a multi-kill, a retake, anything. So they're certainly running out of opportunities here on Inferno. And at the half switch, I don't think anyone would have quite seen this going. Liquid have run 6 rounds in a row here. Looking for the 7th, though this time Ultimate will take a whole lot of damage.
Oh, Mob's trying to do it again here, playing on the edge of the smoke, and Lake did catch a visual. So they're going to be able to avoid the peek from Malbs for now. Try and set up a flashbang for Lake to get activated. Another one, in fact, here, trying to take the duel on head first. As we said, Lake wanted to be put in the spotlight there, having himself a tough game, backed up by Slacks. Two very integral pieces to the roster here. Kind of being nullified and continued by Malbs here, just dominant on the damage here. And the Molly even catches just enough to deal with Swisher. The re-aggression towards Banana punished. Just gotta leave Liquid with a couple different options here. It looks like the answer is to finish this one off towards A. And again, another opportunity for Slacks.
Yeah, if there's going to be a moment to shine, this would be it. Connects the first shot, adjusts in towards the apartments. Has a teammate. Now fighting from the pit. JBA trying.